much, Meredith Grundy.
I don't know.
What?
I really don't know. Here we are. It is
Yes,
Black Friday. We are, I think, streaming to several platforms right
that would be
now.
awesome if we were.
It
But if
would
we're
be.
not,
If we're not, then we're just having a really great 12-hour conversation with each other because we're fucking crazy.
we are a little insane.
A
Yeah.
little insane.
But
Yeah, a little
I'm so
insanity happening
excited
here.
about today. I have to tell you, I'm thrilled that I slept last night, actually, because I thought, what if I'm too excited to sleep?
Yes, me too. I
Mm.
did. I actually got, I feel, a pretty ample enough amount of sleep last night. So I feel like we should tell people why we're here and what we're doing,
Oh, really?
just in case there's people that might be like, what's happening here?
Mhm.
And here's the deal: if people want to talk with us, we're going to have guests throughout the day. We're doing a pod-a-thon, right? We're here for 12 hours or until we raise $5,000 to help fund this podcast to keep it moving and grooving forward. Hi, Tina Larson. And it's so good to see you. So if you want to make a donation, you go to areyouwaitingforpermission.com. And the goal is so that we can continue making podcasts. And if you want to make a $500 donation, you can be a sponsor of our podcast, which means that you get an amazing voiceover of me or Joseph doing an ad for your business, which is huge, right?
It is
And
because we've had nearly 11,000 downloads. So that person is going to have a social reach that they are not going to have on their own social media platforms, right? Because we have a different audience. Obviously, we all have different
we
audiences.
do.
And then if we end up getting, because this could happen, Meredith Grande, if we end up getting multiple $500 donations for sponsors, then every 3 to 6 months, we're going to change that up and invite in the new sponsor,
Yeah.
right?
And exactly. And the other cool thing is that we're going to be giving 12% of all of the proceeds that we're earning today to the Malala Fund. And do you want to speak more into the Malala Fund? Because it's a really inspiring story and I love their mission. And I know you're very passionate about it as well. And I want to say hi to Oz. And I also want to say hi to Gary Grundy, two other humans, along with Tina Larson. All three of those people you need to check out. We've got some
Mhm.
brilliant humans in the world here. All right, go. Tell us about it. Hi, Franklin. All right, here we go.
So the
Oh, no.
Malala Fund is something I discovered when I looked at all the things that you and I are passionate about, Meredith Grundy, and one of them certainly is women and women's education and women having an equal voice on this planet. Please, can we have a shout out for women? Hello, hello, hello. So when I started doing some research, I discovered Malala, and Malala was an early activist. When she was a teenager, she was looking at how impossible it was for girls to be educated in Pakistan and in other parts of the world. But she lives in Pakistan, and that's what she was most passionate about. And she started advocating for that. It was not well received, honey bunny. It really wasn't. So one day she's on a bus, a public bus, and somebody walks in and says, "Is Malala in here?" And she identified herself. And she was freaking shot in the head. She lived. She was shot in the head because of her work in girls' advocacy. And she took that experience and didn't go hide in a cave as some of us might, right? What she decided to do was bump up her advocacy even more. And here we
Mm.
are a few decades later. I don't know exactly how many, please don't quote me. But she is continuing to advocate for girls' education. And there's the Malala Fund, and we are donating a part of our monies raised today. Thank you, thank you, thank you to her mission and the mission that she has in supporting girls' education. Because I know, and I'm going to speak for you too, Meredith. We know that education is a game changer.
Yeah, it
And
really is.
and later on, if you are up for this, if we run out of things to say, I want to talk about education without borders.
Oh, I would love to talk about education without borders,
Yeah.
which Joseph and I are both working with right now. It's a mentorship program, and we both have mentees and
Oh,
in South Africa. And it's been really I've had the same mentee now going on a year and a half. And
wow.
she's graduated high school and has gone into university now. And it's just a really
Oh,
beautiful relationship. And I've learned so much about her and from her as well. And I think that's what makes mentorship such a valuable tool, is that it's not just about the mentor. It's about the relationship between the mentor and the mentee, and how they can learn from each other and grow.
mm.
So, Education Without Borders. Yeah, we'll definitely talk more about that too. And a special shout out to Cy Charney, who got us both involved.
Sai Charney, thank you for all the amazing work that you are doing. And
Yes.
what I'm noticing about being a mentor is that it makes me a better person
Yeah.
because my mentee is so freaking brilliant. The questions that he asked me are kind of arresting. Like I'm like take a step
I
back and I'm
know.
like, whoa, I was not asking those kind of questions when I was 17.
Oh my
And
God, me neither. Isn't that incredible? I was like, I wish I
wow,
had been thinking of those questions when I was
yeah.
17.
I mean, he talks
Uh,
about like the treasures in his heart and things like that. I'm like, you are so advanced. And I just look at, to back up a little bit, how education can be so powerful,
yeah.
especially when we're young, because it opens doors. And I'm not the type of person to say, if you don't go to college, you can't be successful. That's
Yeah.
not what I'm here to say at
No.
all.
No.
You
Oh,
know?
there's so many people that have not gone to college that are
Yeah.
kicking
Or they
some butt in this
flunked
world.
out, right? They're like, yeah, this is not good
Yeah,
for me.
college is not for everybody, and I will recognize that. I So
Recognize.
Joseph, what I would like to do is just share with the viewers today that we have several guests that have been on our podcast that are going to
Okay.
come back. And can I just name some of those people for
Mm.
the people who are watching right now? We have Franklin Taggart, who's going to come. We have Gary Grundy. I happen to be married to the man. Mitch Ditkoff. We have Teresa Funk. We have Angela Bouloyan. We have Barbara Ann Michaels, the Jester of
We
the
have
Peace.
Glenn Rogers. We have Davina Ferrara. We have Diana Marco. We have Joanna Morton. We have Emily Scholes. And we're going to finish up the day with Eli Hans.
I love it. And the other thing too is we're doing this, and we've never done a pod-a-thon because it's not like every day I say, hey, let's go spend 12 hours on video. I mean, I do for work, but not like straight. And I have no doubt, Joseph Bennett, you and I we'll have plenty of content. I think we could spend 12 hours together fine. But we have never streamed. I don't know if LinkedIn will even stream us, or
Or Facebook
YouTube or
or
Facebook
YouTube.
for
Yeah, they might
12
bump us out.
hours. They
Wow.
might bump us out. Who knows? So it's a social experiment on technology here, right?
Absolutely. I want to know
Yeah.
if we talked about this before, but it's not a question, it is a statement. I would
Okay.
like to dedicate this podcast today, this pod-a-thon, to those victims, and you can speak more into this because you
Mm,
were a Colorado resident, to those residents and to those victims who were killed this week at the gay and lesbian and transgender bar in Colorado.
yeah, Club Q. Yeah. Uh yeah, it's I went to an event the other night, and this director spoke, and it was at a drag bar called Lips in New York City here. Beautiful, really cool place. And she also took a moment to recognize the loss that we have now in this country. And I what's really sad for me, Joseph, is that I have gotten to a place where I have no words anymore. Right. And so when people have words, and I just am in so much appreciation, because I feel like after it's tiring.
Mm.
It's tiring. And I'm an ally.
Mm.
So,
I know you are. Thank you. Thank you. And
and thank you for that.
mhm.
Colorado's had a hard time.
I know. I when I started thinking about dedicating this podathon, I was like, oh, Colorado again. Oh, Colorado again.
I know. Yeah. And I grew up there. I grew up in Fort Collins. That's about 2.5, 3 hours north of Colorado Springs. And lived outside of Boulder for a while and just sold a home there. Like, so my
This
heart, yeah,
week, right?
this
You
week,
just finally, yeah.
this week. Well, it's officially happening on November 30th. So
Okay. So you have 5
yes,
more days to figure things out.
5 more
Cross all
days.
your T's and dot all of your I's.
Like yes, all of them, all of them. It's so good to be here with you. I know we have some people who are watching right now, and if you have questions for us, like anything, just ask them,
Yeah.
or any
Yeah, like,
commentary,
yeah, what's
please
the best way
put it
to
in
fold a
there.
T-shirt so it doesn't
Fold
wrinkle? Like, really anything you
Yeah,
could ask us.
anything. Or like, what did you eat for Thanksgiving? Or did you even celebrate Thanksgiving? Or
Mhm.
what part of the world you're in? Just like a shout out.
Mhm.
Yeah, because
So, I have a question for us.
yes. What?
The joys and sorrows of podcasting, Meredith Grundy. So, what
Oh,
our listeners get to experience is a relatively polished, I use that term loosely, a relatively polished podcast that comes out every Thursday morning, 8 a.m. New York City time. There's intro music. Thank you to Razi for our intro music, for
yes.
editing that in. Thank you, Gary Grande and Amy Shelley, for providing us with the music. Then there's an outro, which means the end of the podcast. And then there's content in between. So, what listeners might not know about is all the nitty gritty stuff that goes on behind the scenes of having a podcast. So I'm wondering, this is my first question, is how crazy were you when you said yes to this experience?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's debatable. I'm going to answer your question, but I also want to acknowledge Elizabeth. It's really good to see you, and it's so good. And thank you for being here. And hello, Monique, and Loveland, Colorado. Yes, here to support Franklin Taggart, who's also in Loveland, Colorado. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Okay, podcast. You called me on a Sunday, or you WhatsApped me on a Sunday, and you're like, "Would you like to do a podcast with me?" And I was like, "It's Joseph Bennett. Yes. Yes, and
Mm,
to that." And so it was really fun to just dive into that. And we talk a lot about the power of being able to say no.
mm.
And this was one thing where I felt, no, this is a heck yeah, right?
It's a heck yeah,
Yeah, this is a
yes.
heck yeah.
And
And then
go ahead.
no, you go.
And a shout out to Seth Godin because we took
Yeah.
his course in, I always forget that word, so fill in the word for me. Asana.
Akimbo. Akimbo.
Akimbo. Asana
Mhm.
is something else we do. Akimbo. I'm writing it down. We took that course, which was pretty heavy. That was like, is it 3 months that we were in that course?
I don't even know. That was the beginning of my akimbo journey, was taking that
Mm.
class, and then I ended up taking like 4 classes after that. It's
I,
really
I think Seth Godin should be a surprise guest today. Should we make sure he has a link?
I was telling Seth that, if you need a link, just get in touch with my
Get in
people.
touch. Yeah. Who is Seth Godin? Some of us don't know.
Oh, Seth Godin he's written several books. He's brilliant. He's, I would say, definitely an influencer. He started the Akimbo community. Yes. So
I
I
think
would
The
just,
Purple Cow was
the
his
Purple
most
Cow.
well-known book.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah,
And the
he's an
linchpin.
influencer and he's
Mm-hmm.
also an educator. I mean,
And that,
he's really out there educating us about what's possible, which is one of my very favorite words this year. He's showing us what's possible. And he really, really, really brings to mind and brings home the idea of like just showing up as you are. And I
yeah.
think authenticity is thrown around a lot these days. Not a terrible thing to be thrown around, but he really is like showing us how to do it.
Yeah,
Right?
because it's confusing, right? We do throw words around, and it's difficult when you say be more authentic, and then you're sitting there and you're like, but I thought I was being authentic,
Mm,
right?
yeah.
Like, it can be really confusing to hear that over and over and over again and not really know how or how to
Wow.
show up, or
Yeah.
what's being expected of you to show up. And
Yeah. And maybe your authentic moment is that you're crying in the corner because, you're so freaked out about A, B, C, or D. and you don't want to be showing that on social media, or do you? So he just gives us he shows us what's possible. I'll just give
Yeah.
him that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we took that course for however long it was, and we learned a lot. Really
We
learned a lot
did.
about podcasting.
Yeah. And so then we ended up on a podcast platform called Simplecast. And we were told it was one of the more simple ones.
And it
Hence the
is. Shout
name.
out to Simplecast. You are taking care of us every
Keep
week.
taking care of
Really.
us. And then, it's a learning curve. And I feel like we're still learning and there's still things that we could do. And the sponsorship thing. So
Mm.
finding sponsors, for example, if there are people who are watching right now and they would love to sponsor our podcast, we would love to have you. That we can talk about what that looks like, but that would basically be us using our beautiful voiceovers.
Yes. Thank you so very much,
You're
ladies
so
and gentlemen.
welcome to do an ad for your show or your business on our podcast.
Wow, that sultry voice. I'm thinking I'm going to be a sponsor.
Do you like that?
Yes.
Do you want you're going to be a sponsor of your own podcast?
Well, because if I get to hear your voice being that sultry,
Oh, well, I can just send you messages. Is that weird? I'd be like, wait a minute, Gary, I need to send another message to Joseph.
This WhatsApp is being sponsored by Joseph Bennett. Yeah, WhatsApp.
Yeah. And then, go ahead.
Words. You mentioned, some words are thrown around and some words are overused. And I'm wondering if you have a favorite word that you are leaning into these days.
Intention has been a word that I feel is important in my life because I feel when I take the time and space to have an intention, that it can be really powerful versus just walking into things with no purpose. I feel can sometimes feel, and I mean this in a loving way, but it can sometimes feel like a waste of time if you don't know why you're there or what your intention is for being there in those spaces. It can become busy work, and so I love that word. I really do. And I feel like it can be a very positive, uplifting word. How about you?
I'm just going to stay with that for a minute, if I may. So, ladies and gentlemen, we start each of our podcast interviews with asking our guests what their intention is for our time together. And then Meredith will tell her intention, and then I'll tell my intention. And yeah, it's just this beautiful way to let go of the busyness and focus in on what is it that I want to experience moving forward in this 30-minute time period or longer. So I appreciate that we do that.
I do too.
And I'm shifting words actually. For years, my favorite word was choice. I just really, really love choice and what it means and what it offers us and how we can show up in any given moment and make a new choice. So the improv game Next Choice.
Yes.
So hard. It's so very, very hard. But how that works, ladies and gentlemen, is that actors will be in a scene and they say something like, oh, I want to go to the bakery, and the director will call out next choice. And then the actor has to keep coming up with new choices. Oh, I want to go to the pharmacy. Oh, I want to go to the circus. Oh, I want to go to a podcast. Oh, I want to go outside, until the director stops saying next choice. And then whatever that last choice was, that's how the scene progresses. So I was really happy with the word choice for a while. And then I'm studying a bit with, I say study very loosely. I'm reading a lot of Rich Litvin, who I really enjoy as a coach. And because of his coaching, I'm inviting in possibility as my new word. What's possible for you? What's possible for me? What's possible for this podcast? What's possible for our clients? What's possible for our speaking, for your confidently speaking guests and students? So I'm just looking at that because it opens up all kinds of possibilities, right?
So true. Yeah, I love that word, possibility, and I do love choice. And I also had one more thing too, that recently I heard a podcast, and I wish I could remember the name of the podcast, so I want to apologize for that. But they had a great discussion about both and I loved that philosophy that two things can exist at once. You can have two feelings at the same time about the same issue, right? And both can exist and it be okay. And because oftentimes we're trained there, it needs to be an either or. You either feel this way or you feel that, but you can't have both. But actually you can. You don't have to be either or. Things don't have to be black and white. So I really loved that concept of both and.
That's a tough place to live sometimes, right? Especially in our friendships, our connections, our relationships with our neighbors and our loved ones, because it's not always, 100% lovey-dovey, right? Sometimes there's these moments of, I do love you, next door neighbor, and there's all this other stuff that comes with it, right? The noise or whatever, the confusion.
Yeah, it also reminds me, I've been performing with this company it started in Boulder, Colorado, and now we're all over the place. And because of the pandemic, we started performing virtually, playback theater, and it's an international form, but we have Playback Theater West, and we do this form called the pairs. So someone comes to us and they say, for example, that they're leaving their job to become an entrepreneur, right? And so yet they're nervous about leaving the job because they won't have the same stability. They won't have the health insurance. They won't, but at the same time, they're very excited about being on their own and taking a risk. So both can exist in the same space. And you do a pair reflecting back the feelings that people have leaving behind the job, but being excited about moving forward at the same time. And it's really powerful to be able to see those two contrasting emotions happening simultaneously, performance-wise. That interactive theater piece can be really powerful.
Can you back us up and tell us what playback theater is?
It's an improv group that does the form called Playback, and it is transformative. It was started by psychotherapists, and I've been in this group for, oh my goodness, 16 years. And I think our particular company is 30 plus years old. And we do performances for, we just did one for HP. We've done them for birthday parties. We've done them for, audiences. We had an ongoing show for a long time in Boulder. Yeah, it's been.
So you get this story from the audience member, right? Somebody
Yep, you
volunteers.
get a story from the audience, and then
I
we
want to
play
share
back.
this with everyone, and then the director will ask some more deepening questions, perhaps, right? And then you just roll with it, right?
Yeah, we play it back, but we do have forms. And here's the thing about improv, that improv has structure. I always say that to people. So we have structures that we work in, and then we play the story back within those structures, those forms.
Yep. And how did you give yourself permission to do that form? Because that's not a traditional form that actors take, right?
Well, I was invited to audition, and then I was like, oh, this is cool. And I really didn't know what I was getting into, to be quite honest with you. I was just like, it was another one like, you want me to audition? And yes, and so I showed up, and then I got cast. And then I did not realize that I was going to be in a lifetime community. It's my family. They are my family. So sometimes we make these choices and we find these possibilities in our life, and you don't know how transformative they're going to be until you take that leap of faith. I could have said no. I could have gotten scared. I could have had self-doubt, which I probably did have some of those things because I was pretty young. And I didn't know anybody because I was new to the community. And I did it. And here I am all these years later. And those are some of my favorite people on the planet. I got a message from my daughter.
Do you want to say hi? Hi, Harper.
Do you want to say hi? This is Harper.
Hi.
So
Hi,
happy that you're
Joseph.
here. Thank you. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Happy
And
Thanksgiving.
thank you for lending us your mother for the next 11 hours and 47 minutes. Thank you.
Yes.
Mm,
She finally gets a break from me.
Oh, I do not. You're here now, and I love every second of it. Okay. All right. We need to send Gary a link so he can come be our guest. Do you know how to do that, or can you forward it to him?
Yes. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to come back and tell you who has donated so far, because I think that's a pretty cool thing.
Oh, I love that. Yes,
We're going to do a
please.
shout out, and the link has been sent for Restream.
You're so good.
Ha! So,
You're so good.
thank you. This is who has donated to us so far that I want to give a little shout out to, okay? Tina Larson. Thank you. Thank you. Yay.
Tina.
Jan Burrows.
Yay, Jan
All the way
Barrows.
in Portland, Oregon. Irene and Gregory Diamant, who were here with us at this table for Thanksgiving last night.
Thank you,
Jen
Irene.
Davidson in California. Jenny and Ark Dumai was our very, very first donation. Thank you, sister-in-law Jenny. Susan and Mike Tankate, they were also at this table for Thanksgiving last night. I guess that's how you get donors, right?
Yeah, you just tell it.
invite them
Yeah.
in. And then, can you help me with pronouncing this? Is it Jode Ann Lamb?
I think so. Jody.
Okay. Jodeanne. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Jody Lamb. Jode Ann Lamb. Thank
It
you.
might just be her first name and middle name together.
Yeah. And Bonnie Burt.
Amazing.
Just came in this morning.
Thank
Bonnie
you.
Burt. Yes. So
Yay.
we are on our way. We have already raised over $500, and we are in our first half hour of doing this.
I love it. Let's get to 5,000 by noon.
Oh, would that be cool?
Yeah, that'd be so cool.
How would you celebrate if you did that? How would you celebrate if you had the
I would
whole
go
day
put-
free?
I would go put up a Christmas tree with my family.
Wow. Okay. I
How about
didn't see
you?
that coming. I thought you were gonna like go to Central Park or something.
No, it's rainy today in New York City. I would put up a
Oh,
Christmas
is it?
tree. Yeah. Yeah.
That'd be
But
amazing.
I have had a very active 3 weeks. So the last thing I want to do is get on a subway and go somewhere. I want to hunker down. I want to be with my family, and I don't want to have to be anywhere. I just want to like light a candle, play some music, cuddle. That's all I want to do. How about you, Joseph? And then we have our first guest in the waiting room.
Oh, sweet. That's awesome.
Yeah.
If we finish early, that's the question, right? How will I spend my time? Because ladies and gentlemen, you probably understand that we blocked out this whole day just to be here with you. And if we finish early, how will I spend my time? Certainly with a hot bath.
Amazing.
With reflection. So this is not especially interesting. You can tune out if you want to now, but I spend every evening in a hot bath reflecting on my day and what steps did I take that I enjoyed, what steps do I take where I'm, pursuing my dreams and, taking action and always lighting a candle. And so I would do that. But if we finish early, I'm going out. I'm like just going to be out because it is sunny and beautiful in San Miguel de Allende, Mexico this morning. So I would be out there just enjoying and walking, hanging out with the pups a little bit. And then I would have to, because I want to, give some amazing support to Eli Hans, because in about 28 hours, he will be giving his first TEDx talk.
Awesome.
And, listener, if you're here later on tonight, he will be here as our guest talking about his process with that. So I'll be helping him rehearse that if we finish early. Any messages that we need to know about?
Yeah. So we're going to bring Gary Grundy on, but we have our friend Oz here, who, by the way, he makes some psychedelic freaking artwork and that you can actually buy and wear. And
wow, really?
So I hope Oz will drop his link into the comments. But what I love about his artwork is like it is such a great reflection of his personality. And I think that when those two things really jive. It's quite beautiful, and he's as energetic as his artwork is. He asked this question that he said, I've been a podcast guest a bunch lately and loved every minute, and most post it to YouTube. And as you know, FB does not like sharing that kind of content. Where are some of the best places for me to share my podcast and how? So we'll speak into this. And as we're talking about it, we're going to bring Gary in as well. And hello, Jean from Brazil. You getting out there in the world. Okay.
And while he's coming in, I just want to give a shout out to Fawn Kraut, who just donated as well. Fawn Kraut, her episode with us is going to be coming out in just 4-ish weeks. And we had a beautiful conversation with her. It's already been recorded. It is in post-production. And thank you for your donation, Fawn.
Yes, thank you. Gary.
Look, oh my God, I'm surrounded by Grundis.
This is my whole family. I love it. Here we are. The New York family. Hey,
Joseph, good to see you. It's been a minute.
Thank you. It has been a minute. Hello, everyone. Happy.
And this, of course, is Harper, sometimes messenger, sometimes podcast guest.
Okay, so Gary, you're here, and Harper's here, and Joseph's here, and we were just about to answer a question for our friend Oz about where to get his podcasts out. So if we can all just collectively help him out on that, would that be cool?
Yeah.
Sure.
And then we're going to dive in and ask and get to know you a little bit, Gary. I mean, I know you really well, but not as well.
So I'll jump in. So I have a first thought. Oz, nice to meet you. Thank you for being here. I'm not familiar with the exact content that you're wanting to share, but I can just speak for myself that what is being most reacted to or most responded to out there in the busy, noisy world is video. So if I am to show up as I do on Wednesdays and promote something or share something, or you could say, this is, the podcast that I'm talking about, you can see a link below. That is what's getting the most social reach for me in this moment. That could change in the next moment, right? Because we know how that happens. But I do use Facebook a lot. I simultaneously post to Instagram, and then I simultaneously post to YouTube. And then here's the other thing, Oz. Again, I don't know you, so forgive me if I'm overreaching and speaking to this. But sometimes we have an expectation, right? Like, I put all this effort into this, and I want a lot of people to like it or listen to it or respond to it. And I think that what we can do is do our best, show up with integrity, post it where we want to post it, and then let it go. So that's also a possibility, just letting go of where it needs to reach or who needs to hear it. So, Gary, I'm turning it to you.
I want to add one more thing to that, if that's okay, Joseph.
You add anything.
Okay. LinkedIn is also a great way to just post your podcast, make sure that you send, and you can also send it out to individual people. I often, even on Instagram channels, if people really want me to hear something, they'll just send it to me in my direct message. And I'm happy for that because sometimes I can't keep track of all the posts. So that's also another way. It's not about spamming people. It's about being intentional about who you want to be hearing your podcast. And also having those podcasts. I have a media page on my website to say, here's where I've shown up. And you can also do a direct link there. So I wanted to add that in. And yes, Gary Grundy, turning it over to you, my friend and husband.
In that order. It's so good to see you both. It's I really just want to celebrate for a moment before getting into the details of the sharing. Like, I appreciate what you do. I appreciate the fact that you've been so dedicated for so long on this podcast, and you've had so many guests that you've gotten to prepare for, interview. You've done so much incredible work. And I can't tell you how many times I've listened to a podcast and it's just got me right here, and I know that it's a thankless job in many ways. Like, you two are doing this thing and you don't necessarily get direct feedback. Like, oh, I'm on a run and I'm friggin' crying along the Hudson River because of work you did. And I can't tell you that right now, or I might not think to when I finish my run. So I just want to say it now. Thank you.
Wow,
Aw,
that's
thank you.
beautiful. I
Really
appreciate
appreciate
that
it.
so much.
Yeah. I mean, but here's a question. Like right now, you're using Restream platform. Where are we in the internet right now? We're on LinkedIn. We're on YouTube and Facebook right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wonder if like Oz was kind of asking something about that question, like to know that this right now broadcast is landing in those three places. So if people are wanting to say, oh, hey, check out Meredith and Joseph right now, if you're more comfortable on one of those platforms, you can reshare it there. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
I'm kind of old school. I'm the oldest man in the room, oldest person in the room. And if you wanted to, Oz, a super free, direct way of reaching your audience is to just say, hey, can I email you the link to my podcast? And then that is also part of your social reach, is you're just emailing the link out once a week or once a month, however you're doing it. That's also a possibility because that will show up in people's inboxes. I know some people are like, email's kind of dead. But, I sent out an email this morning. It took me a few minutes and it went out, bam, to over 1,000 people. And I'm like, we're going to do our Pod-a-thon this morning. We're live in a half hour. And those people are more likely to see it in addition to, the Facebook and the Instagram and the LinkedIn. Just email, good old fashioned email.
I feel like throw it at all of it if you can.
What about Harper Grundy? Does she have anything she wants to add to this conversation or start a new conversation, right?
What's your favorite social media?
My favorite social media is, I have to say, TikTok.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. What do you like about TikTok?
I mean, TikTok is like where you get to post videos
Mm-hmm.
and like make funny videos. I don't know. It's just really fun.
It is fun, isn't it? You get 14 minutes of TikTok every night before bed.
14? How did you come up with 14?
15, sometimes 15, but 14.
Yeah, sometimes 15.
And I have no idea how I got there. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe you want to share your stuff to TikTok if you want to reach Gen Alpha right here.
Yeah, Gen Alpha right here in the house.
Gary Grundy, I am interested in learning, and so are our listeners. We are interested in learning about what are you creating these days? Or if you're not creating anything, that's totally cool. The follow-up question to that would be, what are you most passionate about these days? So what are you creating or what are you most passionate about? And maybe they're the same thing.
Thanks for asking, Joseph. It's been a great year, and I'm obviously passionate about supporting people to make their next best song. And so some of the ways we've been doing that at Golden Lotus Studio in particular lately are we're just launching today some on-demand courses, which is a new thing for us because we've been all focused on the live on Zoom, live Zoom classes where we get together and we go through a process for some period of time, 8 weeks, maybe longer. We did the 6-month album mastermind. We just wrapped one session of that. We'll start another one the next year. But we're getting people asking us, they're saying, okay, I can't do that time, but I want to do that course. Would you ever package it separately and share it? So we're launching some of those, and we have Black Friday deals going on right now.
Tell us the deal.
Well, you can find it in my link tree, at Gary Grundy or at Golden Lotus Studio. There are 3 deals. You can get a whole year of the Friday Afternoon Songwriting Club for the lowest price ever. I mean, if you just go click through this link, you'll see all the things. But then there are the on-demand courses. There's the Hell Yeah, You Can Write a Song, which comes in about $20. It's such a deal. And you actually write 5 songs in that course. Or produce yourself if you're more advanced and you want to produce your music to take it to the next level in Logic Pro, which is a production software. We have a 2-part course in that, which I'm very excited about.
So Gary, question for you. So when you say songwriters, are you talking about like professional musicians who are having writer's block? Or are you talking about people who've never written a song in their life? Like who are the people that typically are attracted to Golden Lotus Studio?
Yeah, thanks for asking. I have a passion. Somebody called me at one point the Bob Ross of songwriting. That I have a passion that really, it's for anybody who wants to participate. And so the community at Golden Lotus Studio and the folks I work with, it's everybody from a person. We've got a person in FASC right now who doesn't play an instrument, has never written songs before, actually doesn't even listen to that much music. And all the way up to artists who play Radio City Music Hall and tour huge venues and make their living doing it. And the great thing about the community is that everybody's learning from each other, because there's something beautiful about the beginner's mind, and there's something beautiful, obviously, about studying a thing for many, many years and making it your vocation. So everybody's welcome. I believe there's a song in all of us. There are many songs in all of us, and it's transformational. It not only serves as you do with your podcast, you're making this act of service, right? You're giving a thing, you're giving permission to people. And it's also healing for oneself, It's like, I can work through some stuff in a song, and I can sing it to my, engaging this other part of my creative self. I won't even say mind. It's like the bigger intuitive capital S self that we engage when we're in that creative process. And it could just be so healing and transformational. And then maybe you get a really good song out of it that you want to share.
Yes.
What I love about this, Gary, is that there's so many of us who don't have a play in us, right? We don't have a book in us. We don't have an architectural building that we want to design. But maybe there's a song in us. And Tina Larson just wrote, she says, what do you think, Joseph Bennett? Should I write a song? Because she just wrote a book and launched it last week. So yes, absolutely. Now that you have launched your book, Living the High Life by Tina Larson, perhaps you could. And she could even come live, Gary, because she's just down the street from you.
Oh, fantastic. And also, I just want to say too, as a, I don't know, I'm grateful for what I get to do for a living. I love it. I love the people I work with. We're trying a thing today. If you sign up for my email list at goldenlotusstudio.com, I'm inviting everybody to Friday Afternoon Songwriting Club today for free.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because it's today. It's Friday.
It's Friday, and if you want to break from all the madness of Black Friday, just come write a song. And we're writing songs as gifts today, actually.
And I bet writing songs is like a really great way to digest the food from yesterday.
Bam, I like how you called that back. Yeah.
Oh, can I mention one more thing too, which is that Gary was our very first guest. Not just today, but on our podcast. He was our very, very first guest. Because I knew a guy.
Such an honor.
Yeah. And I think that was released right around April of 2021.
One? Yes. And so if you want to go back and listen to our very first episode on Apple and or Spotify or wherever you listen to your podcasts, and have a listen, and then you'll get to know that.
Oh,
you're muted. I think you're muted.
Somehow you got muted, Meredith.
But I'll take over, because I want to say that you mentioned the word transformational, Gary, which I love that word. It's probably Eli's favorite word that he uses a lot. And I would expect, correct me if I'm wrong, which is the name of our next podcast, correct me if I'm wrong, is I want to know about the healing power of music, and it's specifically for your students, how they show up to your class and to your classes. How is that healing happening? Because the reason I want to ask that question is to go back to writing books and to designing buildings and to creating plays. That can be cathartic in a way as well. But I would expect that actually connecting to music and to our voice and to our words, that has to be its own special experience of love and connection and community. And can you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, one of the things that I found in these Zoom rooms, because we at Golden Oak Studio, we were doing Zoom stuff before the pandemic. So I had to train people on Zoom. Can you imagine? Can you remember a time when you didn't know how to use Zoom?
Do you remember the time?
But what I found was really exciting was that when you've got a few people doing the same thing, sharing their vulnerable spirit, and connecting with each other, and saying maybe even just a few nice things, like honest, nice things about each other's songs. Like nobody has to blow smoke, nobody has to lie. I could say, I really like I really remember this particular lyric, or technical difficulties. Oh my word. But then there's community right there, right? And you feel like, oh, I got a little bit of affirmation. I got a little bit of permission to use your word on your podcast. So that community has just been invaluable. Like I can't even tell you what that does to support the process. But when you talk about the songwriting itself being healing,
bless you, Harper.
The first example that comes to mind is we were doing this songwriting club when the George Floyd murder happened, and we just were all devastated, and we showed up anyway to this call to write songs together. And the prompts I had prepared were about leave a voicemail for a friend that you haven't called in a while. Right. So, and we just did with the prompt was, it's kind of, it was intended originally to be playful, but obviously in this circumstance, it was very serious. And you just leave a voicemail about whatever you want to say. And we recorded it into a voice recorder. And I can tell you one particular song, it's going to be released. I want to respect the person's anonymity just because I'm their coach, but you're going to hear it. You're going to hear this song. And it was so beautiful. And he wrote it in 75 minutes, basically, in our class. And it was healing for him. It was healing for the community. It was an act of service and social justice. It did all of the things at the same time. And that's just one example of, transformation and healing that can happen. And, none of us saw or expected that would be what it is, but a song, like what does songs mean in our lives? You can think of some songs that were like cathartic and powerful for you, right?
Absolutely. I can think of a lot of them, and they create sometimes an immediate state change. So if I'm feeling low or going through a really difficult time, like the George Floyd murders, that there's something that can lift us up collectively, which is beautiful. Can you speak to those of us who are in the I suck mentality, right? So sometimes when we start something new, it's difficult to have a beginner's mind. It's difficult to say, oh, I don't need to be great at this right away, right? Because we want to look good. That's the thing about human beings. We want to look good. And now you're going to ask us to sound good and to make sense with our lyrics. And I took a class with the remarkable Meredith Grundy one time in improv, and she said the first 5 years are the hardest. And part of that was, oh man, but I want to be good now. But then it also gave me permission to be like, oh, I don't have to be great now. I can be just okay. I can be in that beginner's mind and be in a place where I just show up and suck. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, totally. I wrote a blog post about it's called "Write Your Crappy Song Already," because for me that was the first one. I just had to give myself permission for it to be really bad, and that is hard. We don't want to be bad at something, but you have to remember, you don't have to share that first thing with anybody. And if you do share it with somebody, it should be somebody who's willing to just affirm and honor the fact that there's a victory in finishing a song, you know? And what happened was the first song I wrote, it took me the longest time to really like, the first song I wrote as an adult, I should say, you know, to really get to the place where I felt comfortable sharing it. And once I did, you know, we eventually recorded it and put it on our first high fiction album. Meredith, can I hear you right now? Are you back?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
And so my mic just completely shut out. Like it just completely shut out. So I'm not on my mic anymore. And so here's another thing that happens with podcasting. Technical stuff. And so I don't know. I tried troubleshooting it. I probably would have to leave entirely and come back, but instead I'm just going to speak on my computer. So I won't sound as sultry.
Oh, you still sound pretty good though.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay, fantastic.
So I want to dive into what you just said, Gary, because there's a lot of beauty in it. And you said it doesn't have to be good, but you will have a completed song, right? Said something along those lines. So
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
on a Facebook group recently, I would say within the last week, and it's a takeoff on the yes and it's called No But, and it's a group for improvisers. And one of the people in there, he was sharing that people who are successful, I'm sorry, I'm really not doing this verbatim in any way, shape, or form, Ian, that people who are successful aren't necessarily the most talented or the most audacious. The one thing that they have that other people don't is they're finishing things. They are actually finishing things. And Meredith, I see you shaking your head with that. And that resonated with me so beautifully because I am really lucky that I get to finish a lot of things. Are they any good? Mostly okay. Are they perfect? Nope. Do I need them to be perfect? Nope. But I do finish things. And I think, Meredith, you can speak to this, that, you know, we want to wait until things are great before we push publish or send or whatever kids are pushing these days, right? Can you speak to that about finishing?
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to just circle back to what you just said, which is about it not needing to be perfect, because we learn so much by putting things out there. And even if it's not perfect, it gives us an opportunity to at least look at it, see how it was received, and make adjustments for next time. But if you don't put anything out there, then you don't know how it's going to work, right? And like in development, like I've been working on this one woman show of mine, and to me, it will never quite be ever done. I'm never going to have like a fully finished product. I'm always going to have a work in progress. That's how I like to look at things, because I know that there's always room for growth. It's just like being a human being, where we are all individual works in progress. None of us are done growing. None of us are done learning. We're only done learning when we stop caring. And so my work, my business, my art, my family is always in continuous growth for me. It's curiosity. So I say, throw stuff out there and see what's working. Yes, and your own work, and let other people yes and it. And not everyone's going to like your stuff. Not everyone's going to resonate with your messages, and that's okay. That's also information. I think it's fun. The more I give myself permission to just act and do, the gifts back have been priceless.
For one other little thing that I found that was helpful, because I hear you on that, the rewards back, and I just know, having coached so many folks and myself, like I have had a long career of doing music for theater, and theater has an opening night, you know? So I understand structure, and I understand the gift of structure. Of course, everybody on the night before opening night wants more time. There's never been a show where they said, maybe there's been a couple, but like almost always people say they want more time. But the fact is, the audience is coming tomorrow night, opening night happens. And so That's what we've done at Golden Lotus. That's what I encourage people, to do on their own, is some kind of structure. And that can even be as simple as you set a date a week from today with friends to share your songs with each other. They're not going to be done. They're not going to be perfect, but you will notice a push and a little bit of a sprint up to that finish line of sharing it for some other human. That's magic. A magic happens there. And you can even say, it's still not going to be any good, but I'm going to push it to the point where it's shareable. And you play that song for your friends in your song circle. Yeah. Harper, do you want to share about this topic? How do you finish stuff?
I mean, well, in my writing class, I've been writing, but sometimes, like, I just started a first chapter, and everyone else is like on their second, third, or fourth chapter.
Yeah.
So I have to finish that chapter to go on, and then like I have to make like a book, and I have my whole story planned, but sometimes you think of something else.
Right. Absolutely. I'm having a little bit of FOMO, Meredith, because I did not have a writing class in school. And I think that probably could have been my favorite class if I had it. So I acknowledge you, Harper Grundy, for having that and for working on your first chapter, because there's a lot of us that didn't have that opportunity to have a writing class. I just like the sound of that. However, I will say that I taught writing classes in elementary school as an artist in residence. My friend was the teacher, and she'd be like, I'm so burnt out. Can you help me? And I'd be like, oh, yeah, I'll be there on Tuesday. I'll teach writing. And I loved that.
And I also want to say, too, that Harper, to what you were just speaking into, is that you're on chapter 1 and some kids are on chapter 2 and 3. And it's okay to have your process. And sometimes it takes some people longer to do things than others. And that's all okay. You need to be with where you're at. And then, when you have that day when you're going to read your stories in front of everyone, that's the day that you finish. And you might finish those last 2 chapters in the last 48 hours.
Yeah.
Right? And that's okay.
Yeah, we did like a workshop day where you share your stories. I was the only one who didn't share my story. One, because I'm staring the introduction. 2, because it was time to go, so.
Oh, it was time to go.
So I was half happy, half sad that I didn't share my story. So.
Was there a part of you that felt scared?
No. No.
So a couple of things. Lori Marino is in the house from Florida. Hello, Lori. Thank you for being here. And Gary, could you speak to us in Golden Lotus Studio? I would assume, correct me if I'm wrong, that there are times when you look at the J word, or probably a lot of times when you look at the J word of judgment. Because when we're putting something out there, whether it's finished or not finished, whether it's a voicemail for a friend or a recording, the reason, and this is the part I'm making up, that we're not wanting to share is because we're afraid of being judged. Can you speak to
absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we just have to trick our ego mind until we get good practice at, returning to the creative process from the thought, because it's easy to just kind of follow that thought and go, that was a dumb word. This is a dumb line. That's a dumb song. I'm dumb. This whole process, you just quickly go there, right? If you follow that.
So you've been inside my head before then, apparently. Yeah.
But so until we get good at interrupting that pattern and bringing back, which you can practice and can get better at, obviously. Yeah. In the beginning, we just trick our minds into not doing it. And that's my thought with the write one crappy song. It's just like, let's write the worst song ever today, friends. Let's just write the worst possible thing. Because Well, first of all, you're probably not going to write the worst thing, but if you did, let's look at that. Let's celebrate that. You wrote the worst song ever written in the history of humanity. Won't we want to celebrate that? We want to call Guinness and share.
Yes.
Oh my God, we totally want to call Guinness for that. Yeah.
So that's one trick. There are many tricks like that, but where you just think, okay, I'm going to get, one of them is also just writing fast, not attached to the thing. Just write, okay, I'm going to write the next word, Always take the first thought, say yes and to the first thought, like an improv, rather than go on to the second and the third. By the time you're on the fifth thought, you're in the editor mind again, that judgment. And so that's antithetical most times to the creative mind, which is going to say, boy, that was a dumb idea, but I'm saying yes to it, The dumb idea thought goes over here, and then go yes to whatever that thought is, because, so many songwriters who we know and love write nonsense first and then edit later, And so this is already better than nonsense, Anyway, I know you got to get on to the next guest, so I'll
I want to share one final thought, or a couple of final thoughts. One is, I am so excited for Harper Grundy because she is surrounded by Meredith Grundy, improv, acting, directing, theater, confidently speaking. She has her father, Gary Grundy, with music and Golden Lotus Studio and instruments and piano and all that you are involved in musicals. And I am just so acknowledging you. And I trust and pray, Harper Grundy, close your eyes. I pray and trust that some, if not all, of this creative genius is imbibing into your body, and you're embodying it in a way that feels really lovely to you. Soak it all in, sister. It's all over. It's all over that apartment in New York. It's all over your family and the dining table. Okay.
Thank you for having us on. We appreciate
it's really
you so
good
much.
See you
Yeah,
later.
it was so good. Well, it's really good to see you too.
Have a great rest of your day. I might pop into the frame later,
Okay, I love it. Please do. Bye.
Bye, Gary. Bye, Harper.
Bye.
We appreciate you being here.
Aw, that was fantastic.
That's a big
Thank
thing,
you.
Meredith. Giving ourselves permission to write a song to be musical when we have been telling ourselves, oh, I'm not that good at that, or my voice is terrible, I can't carry a tune, right? To show up and be like, you know what? I'm here to just write the worst stuff that's ever been written.
Yes.
And what I didn't hear, but I know it was there, is how many amazing things are coming out of that studio, right?
Yeah.
We talked
It's
about
pretty
the
incredible.
one song about
Well, what's really funny is that, like, oftentimes I don't know what the heck is coming out of that studio, and then I am surprised. I'm like, oh, I didn't know you were working on that. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
And with his students, what they show up with, like, just as a blank canvas, right? We talk about that a lot in the artistic process. People, our experience can just be completely blank. Like, I got nothing. I actually produced an improv show one time, and it was called We Got Nothing. Like, we're showing up on the stage with absolutely nothing, which is not true. That is a fallacy, and I'm happy to speak into that. But we can show up blank and just be like, I'm willing to be in beginner's mind. And I know that Gary is coaching people to create really amazing music, even if it's only amazing to them. It doesn't have to be amazing to anybody else.
It doesn't. Well, it's so beautiful. I was having a conversation with a client of mine earlier today, and she was just saying that she wants to leave her legacy, and she doesn't care if it's just for her children and for herself. And I thought, that's beautiful. Like, it doesn't really need to go. I feel like sometimes we feel pressure that things need to be shared with everybody in order for it to be validated.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't think that's necessarily true all the time. This has been so fun so far. We've been at it for 1 hour and 4 minutes.
Wow. Okay, so can we back up? Did you say that before this 12-hour pod-a-thon, you had a client?
I did.
You what? What? Hello? That's what? Wow. Was it an emergency?
I just did not. So that I even had clients yesterday morning on Thanksgiving,
Okay.
because there's people in the world that don't celebrate Thanksgiving,
Right.
and so I just didn't even think about blocking out my calendar.
Okay.
So I had a couple consults yesterday with like potential clients, and I had a client, and I have to say that like it doesn't really bother me because I love what I do. So I just get really excited to be able to have these conversations with people all over the world, and so it brings me energy.
And did you have to talk this morning when you had your client? Did you have to talk, or could you just be there and be quiet and rest your voice?
A little bit of both.
Yeah.
A little bit of both.
Okay.
Yeah. We have our next guest in the waiting room.
Whoa, what? I didn't know we had any more. I thought Gary Grundy was it. I thought it was like, oh, he's the epitome.
No, we have Franklin Taggart. He's been waiting patiently. And I'm really excited because all I see right now is him in black and white. So I'm really excited to see what color glass frames he's wearing.
Oh, right, because he always has different color glass frames.
He does. He really does. So I'm welcoming to the stage. Hello, Franklin.
Hey, y'all.
And look at that voice.
Look at that voice. You should have
radio.
a podcast. Yeah.
I know.
Oh, you guys. Well, I'm sitting here. I'm actually having an imaginary virtual retreat at Joseph and Eli's house right now.
Oh, okay.
I love it.
I'm sitting around in my comfy clothes, enjoying my morning coffee.
I love
digging
it.
on what you're delivering. It's all good.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Tell us about what you are creating out there in the world these days, Franklin. You have a listening audience, a captive audience this morning. What are you creating?
A complete and total mess is what I'm
That's good. Be messy. I love that.
I have had a very fun, creative year. The thing that I set out to do this year, and I've stuck to it, is that I've released a combination video, podcast, blog every day this year.
What?
I've released one video, podcast, blog combined, and it's all reused content. It's like, the same thing on the video is the same thing on the podcast, which is the same thing on the blog. But I've stuck with it, and I've had a blast doing it, and proved to myself that I could actually keep a commitment and stay creative. So that has been a real fun experience.
Wow. And tell us the name of it. It's Your Own Best
Company.
Yeah, Your Own Best Company is the overall name of the podcast. And I initially started it with people who love working alone in mind. I love working alone. There's no better place for me than a room with a door that's closed.
and four walls. Yeah.
And I'm not keen on managing a team or having an organization to run. But I really, I love collaborations, and I love doing things, in concert with other people. But when it comes to my own creativity, I just love to have that room with the door. So Your Own Best Company is a podcast that's kind of geared for people who do that. So that comes out every Friday. I'm going to be releasing one later today as well. And then the other 6 days of the week, I'm doing something that I call the virtual coffee break. And the virtual coffee break, it's still on the same channel. It's still everywhere that Your Own Best Company is. But it's inspired by conversations of the day. And I give myself permission to talk a little bit more about things that have come up in conversations, either with clients or with family members or friends. And I can talk about anything for at least 10 minutes. So I've been doing that every day this year, and it has been a whole lot of fun. I also created. I'm not gonna give a link for this because I'm in the midst of changing course hosting platforms.
Okay.
But I actually started and finished 3 whole online courses this year.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
That's impressive.
Can you tell us about one or two of them?
Well, 2 of them are kind of intertwined with each other. The first one that I finished was one called Elevator Pitches That Don't Suck. And then there's another kind of a companion course to that called Fridge-Worthy Freebies, where people can really get freebies that are worth holding on to and that people want to use over and over and over again. And then the third course that I did was one about, it's called the Quiz Quick Start, and it's just about getting an online quiz put together well and quickly. So it's been a busy year.
So
Very
twice, my dear Franklin, you told us how fun it's been creating all of this. I
Yeah.
believe you. I agree with you as a creative being. There can be a lot of fun in what we create and what we bring forth. I'm wondering if you would be willing to talk about some of the difficulties that lie in showing up every day to the business, showing up every day to the 3 courses, showing up every day to yourself. Because while I believe you, my friend, I know that it's not always 107% fun. And I'm always, I'm happy to talk about fun, but for our listener, I'm wondering if you could help serve her or him, because I don't want to put the idea in their head that this is all going to be glitter and unicorns, right? When they start something new. Can you speak to that?
Glitter and unicorns, that's a lovely way to think about it. Well, Joseph, there are some things for me that there are points of tension that I struggle with and have pretty much my whole life. And one of them is that I'm kind of a caretaker. I love responding to other people, and it's a kind of a habit. It's a compulsion, right? To take care of other people's needs before I take care of my own. And for me to say, I'm going to go in my room and shut my door, and I'm not going to be available for 3 hours or however long I'm going to be there. That sometimes there's a tension that happens in that I feel some guilt and I feel some responsibility for not being available to other people during that time. So for me, that tension is really potent, and that's been something that I've really had to work with as long as I can remember, going all the way back even to when I was young. And I'm not going to treat it as a pathology. I'm just going to say that that's just kind of a reality that I have to face when I'm making a priority out of my own creativity. And so that's probably the biggest challenge. I think the other one that's tricky, it has to do with I'm reaching a point in my life physically where I require frequent naps. And I used to be able to just push through that tiredness and still work. And I can't do that anymore. And I think one of the things that I have to balance now is the priority of making sure that I get enough rest, making sure that I'm eating right, making sure that I'm moving my body some, and really paying attention to that, so that when I am in my flow, I'm not interrupted by physical, difficulties or anything like that. So those are the 2 biggies, I think, for me, that I have to be constantly, aware of.
That second one, especially, I know you've had some physical challenges in the past, and honoring where we are with our body, with our spirit, with our soul, with our emotional well-being, our psychological well-being, all of that, if we choose to, can be attended to in a way that feels like a priority. You mentioned, I don't know how good we are at doing that a lot. And
What's
I
hard?
want to be the person here standing up and telling our listener that they get to prioritize their physical, mental, and spiritual health
Yeah.
over another Facebook post or over another podcast release or over another, book release, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Fill the well, brothers and sisters. Just fill the well. Meredith.
Well, and I also feel, yes, over those little activities that we do to keep our businesses moving and grooving, but it's also, to me, why it's so important for self-care and self-love and all those things is because we are so interconnected, and
Yeah.
it does directly influence and affect our community when we don't take care of ourselves. And on a micro level, in your own family, if you're not taking care of yourself, then that affects your family, and then your family goes out into the world, and then it affects their jobs, and then it affects the communities that they're a part of. And so to me, it's the self-care is more about like, actually, if I don't take care of myself, I have a direct impact on my overall community. And
Yeah.
that's where I think, that's why organizations are struggling right now, is because there were a lot of people in those organizations and in leadership that were not taking care of themselves, and it had a dramatic impact.
Oh, yeah. That was, I think, one of the silver linings of the quarantine and pandemic time is that we really realized what our rhythms were doing to us. And I've had so many people come to me and say that, one of the things that they realized was that they had been trying to keep up a completely unreasonable pace for years. And then when they finally had to stop, all of a sudden they realized that there was a benefit to stopping that they had never had before, and that they were actually becoming more productive with that force to stop than they had been pushing the pedal to the metal all that time. It's been an interesting paradox, if you ask me, right?
It really has been. It really has been. I just want to give a quick shout out to a couple of people. I want to say hello to Dan Goodman, who had to take off. Thank you for watching. And thank you, Hillary Blair, for being here as well. And thank you for everybody else who's been listening to our 12-hour Pod-a-thon. And just briefly, we are here for 12 hours or until we raise $5,000, 12% of which is going to the Malala Fund. We have Franklin Taggart here with us right now, who was one of our earlier guests on the podcast. He's an amazing coach. He's an amazing creator of content, musician, all of the things. And so please donate. Go to areyouwaitingforpermission.com and donate, even if it's just for the cost of a cup of coffee or tea or water, whatever you drink. And please help support our podcast so that we can continue moving and grooving and moving this thing forward. It will also help the Malala Fund. And if you want to be a sponsor for $500, you will get my lovely voiceover and or Joseph's voiceover with your ad for your business and or for your project. And we can't wait to have you be a collaborator. And there will be other perks as well. And back to you, Franklin Taggart. And I think, Joseph, you had a question.
I have many questions.
Before Joseph's question,
yeah,
I will throw in a voiceover as well for anyone who wants to. Yeah.
You heard that here, folks. Have you heard
You
this?
heard that here
say it again.
first. Thank you. You get this sultry Franklin Taggart. Beautiful.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, Franklin, could you serve our listeners in talking about this idea of falling behind? So we're looking at, taking care of ourselves and giving ourselves permission to rest or to, take care of ourselves physically, emotionally, spiritually. And part of what happens to us psychologically, I believe, and this is what I'm going to ask you to speak to, Franklin, is, if I do that, if I don't have that post out there, if I'm not out in front of my audience, if I'm not sending another email out, I might fall behind or my business might falter in some way. And I believe, and speak to this, I believe that's what keeps us pushing through.
A lot of the time that's true. I think one of the big realizations that I've had over the last few years is that I needed to be a lot more truthful with myself about how those things were really doing for me, right? I spent a lot of time on social media. I still do, not as much as I once did. But I had to look at it at one point and I just had to say, I'm trying to be visible and available all the time. And It's not making a great big difference in the amount of business that I have, because my business tends to come from referrals mostly, or it tends to come from interactions in the marketplace, right? The social media marketplace isn't where most of those conversations happened. Hey, thanks, Monique. I love you. You're awesome. Everybody, Monique is on, and if you want to see a very fun YouTube channel, go over and subscribe to Pro Pet Photog. One of the greatest treasures in life. Anyhow, getting back to it, I had to do some real deep pondering about it, Joseph, because I felt like, again, there was a lot of tension within me to be available and to be helpful to people. And one of the things that I had to let go of, in fact, I released a conversation yesterday with some people where we were talking about deep work. And one of the things that they asked was what had to go on the chopping block. And I said, well, the first thing that had to happen was that I had to be real with myself about what kind of return I was getting from all the time that I was spending on social media, which was it was less than a fraction of 1% of any kind of meaningful return. So at one point I just decided, my time on social media, I'm going to prioritize that for personal connection. And I'm going to take my business and make it a little bit more direct. And I'm going to cultivate relationships, which has been my philosophy all along for marketing, is that it's all about building and cultivating strong relationships with clients. And I have the long term in mind. I don't want to have a short term. I don't want a one night stand. I want to have some meaning here, and I want to have a really good exchange. So social media was one of the things that I had to let go of. It's all good. And the other thing that I think comes to mind in response to your question, I really feel like I've been doing a lot of work in the last couple of years, helping people to really uncover and discover what their business fingerprint is. Because we're being sold blueprint after blueprint after blueprint after blueprint. And I can't tell you the number of people who've come to me who said, I paid $10,000 for this blueprint program and it didn't work. And I'm at my wit's end, and I'm about ready to throw in the towel.
Of course. Yeah, I would be too.
So the thing that I think is really important is I think it's really crucial for us as entrepreneurs and as creative people and as artists and as all of the above to really find our way of working in the world and honoring that. So that's been a process that I've been going through as well for myself. And I expect that that'll be unfolding until I'm done. So,
so what would your advice be to the person, the client that comes to you and says, yeah, I really want to honor myself. And I feel like I have been honoring myself and the way I want to do business, but I'm not making any money.
Yeah.
So what do you say to that person? Because I would imagine that that's such a struggle for people.
I think one of the things that's tricky is that there's a difference between being true to yourself and making excuses. And using your personality.
Franklin, please, we're so good at making excuses. Don't make us give that up. That's the only thing we're really good at. I will speak for myself.
Here's the thing that I tell people is like, you cannot use your Myers-Briggs type as an excuse. Period. It's not allowed. In this dojo, your excuse has to be that you've got a limb that's about ready to fall off, or it's nothing, So the thing that I always look at is that we're not talking necessarily about avoiding things that are uncomfortable. We are talking about leveraging your strengths and honoring your preferences, because I think that if we leverage strengths and honor preferences, we can actually get a lot done in a positive direction. And so a big part of what I do is help people. What I distinguish is that most people think it's a skill problem, but for most people, it's a will problem. So
Mm-hmm.
in any case, that's where I would go with that.
I
Meredith,
love
it looks like it's just us for a minute.
I think it is. I think it is. So I will, but for 12 hours, we're going to have to get up and do some things a couple
Yeah,
of times.
exactly. Right. No
Well,
kidding.
the thing I have learned too over time is to be more intentional with my time. I feel
Yeah.
like that has also been really helpful for me when it comes to like how am I spending my time in networking groups, or how am I spending my time on social media? What are the things that I'm needing to get out of it in order to make sense for myself and my
Oh,
time?
yeah.
Here comes Joseph again. And
Oh,
so
good.
that's what I feel is helped me quite a bit, right? And
Yeah.
and what was so beautiful is that I got to work with you at the beginning of me starting my business, which was so helpful because you gave me a gazillion things to think about, and then I went off on my own and then integrated it and have worked with other coaches and have worked with other, and you are so spot on. It's like you have to figure out what works for you. And you
Yeah.
gave me such beautiful gifts to catapult myself forward. So I want to say thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
It has been just absolutely amazing to see what you've done in a year and a half. Just absolutely incredible. And
Thank
Joseph
you.
too. I mean, the both of
Yeah.
you have made some huge things happen. And Joseph's husband, Eli, I just am floored by all that's happened for Eli in the last year and all that
Thank you.
he's catalyzed. I mean, it's just really remarkable stuff happening in this room as far as I'm concerned.
Thanks. While I'm remembering, you mentioned Monique's YouTube. Monique,
Yeah.
please feel free to go ahead and put a link to your YouTube
Yes.
for us. Pro Pet Photo Talk. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Welcome to my world. But Monique, please feel free to do that so that we can follow you and subscribe to your YouTube channel.
Monique is another one. I've interviewed you both. I've interviewed Eli. Haven't interviewed Gary yet, but he's on my list.
Oh, you
Oh,
should. Yeah.
beware. Be careful.
Beware.
Yeah, no kidding, right? And Monique was a guest not too long ago, and we were talking about creative marketing projects. She's brilliant at it. So really wonderful people. I'm surrounded, and I am just constantly grateful for the people that I get to be exposed to.
That is so important, Franklin. Thank you for bringing that up. I want to acknowledge that we are as strong as those that surround us.
Yeah.
Right? So it's amazing when we get to be surrounded by positive, uplifting, creative, inspired, and inspiring people. Sometimes we're not, right?
Yeah.
So the invitation is to just look at who are we spending time with and how do we feel afterwards. So there's, how do we feel before we get together with them? How do we feel during? But how do we feel afterwards? Do we feel like, yeah, I got this. Oh, thank you, Tommy, for, your words of wisdom and inspiring me, or not?
Yeah.
So that's a whole nother thing, because Meredith and I talk a lot about this on our podcast. Are you waiting for permission? Who is lifting you up in your life?
Yeah.
Who is doing that for you?
Yeah. And if they're not, then
well, there was one
Meredith,
other thing.
that brings me to something I wanted to tell you.
Oh no, not here. This is not the time or place, okay? We only have 12 hours together.
Oh, right. We don't want to break up here now, right?
So that would be awkward for everybody.
Everybody. My mother-in-law is going to be watching later. She would not want to see that.
No, not at all.
So there was one other thing I was going to bring up, and that is that there is one thing that I've given myself permission to do this year. And that is I've given myself to permission to retire from music performance.
Oh, that's huge, because that's such a huge part of your identity.
It has been, but the last few years it hasn't been easy.
Yeah.
So I have been really, kind of gradually letting it go over the past few years. But this summer, I actually played my last performance.
Oh, wow.
And
Thank you.
it was really interesting as I watched the Elton John farewell the other night. it was just like, oh man, he's telling my story. He was interviewed at the beginning of it, and they asked him whether he would miss the road, and he said no.
Like, I'm done.
I've had enough of that 1,000 times over, and I'm done, and I just want to be with my family now. And I just so resonated with what he said, you know. So just because we can doesn't mean that we should.
Oh, right.
Yes.
I
Beautiful.
learned that very early on in my art career. I was in Palm Springs visiting a family friend, and she was also an assemblage artist. I didn't know that before I showed up to stay with her for the weekend. And she said that same exact thing to me, and it has always resonated with me. She said, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Just because you can put these two things together and assemble them together doesn't mean that you should. Just because you can continue to play music into your 70s and 80s doesn't mean you should. You don't have to.
Well, music's not all the way gone. I'm going to continue to write and record, but I just am done. I'm done performing.
Can
And
I
it
interest
feels
you in
really
a
good.
Golden Lotus studio, maybe, perhaps, writing songs, songwriting Fridays?
It's today, Franklin. You can jump in there.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to have to miss it this week, but it's on, like I said, Gary's on my list.
Oh, well, so Franklin, this has been such a pleasure to see you again and to
Always
have
good to see you too.
here as our guest and again. And thank you for being a supporter of Are You Waiting for Permission? It really means the world to myself. And I feel confident I could speak for Joseph as well.
Absolutely. Because what we know to be true is that Franklin is indeed one of those people that lifts us up.
Yeah.
And we need people like you, and we appreciate people like you, and we love you. So thank you for being here on our very first, maybe last, I don't know, Pod-a-thon. Meredith might be like, I'm never doing that again, bro.
Well, I'm telling you, I hope you still have a podcast after today.
I hope so too. For those who are watching, if you haven't made a donation yet, please do. It's going towards the production of this podcast over the past couple of years. You can go directly to Are You Waiting for Permission? There's a link there that will take you directly to the donation page, and 12% goes to the Malala Fund to help girls be all over the world find education and be educated. And it's a wonderful organization. So thank you for being here and watching and listening. And thank you, Franklin, for your time today. And I look forward to the next time I get to be in a Zoom room with you.
I am excited about that too.
Ladies
Love
and
you
gentlemen,
both.
please find Franklin Taggart, Taggart, franklintaggart.com. You can connect with all the wonderful things that he's creating when he's not resting and taking care of himself.
Yes.
Big love to both of you, and to Eli and to Gary and Harper.
Thank you. Love
Thanks,
you.
Franklin. We appreciate you.
See y'all.
Wow. That voice, right, Meredith?
I know.
Wow.
I know.
And he offered to do a voiceover for one of our sponsors,
which is fantastic and very exciting. So
I did not see that coming at all. I didn't know that was going to happen.
I did not either, because that's a pretty good, I mean, come on. If you have a business and you want to be on a podcast and you're in alignment with what we're doing on our podcast, and Joseph, why don't you speak into like, who are the people that we interview on our podcast? And I also want to say, if people want to be a guest on our podcast, please reach out to us. We would love to talk to you. So Joseph, do you mind if I hand this baton over to you and you can chat up about the kind of guests that we are looking for and that we have had?
Right. So I know the kind of guests that we have had, Meredith, have been really mostly brave souls. And I use the word mostly intentionally because we're not like just vetting people who are like, oh, I've got it all figured out and look at me, I'm, super successful. It's those of us, as Brene Brown says, that are in the arena, right? We are in there fighting the good fight or not, just trying to figure things out. And I would say that what we mostly are looking for is, I say this all the time to our guests before we start recording, but I'm looking for those guests who can speak to our listener who is sitting at their kitchen table, questioning, wondering, scared, fearful. They're stuck. They're not sure where to go. And they are indeed waiting to give themselves permission, because that's really a thing. That's why this podcast resonates with so many people around the globe. I hope, I don't know, could just be Canada or Poughkeepsie, New York. I don't know. That, they really are stuck, and they really are waiting for permission. And what we invite in when we look at our guests who are going to be guests or who have already been guests is, I just want you to speak to that one person who's sitting there thinking, can I, should I, do I, will I, what if, right? We can sometimes get stuck in our heads with all of these questions. And our guests, we put a little bit of pressure on them of, can you speak to that one listener who is sitting at her kitchen table, at his kitchen table, and they're not sure where to go? Keep them in mind. Keep them top of heart, top of mind as we move through this interview and ask you these questions, because maybe you have some words for them. And so mostly we work with artists, creatives, entrepreneurs, business owners, or people who are just starting out, that are just questioning, is this something for me? And what I love about this podcast is we get to see each other once a week as we record on Zoom. But then we also get to tap into the brilliance, the absolute brilliance of our guests and how they are showing up in the world, because they're our teachers. And we just get to ask them questions, some questions like yours, better than others. And we just get to tap into their brilliance and say, what's working for you? What are you struggling with? What are you creating? What's inspiring you these days? And then, like Franklin Taggart was saying, or no, it was Gary Grundy, we go into their earbuds, and as they're jogging along the Hudson River, those words might inspire them to make a change, to do something differently, to let go of something that's no longer serving them. That is huge. And what a gift that you and I get to show up and share that, right? And we have no idea the impact. We've no idea at all. I don't ever want to assume that anything we say or do is making an impact, except I know that it is, because people are telling us, oh, I heard that interview. Oh, I signed up for that class. Oh, I loved what that person had to share about that.
Yes, all of those things. It's fantastic. And at some point I want to talk about Sumana Jetty too, but we have but we have a guest that's waiting patiently in our waiting room.
Another guest? Oh,
yeah.
I thought it was just Gary. I should have.
No, we have another one, and his name is Mitch Ditkoff, and I'm going to bring him in. I don't see him on camera yet, though, so I'm a little bit like, Mitch, are you there? And I'm going to bring you up, and let's just see what happens. Mitch.
Well, he is pretty tech savvy, I have to say.
So maybe he's just not ready for us.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's true. Yeah. So I can speak to a little bit about who Mitch Ditkoff is. So I want to tell our listeners that each of our guests today have been a previous guest on Are You Waiting for Permission?
Yes.
That's where they came from
Yes.
what we've curated in the past. And Mitch was a guest last year, and he is showing up and sharing with us. I believe the conversation can go different directions, but he has a very beautiful goal of wanting to get his new book of poetry out into the world. And I think his goal is 50,000 sales of his poetry book.
I love
Not
that
because
goal.
of the money, but because he really believes in the work that he has created in honor of his guru. So most of these poems are in honor of his guru, Prem Rat, if I'm pronouncing the last name correctly. And so he's a poet. He's the president of Idea Champions. He is my friend. He was a previous guest on our podcast. And I'm in a mastermind with him every other week, where we get together and we look at what's working, what's not working, what are we creating, what are we not creating, what are we letting go of. And I really, really enjoy his wisdom.
So Joseph, will you do me a favor and text him right now? Because I'm not sure I see him there, but his camera's not on. Just make sure everything's A-okay. And as we continue, I'm going to just talk a little bit about Sumana as you're doing that, since I brought her up. So she was a guest on our podcast because she was listening to the podcast, and she had an email in her inbox for 2 years that was her resignation email for a job that was killing her. She was burnt out. And she listened to our podcast and she decided to send that resignation email, which is fantastic. And since then, Sumana has been on fire. She quit her job. She got one that is more fulfilling for her. And she started the Workplace Wellness Collective, which I am also a collaborator on. And the two of us, and now this amazing team of humans, have managed to put together multiple summits here on LinkedIn. I know because we have some LinkedIn viewers, and to help people prevent workplace burnout. And we've had some terrific speakers, and she is on fire. So I will say that she is definitely somebody that has benefited from listening to some of our guests, some of our very wise and amazing guests on this podcast.
Yeah. And what I'm noticing in this moment, Meredith, is that we had an impact with Sumana, and then she has gone forth to create all these other impacts with giving people permission to acknowledge, like that's huge, to acknowledge, oh my gosh, I think I'm suffering from burnout, right? That's beautiful, that the work that she's doing, because it's not a conversation that comes up at the office water cooler, if that's still a thing. But water coolers were a thing, and it's still
they were a thing. I mean, now it's probably just like an auto
bottled water or something.
Bottled water, or like
or a robot brings you water.
Coconut water.
Yeah.
Bye, Oz. Thank you for being here and being so.
Thank you, Oz.
Appreciate you so much. I think, Mitch, we're having a hard time getting you in the room here. He left and came back.
So you take care of that. I'm just going to say that, Sumana, I really want to acknowledge the work that you do, because, as I said, it's not a conversation that comes up often, right? I think I'm burnt out from my job. I mean, we might talk about it at a happy hour or maybe with the closest people in our lives. But what you're creating is actually a safe space for us to be able to have conversations with our colleagues and with our managers and with ourselves about, oh, this is not feeling really good to me anymore. And it's certainly not feeling sustainable to me anymore. And I'm wondering how I can change that. So it's such a beautiful conversation that you are creating with us and for us, and creating spaces where we can show up and be like, I'm not sure that I can keep doing this. This is really difficult for me in this moment. And it's kind of one of the ribbons that we like to wear around, that you quit your job because of this podcast. You had your resignation letter. I think it was for 2 years. That's what Meredith said, but it might have been less than that.
Yeah, it was 2 years.
In your drafts folder.
Yes.
And said, you know what? I am needing to step into my brilliance. I'm needing to leave this job where I am experiencing burnout, where it's not sustainable for me. And I just acknowledge you in taking that step, and you continuing to, because the steps that we take, Meredith, are not a one-time thing, right? We don't just like, oh, I took this leap of faith and now I'm golden, right? I'm taking this leap of faith over and over and over again, and each day making a choice, hopefully, possibly, toward our dreams.
100%. 100%.
Hopefully finding people that are lifting us up along the way.
Yeah. Well, and I also feel like it's important to, and I know, and I don't think Sumana would be, I wish she was here. I wish she was a guest today.
I know, we invited her. I don't think she got
happened.
the email.
Well, you know why? She's in high demand now.
Oh, right. It's all
Hi
our
to Van
fault,
now.
too.
Well, the thing is that I feel is true is that when you take a leap of faith, it doesn't mean that it's going to be an easy path. It takes time to build yourself. It takes time to create something from the ground up. And I feel like a lot of the times people give up when it starts to feel hard, when it starts to get messy.
Yes,
when the,
yes. I
right
do.
when the money isn't coming in and you've put all this effort forward and I always call that the messy middle, because I don't care if it's a creative project or if it's a business that you're building, there is a messy middle, and there will probably be another messy middle. And I feel that what she experienced was right when she got into that messy middle. I've had conversations with her and she was like, I don't know if I can do this anymore. She pushed through, and man, stuff is happening and it's pretty beautiful. And so I just encourage folks out there, and I see Mitch, I'm so excited to bring him into the room. I just encourage folks out there that if they're feeling like things are really hard and they've been spending and committing all of this time and effort on this project or this business or this whatever it is that you're in creation mode with, is to keep moving forward. Don't give up now. That's it. Okay, now I'm bringing Mitch into the room. Are you ready?
How's my hair?
Your hair is great. Mitch, oh my goodness, you're here.
Hi, thank you for your patience. I was on the wrong browser or something, but I made it.
You are here, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, you are
Good to
here,
see you
brother.
both.
You as well. How are
Yeah.
you?
I'm great. Feeling good.
It's Black Friday. It's Black Friday. Everyone's celebrating, spending money all over the place.
Am I supposed to buy something today?
You're supposed to buy everything.
Make a donation. You are supposed to make a donation to Are You Waiting for Permission? We have done an introduction for you talking about Idea Champions and talking about your poetry book and talking about the goal that you have for the launch that's happening this spring. But I'm inviting in, if you could tell us from your perspective, my dear brother, what's going on in your life? What are you creating and what are you excited about?
Well, I'm excited about everything. I really, sometimes I wake up at 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning, completely awake. It's dark outside. I go, I should really be sleeping right now. And I'm completely awake. It's just time to wake up. So I feel grateful. I feel content. I feel full of juice and energy. And this is the best time of my life.
Wow, that's huge. And I know that has not been an easy path for you always, right? There's been some doubts. There's been the hero's journey that you've been on for a long time. What about this thing called poetry, brother? What's going on with your poetry?
Well, a lot. I began, sort of my spiritual quest or journey, you might say, was accompanied by a great flood of poetry that came out of me. And I just followed that path for my entire life in different ways. It's always been kind of a sidebar thing, boutique thing on the side, given, the need to make a living and deal with so-called responsibilities and so forth. But no matter what I did or didn't do, I could never shake this impulse, this urge, this floodgates inside of me that have been open for many years to express what I know and what I feel and what I have to share with other people via poetry. So I'm reclaiming that. I'm giving myself permission. Thank you for the title of your show, by the way. It's fabulous. To double down, double click on that which I've been guided and prompted and rewarded and thanked and acknowledged for many years, but have never taken as seriously, without being heavy, as I am right now. So, Joseph mentioned when I wasn't accessible to the podcast that I was setting this up to see if I could have 50,000 of my books out there. And I'll tell you why I'm claiming this is not a commercial venture. This is not a money-making project. I mean, if it does, that's great. But the average poetry book that's sold sells 100 copies.
Ooh, brother.
And it's usually to family and friends. And those poets, those aspiring poets, have something to share, something to say, a gift, a message, some way to inspire, uplift, or, just connect with people. And the way the game is that very few people read poetry. No one really cares about poetry. And there's probably so many self-published poets out there that the market is glutted, just like there are memoirs out there. And you name it. I mean, this is the age of everything. So I decided, screw that. I'm not buying into the concept that you only sell 100 books of poetry. I'm going to pick a big, bold number and just said 50,000. So I've got at least 2 people on the call right here. You guys.
Sold 2 already.
There you go.
Yes. And tell us about the poems themselves, because I know that there's a guru that you have been following for decades, and that a lot of these poems are inspired by the work that you do together. True or true?
Mostly true.
Good.
Yes, I have had a teacher previously referred to as a guru. He doesn't use that title anymore because for many people it comes with baggage. It's not a word that a lot of people resonate with. And he's not about adjectives. He's about people enjoying their lives and experiencing the best that there is to experience. So I've dedicated the book to him because he's been a great ally and inspiration for me to give myself permission. And for permission to what? To live fully, to live completely, to not hold back, to let it rip, to be myself, and to actually discover what that self is. Because the word self is often used as a euphemism for one's personality or one's profession or one's station in life, one's identity. But there's another self beyond and behind the persona of self. And that self is what everybody has in common. It's glorious. It's not religion. It's not even spiritual. It's just this universal, equally distributed energy of love and life that all of us have, and express it in so many different ways. It doesn't matter what a person does. There's no one right form of expression that's better than another. For me, poetry comes easily and it's inspiring to me, but I also have a business, and I'm also a father, and I'm also a friend, and I'm also a bozo. And so this book is really dedicated to the expression of selfhood and beingness, and hopefully in a way that's also entertaining. Poetry, our exposure to poetry, most of us, was horrendous, usually in high school by a teacher that should have retired years ago. And we were forced to read, the so-called classic poets, many of whom spoke in a language that a 15-year-old kid couldn't relate to. And you had to learn iambic pentameter or whatever the rules were. You thought poetry equals rhyming. It has nothing to do with rhyming, by the way. And so I'm trying to take poetry out of the closet, you might say, and make it more accessible, interesting, and evocative for people.
I love that mission. I think that's a very important mission. Yeah, that's fantastic.
And this is not your first or second or third book, is it?
No, this is my 4th book. I have 3 other books out there. So I've been through the process of committing and getting down into the details of what does it take to actually not just write the poems, but publish them. That's a whole other deal that requires a different side of the brain. But unlike the other 3, I've decided to, completely go for this one. So I've enrolled people in 15 countries to help me get the word out. People who like my writing and trust me and feel like they want to be part of the process or the party of communicating that this will be available. So I'm into the adventure of it.
Yeah, and that's a game changer, right? When we see our lives, our experience, our business, our writing as an adventure. And this is what I'm going to ask you to speak to, brother. And that is that some of us, when we're starting something new or we've been doing it for a while, there can be this element of seriousness that happens around it, right? Like, I have to make this happen. This has to work. This has to feed my ego, or this has to, get me a million more likes. And what I'm noticing about you and your personality is the enthusiasm that you're bringing to that. And Julia Cameron, she talks in her seminal work, The Artist's Way, about how when we're able to bring enthusiasm to the table, these are my words, not hers, but what I took from her work, when we're able to bring enthusiasm to the table, how that can just be such a beautiful shift for us. And can you speak to our listeners about that?
Yeah, well, that's what life is all about. I mean, the word enthusiasm actually comes from the Latin. The root of it is entheus, which means with God.
With God, yes, it does.
So, I mean, some people resonate with the word or the concept of God, some don't, but you consider it just an adjective that applies to the animating principle of life, that which gives us life. And if we can be aligned with and surrendered to and enjoying that energy of life, whatever you call it, whatever your favorite euphemism is for it, then you're filled with enthusiasm. And if you're not, you're semi-depressed or passive aggressive or just sort of flaking out or wondering, thinking that it's just around the corner or next year, or only if X, Y, and Z, when all of that we have to enjoy is happening right now, here in this moment, on this podcast, wherever anyone is in this moment. And poetry is simply one form of giving voice to that which is omnipresent and all fulfilling.
Thank you. Meredith, welcome back. We're talking about our ability or our choice of bringing in more enthusiasm into our work when it, can sometimes feel heavy or difficult or serious. And Mitch was speaking to how it can serve us to bring more enthusiasm into what we're doing. And
100%. Yes.
And I'm going to put something out there. I don't know if this is true or not, but I'm going to rough draft this, Meredith. And that is, enthusiasm is a lot easier to muster than we give it credit.
Well, I feel like it's about it's about allowing yourself to be, it's about allowing yourself to feel the feelings behind the work that you do, and giving yourself permission to show the feelings behind the work that you do. Because I coach people all the time in public speaking, and a lot of these people that I'm coaching are very technical, like they are in the medical field, or they're in tech, or they're just not used to being vulnerable in front of an audience of people. And I always am asking the question, how do you feel about this product that you just developed? Or how do you feel about the fact that you save lives? Well, I love it. I'm passionate about it. It's important work. And I said, well, then show me that you're passionate about it. Show me that you're enthusiastic about it. We as human beings want to see your eyes light up when you speak about these things. And I feel that that's so scary for people on a lot of levels, because I think culturally, and I can speak for some of these organizations I work for, they're not encouraged to do so. It gets so bogged down in the details and the data and the product that they forget to put the humanness and the passion behind things that are actually helping people's lives. And so, 100%.
Well, especially, Meredith, in organizations where people are basically prompted to fit in and not to stand out. And if you become an outlier, you'd be demonized as a wacko or undependable or not a company person, not a team player. And so people look around and they get their cues from the kind of the cultural myth of the workplace and decide to fit in. And unfortunately, they abandon or minimize their own individuality, their own soul, their own heart. And it doesn't have to be that way. It's great that you're coaching people not to be that way, because really what people want is a genuine, authentic, fully expressed person up there on the stage or next to them in the next cubicle. They don't want somebody who's put themselves in the Procrustean bed of corporate America, or to fit into their community or their church or their spiritual path to be like everyone else. It's like, we're here to be unique.
Yes,
And
I always say, dare to be remarkable. Dare to be remarkable.
you
Dare
got
to
it.
be unique. I want to say really quick, Mitch and Joseph, I want to welcome, we've got Marion here. Hi, Marion, and hi, Lauren. Thank you for joining us for this conversation and our Pod-a-thon. We're here for 12 hours or until we raise $5,000. And 12% is going to go to the Malala Fund to help educating young girls all over the world. And the other is going to go towards helping us keep this podcast moving and grooving forward. And Mitch Ditkoff right now was one of our past guests and is now having this juicy conversation with us about poetry, bringing your best self forward, allowing yourself to show your enthusiasm, your authentic self. And so if you want to be a part of the conversation too, or if you have questions, please go ahead and drop it in the chat and we will respond. And please go to—
do you know that we've had some donors? Did you know that?
We have.
I want to give a shout out to some of our donors. I'm so grateful for your generosity, and I know Meredith is as well. So shout out to Bonnie Burt, to Jode Ann Lamb, to Susan and Mike 10 Kate, to Jenny and Arik Dumai all the way in San Diego, California, to Jan Davidson coming at us from from California as well. Irene and Gregory Diamant, they were here for Thanksgiving at this table last night. To Jan Burrows, she's in Portland, Oregon, and to Tina Larson up in New York City. So thank you to our donors.
Thank you.
thus
Thank
far.
you.
Yeah, and where can people donate? Remind us.
Are you waiting for permission? Go there. There's a direct link. Boom, and you're done.
Wow.
Yes.
Are you waiting for permission.com?
It's just as efficient as that, whatever you were going to buy on Amazon, okay?
No, it's more efficient because you don't have to do a shipping address.
No, you don't. You don't have to do any of that.
It's so simple. We are easier than Amazon. That could have been our tagline.
Yes, we are easier to buy. It's easier for you to spend your money here than on Amazon. How's that?
Right. Yeah. And it supports women's education, girls' education, which I don't think that Amazon does.
No, and nor do you get to have a conversation with Mitch Ditkoff on Amazon.
That's true. Definitely.
Yeah. Or buy his poetry book. Do you have a title for your book?
Yes, I do. It's called Unspoken Word on Love, Longing, and Letting Go.
Love it.
Unspoken word. Well, may it not be unspoken anymore. May it be spoken from the mountaintops. May you be heard clearly throughout the lands. And tell us how many countries are supporting you with this?
More than that, Joseph, I'm going to read you a poem from the book just to make it real.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I have time?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have our next guest. She's already in the waiting room, but we are here for you. Go ahead.
I'll keep it short. It's called An Ode to Self-Improvement. If you are trying to improve yourself, please take a moment to consider the possibility that the self you are trying to improve either doesn't exist or is totally self-invented. And what you are really trying to do is improve your persona, the wind-up doll of yourself that you've conjured up to make your way forward in the world. An understandable pastime indeed, but not the real purpose of life. And just to make matters even more interesting, who is it that is trying? Upon what ground is that person standing? And why are they trying so hard? Is there really something wrong with you? And if so, who is judging whom? Maybe that's the self that needs to be improved. Just for the moment, consider the possibility that life is not a matter of self-improvement. Maybe it's more a matter of knowing yourself. Perhaps once this so-called self is known, there will be no more need for self-improvement. Wouldn't that be interesting? Imagine what you could do with all that extra time. Think about what a big, beautiful space would open up for you, kind of like one of those fields Rumi liked to wander in. With all that newly found time in your life, maybe you could take up gardening or learn to play the piano, or maybe you could just make someone tea, like yourself, for example.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Where can our guests and our listeners connect with you, Mitch?
Well, they can go to ideachampions.com/poetry, and that is an online destination that'll show you how to find the book when it comes out.
Beautiful. Oh, it's so good to see you again, Mitch, and to
you.
have another great conversation. Thank
Good
you.
to see you guys. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you so much.
Oh, we appreciate you. Have a beautiful day and happy Thanksgiving.
As well.
Bye.
I
Bye-bye,
love you,
guys.
brother.
Thank you so
Bye.
much.
As you're bringing Teresa into the room, I needed to say that Marion Spears Kerr says, had to make a donation because Mitch had me at the phrase procrustean bed.
Yes.
So
Thank you, Marion. Thank you, Marion. I appreciate that. Oh, fantastic. Well, we have, yes, Teresa Funk, who's coming up next. And so I don't see her on screen yet. So I will bring her up as soon as I see her beautiful face.
Okay.
But
so she wrote in the chat, she said, I can see you guys, but can't hear anything. Is that because I'm not on yet? Question mark.
let's see. Teresa. Oh, I brought her up. She's not coming up. She can go to her settings, which is the little gear icon, and click on that and see if the sound is in alignment with what device you are using, whether that be your laptop or a USB plug-in. So look at that, and we're here for you when you figure it out. And if you need anything, feel free to text myself or Joseph. You got to roll with these things.
You do. You truly, truly do. I'm wondering, have you ever written any poetry in your life? I know you've done a lot of dance and a lot of theater and improv and playback theater that you told us about earlier this morning. What about any poetry?
I have written poetry, but I've written it mostly for myself. I wrote a poem for a show I did once in undergrad. I'm not. It's not a form that has really that I've been drawn to typically, but it's not that I am opposed to writing it. I usually just do it if I already have if I have a creative project in the works and it feels like a place that it belongs. And I know you, though, write poetry.
It is a form that I love a lot because, like Gary with Golden Lotus Studio, it is incredibly cathartic to me. So when I was going through the pandemic, I looked at how do I want to express myself? How do I want to show up to this moment in time? And I made a commitment. Mitch Dickoff talked about the commitments that we make. And I made a commitment to write one poem a day for a year, which a lot of people think that sounds like a lot, but like a song, you can write that with permission, with some grace around it, that it doesn't have to be perfect. You can write a poem in just a few minutes. And it allowed me to really capture what I was going through. I wasn't pretending that I could capture what anybody else was going through during the pandemic and during our collective quarantine. But I was able to put some words down on paper, and I used old-fashioned pen and pencil. I wasn't writing with a computer, which I kind of recommend, Meredith, because then you are away from technology, you're away from screens, you can write anywhere. But then I had a couple journals full of poems, and then what? Then I had to go in and dictate it to make it into text form, right? To make it into something that's publishable, because nobody's publishing my handwriting with a pencil. So I actually, after the pandemic was over, I took myself on retreat to Philadelphia and New York City. You may remember because we shared a pretzel together and we recorded a podcast at the Whitney Biennial. Listeners, you can find that on our podcast. And I took time. I went to my alma mater, Temple University, and I sat there and I dictated dozens of poems so that I could have them in text form. Is that the word that I want? Text form? Because it wasn't a
Yeah.
text. It was just
Text.
okay,
Yeah. Yeah. Text form. Like, yeah.
So it just created an extra step that took hours and hours. But it was fine because it gave me a chance to really curate what I wanted to put into the book. And it gave me a chance to edit as I was going along as well. I'll be like, oh, that's not really the word that I wanted to use at all. And I love having written because one of the things we were talking about earlier that I read in the Facebook group No But, which is a takeoff on the yes and from improv, is the art of finishing things.
Mm-hmm.
And what I notice about the human condition, and I would love your take on this as well, and that is when we have things that are unfinished, they're kind of just sitting there in the back of the room or, on the floor or on our shoulder. And they take up, for me, I'll just speak for myself, they take up energy, a creative energy. And our next guest, if she gets into the room, I know she's going to be able to speak to this because she's a creativity expert in her bursts of brilliance. So I like finishing things so that I can be clear, if that makes sense to you, in my energy and can say, oh yeah, check, that is done. And now I can go forth and do something else. My husband, I don't know if it's okay that I tell his skeletons in his closet, but he often has a lot of creative projects that are unfinished, books and things of that nature. And I can see how that really robs his energy of, oh, I want to do this new thing or I want to do this thing, but what about those 17 things that are sitting back there that aren't done yet? I function much better when things are done, when things are finished, and I'm like, my canvas is blank and I get to create something new.
That's also okay to let things go. You can start things.
Yep.
And if you're like, yeah, I started that and it's okay if it doesn't serve me anymore and I can let it go.
Yep, absolutely. Totally different thing, because if we're still interested in it, if it's still gnawing at us in a way, then it deserves our attention. And then there's things that
we're gonna come back to this because I want to debate you a little bit.
Good. Good.
I want Teresa in the room. I'm going to debate you a little bit.
It's still gnawing at us in a way.
Can you hear me?
Then it deserves our attention. And then
Yes,
there's things
we're gonna come back to this because I want to debate you a little bit. Oh,
good.
You're
Good.
I want Teresa in the room. I'm going to debate. Hold on.
Who was that guy talking? He sounded brilliant.
Hold on, give me a second.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for being here for our first annual inaugural Pod-a-thon. And that means that Meredith Grundy and myself, your hosts of Are You Waiting for Permission? We are podcasting consistently for up to 12 hours today, trying to reach our goal of achieving and donations of $5,000 in 12 hours, unlike anything I have ever done before. I don't know if Meredith has ever done this before. Never asked her. I don't think she has. But we are here for you, with you, maybe in spite of you, that we are podcasting from 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Or we will finish early. So if you want us off of your screens, off of your LinkedIn and your Facebook and your YouTube, you're like, I need to get rid of these people. I need to make a donation, because once we reach $5,000, we are going to rest. Meredith Grundy is going to go and put up a Christmas tree with her family, her daughter Harper and her husband Gary, and I am going to go take a bath. So if you want us to have permission to go do those things instead of being here in your screens, hi.
Can you hear us? You can't hear us?
No.
Oh,
I can't hear you. Sorry.
No, no worries. Hold on.
We can hear you. And Meredith, I'm just going to allow you time to take care of that. And I'm going to keep talking. Okay. So I had this idea.
You can hear me. Okay.
Yes.
I can't hear you at all.
Okay, here, I'm sending you a note.
So we had this idea of looking at how to make this podcast sustainable. That was the question that we started with. How do we do that? Because what you may not know if you're not a podcaster or creative, that there's a lot of underlying or hidden costs that come in with this. So we looked at, do we want to try more for sponsors, or do we want to put out something on our page asking for donations? And I, silly me, had this idea, let's do a pod-a-thon similar to what Jerry Lewis was doing for 50 years, where he would show up every Labor Day and create his beautiful, brilliant, and courageous telethon. And you might remember he had a whole bank of people behind him that were answering the telephones. And so that was the inspiration. And we ran with that, and we looked at what would that take, and how would we show up to that, and would it just be us, and how do we make that sustainable? Teresa, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I
We can
unplugged.
hear you.
I unplugged my fancy mic, and it worked. So
That's
I'm
what
on.
happened to me earlier, but it happened like my mic worked and then it just shut out halfway through. What's going on?
See, we're trying to be so professional with our fancy equipment, and it's like, nope, the universe doesn't want that today.
It does not want that. It does not want that. I want to say welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, it's good to see you. And I see that Samana's also watching right now too. We were just talking about you, Samana. So if you want to pop in as a guest later and tell your story, we would love to have you. Teresa, you have been a guest on our podcast in the past. And so we're just so happy to have you back. And I love that we get 2 writers in a row.
Yes, happy Pod-a-thon.
Happy Pod-a-thon.
Thank you. I'm super excited that you were able to schedule in, because Meredith, you might not know this, but there were a number of emails that went back and forth between Teresa and myself. And she's like, oh, that schedule doesn't work with me. Oh, my in-laws are here. And oh, my son. And oh, it's Thanksgiving. And I'm like, I want you on this pod-a-thon. So I am bumping my husband out of his time slot. I'm just like editing him out and go and take his spot. That's how much we wanted Teresa Funk to be our guest here today. So,
yes, poor Eli.
Yeah. So we've been talking about the creative process, Teresa, and I know that is in your zone of genius and in your burst of brilliance. And I'm wondering what you're creating in the world today, if anything, and can you share with our listeners what that is?
Well, it's funny because when I was on your podcast, I was still on my sabbatical.
Yes.
And wondering what was going to happen when I came off that sabbatical. And I just so leaned into that, just being really present and just being okay with not knowing where things were going for the first time in my life. And I really, really, really enjoyed that. And then we went on a trip to Ireland, and I broke my collarbone on our 5th day there. And it really slowed down our trip even more. And we wound up having just this amazing, awesome, wonderful trip. And I thought, this rest period, I guess I wasn't done with it yet. I guess I had to fall down and have just a little more time. And then by the time we got back from Ireland, I had all these ideas percolating again. So I was talking to a friend about next year and all the different things I'm doing. And I'm going to do a collection of my pandemic writings. So kind of a blend, a blessings from the pandemic kind of approach. And we're doing that as a house concert in March. So everybody's really excited. I think people are ready for a commemoration of kind of just what we've all been through collectively. And I'm hopefully starting an artist salon, might be starting a podcast. So all of a sudden things are rolling again. And I'm really glad I gave myself that time to just to see what was coming next, because these are not necessarily things that I expected to be doing at this stage, but they're things I've wanted to do for a long time. So
I love that you gave yourself that space. Now all of these new things are emerging, and I love that the project of getting people's stories told about what their experience was through the pandemic is really powerful. So yeah, oh my goodness. So Teresa, I really quickly want to just say that thank you, Lynn Walton, who just put a comment in our message. She said, greetings from Lynn in no way. You live in a place called Niceville. I love that. Is that how it's pronounced, or is it Niceville? Either way, I'm going to say Niceville, Florida. She says, I love your message and service to the world. You bring me so much inspiration, for which I'm filled with gratitude and happy to make a donation. Thank you. Thank you, Lynn. And I want to live in Niceville.
Definitely.
Beautiful.
And I would like to give a shout out while we are here to Carol Romano. Thank you for your recent donation. And to Marianne Carr, who made a donation, and Fawn Kraut, and Bonnie Burt, and Tina Larson. And to, this says, why am I not? Jan Burrows made a donation, Gregory Diamant, Jan Davidson, Janet Dumai, Jenny Dumai, and Susan Ten Kate, and Jody Lamb. Thank you. So, moving on, we love each of you and we appreciate you. So, Teresa, what I heard in all of that you shared with us about what's going on recently is that you gave yourself space. You took a pause. You gave yourself time. That's not something that we're really conditioned to do so much. I mean, I know you had the sabbatical, then you had a broken collarbone. Very sorry about that. You look great, by the way. So whatever it takes. But how can we give ourselves permission, Teresa, to slow down and create space when that's not something that we're used to doing?
I think it's a really good question. And I was distracted with my mic, but I think I heard you talking about unfinished projects, right? And I think it's really important for artists of all kinds to have lots of different ideas percolating, because those ideas land when they're supposed to. And so I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to have lots of ideas. I've had this idea for an artist salon for years and years and years, and it was never the right time for me to launch it. But periodically I'd go back to it, I'd think about it, and I'd make some plans for it, but it was never, I didn't have the space for it. And now I do. And I have the space to create what I wanted to create all along. But if I had done it then, it probably wouldn't have turned out the way I wanted it to. I would have been pushing for it. I would have been forcing it. And so I actually don't think it's a bad thing to have unfinished projects, because I think if it's that old adage of, if it's a priority, it will get done. If it's a priority, it will rise to the top. It's kind of the same way with art. If it's something that was a good idea and we haven't let it go entirely, it's still sitting on the shelf, because if we really wanted to, we would have gotten rid of that idea altogether. It might just be its time, not its time yet. And it needs a little more time, and that's okay. It's okay to take time with our art.
Yes. And I'm super honored that Meredith Grundy said yes to this podcast immediately, because we could have had it percolating for quite a bit, right? And we would have missed like your burst of brilliance, and we would have missed all these other guests and what they're showing up and sharing with us. And can I ask, if it's okay, about your family and how they show up to your creative process and how you create space for them, as well as all the books that you've written and your artist salon and all of that? Where do they fit in?
That's a great question. So when my kids were really little, I had a babysitter who would come to the house, and she would come about 4 hours a day, maybe 2 or 3 times a week. And that's it. Three if I was lucky. It was more like 2. And I had my basement office. And as far as my kids knew, that door didn't open both ways. It had one of those child-proof locks on it. And when I went downstairs, they're like, Mom's gone. And, I told the babysitter, if a trip to the emergency room is warranted, come get me. Otherwise, here's the Band-Aids. Here's here's what you need to take care of that. And I had to really maintain that space, because it was so precious. It was so precious to have those 4 hours that I could work. And by the time I got down to my desk, there wasn't a wasted moment, because I'd been thinking all week about what I wanted to write while I was taking care of the kids. And as soon as I got down there, it was just like boom, boom, boom. And I would write for 4 hours. And yes, and they would cry sometimes. And I would look up there and go, oh God, I hope they're okay. And I would keep writing. And so they kind of grew up knowing that Mom's work was important, that this artwork wasn't a hobby, that it was my work. And they kind of learned to respect that. And they knew that if I was going off to do an author signing or going away for a writer's conference, that it was no different than their dad taking a business trip, right? So they grew up with that, and they understood how that worked. And then as they got older, I put them to work. So then they had to come and help me sell books at craft shows or, book signings. And they, my son got good at photography. So then he had to take pictures at my events, and like they all had their different things that they were good at. And they definitely got put to work a lot. It was, my husband joked at that point, it was a family business,
Mhm.
What I'm noticing is that you set boundaries around what your priorities were. And what I'm also noticing that you didn't speak to, but I would assume that your children grow up learning that art is important, right?
Oh,
And that
yes.
you get to value what you get to value unapologetically.
Yes. And the result of that is I have 2 kids who went into the arts. So my husband sometimes wishes maybe he'd been a little louder on the business side.
What are your children doing? What art forms are they curious about right now?
My daughter lives in New York City, and she is pursuing theater education. So she's very, very talented. And my son he went the film route. And so he actually is the marketing manager and does the social media for a lovely animal shelter in Denver, and creates these really awesome videos of the animals and their fundraisers. And so he's getting to use his art for sure.
Well,
That's
animal shelters are near and dear to Meredith Grundy and myself. So thank him for that. And I think, Meredith, you like a little bit about theater education, right? That's something.
Oh, just a little bit. Just a little bit. And I get the pleasure of seeing Lydia because she watches my beautiful daughter every once in a while and lives in my neighborhood.
She does, right down the street.
Now I'm really having a bit of FOMO going on over here in Mexico.
Yeah, I know.
Well, Josie,
go ahead.
My youngest daughter lives in Mexico now.
Whereabouts?
She's living in Aguascalientes.
Oh, sweet. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And your family is Mexicana? No, your parents were Latin?
My mother.
Your mother.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was a very important part of growing up. My grandmother, who was from Mexico, really helped raise me. And my grandfather died before I was born. So I didn't know him. But yeah, that side of my heritage is really important to me, and it has always been a big part of who I feel I am. But, to the outside world, it isn't necessarily recognizable. So, it's kind of an interesting place to be in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My husband is the same way. He was born and raised in Mexico. His family is of Mexican lineage or Mexican culture, but not necessarily lineage. And he does not look Mexican at all. And so he's like, where exactly do I fit in? I want to ask about this thing called books. Where did that come in? Did you grow up around books, or did you see your parents reading a lot? Was being an author a thing when you were growing up? Like, did you have authors come into your elementary school? Tell us about that.
I went to Catholic school in Boise, Idaho. No one came into our school.
I know. I went to Catholic school in Wilmington, Delaware. Same thing.
In this little tiny, no, I never saw an author growing up. I never met one, but my parents were avid readers. My mom's a teacher. My dad was originally an English major before he went into business. And so they were not only always reading, but my dad and I would go to the Shakespeare Festival growing up in Idaho. And my mom and I went, and lots of theater. They both love theater. And so you would think it would be hard to find theater in Boise in the 1980s, and it kind of was, but they found it. And so we were surrounded by art. I mean, both of my parents love art. They would have loved to travel more. We didn't have that kind of money when I was growing up, but they're able to travel a little more now. So yeah, art was very important. Reading was very important. But you asked the question about when I was growing up, I got a lot of encouragement from my writing, because I think my first thing was published in a district magazine when I was like a 6th grader. And so the whole time I was growing up, my teachers were like, you're so good at this. You need to be a writer when you grow up. And so I thought that's what I was going to do. I thought that was going to be my job. And then my senior year, people would say, what do you want to do when you graduate? And I said, I'm going to be an author. And they're like, oh, that's not a job. That's a hobby. And I was like, well, you could have told me that before now, when I planned my entire life around, being a writer. So I went to college and I got a history degree because I thought if I ever do write, I want to write about history. And so that's what I wrote about. Eventually, I worked 2 dead-end jobs after college, and I said to myself, "Is this it? Is this what I'm going to do? I'm going to work these jobs. I'm going to be too tired when I get home to write." Like, and who said writing's not a job? Like, why am I letting people dictate what my life turns out like? So I quit and I started a freelance writing business. I didn't really know what that was, but I bought a book and I found out it was an actual thing. And so I started writing for newspapers and magazines, and that was 31 years ago. And so I've been a professional writer for 31 years. Yeah.
There's a lot of permission that needs to happen in looking at, oh my goodness, this is a dead-end job. I don't have to stay here, right? Like that's, now we're in the midst of the great resignation, but before this, quitting our job, that even if it was a dead-end job, that wasn't necessarily something that we did, right? You're a little bit younger than I am, but my generation, we just stayed. That's what you did.
Yeah, that's what you did. And believe me, we'd been married 6 months. And my poor husband, I was like, I'm quitting my job. And we really needed the $600 a month I was making for rent.
Sure. Yeah.
And he freaked out and he was kind of like, is this what it's going to be like being married to an art person? I'm like, yeah, pretty much. But he did support it and he thought it was interesting. I bought this, we couldn't afford a computer at the time. So I bought this crappy, bizarre word processor thing that was really slow. I mean, I might as well have stayed on my electric typewriter. And it had this huge screen with these big funky letters that you could hardly read. And that lasted about 6 months and we bought a computer. So he got behind it. But I think he learned early on in our marriage, oh crap, like she's going to do what she wants and she's going to make it happen. And I'm just going to have to go along for the ride. So,
so Meredith, I'm noticing that her husband got behind it, but guess who else got behind it? She herself got behind it and said, I don't even know if this is a thing, being a freelance writer. I've never heard of that. We never had authors coming to my school in Des Moines. No, not Des Moines.
Boise, Idaho.
Boise, Idaho. We didn't have authors coming to my school when I was young. And you kind of paved that road yourself. And that's huge. You know, and we're all better for it, right? Look at all the books that you've written and the blogs that you've written and everything you're creating in the world. So
thank you.
Wow,
yeah. I would like to say it was a scary thing, but it really wasn't. I mean, I was so excited at the thought of doing something that I'd always wanted to do. And the fact that I didn't know really what a freelance writer was did not intimidate me because I thought, I guess I get to define what that is. You know, I guess I get to figure that out on my own. And that was really fun. So there weren't a lot of opportunities in Boise for freelance writers because there weren't a lot of places, newspapers and magazines to write for. And so when my husband got transferred out to Colorado, it was fantastic because we had, you know, magazines in Denver and I was writing for magazines in Greeley and Loveland and Fort Collins. And so it was definitely more doable out here than it was in Boise. But I didn't know that when I started it. I thought I will find a way to make this work because I'm not going to be just bored in my job all day for the rest of my life. So
I'm going to assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there was some pretty important self-talk that was going on in those early days. I can figure this out, and you know, here I am with my word processor. Can you speak to that for our listeners? And then we have another guest coming in. But for our listeners who are struggling with self-talk and the creative process, can you speak to them?
Sure. I think, well, first of all, we're not really taught when we're younger how to talk nicely to ourselves and how to encourage ourselves. We're taught how to beat ourselves up pretty well. We get really good at that by the time we're in middle school. But we aren't really taught how to encourage ourselves and to give ourselves pep talks. Like, you know, there was always the joke about you would look in the mirror and you would do that, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough thing. And it was a joke when we were growing up. Like, that's not something you actually did, right? It was, you would be made fun of if you were to encourage yourself and talk to yourself in that way. But I wish I'd known that then, because I'm much better at doing that now. I'm much better at now saying, you're going to be okay. This is going to be okay. Keep going. You're doing good. This is fantastic. Like, even to go back sometimes and read something that I wrote, and you'll have that brief moment. I think all artists have this where you go, that's a really good line. What? I wrote that line, right? And it's really exciting. And so it's like having those moments when you can connect with your own art and just feel like, I did that. I created that. I'm really proud of that. And whether you go out and try to make it big in the world, or you share your art with your neighbors and your friends, just really believing that it's making a difference. If it makes a difference to one person and it lifts them up, it lifts up everyone around them. And so I think just, that self-talk of saying, this is worth it. How much money I make doesn't determine my worth. I think it's more about, what are you able to give away? What can you give? Your generosity determines your worth more than how much you make. So,
Are you right-handed?
Yeah.
Right hand, Teresa, over your left shoulder.
Okay.
Close your eyes. Breathe. And what we're inviting in now is to give yourself a pat on the back, Teresa, because you have given yourself permission and made a huge impact to your readers and to your listeners. So give yourself a pat on the back.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you very much.
Well, I
Thanks
think
for
that's a
showing up.
wonderful way to celebrate the rest of your Black Fridays with that big old pat on your back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially since this is my wounded shoulder.
Oh, your little love.
And I can do it now. I couldn't have done that a month ago.
Well, Teresa, it was so wonderful to see you again, and thank you for showing up today, the day after Thanksgiving, and being here with us. And
Yes.
And I look forward to seeing you in more Zoom rooms in the future. And
enjoy your in-laws, enjoy seeing your son's work, and we will see you when we see you. Thank you for being you.
Yes, thank you for inviting me. Take care, you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh,
okay.
She looks so different than the last time I saw her. I haven't seen her for about a year, I think, was when she was on our last Zoom room when she did a podcast with us. She looks different, and she looks well. So that's always
really
great.
good. Well, we have Angela who's been waiting patiently to come into our room. So I'm going to bring her up. Angela!
Hello. So good to see you both. What a great
too.
interview that was. I really enjoyed listening to her. I want to meet her.
Well, she lives close to you. She's in Fort
Does
Collins.
she? All right.
Yes.
We need to connect.
Make a new friend.
That was wonderful. I would love that.
Good. Can I eat a chicken nugget while we're in this interview?
Absolutely. I was thinking, how are you going to sustain?
I'm going to eat.
Good for you. It's important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, Angela, we have been inviting people into this room, and thank you for being our next guest. Happy to see you again.
For having me.
And we've been asking the question, what are you excited about these days? What are you creating, or what are you letting go of? What's going on in your life?
Well, at this very moment, I'm actually at the beach and getting ready to go see my dad in Arizona. So for the last several days, my husband, Jim Walker, and I have been traveling around. We live in Colorado, but we drove to California to spend time with family. And we're about to begin our journey back. And we're going to go through Arizona and see my dad. And I find that when I'm traveling, it takes me out of my studio and the work that I usually am engaged in. And as an artist, I always am trying to find ways to stay creative, because that just feeds me. And if I feel like I'm taking care of myself, then I can be more present with my family and the people that we're visiting. So I've brought some paper with me and pencils, and have been doing a little bit of drawing. But also, while I was at the beach, I just got inspired to paint the landscape that's right behind me, which I don't normally do. But I thought, oh my gosh, I'm at the beach and I just want to paint the beach. So that's what I did.
Oh my God, I love it. And I love that you put it up for the podcast.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I want to show off the painting.
I love that.
I was going to say, is that you're painting behind you? And I was like, that's not her painting. I know her style. That looks nothing like what
It's
she would
totally
paint.
different. And I think that that's one of the great things about getting out of my studio and traveling is just having this opportunity to play and do something different and be spontaneous.
Oh my goodness, that's so,
Congratulations for that.
yeah, that's really beautiful. I'm so glad
Thank
that you were inspired also to paint it for this podcast. That's our Pod-a-thon,
Well,
if you will.
coming from Colorado, it's been so cold and all the
Yeah.
leaves have fallen off the trees and it's been icy and I haven't been getting outside. And we've only been here for a couple days and it's just been stunning. And I think that when you live in a climate that's always like this, you don't appreciate it in the same way. But having left the cold of Colorado, like, this is amazing. And I just have to be outside. And so I set up the canvas outside and it just felt so good.
Well, I know Meredith does not like talking about the weather, but I will tell you that I spent 30 years in Wilmington, Delaware, freezing and crying and miserable. And I gave myself permission to drive across country with my teddy bear, Casey, to San Diego, California, and lived there happily for 13 years. And I appreciated the weather every day because I never saw another
Good for
snowflake.
you.
Yeah, I couldn't wait.
I like talking about the weather. I just don't like talking about the weather at networking events because I feel like there's better questions that can be asked or statements like "nice weather outside." How about them Broncos?
Right.
Right.
We could do a podcast and change the name to "How's the Weather?" That could be our theme.
How's the weather? I think that's our next podcast because 1 and a 12-hour pod-a-thon was not enough.
Right.
But remember, I do want to do a podcast called "Correct Me If I'm Wrong" because I tend to.
You can't. You're saying these things out loud, and someone's going to steal your idea.
Oh, that's okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, 10%. Just give me 10%.
Okay, 10% to you. Well, I love 4 seasons. I love. There's something about the 4 seasons and my sense of time that I've always really jived with. When I lived on the West Coast, it was really difficult for me without all of the seasonal transitions. And granted, I knew that it would be really green and rainy, usually in October when I was living in the Bay Area. But it was always confusing to me because I grew up with the 4 seasons, right? So, and time seemed to have gone by extraordinarily slow, which is not a bad thing, but it is when you're 20.
Yes. Now that I'm almost 55, I love when things slow down. You're like, I love it. I love it.
Angela, I'm going to ask you, and forgive me for putting you on the spot a little bit.
That's okay.
When you were invited into this pod-a-thon, and earlier when you were invited to be our guest on the podcast, which is different, listener, because we typically don't do this for 12 hours. I know it might seem like we do, but this is a different thing.
Because we're so good at it.
I'm wondering the theme of "Are you waiting for permission?" if that resonated with you. I hope that it did because you said yes twice. I'm wondering why and in what ways are you still giving yourself permission? I see that beautiful canvas behind you, so I'm going to assume that's one of them.
Yes, thank you. I think giving yourself permission is a practice. It's a daily practice for me, and I'm not always very good at it. But sometimes I do. And I was just talking with my husband about this morning that I tend to be an overachiever. I like to work, and I'm in a place in my life right now where I'm very self-directed. I have a remote job that I do that I don't really have to clock in at a certain time. I just have to get the work done. And I tend to wake up every morning with this to-do list in my head, and it's long. And as I cross things off, I add 2 more. And so I'm always struggling with this expectation that I set for myself that I'm going to achieve all these goals. And lately I've been thinking about how often when I'm inspired to do something, I don't give myself permission because this to-do list is looming in the background. And I think, I can't get to that yet. I have to do these things first, and then I can do the thing I want to do. And inevitably, the thing that I really want to do, by the time I get to it, I don't really feel like doing it anymore. And it's another thing on the to-do list. So I've been trying to rethink, how do I approach my life and give myself permission to do things when I'm inspired to do them. And I have found that when I allow myself to just do the thing I want to do in the moment when I'm inspired to do it, it doesn't feel like a task. It feels more joyful and I'm more inspired. And then I move on to the next thing that I'm inspired to do. And I still have a very productive day and I get a lot of things done. I may not be quite as efficient as if I had done it in a very linear fashion, but my heart is in it. And I feel connected to it in a way where I feel like I'm just engaged and it's not checking things off a list. So that's my new practice right now. Trying to give myself permission to be inspired and allow myself the space to do the work that I'm inspired to do in that moment.
I really like that. It changes
Meredith,
the
I'm going to
work.
interrupt you. We have a question, and before it gets lost in the scroll, I want to answer Lauren Osornio. She says, what are the names of Teresa's books? So you can
I'm
find
curious
it
about that.
Teresa Funk, TeresaFunke.com. And the book that you most likely would resonate with, Lauren, is Burst of Brilliance for a Creative Life. But Teresa has also written books on World War II. She's written books in Spanish. I know you speak Spanish, Lauren, so there's that. But TeresaFunk.com/shop is the answer to your question.
Nice.
And I just put it in the chat so that it will be there on, I believe, the YouTube channels in the comments.
I don't have that capability of going into the chat, so that's why I had to do that little PR for
You know
Teresa.
what? People hear things differently, and so get all the senses. We got it.
I like that you did this.
Except they can't smell my chicken. They can't smell my chickpea crusted chicken nuggets right now. Which would have made that experience so much more like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, what I was going to say, Angela, was I find that when we lead with that intentionality and we do things when we feel inspired, it changes the work. It's not because, for me, I can speak. It forces me to just pull back a little bit and to give it the attention that I feel it deserves and needs. And when I notice in myself that when I try too hard to finish something where my heart is not into it, that the work suffers because of it.
I agree.
Oh, everyone just froze.
Oh.
Did you guys?
No, we're
just for
good,
a moment.
But...
Oh, okay.
I'm okay.
Okay. You're good. Are we all good?
We're all good. We're all
good.
We're all warming up. We're thawing out.
Oh my goodness.
So you mentioned your husband's name, and I want to point out that and correct me if I'm wrong, he's part of your playback theater, right, Meredith? Is that true?
Oh my gosh, you guys just froze again.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Yes, Jim.
Yes.
Go ahead,
Did you
Angela.
ask
You
the
can answer
question
that
too?
question.
I was just going to say, no, yes, Jim has been doing playback. How long has he been doing playback, Mary?
Well,
I could call him in. He's listening.
Yes, do. Get him in there.
Oh, yes.
Get him in there. I told him he was supposed to make a cameo. I said it was mandatory.
Hold on.
Meredith, you have other things open on your other browsers open that you want to?
I'm having technical difficulties, but I have everything
All right.
in the way
He's going to be on the spot. Jim just got back from surfing.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, amazing.
If you want to go and come back, Meredith, I can take care of this.
I was watching this really cool Pod-a-thon and you just totally interrupted. Come on.
Hi.
I just heard my name.
Oh
my goodness, look at those faces.
World.
Say that again. We couldn't hear you, Jim. We don't want to miss anything. Say again.
I said they're interviewing Angela Beloyan, my favorite person in the world. I got to get back out there and watch.
Yeah, well, now we are interviewing you. Welcome to the Pod-a-thon. And I hope you're enjoying California. And we were talking about playback theater earlier, and I hear that that's one of your passions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on with your playback theater career these days, Jim?
I'm happily working with a playback theater company at the University of Colorado at Boulder. All credit to Ondine Geary for having gotten that thing started. It was her idea, but she brought me into it.
I think you accidentally said rope,
Definitely
but then
roped you in.
Oh,
understood
no,
that you
no.
had to change that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, actually, I mean, it really is. From the time that I started doing playback theater. For those that don't know, playback is a form of improvisational theater that takes audience members' stories and turns them into art on the spot. And we have world-class musicians that improvise alongside us. And I started doing it with Playback Theater West with Meredith about 13 years ago, and no longer. Anyway,
It was longer.
yeah,
It's 15.
I
yeah,
know.
16. But at a certain point, I recognized like how do we, like, I'm aging out, how do we start to pass the baton to other generations? And this Ondine created this wonderful opportunity. And so, yeah, I get to work with these phenomenal actors and performers at the university in Boulder, and we get to hold space for people to share their stories and what's true for them, and hold and share them in a communal space. So it's great.
Yeah, it's
Thank you
really
for that.
such beautiful work, and I can't wait to have you on the podcast at some point so that you can talk and have a conversation with us more in depth about it, because it is truly transformative work. And so when people get to experience playback, it's I don't know, it's an experience that's kind of hard to explain unless you see it.
Yeah.
It's an
Yeah.
experience for the audience, and it's also an experience for the ensemble work. So I've been part of an improv troupe for the past 11-ish years, I think. And the ensemble work that's created between the actors, and for our listeners who aren't actors, I want to encourage you to find your own ensemble. Right? It doesn't have to be something that happens on the stage. It can be like Angela, who is creating it in her studio with the fellow people that she is showing and exhibiting with. And ensemble is just, I just love the word and what it creates for us and what it opens up for us. Meredith, can you speak to that?
Oh, it's ensemble is community to me. Like playback is family. It becomes family. I mean, at least this ensemble did, at least. And I feel like what you intentionally choose to do in ensemble, it's like what I said earlier at the beginning of the Pod-a-thon about self-care and your individual self-care and wellness. That has a direct impact on community. Your ensembles that you choose to be a part of have direct impact to the rest of your community. And so when you find one that you're in alignment with, whether that be values or whatnot, or creativity, or even if you find ensemble, I would say team in business, those pockets that we choose, hopefully, to be a part of, has a direct impact. And so, yes, be a part of a community, be a part of an ensemble, make sure it's in alignment with who you are. Because magical things can happen.
Yeah. Angela, can you speak to that? I know that you were in the school system for a long time, but it was an alternative school system, right?
I'm glad that you brought that up, because that was the ensemble that I really felt the most connected to. I find that when I have done retreats with other painters, that's been good, but I get a little bit stuck when I'm around people that are having the same subject is coming up in conversation all the time. And what I loved about working with the other educators at September School was that everybody had their own field, and we were all diverse in our strengths. And that, for me, fed me in a different way. I felt challenged by being around people that had strengths in very different areas. It helped me to grow as a person, versus being around people that were doing the same thing that I was doing and having that same conversation. So I think it can be different for different individuals. What motivates you to be part of an ensemble?
And I want to get all Hallmark on y'all, but
we love Hallmark. Love
the
it.
greatest ensemble I've been a part of is right here.
Oh,
And I mean that. No, I mean that from a heart space, obviously, but also from this creative space. Like I tuned in at the end of Teresa's talk a few minutes ago, and I heard her talking about how the arts and creativity weren't a part of her upbringing. And I feel like when I look back at the schooling that I got, it was kind of similar. And I really resonate with what she said about, people encourage you for your art until you say, I'm going to make a career of it. And then they go, oh no,
yeah,
come on, really? So there's that really crazy double, what's the word? Anyway, mixed messaging there.
Mixed messaging.
And what I love, and we've talked about this so many times over the years, is that we are always creating. Like I benefit as a performing artist from Angela's creative practice just around the house. The way that she spends time in the yard and sees the yard as an extension of her canvas and sees our house in that way. And I do damn little to support it, but I get to benefit. And it gets me thinking about how I go through my day as a creative instead of, as people were talking about earlier, ticking things off a list. So there's a synergy. There's a synergy that comes. And then we get to pass it on to our kids as well, which we did.
Congratulations on all of that. And yes, those mixed messages that we get about, express yourself and be creative. Oh, no, you don't want that as a career. And then here we are all these decades later resonating with something like, are you waiting for permission? Because a lot of us have had to wait, or we chose to, or it was drilled into us or drummed into us until now. Right? Now we're stepping up and saying, I do want to be creative. I do want to tell my story on stage. I do want to paint a canvas. I do want to have a blog or a book. And, whatever that is for you, listener.
I'd like to add, too, that it's never too late to do that. I had the opportunity just about a month ago to go to Arizona and make some art with my father, who my whole lifetime, he was a general contractor and he would do remodel work. And he was always really creative and artistic in the work that he did. But sometimes it was like using a jackhammer, and it was hard work. And when he retired, he started to give himself permission to make art. And his art medium is steel. And he loves to weld. And he made this amazing wall piece for the side of his house that was all steel, and asked me if I would come help him paint it. And my dad is 79 years old. And time's getting short, and I'm just so grateful that he has chosen to spend his time feeding that creative side of his personality, and that he's getting to practice being the artist that he's always been. And it was such a gift to be able to go spend a week and make art with my dad. I've always wanted to do that. So I love that he's 79 and he's doing this.
And it's good. It's so good.
It sounds like your dad is not 79 years old, but he is 79 years young, is what it sounds like to me.
Absolutely.
Aw. Well, I have to say that it's just been a treat to see both of you in this call together side by side. And I got to see you a couple weeks ago, which feels like it was ages ago.
And I would like to acknowledge Jim for a minute, because he might not remember this, but in the very early stages, Meredith, of my husband Eli's Out of the Blue one-man show, he connected with Jim and had all of these questions like, what is a one-man show and how do you do it and how do you know if it's going to be good? You know, very fundamental, basic questions. Not that I was part of the conversation, but I know where Eli was in his creative process way back when he reached out to you. And I don't know what you said, Jim, but you obviously were an instrumental part in helping give him permission to take his one-man show and bring it forth out into the world. And Meredith directed that show, and here we are. He'll be our follow-up guest later on tonight. So thank you for being here.
Oh, nice. Yes, give Eli my best. That was a really great conversation for me, just to, again, like the meeting of the minds, right? The people who have similar, like we all have stories to tell, and when we feel compelled to bring them out, how do we fight those societal messages that are like, that's a hobby, or it's not the right time. But no, this is important.
And I want to assume that you had to give yourself some permission because you were telling the story of a family member who lived in the closet for years, right? So you're giving yourself permission to tell your own familial story, but also, you know, how you show up and honor that process for you and for your family members. So.
And that actually ropes back to something I was thinking about when we were talking about ensemble a few minutes ago. For me, the heart of ensemble is authenticity. Like, can we be authentic with ourselves first and share what needs to be shared, what's true for us? And the more we can do that, and the more we get comfortable with that, it's actually a gift that we give to those around us, because most of us want to do that, but we're too afraid to. And when somebody else does it, it gives us permission. And then that's how the connections start to get formed and the community comes together.
I love what you just said there, Jim. And I'm curious if you can, for people who are watching right now, and we all have our other guest in the waiting room. So I just want to acknowledge that too, because I think she can hear what we're saying right now.
Oh no! Oh my goodness! People can hear us.
Thumbs up. Yes.
Oh! I've got to change everything I've said so far.
But can you give us, in your words, for our listeners, that word authenticity gets used a lot, and I think people get overwhelmed, at least from circles that I've sat in, about what that means, because they'll say, "But I thought I was showing up authentically." What is one step to give yourself that you can think of right now, permission to step into being authentic, or what does that look like? What does authentic mean?
It's a fun conundrum, because as someone who's worked at it for many years and who's also a performer, I ask myself the question all the time: to what extent am I performing authenticity? Right? Am I being fake? You know, have I learned the ways to come across as authentic? So there are ways that we can get into these loops, but I think, honestly, I mean, when I settle into that question, Meredith, it comes, the most tangible, straightforward one is, if someone asks how you're doing, tell them. It doesn't mean overshare and go into all the details, but you know, if people ask me how I'm doing on a day I'm not doing so great, I'll tell them, okay, like just hey, and then the ball's in their court. And sometimes if we're just passing, you know, they'll say, oh well, good luck or whatever. But a lot of times people will hear what I actually said and will say, yeah, I know what you mean, me too. And now the door's open. So I think it can start from something as simple as that.
Thank you.
I'm getting out of here because this is Angela Beloyan's show. Thank you.
I better with you.
So I want to bye. Thank you, Jim. It was so good to see you, Angela. We have your website up here, angelabeloyan.com. I just adore you, as you know. Where else can people find you, or anything else that you
I'm
want to
on
say before we close out?
Instagram. I sometimes post on Instagram. I try not to be on social media too much, but occasionally I post, and I'm on Facebook, and there aren't too many people with my name. So it's pretty easy to just search Angela Beloyan, and if you can spell it, and then you find me.
Oh, beautiful. Well, I want to say thank you for being on our Pod-a-thon, and we will
Thank
be
you so
here
much
for
for having me.
yes, and thank you, and we will see you soon.
I appreciate you. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for sharing your time with your husband. I know you've done
Yes.
that a few times over the last few decades, so thanks.
It's a joy. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Mwah.
Good luck.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks.
Yay. Okay,
I
I'm
have a-
bringing up. Go ahead. What?
I have a challenge coming up that I'm going to invite our listeners in during our next interview with our guests. So, oh, she's in her car.
There she's in her car, and we've got Barbara Ann Michaels. Hello, Tester of the Bee.
Hello. I'm so happy to be here.
Here's the challenge.
Okay.
Barbara Ann, here's the challenge, and
I'm ready.
that is during this episode, while you are here, I am challenging our listeners to take us over the $1,000 mark.
Oh.
We are currently
yeah.
at $775. We are $225 away from the $1,000 mark. I and Meredith would be thrilled if you, during this episode, are going to encourage our listeners to move us through that. And when they do, I am going to badly juggle as a reward for our viewers. I'm going to badly juggle when we get to 1,000 or beyond. That's my challenge. And now I am turning it over to you, my dear.
Bad juggling has
BJ.
never been a more exciting reward. I've never wanted bad juggling more than I do right now.
And I saved it for you. We haven't done any challenges all morning long. We saved it for
You're the first one.
So I love this for many reasons. One of them is that I once had to learn how to juggle to be in a show. I got hired by the Boston Museum of Science to be in a planetarium show about black holes. And they had this character called Jack that was juggling about gravity because the show was about black holes and gravity. So I got the part, and then I needed to go home and learn how to juggle. And so I learned how to juggle against the wall. I learned how to juggle on the bed. I learned how to juggle on the floor. I chased the balls around. Many years later, I taught juggling as a meditation practice. And I taught specifically scarf juggling as a meditation practice because the scarves take longer.
Mm-hmm.
You have more time.
Wow.
And juggling looks like a magical activity, but it's actually very, very simple. You're only ever touching one thing.
Oh my God!
And
you
now
are
that we're in the zone, we have the focus to change the 3-digit number into a 4-digit number, the 700 whatever number into a 4-digit number.
Oh, yeah. Love it. Oh, thank you. And you are bringing back memories for me because I also had to learn to juggle to be in a show, Pippin, which is a fantastic musical.
It's a fantastic show.
And I juggled sitting on the edge of the stage. I juggled scarves. And it was lovely. Yeah.
Here, let's juggle between me and you. Here, I will throw you the scarf.
Okay.
You got one? I'll catch it from you. Here, I'll throw it to you again.
Yeah.
I'm going to pretend they're going over my head.
Meredith, I'm throwing the scarf to you.
Thank you. Beautiful. I'm going to throw it over to Joseph now.
Oh my God, you're really strong, Barbara.
Yes.
I love it.
Here, tell us why
I'm going to make it disappear.
Oh, there it went.
There it goes.
Seriously.
Amazing.
You know, Gary used to be a busker.
Oh.
So he also juggled, my husband.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've also been a busker many times. Clearly we have magical powers. I just made a scarf disappear. We can magically, through committed participation, change a 3-digit number into a 4-digit number.
We totally can.
We're moving over into 1,000. Thank you to everyone who's donated so far. Thank you to everyone who's thinking about donating. Thank you to everyone who will donate later, because the Pod-a-thon is a fundraiser and a fundraiser. Haha.
It is a
all day long.
Fun all day long.
Where are you in the car?
Okay, I am on Route 91. I am giving myself full permission to be a professional artist on tour in my car. Sometimes this is what it is. So being on tour, so I have nomadic tendencies, and being on tour is important to me. Bringing humor for wellness everywhere all the time is necessary because we have a global mental health crisis going on. So we need the message about humor for wellness everywhere all the time. That means I'm on tour a lot, including right now. So I thought, oh, we just had a great conversation about authenticity with our last wonderful speaker. Let me be totally transparent and be on tour in my car. I've also performed on top of a car. That's a good story. So when I graduated, I graduated from Massachusetts College of Art from graduate school, and I was a performance artist. And so I had an entire studio that I rarely used full of objets. And I'm like, what am I going to do with all my little objets? And so I took a car, which is not this car, although it started off being the same color as this car, and with some other artists in Boston, stuck everything onto the car. Poker chips, old-time floppy drives that young people don't know what they are anymore, but we know. We all remember here what they are. Toothbrushes, beads, just like a whole Mardi Gras all over the car. And we did a performance called Poetry Drive-By. So we made a stage on top of the car, a blue AstroTurf stage. And we would drive to a place where people were waiting in line at night, like at a club, as where there are a captive audience waiting. It had to be in the summer because we don't want to do it in the winter. So here we are in Boston, Poetry Drive-By. We pull up with a poet in the car, fling the poet on the roof. The poet is on top of the art car on the blue AstroTurf stage. They orate to the captive audience that can't go anywhere because they're waiting in line. And then we fling the poet back in the car and drive away real fast.
Oh my God, I love it.
Poetry Drive-By. So
I love Poetry Drive-By.
You had me at orate. I'm
Orate.
just loving it. Yeah.
When I was,
Jen
are you gonna
Bay-
do actual performance in your car? Like, is that what's happening? Like, do you pick up passerbys and say, I'm gonna perform for you?
That is an excellent idea. I certainly would do that. So I have been, because since we're talking about street performing also, one of the things about street performing in terms of permission is that there's a phenomenal amount of permission given and received in a street performance. So we go out, we make an offering, and some of the people who are also outside are into it. So one of the things that I learned from street performance specifically about permission is that there are 4 kinds of people all the time in the audience. And I would love to tell you what they are. Would you like to hear it?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is what I've learned from many decades as a street theater artist. There are people who are completely ready to participate. They've given self permission to participate. They're so glad you're there. You could do anything and they want to participate. So basically you could sit on their lap and lick their face. That's what they really want. So I call them the lickers. These are the lickers. They really want you to sit on their lap and lick their face. That's what I call it. I mean, you're not literally going to do that, obviously, but for the purpose of metaphorical education, the lickers. So that's group 1. Group 2, they totally want to watch you lick the lickers, but they don't want you to lick them. But they don't want to participate. They don't want you to touch them or interact with them. They're the people who are going to be like, but they're there and they're cheering and they're looking and they're laughing and they're completely participating by watching. Those are the watchers. Group 3, the hiders. They totally want to watch, but they don't want you to know. These are the people who are like, I was on my phone the whole time watching you while I was on my phone. Or I'm standing behind this pole right now, completely watching you, but you don't know. The hiders. Group 4, and we have a vested interest during this segment about going from 3 to 4 because we're going from a 3-digit number to a 4-digit number.
Look how she just called that in, Meredith.
See, like that I did that? This is a lifetime
7
of improvisation, giving myself permission to do improvisation. And 4, this is the 4th group, they don't care. They don't care. It's not for them right now. It's not their time. It's not their jam. They're on the phone. They're getting a divorce. They're upset. They're tired. They're whatever. It's just not their jam. So group 1, the lickers. Group 2, the watchers. Group 3, the hiders. Group 4, I don't care right now. So the job of a street performer is to find the lickers and lick them. And that is all. Because if we lick the lickers, right? If we go out and lick the liquors, metaphorically, hygiene, right? Lick the liquors, the watchers are happy, the hiders are happy, and the people who didn't care anyway. One of the things that happens in front of audiences, whether it's a street performance audience, any audience, a family audience, even a bunch of friends, right? Someone will start to deliver something and be really upset if everyone's not participating. But in every
especially
single
the
audience,
people that don't care, right? We give them a
yes,
lot of energy and attention.
Yeah,
I don't care
exactly.
about this thing.
right?
I always tell my
So-
clients, not everyone's going to like you.
No. And so if we change the mindset about that and they're like, I'm going to find the liquors and I'm going to lick them, then everybody's happy. We gave everybody permission to be exactly where they're at right now because nobody's a licker all the time. Today, I might be a licker. Yes, please lick my face. I love it. Tomorrow, I may be like, no, I'm a hider right now. I got something going on in my life. Or I just don't care. I'm on my way to someplace else. Oh, I totally want to watch that, but I don't want to participate. People change. And they can even during a performance, somebody can be a licker and then a watcher, or somebody's a watcher and then they see how fun it is and they want to be a licker. Like we're changing our state all the time. And we have to give self permission to be wherever we are. But we also, when delivering something to others, have to recognize that every single audience everywhere has all these 4 categories all the time. So what does it come down to? Find the liquors and lick them. They taste good. Yeah.
I want to know, correct
Yes.
me if I'm wrong, is there a 5th category? And that is the category, it might be the liquors. I don't want to group them together. Is there a 5th category of people who want to trade places with you? That they're like, Julia Cameron calls them the shadow artist. And they're like, I wish I was the performer. I wish I was the one doing poetry up there on top of the car. So yes, there's the group that are engaged, sit on my lap, lick my face. But what about the people who are like, oh, I've never given myself permission to do that, and I want to do that?
So interestingly, that group can show up as lickers, but it can also show up as the watchers. The watchers who are on the sidelines being like, I wish it was me, I wish it was me, I wish it was me. Don't touch me. I wish it was me, I wish it was me. No, don't touch me. And there's like a push-pull in their psyche about I want to be in here. I want to wait. I can't do it. I can't do it. Only people like you can do it. Sometimes there can be a drama in it. Or the hiders, like, oh, I wish I could do that.
I was going to say hider too.
Yeah.
Like
I don't want anyone to know, but this is so interesting, but I'm not looking. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Or it could be the lickers who are like, oh my God, that tasted so good. I'm going to lick you back. I mean, it's being a street performer is fantastic. And I've done a lot of street performance in Times Square in New York City, where the whole world goes. I mean, partly it's great to do that because you end up on the, social media of everybody who's passing by taking their videos of you. But it's also because it's a place where it's a super busy place where people are hanging out. It's not a place where people are in a rush. So in Times Square, it's like this may sound so strange given our conception of Times Square, but there's a phenomenal amount of spaciousness there. People go to New York City and stand in Times Square because they're hoping something magical is going to happen to them. So we get to show up and be the magical thing. I've even said that about New York in general, where it's like people move to New York because they want something magical to happen. Today, I will be discovered. I will walk around the corner with my groceries and someone will bump into me. All the cabbages will fall all over the floor, all over the sidewalk. And that person who bumped into me is going to hire my cousin, put me on television, give me funding, or marry me. I'm so ready today. Like today will be my day. And I think that's why people move to places like that.
Well, that happened to me. Last week, I was
What happened?
walking with a bag of groceries that had cabbages, and it totally happened to me.
Wow, that's incredible.
Today could be your day.
Wow.
Today could be your day.
Yeah.
It could be my day today. I need to go buy cabbage. I mean, it's the cabbage, I think, is the common denominator.
Well, fortunately, you're still around, so you can tap into the magical energy of possibility that is available all the time, if only you give yourself permission to feel it.
It's so true.
For those that are just joining us, we are doing a Pod-a-thon, 12 hours of consistently podcasting, or until we reach our goal of $5,000. Part of that is going to the Malala Fund. And I just want to share that we have a challenge going on that I will juggle badly with my tangerines here.
I have chicken nuggets.
Oh, and you have chicken nuggets. Yeah.
Want me to juggle the chicken nuggets?
No.
Yes, yes. I want to watch you to do that. I want to watch you do that, but I don't want to do it myself. But I want to watch you do
She
it.
wants to be a watcher. So the challenge is
cold-ass chicken
during
nugget.
Barbara Ann Michaels' episode, she's only here for a few minutes. Can you take us from where we are now, $780? Thank you, Jen Bay, for that $5. Thank you for donating. And if you take us to $1,000 during this part of the episode with Barbara Ann Michaels, Gesture of the Peace, I will juggle badly as your reward. Just wanted to share that for people who are just joining us. Hello,
love that.
Samana.
Can I do a magic trick?
Yes, you can do a magic trick.
I'm going to do a magic trick in honor of this. We're making a 3-digit number into a 4-digit number. We're making a 3-digit number into a 4-digit number. 3-digit number into a 4-digit number.
What?
Whoa! What?
What
3-digit
is
number into a
it?
4-digit. Making a 3-digit number into a 4-digit number. And
Stop it. Just stop. That's just blowing my mind.
What is it that you, Barbara Ann Michaels, Gesture of the Peace, would love to have in everybody's medicine cabinet throughout the land?
I would love to have in everybody's medicine cabinet throughout the land humor, art, and love. Humor, art, and love back in the medicine cabinet. So humor, art, and love are ancient, pre-ancient tools for well-being. It's part of the human condition that whenever I personally feel bereft, unsettled, insane, whacked out, exhausted, overwhelmed, confused, afraid, whenever I feel any of those things, if I turn to art or love or humor, I feel reconnected to myself. I feel reconnected to others. I feel reconnected to the juice of my life and my creativity. I feel reconnected to whatever the all-powerful, whatever it is that is, the mystery of life is a good way to say it. I feel reconnected. In modern times, we've gotten stuck on these things. Oh, I'm not funny. I'm not a comedian. Like, as if being a professional comedian is our only access to humor in our lives. Or I can't draw. I'm not creative. Access to creativity is visual art in a museum. And so humor, art, and love in my organization's House of Holy Humor, a non-religious congregation for humor for wellness, and Humor Arts Museum, the online museum for uplifting humorous art in all media. I'm creating institutions to institutionalize art, love, and humor as daily practices, as every day. So if I create institutions that collaborate with institutions and organizations, it's easier to spread a worldwide movement that already exists subconsciously of humor, art, and love for wellness. We're bringing it into the conscious mind. Humor Arts Museum and House of Holy Humor bring what's subconscious into the conscious mind. Humor, art, and love for well-being. And I really adore being on the Are You Waiting for Permission podcast, because art, love, and humor are prized here, and wellness is prized here. And whenever I come here, we have a really good time and feel good.
Forgive me if you already mentioned this. You mentioned it last year when you were on our podcast. And if you mentioned it today and I didn't hear it, forgive me. I was distracted for a moment. But I know that sometimes we think that we're not an artist. Sometimes we think that we're not funny. But isn't there always love? Did you talk about that? And if so...
Yes, thank you. There's always love, and there's always humor, and there's always creativity. So it's only because we've got this societal idea that only the professionals are funny and creative. The human condition is creativity. Sometimes when people say to me, I'm not creative, I will say, okay, hold on. Have you or have you not improvised every moment of your life so far? Have you or have you not? Every human on the earth has to say yes. Yes, I have improvised every single moment. Even if I had a plan, and sometimes especially if I had a plan, I've improvised every single moment of my life so far. We are all inherently creative. It just is that way.
Right.
Do you have a story from your life that was hard then that's funny now? The vast majority of humans have access to a tale, even whether it was a silly tale, oh, I stubbed my toe and it's funny now, or it was super serious, I had a breakdown and it's funny now, whatever it might be. Do we have a tale that's hard then that's funny now? The majority of humans can access one. Or if not, the concept sounds familiar, because it's in the human condition. So the human condition, which is everyone all the time, is art, love, and humor. Love just gets more play. Like, yeah, love is universal. People are like, go love. But humor and art are the exact same. And to me, humor and art are love. That is my life path. They are my life path. If I'm super honest, my life practice, my mystery of life practice, my spiritual practice is clown theater. Everything I do comes out of that. Yeah.
And you were blessed with some parents who nurtured that, right?
Yeah. So in my family, so I come from a very tiny family. I have a mother and a father and a dog sister who wears clothes. My mom has a Chihuahua that wears clothes. So that's like my dog sister. And me. And in our family, and we're super different from each other. My dad loves music. My mother loves to read. They just express themselves so differently. But what we get together, one of the things we get together on is humor and making each other laugh. And that is an absolutely reliable way to share love in my family. And I'm so grateful for it. And I have a feeling that that's one of the reasons why I've devoted my life path to humor for connection. Because in my family, I feel a phenomenal amount of love when we're laughing together, as different as we all are. And I know I'm not alone in that. So I've created House of Holy Humor and created Humor Arts Museum because I'm not alone in using humor, art, and love for well-being as a life path, to focus, to refocus, to heal, to reframe, to just thrive. And so we need institutions for that. And it comes out of the personal place. People say about comedy all the time, oh, you become a comedian because you've had your ups and downs in life. Well, yeah. I want everyone to turn to humor because we've had ups and downs in life. Not that everything is going to be funny, because everything's not going to reach humor in this lifetime for everyone, but so many things can. And that is a phenomenal amount of hope that humor brings. And so part of my mission is to remember that and put it back in the medicine cabinet, as you so artfully said a little while ago.
Yeah, I feel I just was writing the other day about the use of humor in my own family growing up, because hot button topics would be brought up pretty easily, which can get really contentious really quickly. And the one gift that I thought was beautiful that my dad would bring was the humor. He would do it in a humorous way. And so what would end up maybe turning into a fight and ended up in an uproar of laughter, which is a beautiful quality when there's somebody that can be in the room that can orchestrate that. It's so important. And it's not humor that's poking fun of another person or thing. It is genuine, heartfelt humor and really bringing your true self forward.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, because humor lowers our defenses.
Yeah.
So I use humor as a strategy. I am a very serious artist. I mean, my ultimate mission is to have people find their gifts, give their gifts, and be appreciated for their gifts in their lifetime. And to the degree that life's not set up for everyone to be able to do that, which is inhumane in my view, I'm going to work on this. The reason I use humor and art is because they fast track it. I mean, I love humor. It's core to my being, but I'm not using humor for humor's sake. It doesn't end with the funny. It reconnects us to our desires and our dreams and each other and possibility. And that's what it's really for. It's just faster. If I make serious art, people hold back, they think, they wonder what it's all about. If I make funny art, people participate, they lick their face, whatever it's going to be. And they don't even realize why they're having such a good time and why they feel better. The thing is, people don't realize why they feel better, but it's because when it's funny, people's defenses drop and they can participate without worrying. And so when I was a wedding officiant, for 10 years. I did 560 weddings. What I saw is that one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen is people being undefended in front of each other, undefended with each other. So profound. And what brings us permission to be undefended in front of each other? Humor is one of the things. Love is another thing, and art is another thing.
Beautiful.
There's a comment in the chat from Larno Sorno that says, great advice, Reverend Barbara. I don't know specifically what she was referring to. It could be anything that you've shared with us since you drove
Thank you,
in.
Lauren.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please pass it on. All the advice I have comes from the human condition, and I request that we all pass it on. Pass on art, love, and humor for well-being and connection, especially over these holidays, right? When we're in with our groups, our holiday groups, turning to art and love and humor can really help with dynamics.
It sure
And can
can.
be so healing, right? I
Yeah.
was sharing last night with somebody who was here for Thanksgiving that I was telling her about my mom because she didn't know that my mom had passed. And then she was asking a little bit about her. And I said, she loved to laugh. Like that was something she absolutely valued her entire lifetime, at least the part where I was an adult and could recognize it. She wasn't especially funny, my mom, but she had a great sense of humor in that giggling and being able to laugh was something she valued so much. And I would call her and say things like, "Oh, how was church yesterday?" And she's, "Oh, we got the giggles."
Can you hear? Can you hear? I can't. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Barbara, can you hear me?
Can't hear Barbara.
We couldn't hear you for a second, Joseph. You went
Okay.
mute.
Okay. So anyway, I'm
Wait,
finished my point.
Wait, we can't hear you.
Okay.
Oh
Can
no,
you hear?
I love the physical that we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
3 to 4, 3 to 4. She's doing that. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't. At first, I couldn't hear you. Then I could hear Barbara, and now I can't. This is hello and welcome to technology. Aha. We are
Giving
juggling
ourselves
the sound.
permission to do
We are
things
juggling the
imperfectly.
sound.
We are juggling the sounds. We started off juggling scarves. If you want to know why, listeners, she said we're juggling the sound because we started off with juggling the scarves. And could you just nod your head if you can hear us, Barbara? Great, she can hear us. So I guess that her part of the episode is over. Is that true? There she goes.
Oh,
She just disappeared. She's
I
on
love it.
I-90 or
So
something.
I'm going to just repeat back really quick because it was beautifully said at the beginning. Lauren said that she chimed in there when Barbara said art, love, and humor in your medicine cabinet. It should be in your medicine cabinet. So I'm just going to open my imaginary medicine cabinet right now and make sure it's there. All three are there. Beautiful. I'm closing it. I want to say thank you, Barbara, so much for being here. You're amazing. And please follow Barbara, jesterofthepeace.com, and find her on the socials. And hopefully she'll be driving through your hometown.
Yes.
You never know.
You never know.
Bye.
We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Thank you for all that you are bringing to this planet, because clearly, as you said, we are in a mental health crisis. And part of what she is bringing forth on this planet is the solution to what we need to heal ourselves, to heal each other, to heal our families, to heal our conversations.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
So what is it about technology? Is it because we're here for so long? We've been here for 3 hours, 31 minutes, and 37 seconds. That's a lot of threes. Is it because of that? Because you've had problems with sound, and Mitch had trouble getting in, and now Barbara, Jester of the Peace.
Who knows? I don't know. I really don't
If
know.
we did know, we could probably find a solution that much faster.
Yes, and I was having, because you went mute there for a second too, and it's fine. We roll with it, right? We're on this like Zoom, not even Zoom. We're on this Restream platform, which Restream is great. I'm not saying just for if you're watching and you have
Shout out to Restream, right?
Sorry, I'm messaging and doing multiple things at the same time. So I just want to say that sometimes technological things happen. And the one thing I always like to say to my clients is have a plan B or roll with it, adapt to that, find it, like, look at it as a gift rather than a hinder, rather than something that's going to hinder you, and move on. Just keep moving and grooving.
Right. And I love, love, love that you tell your clients to roll with it, because that is, life is an improvisation, right? When people say to me, oh, I could never do improv, I'm like, every conversation you've ever had, like Barbara and Michael was talking about, everything that has ever happened in your life has been a moment of just making things up, right? Just being in that moment, just rolling with it.
Yes.
And what a gift improv is for that. So we didn't reach our challenge, so I might be juggling later, but it's totally fine. I'm okay with that. I will try to not eat these over the
Please
course
don't.
of the next
I might
9
eat another
hours.
nugget though.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you can, because I denied you
You
when you
did. You
said, should
denied
I?
me. You denied me on a live pod-a-thon.
You know why? Because I was caretaking for you, because I thought, what if she doesn't know how to juggle and she tries to, and the chicken McNuggets end up on the carpet, and then is she going to eat them? Because I know you like clean things. I won't say you're a clean freak or go into
Well,
that at all. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm
Look
listening.
at that whole narrative went through your head.
Yep.
That whole narrative went through your head. Because I could have just juggled him like this. I could have done that.
You
Like I
could have
just
done that. I know. Here I am making up a whole narrative for you and with you and in spite of you.
and I just a little secret that a lot of people may not know about me is that I love chicken nuggets. Like I won't go to McDonald's and eat them. I think those are nasty, but like if they're good, like yummy chicken nuggets, I love them. Isn't
Yeah.
that weird?
Can you
It's like
hear that loudspeaker driving down the street? That car with the loudspeaker? Can
I
you hear that?
cannot. I cannot.
Do you want to? You look pained. When you said I cannot, you look pained, like, oh, I wish I knew what they were selling with that
No, but
loudspeaker.
we have a guest though that's waiting to come in, so we need to bring.
Oh, well, she
Yeah.
knows about this loudspeaker
I
because
think
she
she
lives in
does.
San
She
Miguel
probably
de
can hear it.
Allende.
So here we are. Hello and welcome, welcome.
Hi, Glenn Rogers. Hello, hello, welcome.
Hello.
She
Good to
knows.
see you.
She knows about this loudspeaker on top of the car, don't you? Can you hear it right now?
Sure.
Yeah. Do you hear it right now?
I don't. No, it's not. It's on your street, not mine.
Okay. Well, I'm sending it over to San Antonio neighborhood where you are.
Okay.
And,
Have them pick up my mattress and my stove.
yeah. Yeah. So how are you?
I'm great. I'm great. Doing good.
Yeah. What are you working on these days? What are you creating that you want to share with our listeners?
Well, let's see. This is one of my latest
Oh,
big charcoal
Oh, beautiful.
called Moongate. It's a big charcoal, 7-foot wide piece.
in
And,
charcoal or paint?
Charcoal. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Listener, if you've never worked in charcoal before, you might not have an appreciation of how challenging it is to create something that beautiful with charcoal.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Glenna, what's your website so I can post it here and so people can see it?
It's GlennRogersArt.com.
Oh, that's easy. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
And
I have to tell y'all something.
Yeah.
I was watching your earlier guest, and Risa Funk, she said she lives in Niceville, Florida.
I can't hear you. I
You
cannot
can't hear me?
Now I
Now
can.
we can.
Okay. Teresa
Start
Funk,
again.
she lives in Niceville, Florida. I
No,
lived in
different.
Niceville. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I lived there for a couple of years in the 70s. And that was the beginning of my journey
Oh.
to become an artist, because I was on an adventure, but I was broke and I was working on an assembly line for Texas Instruments, if you remember that company.
So
Oh, I
yes,
do. I had the calculator.
that
Yes,
was
yes.
Lynn Walton. Lynn Walton is one of our viewers, and she's the one from Niceville. And Teresa Funk is in Colorado.
Oh, okay. Sorry about
Lynn.
that.
That's okay. It's
Anyway,
perfect. I
It
just
was
wanted to give her
funny
a shout out.
because I was at that crossroads in my life where I was going, oh, what am I doing here? You know, I'm working in an assembly line, you know. And it was a lot of older women from the country. working, and I was a young person. I was kind of, this woman told me, she goes, "You don't belong here, honey." She goes, "I'm a handwriting analyst, and I want to do your handwriting." So
Oh,
she did my handwriting, and she goes, "See, you're a creative. You're an artist. You need to go back to school." Da, da, da. And she showed me how my descenders needed to do this, that, and the other, and I didn't care. The message was, I got the message. However, she did it through handwriting analysis. I'm like, "You were right, and I'm so out of here."
oh, wow. Meredith, can I ask you, how is Glenn's sound on your end?
It's okay. It's waving in and out a little bit. So the closer you can be to your mic, the better.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll get closer.
that's awesome. That's
Okay, good.
Yeah.
No, what a gift. I mean, that woman at the factory with the handwriting analysis. First off, who works in a factory that knows handwriting analysis? That
I
is
know.
a gift right there, right?
Right,
And then
right.
for her to say, you don't belong here. Let me do your analysis. Oh, you're a creative being. Go forth with that. Like
Yes.
those three gifts in just a few minutes or however long it took,
Yeah.
it catapulted you into doing these beautiful works of art like are behind you
Yes.
right now.
Yeah. I went back to school right there in Niceville, Florida.
Niceville. That's so nice to have that.
I know.
Like you're reminded every day when you write like a piece of mail or your
Right.
address, you're just like write the word nice, like having positive affirmations.
Exactly.
It's so funny that this is totally off the subject, but on the subject. But a while ago, I'm not going to tell you what they are because they're my passwords, but a while ago, I made a decision to change all my passwords to things that are like uplifting and motivating because I was like, every time, because I have to punch in those passwords all the time, I might as well be giving myself like words of affirmation while I'm doing passwords.
Yeah.
Right. And then I saw a Mel Robbins post and she said that was the advice that she was giving in this one post is go change all of your passwords to positive affirmation. So I'm wondering if she maybe got the idea from me.
I think she did, probably.
I think she
Mel
totally did.
and Meredith both start with an M.
They both start with an M.
You're practically twinsies.
I
That's
agree.
right.
So I think we should all move to Niceville and change our passwords to uplifting things.
Okay,
Exactly.
I'll do it. Totally do it.
Oh, I love it.
Tell us about your life these days, Glenn. So you are making art, you are living in Mexico. Since we last saw you and spoke with you on our podcast, you had a pretty outrageous, in a good way, interview that went viral on the news, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell us about that. What happened?
Well, I mean, it was CSNBC video. A friend of mine who wrote, Janet Blazer, who wrote Why We Left, a book about women who moved to Mexico. She's the one that passed my name off to them, and they came to San Miguel to do a video of my home and how I bought my home and how I live my life and how I live, a pretty good life on a lot less money than I need in the US. And so, I don't know what it got me except for exposure, but it was fun and they did a beautiful job, the videographers. So yeah, something I'm proud of.
I got to see it.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it was very cool. It was very
Earlier
cool.
this morning, way back when we first started this Pod-a-thon, we started talking about making an impact. And your video, your news segment has made an impact. I know specifically that guests who were staying with us here at San Miguel Retreats saw that and came here with the intention of moving to San Miguel after seeing that. And they have since bought a house and moved here. So
Yeah, I know. I was walking down the street the other day and somebody yelled out of the window, "Hey, you inspired me to move to San Miguel."
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway.
Tell us about your art.
The fact that it was inspirational to make a move that they wanted to make,
Yeah. They're no longer waiting for permission.
Exactly.
Tell us about your art. You have the beautiful piece in charcoal behind you. How else are you showing up to the proverbial canvas these days?
Well, I've been working for several years on some large scale pieces. During the pandemic, it gave me this perfect opportunity to kind of hunker down and do something more significant, I felt like. And so I've done a number of large scale charcoals and some large scale paintings. They're all centered around the sacred feminine and figurative work. And I have an exhibition at Casa Europa in San Miguel de Allende in March. So I look forward to showing these large scale pieces because I haven't had an opportunity, for a space big enough for a while. And so I'm looking forward to that. I don't know if you saw that I did this Sacred Feminine Women's Circle.
I was going to ask about
Almost
that
50
next.
women.
Yes. Yeah.
In San Miguel. That was the 1st of November, and I'd been planning it for over a year. And it was fabulous. It was like everybody walked away just feeling so full and grateful and connected and inspired and empowered. It was really wonderful. So, yeah.
Where did that idea come from?
What was that?
Where did that idea come from, that women's circle?
Well, actually, talking with a friend of mine and when I was doing my last book, series of book talks in California, my good friend and healer, Ratka Mirapovic, she and I were talking back and forth, and she said, well, what do you want to do next? And I said, well, I would really like to do more of these talks about the sacred feminine and my artwork and my pilgrimages to sacred sites and the whole kind of life journey I've had. And I said, but I'm not sure how to get on that, circuit if you've never kind of done that before, these women's groups and that sort of thing. She goes, well, why don't you create your own? I'm like, ding, ding, ding. Thank you for that. So we started planning, and she came here in November to be a part of it as a priestess and speaker, and bringing her beautiful gifts to the table as well. Yeah.
There's a sense I get sometimes in working with clients or just having conversations, Glenn, that sometimes we do want to bring our gifts to the table, and then sometimes we also want to hide. And I get the yin and the yang of that. But I'm wondering if you can speak to our listeners who maybe have gotten in the habit of hiding a little too much and not bringing our gifts out and bringing them forth. And yeah, what do you have to say about that?
Well, I can only speak for myself. I know that when I was in graduate school and I was working with the figure, very strong feminist figurative work, and I started getting a lot of negativity from mainly women professors, feminists, because they did not want to show the female body, objectifying women, whatever. So I started hiding that, and these symbols started emerging in my work, which I was really grateful for. So I became kind of adept of hiding a certain aspect of my work and creating the sacred feminine, putting it out there in a different way through symbol. And I did that for 30 years, and I was happy, and I loved my work that I did. But it was a way that I basically hid what I really wanted to say, or I found a way to put it under the cover so as not to be criticized. And so I guess, one thing led to another. I just began doing the figure. Well, when I went to Morocco to do an artist residency, she started appearing again in my work, of all places, in Morocco.
In Morocco.
And so I went with it. I'm like, okay, now's the time to come out and come forward and say, I am standing with the sacred feminine. I want to get that idea of ancient matriarchal cultures out into the world, and not be just putting up with this patriarchal system that we have. So that's all I can say, is that sometimes we hide to not be criticized, and we find other ways to be in the world. But I hope that everyone finds a way to actually stay in their truth and speak it, ultimately. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that answer so much. And Meredith, can you speak to this particular podcast and how it might resonate with our listeners for no longer hiding, no longer playing in the shadows? How does that resonate with you?
Well, I feel that it's about, for me, the listener, just taking the small step and knowing that you don't have to take this huge uncomfortable step forward. You don't have to go stand on a stage and speak your voice. You don't have to become an overnight artist. But you can take a small step that gets you to the next phase, right? So if that means that you just have a one-on-one conversation with someone about the things that you're passionate about, or that make you uncomfortable, or that the change you want to see in the world, and then allowing yourself to then take the next step after that. I think some people need baby steps. And that's okay.
And I think, if I can just interject, I think baby steps are the only way to go, right? I mean, that's how each of us have learned how to walk. And what I am cognizant of is that when we are learning to walk, there was nobody who was judging us and saying, "Oh, you should be doing better," or "Stop that. You already fell down 16 times. We don't want you to keep
Well, I don't know. Have
walking
you met
anymore."
some parents? I don't know if that's true. I've seen parents who are like, "No, we're not going to let you crawl first. I want to send a video to grandma." You know?
But for most of us, for the majority of us, there was a lot of encouragement along the way, and it was just baby steps, and unfortunately, and you can speak to this, Glenn, please. With social media happening, we see the people that are further along than us, that are having the exhibitions or are doing the shows, or they're already successful, they're leaving their jobs, the Great Resignation, and we compare ourselves to them, and then that makes us want to hide. I'm turning it to you, Glenn.
Well, I think we need to look at those people that are doing more and better as inspiration, not as something that we should feel guilty about. It's like, every person was a beginner. Every artist was a beginner in their studio. Everyone had to start somewhere. So that's the way I see it.
And Meredith and I, we have talked so much about this word over the work that we've done with Are You Waiting for Permission? And that is the idea of giving ourselves grace when we are putting ourselves out there. And I think sometimes we forget about that. We're trying to be hard on ourselves. Anyway, I don't want to get too psychological here. I do want to give a shout out to Zan and Paul Merriman. They used to be residents of San Miguel de Allende, and they have since gone on to the Pacific Northwest, where they came from. But they are here. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you and all the creativity that you bring forth into the world. And Paul Merriman also is a brilliant PBS author about financial literacy and giving ourselves permission to create wealth in our lives. So happy to have him here as a listener. Thank you. What do you got, Meredith Grundy?
Well, I just want to remind everybody that we are here from 10 a.m. p.m. 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and we're about to reach the quarter-way mark. So we're about to reach 4 hours. One quarter, 1/5. It might not.
1/5 of our financial goal.
1/5 of our financial goal. I was talking about time.
Time, money. What are we talking about here?
We're talking about. So we are, yes, at 1/5 of our financial goal. So if we raise 5,000 before the 10 p.m. mark, we're gonna call it.
That is
donate.
So, and I want to remind people that where the money is going to is to keep Are You Waiting for Permission moving and grooving forward. We would love sponsors. When you do become a sponsor, you get to work with us on putting together whatever that that ad would look like with us doing the voiceover for it, and other little perks. And yeah, it also goes 12% goes to
I'm going to
the
speak to
Malala.
that. I'm going to speak to that because there's a bit of echo that's happening on your sound on your end, Meredith.
Awesome. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah. So a percentage of today's fundraising will go to the Malala Fund. I spoke about this earlier, but I'm going to be repeating myself throughout the day. A, because I have to keep talking for 12 hours. And B, because you may have not been here earlier when I talked about the Malala Fund. And I know you will appreciate this story, Glenn, based on your work around sacred femininity or the sacred feminine. And that is that Malala was a young schoolgirl looking at ways to advocate and be an activist for girls' education in Pakistan, where girls did not have access to education. And when it was discovered that this was the work that she was doing, somebody walked onto the bus where she was a passenger, asked for her by name, and when she identified herself, they shot her in the face. No, they shot her in the head. I don't know specifically that it was in the face. They shot her in the head. She survived and continued her work in girls' advocacy and girls' education. So we are donating a portion to all the money raised today to the Malala Fund. So I'll give a shout out to that. And Meredith, you want to give a little tech check to see how your sound is? And maybe it's on my
Do I
end.
have an echo still? Can you hear me?
Yes.
And do I
Glenn,
have
how's her sound on your end?
Yeah, I mean, I can hear you fine.
And there's no echo.
No.
Okay.
Great.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect. I think it's because my other mic decided to start working.
Oh, that's awesome.
So then it was doing a double time. So here we are.
Yeah,
Oh, no, but you're not
so
going
my
Lots of
event that
echo.
I just did recently, calling the circle, we donated to a local women's organization called Mujeres en Cambio, who helps the local young women get their education from grade school, and now they've started college. So we were able to give a nice donation to them as well. Similar idea as the Malala Fund, but on a local level. Yeah, so it's really great.
Thank you for that. Meredith and I, we spoke about how life-changing education is, especially for girls, for women, for young women, opening up opportunities that may not have existed before. And yes, education does cost money. So we appreciate that in your sacred circle, you were able to donate a portion to Mujeres y Cambio. Thank you for that, because it takes every dime makes a difference sometimes.
Yes.
How you doing, Meredith?
I think there's still an echo, but I don't know. Okay, well, we'll keep moving and grooving.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about putting together a pod-a-thon the first time. You have no idea what's going to happen technologically, right?
No, you
Glenn,
don't.
while you're here, can you tell us how can we find your show in March at Casa Europa?
Oh, well, I don't think any advertising is out yet, but you could get on my email list and through my website at glenrogersart.com, and I will keep you informed of my exhibitions and that sort of thing. Yeah, so yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Beautiful. And for those who may not know, Glenn and myself, we live in San Miguel de Allende, has been voted the #1 city in the world multiple times since 2013. And Glenn had a beautiful interview about her house, giving herself permission to move to Mexico. And her art was featured quite a bit in that video, right? And it went viral. Yeah. I don't know how many thousands of people saw it.
I don't know.
But there were a lot. And what a beautiful spotlight of you and what you're bringing forth into the world.
Thank you.
Come and visit us in San Miguel, because you need to.
Everybody else is.
Everybody else is. It's a hugely popular town.
It's beautiful there.
That's where Meredith and I met, right?
Yes, it is. It is magical
Yes.
place.
Yes.
Beautiful. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Go forth and continue to create your incredible artwork. And
Yes.
we'll see you when I see you, Glenn.
Thank
Okay.
you. Bye, Glenn.
Thank y'all. Appreciate your work. Bye-bye.
Thank you. I do too. I appreciate you.
See you.
So there's a comment in the chat, Meredith, from Paul Merriman, and he says, I don't know what he's referring to. He says, I tried without success.
Well, Paul, if you try to make a donation, let me know, and I can try to share that link again. And if that's the case, I'm putting it here in the chat for you. And hopefully there will be some success. I hope people are able to make it.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, it's been funny. The technical stuff, I noticed that it's like go with the flow, but sometimes it throws me off a little bit because I'm trying to troubleshoot and listen to our guests and all the things, and that can be overload for people. So I get, but it's how do you keep your cool in that? Oh, he was hoping to join the conversation. Gotcha. Are you there, Joseph?
Yes, I am.
Oh.
Yeah. I was just listening to you because I know that whatever's coming out of your beautiful mouth is going to be brilliant.
Well, I
wanted
was
to
just
give you some
noticing
space around that.
So, Paul, if you want to join the conversation, you can do it via the chat. Otherwise, we're just having past guests from the podcast come and join us today. But please, if you have a question or a contribution, we would, of course, love to hear from you. And yeah, so I was just commenting more on the technological things. And I'm also noticing 4 hours of talking. We're about to hit 4 hours.
Yeah, it went by so quickly. We're like 37 seconds away. I want to speak for a second about our past guests. So you just said that today our past guests are here today with us. And man, are we some lucky ducks, Meredith, right? We have been able to interview some of the most brilliant, brave, bold, interesting people. And some of our guests it hasn't been our guests. It has been some of our listeners have said, where do you find your guests from? And it's amazing how organically our guests have shown up, right? Either through Facebook or other social marketing or our friends. Both of our husbands have each been a guest on our podcast. So they're brilliant human beings as well. And just how lucky are you and I? Like, okay, here's the thing people don't know about podcasting. How lucky are we that we get to ask questions of these people and they have to answer us? Like
oh my God, I know.
answer us.
They have to answer us. They actually, and you have such great questions. Sometimes I just sit back and I'm like, I'll let Joseph take over.
I'll ask like a lot about family and what about your husband and what about this and how did your mother react to that? It's beautiful because I'm cognizant all the time that our guests are brilliant. They have all of this wisdom, and all we need to do is kind of tap them on their shoulder, tap into it and say, can you share this with our listener? Because our listeners are waiting for your inspiration. And it happens. It just happens so beautifully. And we get to just be the facilitators of it. And I'm honored for that. So listener, if there's anything you don't want to talk about, please sign up to be a guest on our podcast and we'll ask you about it. We will bring all of your secrets forth. If you don't want to talk about something, be a guest on our podcast and we'll ask you about it publicly.
And you can also say no. Not to being on the podcast, but you don't have to reveal your deepest, darkest secrets. Unless of course you want to. And we're like the first people that you revealed them to. That would be, I don't know if I can handle that.
We're giving you permission to say no to anything that I, as a co-host, ask you.
Yes.
And
my husband, Gary, who was on here earlier, wanted me to know that I have spoken for 4 hours straight before.
Do you not remember?
I think he's joking with me.
Oh, because you're the wife and you just... I don't think that's a compliment. I think it's a
compliment.
Yeah. Yeah, so we only have 8
I
hours
think
to go or a few $1,000s to go.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
whichever comes
look,
first.
look, I think that there's somebody out there that's dying to give us like $4,000 right now.
Okay, yeah, or they're living to do that.
Okay, so Paul wants to know about the pictures on your shelf. Tell us about the pictures on your shelf behind you, the little ones.
Okay, the up above, the top shelf, Paul, those are collages by the delightful, beautiful Angela Gentleman. She gifted us to them. I think they were not framed. I think I took care of that. Um, and then I don't know what other pictures are there. There's a picture of my grandmother there. There's a picture of Eli's mom and a picture of Eli's family. There's a picture of my books, like that is one of my books. And yeah, but mostly what you're seeing above my head are collages by Angela Gentleman, brilliant artist. And can you see that? No, you can see that. That's a piece of art by Mary Gorman. Mary Gorman might be listening in, Gorman. Brilliant, brilliant artist in San Diego. And she donated a piece of art to the, Paul, help me out with this. When it's $100 bill, a C note. So there's a museum in San Diego, and every year they did have, I don't know if they still do because I moved away a long time ago, they have the C note. So an artist donates a piece of art, and every piece of art in the show, typically there's hundreds of them, they're each $100. And so I bought a piece of Mary Gorman's art. And I hope that answers your question. If there's a specific piece that I'm not seeing, you just let me know, and Meredith will let me know.
I think he was excited about the ones above your head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you know what I have to share? You want to know what I have to share about artwork
Mm-hmm.
in my home? I have your artwork, and I have Angela Beloyan's artwork in my home.
Oh, we don't know who Angela is if we're just
She was a
joining
past
in.
guest. I know, but I was going to say that.
Okay. Well, I have your artwork in my house because you directed Out of the Blue, a mostly one-man show musical. Did you direct musicals before?
I have directed musicals.
Yeah, it's a different animal, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
you
it's a
have
different.
the actor, you have the text, which is called the book, then you have the music, and then you have the choreography, and sometimes you have musicians. So it's a whole different animal. I guess
Yeah.
we could have asked you that before we hired you to be the director, right?
Well, you kind of knew because Jim Walker's show is a musical.
Oh, I've never saw it.
And I also directed a musical that had a full band, and Gary was the music director. So sometimes you're also working with the music director, and then choreography. So then we're working with a choreographer in the book and all the stuff. Yeah.
A lot goes into creating something, right? And a lot goes into creating a podcast as well.
It does. And that's why we're here today.
That's why we're here today. So in addition, listener, if you're not familiar, I know that you get excited when we show up in your earbuds or in your Alexa or in your car radio. Is that still a thing? Do people still have car radios? I think.
Yeah, but they're not really listening to the radio. They're more like they're plugging in their phones.
Oh, okay.
They've got digital, depends
so
on
when
how
we
old you
show
are.
up, you are lucky enough to hear the polished, finished product of what comes out. So I'm going to speak to the part that I mostly take care of that takes a whole heck of a lot of time, and that is scheduling the guests. So it is finding the guests, it is curating them, what's your schedule look like, here is the Calendly link for this, here's the intake form to fill out, here are the questions that you want us to ask you when you're on the podcast. And so all of that happens before we even meet the guests sometimes,
And we've tried to streamline some of that, right? So
you've done great at streamlining that. Thank you. And getting a Zoom link to them and having that be part of it.
Yeah, I think that's the key too, is like trying to find how do you take all these moving parts and make it as efficient as possible. Thank God for Calendly. Can we do a shout out to Calendly? My God, that app alone has saved my life.
Jen Bay, who was here earlier and made a donation, who is up in Salem, Oregon. She was asking about how does she schedule her business for real estate, for doing some beautiful photography and video for
Yeah.
realtors. And I was like, oh yeah, check out Calendly. It's going to make your life so much easier. And I think she did.
And the only thing you have to remember to do with Calendly, though, is that block out some of those days that you don't want to be working, like Thanksgiving.
Because you had a client yesterday.
I had a client yesterday. I had a couple calls yesterday because, you know, we live in a global economy. We live in I'm reaching out. I'm meeting people from all over the world. We don't all celebrate the same holidays.
Right.
So yeah, I think I love it though. It's a very efficient tool. And it also, yeah. Anyway, I'm happy to be here. Yeah. And what else is, you can tell I'm getting slap happy.
So then we have that part. We have the like behind the scenes scheduling our guests, bringing them in. Here's your social media link. Here's your Zoom link. And then some reminder emails go out to make sure that they show up, right? Because we want to make sure that happens. And then the recording of the actual podcast. And I do a little bit of homework. I know you do it as well, Meredith, about who the guests are and what they're bringing forth. And then we kind of roll with the punches, right?
Yep.
We're just showing up with our questions and really serving the listener as much as we can. And then all the post-production work that happens as well. So Gary Grundy and Amy Shelley donated their beautiful music for our intro and our outro. And then there's also some voiceover work by you. So you do that as well. And then we send it to Pakistan, right? We send it all the way over there so that Tarazi can help us with the editing part of it. And he's been just so great. I mean, sometimes I'll be like on a Wednesday night, I'll be emailing him like, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to send you this file and it's due tomorrow morning. And we've been on schedule every time for a year and a half or longer.
We have. And I also want to do a shout out to Catherine, who is my virtual assistant. And she's amazing. And she does the graphics for us. And she put together our landing page, our website for us.
What is that website, I'm wondering?
Are you waiting for permission.com?
Yes.
And that's where you can go right now and make a donation so that we can reach our goal and I can put up a Christmas tree with my family tonight while watching some Hallmark movie.
Oh, that's beautiful. So listener, if you're just joining in or if you missed this brilliant conversation earlier, what we decided was that if we are to reach our goal sooner than 10 p.m. New York City time, that Meredith will jump off and I will jump off, but she's going to go put up a Christmas tree with her family because she has been out and about in the world a lot the last 3 weeks. And can I use the word craving or needing or just wanting some family time?
Yes, and you can say yes and to all that. And then I leave at 5 a.m. in the morning on Sunday for a week.
That doesn't even make sense. Why would you do that?
Because I have a job. I have work.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Vegas.
Okay. For Confidently Speaking or for something else?
For Amazon. Yeah.
And you'll be gone for a week.
Yeah. Did we talk about this? Oh no. Do we? I don't think we.
I knew you were traveling. I did kind of know you were traveling.
Because we don't have guests scheduled for Tuesday, do we?
I don't know.
I don't either.
Yeah. See, listener, this is some of the behind the scenes stuff.
This is behind the scenes, and you're getting it right now.
You wouldn't know that because you're just getting a polished, perfect episode in your earbuds on Thursday mornings at 0800 New York City time. But there's a lot of stuff that happens. And I want to share something. And this is the real impetus for the Pod-a-thon. This is a word that I have been working with for quite a while now. I just did a video about it recently, and that is the word sustainable. So why we're having this Pod-a-thon, in addition to helping the Malala Fund, it's also to honor the work that we're doing and make it sustainable because of the people that are on our team and the graphics that happen and the website and the Simplecast and other things we've talked about. All of that needs to get paid for. And what happens, you may have found this in your own business, listener, is that if you keep feeding it and feeding it and feeding it, and you notice your bank account dwindling a little bit each month, at some point you start to ask, how sustainable is this?
Mm-hmm.
And not saying that, I'm going to take your money and run and say, that was fun, thanks, we're done. But we do have to look at what's sustainable in our lives. And sometimes to create that, we reach out to our listeners or to our audience or to our friends and our family and say, okay, you keep telling us how much you love Are You Waiting for Permission? How much it resonates with you? How much, even just the title of it, Are You Waiting for Permission? Which I want to talk about with you, Meredith, in a moment.
Uh-huh.
But you tell us that you love it. So show us where your $5 is and put it in donation bucket. I'm done.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. And I, as one who listens to podcasts too, and was listening to, I think one of the original, I would say, not necessarily, it's a podcast. It's called a podcast, but This American Life, which was, it's a show on NPR for those who haven't listened to it. They did a really, I remember that was the first time I was like, oh, they're asking for money. It's NPR. It's a nonprofit. They need to keep their storytelling moving forward. They need to keep being able to pay for that. And that's what it's really about is we're giving people a platform to tell their story.
Yes. The title, Are You Waiting for Permission?
Yeah.
So that was a process.
It
I
was
remember
a lot of names.
pretty clearly because it kind of was, what do we want to call it and what do we want to talk about, right? What's the theme going to be about? So we knew that we wanted a podcast. We had that part down. And then it was, now what, right? What does the context look like? What does the form look like? Well, so we started looking at titles, and I remember I was like, okay, Meredith, come up with 30 titles by Tuesdays, let's say, and I'll do the same, and then we'll go through them. So we did that a couple of times. Like we came up with probably, I'm going to say 100 different ideas each of what we wanted to call this podcast. And we went back back and forth a little bit about Are You Waiting for Permission? Because I offered the idea, you liked it, and then I'm like, oh, I don't know. And you're like, oh, I think I like it. I don't know that my husband likes it, but oh, I don't know. So even when that idea was born, there was some hesitation, which is okay, right? I'm reading this. I just finished this beautiful book called The 1 Minute Millionaire. And he says that every great idea is born drowning. Right? Every great idea has some holes in it, has some faults in it, if you will. And so, yeah, listener, when you have ideas, just know that they're not necessarily going to be perfect right out the gate. They're going to have some holes in them. And we're giving you permission to have that be true for you and just keep showing up.
I love it. Oh, I hear somebody is there someone in our room?
There's probably someone in our room, and I'm going to tell you that it should be Davina from Los Angeles.
Davina, and then Diana is after Davina. We have Diana here.
Oh.
Yes,
yeah?
I think, yes. Hello, Diana. We'll be right with you. Yes, Davina was at 2 p.m.
Oh, okay.
Should we go ahead and bring in Diana?
I don't know. Should we? Are you waiting for permission?
I kind of like to see her in this black and white fishbowl over to the left. I can see her looking at us. Yeah,
I can't
now
see
she
her.
looks. Now she's acting like a fish.
Well, then we should definitely bring her in because we want to have more fishes on our podcast.
I think so too. And before I bring Diana in, what I want to say to our listeners or watchers or viewers, however you want to frame it, is that if you can't donate, the best thing you can do for us is to please share the donation button, share the link for this live broadcast. because that's also going to help us with our reach. We really appreciate you. So if you haven't shared already and you're watching, please share this lovely live event that's
Pod-a-thon.
happening all
It's an
freaking
event.
day long. All right,
It
I'm
is
going
an
to bring
event.
it. What?
It is an event. Yep.
It is an event. It's a monumental Pod-a-thon event. Okay.
Ah,
Hello, you are
Hey.
here.
I'm on.
You're on. You're here. We brought you on.
we brought you in early because we couldn't wait one more minute.
We couldn't.
Hello, everyone. Hello. It's so good to see you
Hi.
both.
Oh,
Thank
it's so
you,
good to see you
thank
too. And
you.
if our other guest shows up, we're just gonna have you both at the same time because that's how we roll.
Yeah. Because her name is Davina, which is so close to Diana. They both start with a D and end in an A. So it's the same.
Yeah.
We have not been together, the three of us, since your last podcast episode with us, which was like
Well,
last year.
I think we were together, didn't we? Walk on the High Line.
In
Oh my
May.
God.
Yes, I carried your luggage.
You did. And you shared with me the wisdom of falling into the 5 holes. And it's something that I think about all the time. I grew and expanded as a human just having that walk with you both.
Yeah, thank you. So, listener, just to bring you up to date, what Diana is referring to is Autobiography in 5 Short Chapters by Portia Nelson. And it's a beautiful, beautiful piece of literature that I'm going to be reading later on if we end up without any content. I will be reading it live here for you, listener. It's worth hearing.
I love it. Diana, where are you right now?
So I am currently just outside of DC. I'm in Virginia.
Amazing.
So I saw you in New York. I've been traveling with my show, and then I'm currently in Virginia helping my mother who's having some health challenges, that we're here as a family just supporting her. And she's okay.
She's okay.
She's okay. Yeah, she's okay.
So, Diana, will you do us a favor and will you share with the people who are watching right now, share about your solo show and what that means being on tour?
Yes. Okay. I'm like, oh right, we're on a pod-a-thon. We're not just like
We're on I mean, we could just have a conversation.
Yeah.
I don't care. I can go
hang
there.
out with you both.
Let's just hang out. I mean, you can do that too.
I don't know, but I realize that your viewers don't actually know me. So yes, my name is Diana Varco. I am an improviser and a storyteller, and I used all of my comedy background to write a solo show called Shattered, which, judging by the name, it deals with some difficult subject matter, dating and relationships, and really the ways that our life experiences impact us and how we show up in the world. It's about trauma recovery, and it's also tragically comedic. So I've been doing that show for about 5 years now. I wrote it in 2017, and I never thought I would ever tell that story. And now this year I've toured it. I've taken it to festivals virtually in New Zealand and Australia. And I've performed it live on stage in Iceland and Sweden and Edinburgh. So it's really taken a lot of focus. And this next year, I'm looking to bring out new chapters of the story. So it's a exciting and kind of scary time for me, because I'm like, oh my gosh, I've been doing this show for so long, and it's taken so much of my focus, and now I'm starting the whole creative process again. I'm having
that's scary.
2 creative babies.
2 creative babies. Well, talk about it. Talk to us a little bit about that, because I feel like there's comfort that happens when you do a show again and again and again, and then the idea of like, oh, I might pause that for a second and start something else creative. Talk to us about that transition and how that intersection and how that's going for you.
Yeah, I really started to have to give myself permission to pause and be on pause and be okay with that, because these creative processes, they have their own timeline. So this new show I've been writing for a number of years, and Joseph, I think you had gone to the reading in January, and I had expected to bring it out much earlier, but my show Shattered this year really took on a lot of momentum with different festivals. So it was something that I had to kind of carry to the end, and be in a place where I felt comfortable taking a pause and switching gears. And I thought that would happen much sooner. But now that I've done this, I performed all summer and a lot of festivals all year, and now I feel comfortable with it. And I feel like, you know what, this is a good time to pause and to restart this new adventure.
It's a huge deal because especially when something's going well, right? With Shattered, and audiences are loving it and people are funding it, and festivals are saying, yes, we want this to be part of our program, to actually raise your hand and say, thank you. I have this other baby, right? Her name is Rise. And
Rise.
I want to bring this forth into the world. And it takes a lot of courage, because I don't want to try and get into your head. So if you can speak to this, Diana, maybe there's a moment of like, if I don't keep nurturing and fostering Shattered, it might go away. People might forget about it, right? And can you speak to that part of the creative process?
Yeah. I feel that way actually more so about my new work and my new chapters. I feel that if I continue to only focus on this baby that has a lot of momentum, and I have, I've really, it's gotten to point performing wise where it's very impactful, and it's also fun to perform. I love the characters, but they show up in the new chapters, and I feel that if I continue to not nurture my new works, those might never be seen by the light of day. And that for me is, I've started to be like, you know what, these are conversations that really need to happen, and I can't show up in the conversations the way I want to with only my one show. I need to bring out the new chapters, even though they're even more provocative. And because my show it stepped into some difficult conversations, but yeah, Rise is even more provocative, and I'm like, oh, can I say these things? Well, here we go, I have to.
Yeah, that's really
and I don't
cool.
know what it is yet either. Like, I don't necessarily know the full format. With Shattered, it was a solo show. Rise has many chapters, so I'm like, this is a play series. I don't know. I'm giving myself permission to just follow the creative intuition and see where it takes me.
I think that's so important, is to allow yourself to live in the unknown with it for a little bit. And I know so many people, when I was writing my piece, which I did three different incarnations of it. And the first incarnation of it was an immersive piece that was a limited audience. And I had multiple characters. Jim Walker, who was on here earlier, was in that piece. Then the second incarnation was a work in progress that I funded here in New York just before the pandemic. And that was with a cast of 7 people. And then that went from 7 people down to just me.
Wow.
So I think giving yourself that creative, like, unknowns is so important, because, and throwing stuff and putting things up and going, is this working?
Yeah. And I found that even with Shattered, I've had to do that and say, you know what, certain pieces of how I want to bring it out aren't working. Now it's working much better for me to use it as a speaking platform, or to do excerpts of the show, so that I can still use the show, and I can still bring out my new work as well, and use them almost in tandem.
Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool.
See.
Yeah, I think it's so important that we often see the final product as the audience, but we very rarely get to see the process or talk about the process, and it can be really a lot of it's a very messy, windy road. It's a very windy.
It is very messy, yes. And Diana, what I want to ask you about, sorry for interrupting you, Meredith, but that is how sometimes as creative beings, our perceived value, is connected to how well received our final product is, right? So we spend all of these months or longer putting something together. We put it out there in the world. It's received however it's received, right? We have no control over that. And then this is the part I really want to tap into your brilliance for. how do we continue to have and give ourselves value when things didn't necessarily work out the way that we had planned?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I definitely have experienced that, and experienced that it's okay for people not to like what I put out or what I say. That was a really hard lesson for me to learn, to be like, oh, it's okay not to be liked. It's still part of the what it's still part of what art does. Art stirs, you know. But I found that really this summer there was a lot of I had to really take hold of when things didn't turn out perfectly, especially when you are putting a lot of money into a production or a lot of time and effort, and small things happened, like my suitcase arrived and everything was wet. I mean, different things like that, and I was really disappointed. And I was like, but I can't allow my disappointment or things not working perfectly to affect what I intend to bring to the stage. So I had to get up and stand behind my work, because regardless of how people see it, I have to stand by my message and what I'm trying to bring to the world.
Mhm.
But there is a lot of ups and downs and disappointments, and people not understanding or understanding it and in how it resonates with them, and that's what it's meant to do.
I always feel like if people are going to walk away talking about it, regardless if they liked it or not liked it, that you've done your job.
It's been a hard lesson for me to learn too, and to learn that I can't control.
Yeah.
I can't control who sees it or what people think, or anything really.
Yeah. It's liberating though when you get to that place.
Yeah, it is. It is, and it's the reception of so much impact and positivity too. Is that something I hold on to, and I remember, and I read comments and I read reviews, and I'm like, some really great things have been said, and people have gone on to do their work as a result of seeing mine. I'm like, wow, it's amazing.
You are giving them permission to tell their story.
It's hard to remember in the moment. I'm like, oh, I'm just telling my story, but I forget. I mean, even this Pod-a-thon, this amazing thing you're doing, is giving me permission to be like, wait a minute. There are so many ways to connect with people and to fundraise and to bring value and wisdom to people.
I wouldn't recommend this, though. I would try something else.
Wait a minute, though. We haven't finished. Someone's going to give us $4,200. I can feel it, like right now. Somebody's calling their witch aunt, and they're saying, "Come on, 12% is going to the Malala Fund." I know how much, Aunt Betty, that I know how much you value education. I know how much you value young women all over the world getting educated. I know how much you value podcasting, and I know you're in your 80s and probably haven't heard a podcast, but I know how much you would value it. So would you please give these people $4,200? And I'm sorry if you're in your 80s and you listen to a lot of podcasts. I'm not trying. That was really. I'm being. I should.
Right, because I want to say that Jolene Ghost just donated to us, and she is a senior. So there you are. That happened.
Well, it did.
Go ahead, Diana. I see you shaking your head emphatically.
I think, Diana, you need to take this baton, because I'm just going to talk myself into a hole.
Oh, I think it's amazing what you're doing. I was listening to some of the guests. I wasn't listening on this platform because I don't always understand technology. But I signed on a little early. Good thing, because now we're here chatting. But I was watching on the YouTube, and I learned so much from your guests. And it's like, we bring value in so many different ways to people. It's not always monetary, but it's great when they come together, like what you're doing now.
Thank
you.
And I know, I'm sorry if I'm telling you about the butler who did it, but in your show Shattered, part of the story is revealing some family history. I won't say family secrets, but some family history. And that, I don't know what kind of bravery that takes, or where that kind of bravery even comes from. Because as a creative being, I'm going to assume that in your process, there was a time where you thought or questioned or concerned or worried about, can I tell this story? My parents are still alive. Can I tell this in a way that honors me, that honors my audience, that honors other survivors, and that honors my family. That's a lot of honoring happening there in the midst of all of your bravery and truth telling.
Yeah. Yeah. It's still something that I don't always know the right line. I mean, it's a fine line to walk. And there were parts that I did cut out because I was, I'm sure the version you saw, there were parts where I did tell a little bit more of the family dynamic, which I thought was integral to the story because the story does, it goes into our intimate partner violence. And I think that there are a lot of roots to that we don't talk about as a society. And if people have support networks, maybe that might not be the outcome. So I did have more information in the original production, but I've scaled it back because I wasn't quite sure my family would be okay with what I said. Just a few lines, but I found that the family component was integral to the story. I can't tell about, the story is about struggles with dating and relationships. And I don't think that conversation can happen without talking about the family unit. That said, it was the reason why I didn't write my show for 7 years. I vowed never to write a show and never to tell that story. And that was because of the family secrets,
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
that I absolutely have to tell. And I do it in a way where I can kind of tell it broadly, or I'll use different devices, or I made sure to make that it's my story, not necessarily talking about their piece of it. So there are parts, but
I feel like that's the important piece that I learned through because similarly, I have a lot of family stuff that I bring into my show, and it took me 7 years to actually do it as well, right? And that's a process in itself, and still struggled with the narrative at the end of that. So I feel like what's important, which is what you just said, is you honoring your part of the story. I feel like is the important part.
Yeah, and it's I think there are different story devices you can use to still tell the same story for people who are looking to venture into territory where they don't want to necessarily tell the exact story as it is. Like there are different ways you can tell the same story in a different way. But for me, I needed to tell it realistically and point blank. But yeah,
It's hard.
It's hard. It's hard, and you do have to honor your piece because it is your truth. It is, and we can't. I wasn't able to see your show, but I don't think you can really tell that story without the family part of it. Because it's
it's integral to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I love the piece about honoring your part of the story. And that family part of it is a part of the story. And also there's that piece where you said you took a long period of time to get to that place. And often, so, I'm a speaking coach, and I often have people who come to me, and sometimes they know that they want to tell a story, but it's still difficult for them to tell it because of the trauma that they felt or the trauma it caused. And so I'm always, I always say, like, if you're still speaking from an open wound right now, like if you haven't healed, it's not to say that you're not going to be emotional when you tell the story. That's different. It's about, have you healed yourself, like truly healed yourself with this content before you get on a stage and start telling the world?
Yes. Yeah. And sometimes we think that we have like I thought I was so healed when I told Shattered. I was like, I've done so much work on this. Like I'm fine. I'm going to tell my story. The family portion of it I knew wasn't as healed, but that's not really what I speak on as much because I haven't done as much work on it. But it was interesting that even the act of telling something I thought I was healed on still took a lot of self-care and still does.
Yeah.
So it's okay to take care of yourself.
Yeah.
And I found also in interviews, it's okay for me to say, you know what, that's really not a piece of the story I talk much on. I'd prefer if we talk about this instead. Like, that's okay. And I've had to learn to set those boundaries.
Yeah, really beautiful.
Yeah. And the other part of it is, I'm thinking of a young person or a not so young person that wants to tell their story. Maybe they want to do their one-woman show or something that looks like that. And not everything that ends up on the page is going to end up in the show. So I want to give permission to some of those young writers, to some of those young creatives to put it all out there and know that you are going to have a chance to edit it before it goes live. So not everything that has happened to you is going to end up on your show. There's going to be moments of saying, you know what, that was important. I did feel in the time that I wanted to share it, and now I don't need to. And you said yourself, you're still, working on. You launched it, then you took that out, then you launched it, and you took that out.
Yeah, yeah. And I also will repurpose stories that didn't make it in and find that they actually sometimes have a whole other long longevity that I wasn't aware of at the time of writing it, which is really fascinating to me that I'm like, sometimes I think my director says, she says, write for yourself and then go back and see what you want to bring out. And I think that's really important to write unedited and just for you first.
Many of us write with a whole team of people standing, not necessarily a team, a whole plethora of people standing behind us, watching us as we type or as we pick up the pen. And that can be so paralyzing, right? Like, oh, what's Aunt Betty going to say about this? And what's my mom going to say about this? And what's my dead father going to say? Like all these people. And I love your director's idea, write for yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, and that said, even when I write, I'm terrified that people are going to find it. I like all my journals. I'm like, people are going to find these. What are they going to think of me? And I still write for myself. I found that creative expression in writing for me was integral to me being able to navigate this world. And during COVID, I didn't have access to like trained mental health support. So I wrote in my journals and I wrote myself out of, struggles. And that now is what's bringing me to the stage in this new work and other works that I hope to bring out eventually. That was really how I got through a very difficult time for so many of us.
I'm smiling from ear to ear because as you talk about what are people going to think of me when they read my journals after I'm gone, it reminds me of Judy Reeves, who was an early guest on our podcast. And she started rereading some of her early journals with that in mind. Like, what are they going to think? And she got, oh my God, they're going to be so bored. And she just kind of tossed the journal into the corner. She's like, they're not even going to read this stuff because other people are going to find it boring. We find it shameful or shattered or, exposing ourselves. But most likely nobody's going to read it.
You're right. I mean, I've picked my old journals. I can get through a page. So you're right. Even I get bored by them.
Oh, I just went home. We're selling our house in Colorado. And I just went home to clear out the remainder of my stuff. And I found a box of all of my journals from high school. And I could not get through a half page. I was like, it was so cringy. It was so cringy that I was like, I can't. So I at one point wanted to have a journal burning ceremony in my yard at one point where you come and you intentionally burn your journals.
Please
because
do.
of letting go, right? Letting go of the past a little bit. But because I didn't have the time, I just ended up I threw them away, but with intention. But it kind of felt good. I was like, all these journals, and I had stacks of them. I just released them to the trash can and someone might read them. And I was okay with that. My cringy ass journals from when I was a brooding teenager.
So, Diana, can you speak to the 79-cent therapist though? So yeah, when we go back years later, it's maybe a little cringeworthy or, oh, I can't believe I was in that state. But you also mentioned how healing it is to journal. And some of our listeners don't journal. They don't know what that is. I'm assuming. But what about the 79-cent therapist? What can you say to that?
Yeah, I never journaled until college, actually, because when I was in like second grade or first grade, I don't know, I think my best friend found my journal and read it, and I never wrote after that.
Oh.
And then we had to, as part of our theater program, write in journals. So it was just something I started doing every single day. And I found that really when I was starting the therapeutic journaling, I found that for me, it was a place where I could say things I could tell nobody. Like before writing Shattered, most people had no idea what I was going through. For years, because I was in the comedy world. So we would get up on stage and, improvise and play ducks and fairies. And, it was all fun. But then the journals was a place where I could be honest and I could just really support myself in a way that even my therapeutic team of therapists really couldn't. When they were looking at my trauma story, they could deal with a piece of it, because that's what you do in therapy. You deal with a piece and then you move on. But my journals were a place where I could hop between different places because I know myself the best. And things I had never told anybody, I could tell my journals, because who are they going to tell?
Oh, I just want to breathe that in for a moment. Yeah. And I also want to honor your theater professors that required you to journal, because that's not something that came up in my college education.
Yeah, we didn't know how. I didn't know how. I was like, oh, what? And I just started writing. And I also have done like the Artist's Way, where the journaling practice of every day for three minutes, you just, write free
3
stream
pages.
thinking.
3 pages.
Yeah, I did that. And I also worked with a life coach when I was in LA. I was really struggling, and she was a survivor and a solo artist. And she would give me writing prompts and sit with me and listen to me read them and read the stories. And I think that that's one piece of journaling or storytelling I wasn't aware of, is that being witnessed and being able to tell people and standing your truth is part of the therapeutic process.
Oh, very much so. Yeah, very much so.
And now you're making an impact of other people saying, I'm telling my story because you told your story. Wow, you didn't see that coming down the pike, did you, Varco?
No, I was just like, I need to get this story out. It was something I had to tell. I just had to, because I had suffered for so long, just silently by myself. And my journals.
What about Rise? What can you tell us about Rise?
Rise. So Rise is the next several chapters. And then Rise is a very dark comedy. And as a result of writing something so darkly comedic, I ended up writing another show after that that's more improv based as well. So I have a couple shows in the pipeline. But Rise is about, it's a prequel sequel to Shattered. So it talks about my time in theater school that was formative for me in a not always positive way, but also started to unearth some of the stories that I talk about in Shattered. But Rise is all about, it was written from the perspective of Rage, but Rage is a tiny spider, and many viewpoints of Rage and how that shows up in my story. But it's all about rising to your purpose and our purpose on this world, and that life is so short. So I'm excited about it. Yeah, it weaves between many time periods, and it's kind of a lot of content, but I'm gonna do the first step and get out the first chapter. And see where it goes.
Congratulations.
Do you have plans for that? Do you know when and where, or any of that?
Yeah, so I was going to, I'm struggling a bit because it was written during COVID, and there's a very existential component to the story, because it's set between the space between life and death. So it's very existential. So for me, part of it is silence is almost a character. So I don't quite know if I'll be filming it and then streaming it, or if I'll be performing it for a live audience. I'm going back and forth, but I'm looking to do that in the beginning of the winter of 2023.
That's awesome.
Oh, thanks. Hopefully I can do it in New York.
Silence as a character.
Let me know how I can help.
Thanks. I will. Yeah, silence is a character, and I keep going back and forth with it because I'm like, it's necessary. But I also did an excerpt of it in Joshua Tree. There was a Joshua Tree Solo Theater Festival, and I did a piece of it, not from this chapter, but from another chapter. And people actually, though I thought it was darkly comedic, people found it very funny and really enjoyed, the audience really enjoyed it. So I go back and forth with how I'm going to present it.
Maybe you can do both.
I know. I like this idea that you did different iterations of your show and saw what you wanted to keep. And that really inspires me. So thank you for sharing that. I might do it.
Yeah, you're welcome. It was very, very helpful. And that was not intentional either. That just happened to because my graduate program was all about the work in progress. So I just always held that in my head. It's a work in progress. And that's how I've led with it. It's hard for me to say it's hard for me to say something's finished.
Yeah. I keep saying it's a work in progress. So that's great.
Yeah. Yeah.
As a sculptor, it's a little, my artistic process is a little bit different because most of the time, not always, but I will finish a piece and hang it on the wall and put a title card next to it and have a show. Very rarely do I take the piece off the wall and say, oh, I want to change this. Sometimes I do. But after it's been photographed and put in a book and things like that, I'm not apt to change it. But with theater, I can see how it can evolve more dramatically, or how it can evolve more organically than a piece of sculpture. Because I do tend to finish them and go on to the next one. Yes, Diana.
Yeah. I think that it's interesting because I've been with my show Shattered. It's very set. Everything's set. It's a sliver of time, and I don't really change much, but I do change it in performance. So it's interesting how it's never finished because every performance I will bring out something new or discover something new.
It's so fun. It's so fun to get to that place too.
Yeah.
When you're performing it so much that those little nuances or those things that are different in the audience, also that relationship with the audience too.
I just spilled tea on myself.
Oh no, it's not hot tea, is it?
It's not hot anymore, no. But yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry. Oh my goodness.
Where are you going next? I know you travel a lot with your shows and with your experiences and your creations. You're in Virginia now. Where are you going next?
I don't know. I don't know. And it's very odd for me to be like, what's next? But this last tour with Shattered, it just started by me applying to one festival, and then another step happened, and then another step, and then another step. So I'm giving myself a little bit of permission to pause and think about what this next year holds for me. I would really love to I did a public speaking event in September, and I felt like that was really rewarding to be able to speak about my work. I've started blogging. I wrote an article for the Trauma Research Foundation about the role of creativity in my own trauma recovery. That was really rewarding. So I don't know where I'm going next, but I would love to be doing speaking and performing and bringing out Rise. I don't know where I'm going.
I heard you were going to be, I don't know if this is true for you or not, but you were going to be on an inaugural Pod-a-thon. Is that happening? I heard about that.
I am.
That's something.
Where do I have to be right now? Oh, I'm here. I'm here.
A link.
Well, and I just want to say that on this Pod-a-thon we have raised so far $830. So let's just talk about that. We just had Travis Darcy and
another improviser from California, Travis Darcy. Hello.
You. Beautiful. And so I want to say thank you to all the people who have donated so far. And I want to say thank you, Diana, for being here and talking into your work again and your creative process. It's just always so inspiring. And Joanne Morton, woohoo! Yes, hello, good to see you. So if people are watching right now, I highly encourage you to please share this on your platforms. Share the link to donate, if you will. It's on areyouwaitingforpermission.com. We have been here for 4 hours, 51 minutes, and 34 seconds.
36 seconds, 37, 38, 39. Yeah. Okay, before we let this brilliant person go,
yes,
I just want to give pause to the permission that she has given us as creatives and given us as human beings to have spaces for silence And as I interpret that, to give us spaces for pausing too, because I don't know how good we are at that. And, now that Shattered has been all over the world and she's given herself pause and given herself some silence, I want to ask our listeners to do the same, invite that in. Because we're really good at creating noise, creating posts, creating content, creating da-da-da-da-da-da-da. When do we get to rest in all of that and have some silence and pausing? So thanks for bringing that to the conversation, Diana Varco.
Thank you. And I will say that that was how I wrote the show. I was going on long walks. I had not intended to write the show, but I was doing yoga every day. I was giving myself a lot of space and support. And I don't think I would have been able to step into that creative process without that space.
Amazing what shows up when nothing's there, right?
Yeah.
DianaVarco.com.
Okay. Can I say one more thing, please? Okay. Diana, Joanne Morton said that she would love to connect with you. Good vibes.
Thank
So
you.
I wanted to make sure that you heard that. And I also like to leave one action for people who often feel overwhelmed, who have families, who are single moms, who are low on resources. I always feel an ache in my heart when we have conversations like this, because I know right now they're thinking, I don't have time to slow down and take space for myself. And that sounds really great. Thank you. But that's not my reality. So I always like to leave one action step that person can take for themselves. So if either one of you have one, that'd be beautiful.
I would start really small. So we started this morning, Meredith, talking about small steps, baby steps. Maybe it was later in the day when it came up. And maybe their silence or their pause is a walk around the block. Maybe it could just be that. Or maybe just a walk down to the end of the block and back. And the invitation is to do that without earbuds and without a phone and without a screen, to just show up to themselves from here to the end of the block. Diana?
Yeah, I'm having to look at space and time in a different way right now too. Supporting a family member, then caretaking my mom. It's sometimes the time and space is just a breath, and sometimes it's like, you know what, I can get this out in 5 minutes, and I'm gonna push through it and just do 5 minutes. And actually, for me, connecting with my community, even just to respond to one message, I have a friend that's a mother, and she really taught me that, she has 10 minutes, one thing. And so I've been able to, through her support, be like, okay, what's one thing we can do in 10 minutes? Great. And then we celebrate it. And so it doesn't have to be hours upon hours, or, all of this, go on a grand vacation to a beach. Like, you can do that, but it can be a breath. It can be a moment with tea, even if it's just one sip,
Beautiful.
Meredith, same question to you, Meredith.
Well, I'm going to take a little bit of what Diana just said, and I think it's also taking the pause to celebrate, I think, is really important. The little wins throughout your day, and just taking a moment to recognize those can open up space too.
Yeah. And it's important to hold on to ourselves, and to hold on to who we are, even when it can get lost sometimes in all of the demands of life.
Yeah. Thank you, Diana. It's always such a pleasure to have you. We've had you once before. We're getting you a second time, but I got to have you on the high line too. So thank you.
And I made a promise I am going to read later the autobiography in 5 short chapters by Portia Nelson. So that's going to be happening later, listener. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Diana. I adore you. I adore your work. And you are a bright light on this planet.
Oh, you both are so wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutamente.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye, mi amor.
Bye.
Wow, she brings a lot to the table, huh?
Heck yeah. Such great.
Wow.
So we have so many amazing humans that have come onto this show.
I know. And there's a lot more that could have come on to the Pod-a-thon, but I don't know if you know this, but we scheduled it during a vacation time, Thanksgiving. And people are like, I'm going to be with my family. I'm going to be over here. Yeah. We reached out to some others that were like, no, I'm not doing that.
So okay, so this is my invitation to the people that are watching right now. Yes, we need to stretch, please. And I need to do a bio break here in a hot second. But what I would like to put out there is if somebody today was, scrolling and like maybe you're on Instagram and some beautiful shiny Black Friday ad popped up on your Instagram feed, or maybe you were on Facebook, or maybe you were on TikTok, or maybe you were just Googling stuff, or on Amazon, and you were just about to buy that thing, but you didn't. And let's just say it was like $50, but you didn't buy it, but you thought you were going to buy it. Maybe just click over here and give us that money you were going to spend, but you didn't spend. Right. What do you think of that?
I think that's beautiful, because we are better than Amazon, because we are donating a portion of every dime that comes in today to the Malala Fund. You take care of bringing Joanna in the room, and then go do your break, and I'll take over from there.
I'm going to.
She's here. She's here.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm just writing 3 words down, but okay. I'm here. I'm present.
3 words. Just 3 words.
And they weren't magic, passion, love, surprisingly enough.
Surprisingly. Yeah. Hi.
Those
Thank
3
you
words are often.
Really appreciate you showing up today. We're having a pod-a-thon. I don't know if you knew that.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, you know what that is?
I thought it was just after Thanksgiving chit chat.
It's just chit chat. That's all we're doing. We're just showing up and chatting.
We're chit chatting.
Congratulations.
Thank
yeah.
you.
So you guys started what, at 9 a.m.?
10 a.m.
Eastern.
10 a.m. Well,
time.
Since this is your first one, I promise to be on any one you have in the future.
Thank you.
And I would like to be on at 3 a.m. I think it'd be really fun if you did a 24-hour one.
Oh, can you imagine what comes up at 3 a.m.?
I think since my bedroom is also my office, I think my husband would be like, well, where do I sleep? And I'll just say the couch.
Oh, right. Yeah. You can be anywhere, right?
I think you would love that. I think you would love that. You know what? I am going to be right back.
Go do your thing.
I'm going to. Thank you.
and by the way, when you come back, we will have passed the 5-hour mark.
No!
I think so. If I know how to read a clock correctly.
Right. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Look, Joanna Morton is in the house, and all of a sudden we've been here for 5 hours.
The 5.
5 hours.
I'll tell you what the angel number for 5 means. The significant change is occurring, always for the better. It's a good idea to call upon heaven for help with life changes. That's what the number 5 means in angel numbers.
Oh, can you read it one more time, please?
Yes.
I really want to soak it up.
A significant change is occurring, always for the better. It's a good idea to call upon heaven for help with life changes.
Oh, that's magnificent, right? We are calling upon heaven for significant changes in this moment. Thank you. Thank you.
And help us, because life is changing us. Help us with it, because we can handle it. Yeah, I love having this book by my desk, because then whenever I get a bill that I'm unexpecting, I always look up the number to see what the angel message is. But also, I personally need daily reminders to stay in a positive mindset. We all have that brain, right? And
we all have that brain. Yeah. But what I know about you, because we have met before, you've been on our podcast, thank you, is that you are intentionally showing up, trying, and I use that word on purpose, Joanne. You are trying to be positive and bring positive, helpful, healing vibes to the planet. And I
Yeah.
honor that work that you're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And like we always say, oh, don't say try, do.
I
But
know, I
maybe
know.
we need to embrace trying because trying is doing. When you try, you're doing something. So
Hmm.
embrace it and it might take a little pressure off. Because I don't know about you, I continue to like remind myself not to stress out, not to get all caught up in this like, got to be done now, got to be done right, can't have any, blah, 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 blah. You know, until you have a team of, 20 people handling and helping you out, you're allowed to make mistakes.
Mm. Yeah, that's so amazing because there is some coaching around like don't try, do, right? But it is in the trying that the doing happens.
Yeah,
That is part of the process. Or Brene Brown, who I was quoting earlier, the trying is being in the arena, right?
yeah,
And it's not always going to be perfect. It's not always going to be beautiful. It is going to be, as Meredith Grundy so brilliantly shared with us, it's going to be the messy middle, you
yeah,
know?
yeah.
And
And that's, go ahead, go ahead.
as a positive light being in the world, there's some pressure on you to want to always be positive and light filled and happy and glitter and rainbows. And you are giving yourself permission to just be fully human, I would expect,
Yeah,
right?
I have to. Otherwise, I go
Mhm.
crazy.
How's your mobile coming? And can you tell our listeners about that?
Yeah, I can. So, I am currently talking to a couple people about doing an exhibition in 2023 because I'm realizing it's a planning thing. I can't be like, okay, let's do it next week. We have to plan. I'm ready to do it next week, but plan. So the mobile is a large scale hanging mobile, and I call it a manifesting mobile. It's made up of circles that people have designed, put their visions for the planet, people, prosperity, and peace on both sides of the circles made out of recycled cardboard. And I hang them in a space where people can walk through them and experience what it feels like to see them all. And so it can be indoors or outdoors. And so I met a woman. I have to say, LinkedIn is really fun to play on and to work on. You meet so many cool people.
Truth.
So everybody who's watching on LinkedIn, hello.
Hi, LinkedIn.
Hashtag LinkedIn. But I met this woman at one of the random calls, and inclusive leadership call, which was great. And she lives up in near Chicago, and she's talking to an arboretum, which happens just to be called the Morton Arboretum, which is my last name. So kind of, funny enough. And
Wow.
she called them up to see if they'd be interested in bringing my mobile as a fundraising event for their arboretum, which is what I could do. And so, you know how good it feels when somebody else is making the phone call for you?
Hmm. Hmm. Yep. And they have to let you do it or invite you in to do it because of the last name, if
I
nothing
think
else,
so
other
too.
than it's a
I think so
magical
too.
manifestation experience.
I think so too. And it won't happen till spring or fall, summer because I'm not going to Chicago in the winter. Been there, done that.
Well,
Yeah.
Meredith is from Chicago and she will second that notion of not doing that.
Yeah.
Can you talk to us
So
about, for those of us that have only seen it virtually, what is it like to experience your mobile? Do you call it yours or
it's
ours?
well, I mean, it's my idea, but it's not even my idea. I think it's, that entity's idea
Yeah.
that came into my head. But I'd like to say it's our mobile because I am so open to collaboration with this. It's, the hanging mobile can be paired with so many other elements, meditation, movement, art, businesses, nonprofits, because
Mm.
the whole idea is to bring people together to have conversation about what's possible, what our visions are. And I find it so fascinating that over 50% of the circles are all about love.
Oh.
Can I?
Because we were here.
I think I can share my screen, and I pulled it up. Do you want me to see
Oh,
if I
okay.
can
Yeah,
show
dude.
it?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Let me see how this goes.
Yeah, let's see the clip.
Let me see.
Let's go
Yeah.
to the clip.
While she's doing that,
Can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. See,
Is
that's
that
hanging. That was in April
this right? Yeah.
of the catering tent. And so outside the tent, we had some other vendors, nonprofits, and other people. The bottom one was in Texas.
This one right here.
So yeah. But and if you read what that, what that person wrote on the circle,
I want everyone to be treated equally. I want our world to be clean and fun to live in. March 2nd, 2017. Beautiful.
right? Isn't that what we all want? So what's the
Mhm.
collective action we can take?
Mhm.
You know.
Okay, now I have
But
to figure out how to stop. There we go. Beautiful.
yeah.
I wanted to show that
You
to everybody. Yay, technology.
So,
And
so
that's
my
not,
question, thank you for doing that, Meredith. Oh my goodness. My question is, what is it like to walk through one of the installations and be reading what other people are intending, whatever they are wanting to manifest? Because I would assume, Joanna, that a lot of them are universal, right? You said the majority of them are about love. I can't imagine what it feels like. I know what it looks like, but the feeling of being in that experience and reading other people's words, it's magnificent, I would assume. Can you speak to that?
yeah. Well, everyone has a different experience, but I think the most common one is they feel a sense of peace that okay, everything's going to be okay. It's like and I do refer it to circles of hope sometimes
Mm-hmm.
because it also gives the person a sense of hope. And it goes back to that word try, I think we need to use the word hope a lot. We need to embrace the word hope because why try if there's no hope, you know? So, yeah, so hope. I've had many more than a few people come out and say that was very spiritual, and have emotions in their eyes. But one thing that someone did this, it wasn't my idea, and I thought it was really very clever, is they'll just kind of walk through it, just kind of walk. Because they're about 2 feet apart, so you can kind of walk. You can touch them, and they kind of move with you. But what you just walk, and then you just have the universe guide you to a circle, and that's the message you're supposed to read. And often it's like it's right, it aligns because it's like oracle cards. Ooh, they're kind of like hanging oracle cards. I like that
Oh,
too.
I like that
Yeah.
too. Oftentimes,
Yeah.
I will invite my clients to go to the library or to a bookstore and stand in front of the self-help, because when we're coaching, we're looking at self-improvement, right? Go in front of the self-help section and see what jumps out at them. What are they meant to learn in that experience?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, so it's kind of powerful, and I wish it was. I mean, I'm not wish. I'm looking forward to seeing how I can exhibit it in different places at the same time. But I just need to make more circles. So, and I have some people out in Seattle making circles for me right now,
Oh, nice.
and I have some people out in Southern California where I was just at and near Laguna Beach. They're making circles for me. So I need to start getting people to make circles for me to send them in. Because as much as I'd like to travel, I don't think it's possible for me to meet over, tens of thousands of people to get the tens of thousands of circles to make the world's largest hanging mobile.
So I know that's what you're doing for the world. Can we ask, what are you doing for you? What are you creating or experiencing or letting go of in your life these days?
That's a very good question. As I chuckle and push away.
Did you say chuckle and
I didn't know it
push
could be
away?
a therapy session. No.
Welcome. It is a Pod-a-thon therapy session.
No.
All you have to do is donate $5,000.
Yes, right. I know, but it's well worth it. You guys you're valued at that. You have that value.
Thank you.
I think what I'm doing for myself, okay, so I make a manifesting mobile, right? So this is a thought I had this morning, actually. I had a really great Thanksgiving with the friends, but then for Krause, we went for a walk in the woods, which is amazing. And she's talking about her business. So I'm a manifesting woman, but I realized for the last couple of years, I haven't been visualizing what I want in my life, in the sense I was just always thinking I want about my business. I want some clients, or I want this, da, da, da. But I hadn't thought about what kind of car do I want to drive? What kind of house do I want to live in? You know, I mean, I sort of have a beautiful thing, but I feel like I'm getting older. So where do I want to live in 10 years? And how do I want to live in 10 years? Because I've always lived in the moment, which I'm very grateful for. But I'm giving myself permission to do that because, and I only share this because it's a little scary. Because what if you put this vision out there and it doesn't show up like you expected it? But then that's where I'm also giving myself permission to just detach from the outcome, because my life so far is pretty amazing, right? Anything I get from now on is going to be just like this or better. And so this is for all of us. We, especially for those of you over the age of 40, you've done so much. We've dealt with the hurt, we've dealt with the blood, we've dealt with everything. Why do we doubt that we can't handle it? Why do I doubt that I can't handle an amazing retreat space with friends that we live on and age out in?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
That's
And,
a beautiful vision. Yeah. What
Yeah.
that brings to mind for me, Joanne, is a couple of things personally. Is I'm working on trust. That's one of my words that I have brought forth in the last 8 or 9 years that I'm doing a talk about. Actually, inside of Confidently Speaking, that we haven't even talked about yet, Meredith.
Well, I'm very excited.
Your Confidently Speaking class. So trusting and also collecting evidence of what has already worked in our life, right? We're pretty good at collecting evidence of he said this and she said that and that didn't work and that bill was too much. But what has already worked in our life?
Yeah.
And as a manifester, what happens is when we start looking at that evidence, more of it shows up.
Yeah, it really does.
It really does.
It really does.
So,
and that's where the 3 words allow, feel, live showed up for me one time in the trees. I was in the trees once again. Because you got to allow your manifestation, you got to feel your manifestation, and you have to live it.
I think that living it is a little scary for some of us.
Yeah.
Okay. What if you ended up in a community where you could age gracefully with others?
Yeah.
That's not all going to be glitter and rainbows, right?
No, nor do I want it to be. Glitter is bad for the environment.
It is. I know. But rainbows are not, I don't think.
No, rainbows are part of a lot. Yeah, rainbows are good. And those we don't have any control over rainbows. Yeah. Rainbows just appear.
Yeah. Meredith, I want you to know that after 12 hours, when your husband turns to you and say, "What did you learn today?" Glitter is bad for the environment and rainbows are not. That's all. That's your takeaway.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We learned that glitter was bad for the environment at Burning Man.
Oh,
yeah. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad that Burning Man has banned glitter, or is trying to.
Yeah, that was several years ago because I made a bunch of body glitter, and then someone said that's bad for the environment, and then of course I felt like crap after that. I was like, oh no, not my body glitter.
I know. I know it's, but I have a vision, and I should make a manifesting circle for it. That one day there's going to be a compostable way to make single-use plastic. So all single-use plastic that is being used right now can be composted back into the earth as a nutrient.
From your mouth to God's ears, Joanne.
God's ears, of course.
Right, and I'm sure there's a really smart person already figuring this out.
Probably. Well, if you thought it, somebody else hopefully is doing it, right?
Yeah, they just need to get funded. Just got to fund the good ideas which is why you got to fund the Pod-a-thon so
Fund the
that
Pod-a-thon. I
Speaking
heard there was a pod-a-thon happening. I don't
I
even
heard
know
that too.
what
there's
is a
there's also
pod-a-thon.
somebody who has a birthday coming up, who Lori M. She said, "Thanks, I needed to hear that coming up on a big birthday and been worried about what's next." So this conversation has resonated. And
Lovely.
happy almost birthday, Lori.
Yes. Yeah.
And I
know.
think
I don't know if
she's
you
in
ever
your
heard
neck of
this.
the woods. Aren't you in Florida?
I'm in Savannah, Georgia.
Savannah, Georgia. She's just
And
down
it's
the 95 from you in
okay.
Florida.
Yeah, it's raining today. And this is over where I make my coffee. I see it every morning. There's only room in your mind for worry or faith. You get to choose which one.
Oh, there we are, back to the choice again. I
There's
love that.
only room in your mind for worry or faith.
Faith.
You choose.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I applaud you for often showing up with faith.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I just, again, I'm very inspired that you guys are doing a fundraising Pod-a-thon. I think that's one of my biggest challenges with my project is staying on the fundraising trail.
Mm.
It is so scary to fundraise.
It is.
Saying it out loud, putting that fear out there. No more fear, because no one's going to get mad at you for fundraising. No one's going to think you're like, a weirdo, or that I have to work a full-time job to fund my art. It's this art is, this is, we got to fund the work that's really making a difference. That's really giving people a voice.
Wow. May I ask, do you charge admission to the installation?
No, I haven't done that because I want it to be accessible. I need to probably need a little more assertive in my, showing up for people to give money, but that's all happened. But I am actually doing I created a calendar this year. It's a We Are Here to Love calendar. And, but I'm calling it the 2023 Calendar Art Experience. So with the calendar, you can go to my website and find it. You get a calendar, you get 2 postcards, you get a little original piece of art, and I won't show it to you. You can come on my website, look at it. And then you get a certificate of authenticity, and then this orange canvas back there. Everybody that paints, everyone that buys the experience, I'm going to paint an abstract looking United States of America. And so what we're doing, because the calendar has my art that says we are here to love, because that's what we're here for. And so we're going to activate the love vibe.
Nice.
By buying this calendar. So it's a fundraiser. It's money goes to Manifesting Mobile. And this is, again, I'm just using this as my therapy, so my coaching session. Just so
That's great. That's great. Bring it on.
Session.
We don't have another guest for 2 hours.
Right? I am going today, after I get off the phone with y'all, my coaches. No, I'm going to invite my friends who I've asked if they'd like to purchase one. Instead, would they like to be an affiliate?
Oh.
Anybody who has anything that you want to sell, whether it's a real product or a digital product, a course, there's this platform called Gumroad.com. Do you guys know about Gumroad? You can sell on there, and then they take money after you purchase, so it's free, but you can create affiliate links. And so if people wanted to sell, if you wanted to activate the love vibe and make money, I could send them a link. And I think that for me, that is so exciting, because one of my affirmations that this is who I am. I collaborate with cool people to co-create financial abundance using our skills and talents to uplift others.
Say it one more time. Stand up and say it one more time, Joanne Morton.
Okay, I'm not wearing a bra, but okay, I'll stand back.
I'm not either.
I'm not either, and I'm going to stand up and listen to it.
Oh, we can do something else too, okay? So this is my affirmation. I collaborate with cool people to co-create financial abundance using our skills and talents to uplift others.
Smote it be, Morton. Smote it be.
But I'm going to do one more thing to give you guys some energy because you got a couple more hours. So Meredith, stand up. It's okay. It's okay. We know we have breath. It's a part of our life. So what we're going to do is and everybody else who's watching, stand up and do it. I'm going to show you the magic, passion, love movement.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so there's these 3 affirmations. So just repeat after me.
Okay.
And then we'll do the movement after the affirmations. So I allow my magic.
I allow my magic.
I allow my magic.
I feel my passion.
I feel my passion.
I live my love.
I
I live my love.
Okay, so the first movement for the first affirmation is that you put your hands over your head. And then you're going to take your hands down, like over your chakras and out to your side and jazz hands. Okay, so the next movement, put your hands on the hips, shake. And the third movement is like that. Okay, so now we're going to add the affirmations to it. Ready? Hands over your head. I allow my magic.
I allow my magic.
I feel my passion.
I feel my passion.
I live my love.
I live my love.
Okay, if you want to get a real zip zap of positive energy, we do it 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Ready? Want to do it?
Okay.
Okay, on your mark. And just go along. I'm just going to go my speed and just follow along.
Okay.
I allow my magic.
I allow
I feel my
magic.
passion. I live my love.
I live my love.
I allow my magic. I feel my passion.
Live my love.
I live my love. One more time. I allow my magic. I feel my passion. I live my love.
Woo!
I bet LinkedIn has never seen that before.
Oh, they have not, but they needed to. They
I forgot about that.
You know what? I don't even know if we are live on other channels. I mean, somebody said I was on the YouTube.
We are.
I've been watching it on YouTube.
We're on 8 different channels right now.
Okay, cool beans. How about that? Joanne, that was amazing. Thank you for that. And I am sending and trusting and praying that financial abundance comes to you, because I know what at least part of what your mission is and what you're putting out into the world, and it is priceless. Maybe that's why the universe isn't quite sure how to attach a $sign to it.
I agree. That's
yeah.
Right. I know. And on Thanksgiving yesterday, we had one of the gratitude circles, which is great. I'm just going to end with this, but one woman reminded me, to let go and let God.
And yes, and it's also okay to do something like charging an admission. You say, I want to make it accessible to all. Well, guess what? McDonald's is accessible to all, and they're still charging. They're not giving their food away, right? So even if it's just $2.50, that adds up over 100 people coming in.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me about that. Thank you.
I mean, there's a lot of things of things that we go out and enjoy in the world, and we are conditioned, Meredith, if that's the right word, that we're going to pay an admission to go into that thing, right? I live in Mexico. You cannot use a public bathroom here without paying for it. Talk about making it accessible to all. You have to pay for a public bathroom, or you can, even at the gas station, everywhere you have to pay.
Yeah.
So I give you that permission if it feels
Thank you. I'm going to take that. I take that. So, all right. Well, I have some work to do. I can't be all day long.
What is a one-word takeaway from our coaching session today?
Okay. Oh, want me to say one more thing?
Yeah, we all will. We all will.
Okay. Well, you go next. Let me think about it.
Okay. Mine is magic.
Mine is, I'm just gonna, it just warms my heart that, um, that we're in this place right now where we can sit and talk to people about
Mm.
our hearts and our mind, our love and peace. This is really so powerful.
It's
It's very
miraculous, actually,
powerful.
in my opinion.
What's
Magic.
your word, Joseph?
I'm just going to piggyback on that it is miraculous that we can connect with each other in different parts of the world and have interesting and or difficult conversations about what we believe matters.
Yeah, I know.
Meredith, did you go already?
I had my one word. It was magic.
Magic.
Mhm.
Okay.
Magic, passion, love.
Magic, passion, love. Beautiful. Thank you, JoanneMorton.com. You can see her work soon at the Morton Arboretum.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank
Get
you.
into this. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Hey, my
All
friend.
right. So
Enjoy the rest of
I'm
your
gonna
Friday.
leave. I'll watch you on YouTube. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. 8 channels? We're live on 8 channels? I didn't know there were 8 channels in the world.
Well, I don't know. It says 1, 2, 3, 4 plus 5.
9.
9.
Mm-hmm.
But I think maybe, well, are you sharing on your Facebook?
Yes.
And what else?
My LinkedIn and my YouTube.
And then maybe one of our other guests like linked it to something. So there you go. Beautiful.
Right. So we just got
Well,
another donation. Can you see that? Because I'm not sure how to pronounce Jessica's last name.
I will go and look. Cirillo. Yay. Jessica Cirillo just donated $20. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. That's awesome. We appreciate you.
Jessica will be a guest on our podcast
That's
soon.
what I thought her name looked familiar. I was like, I think
Yes.
she's coming up to be a guest. We'll have to acknowledge her there then as well.
Yes, she's another extraordinary artist. And we have another guest in our waiting room right now that you happen to know. I mean,
Oh,
you know
really?
all of them.
Is
Yeah.
it Mitch Dickoff?
It's Mitch. No, he was already here, honey. That was
Oh, I thought
earlier
maybe he
today.
came back.
Well, yeah, he came back. Kidding. Do you want me to surprise you?
No, I know who it is because I heard him shouting from the basement.
So may I bring up, hello, Eli Hahn.
Hello, everybody. I am so proud of you. I have been listening to Joseph having such a good time. And I realized he hasn't even taken a little bathroom break, I don't think. So, hey, you did? Okay, good. Just
You
know
did?
if you.
Yeah, you did, didn't you? We both have, haven't we?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is my dear, delightful, inspiring, and ultra creative husband, Eli Hans, whom I call Elijah Blue. And you have a big thing going on today, right?
I do. In just a little while, actually. So it was delayed, and that's why I asked if I could come in now because I won't be available later this evening. But I'm so proud of the work you guys are doing, and I'm so glad you're getting so much support because what you do is so important in the world. Plus, you're just absolutely so exciting and adorable to listen to. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm glad that you're doing it now too, because somebody's going to be donating a very large sum of money between now and 5 p.m.
Oh
and
my
you're going to
God.
be here to be part of that. Right?
That's
We're almost
awesome.
at $1,000. We're like this close to being at $1,000. So,
That's great.
yeah. But it's
Well,
not just about the money. Go ahead, Eli. What were you going to say?
Well, I just sent a few messages out to folks saying, hey, if you're sitting around and want to get inspired and entertained, tune in because it's so much fun. So hopefully we'll get some new listeners in too.
Beautiful. Yeah, I was also saying it's if people just share, that's even enough. Like we just really want to be able to get the message out there. We want to be able to help the Malala Fund. We want to keep doing great programming and meeting new people, inspiring new folks in the world. So
New
all
voices,
of that,
yeah.
voices need to be heard.
Absolutely. This is the time, right? This is the time.
It's the time. Eli, you and I were having a conversation the other day about, I guess how we would say it is the behind the scenes of pursuing our dreams. So, Meredith, you weren't there. Unfortunately, we always want you to be here with us. But, we set a dream and we have in our mind how amazing it's going to be when that dream is achieved, right? Like a TEDx talk. And what sometimes we forget about or we ignore or just doesn't come top of mind is all the stuff that goes on behind the scenes of making that dream happen. I personally call it the shit show. Other people are going to call it other things. But can you speak to what's been going on with you in the last 12 days, Eli?
Well, thanks for asking. And yeah, that's so true. We tend to have our dreams and think of when I reach that dream, or wouldn't it be wonderful if something like that happened? And then all of a sudden, when something kicks in and the universe brings it in and we start getting close to it, we never thought about all the work that has to go into creating that dream, right? And it's really scary. I mean, sometimes for me, my experience is sometimes when we're really facing that incredible dream we've been waiting for, it's exciting, but it's also scary because there's so much to be done. I mean, the three of us, in case that the listeners don't know, we're very involved in creating a major thing called Out of the Blue, which was mostly one-person show that I developed. And
Eli, can you change your microphone and pull it out a little bit? Great.
Here, is that better? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
less
just rubbing
scratchy.
against your clothes. That's all.
Thank you. Yeah, this mic isn't the best in the world. So that show took, from conception to actually opening. Meredith directed it, and Joseph and I acted in it. It took a year and a half of full, commitment at every moment in doing it. And when we go see shows, sometimes, and then the show's over, people go, "Oh, it was okay. It was a little loud."
The
Stuff
air
like
conditioning was cold. Yeah.
It's like, do you realize the blood, sweat, and tears and the passion that went into creating it, And that's what I think all of us, it's just our nature, not really aware of it. When we go see a movie, we have no idea what went behind the scenes to do that. When we read a novel or a book, we don't know what that author had to go through to get that out into the world. So what you've been asking is that luckily I was invited to do a TED Talk, and I've been dreaming of doing something like that for several years. It was like on my bucket list, thinking maybe one day that would happen. Well, I was asked to do this 2 weeks ago, and I said yes before I knew the timing. And then when I heard 2 weeks, a TED Talk, it's an opportunity to get your message out into the world. Like, what do you want to say that matters? What idea do you want to share that will hopefully inspire people to think of something in a different way, or something that can enhance their life, And now it's like, oh my God, I've been spending every minute of the last few couple of weeks writing my talk, changing the talk, crying about my talk. And it's tomorrow. And I'm about to go to the technical rehearsal here in just a little while. And, it's not fully memorized yet. It will be. So that's what I'm talking about. All the behind the scenes of what we bring to the world. And you're talking about mattering. And I think it matters. It so much matters whatever each of us brings to the world. Because only each of us can bring that one specific thing that we bring. Nobody else can do it like we can. So it's so important to let ourselves and give ourselves permission to do that.
And I want to ask Eli about the difference between quitting on our dream, maybe because we changed our mind, or maybe because it got hard, or 1,000 other reasons, and pursuing our dream. And I know that there have been times with Out of the Blue and other projects that you've had that you kind of start questioning, do I keep going with this? Do I pursue this? Does this matter? Is this going to make a difference? And I'm wondering what happens to you internally, what kind of self-talk is going on that you keep showing up to your dream even when it's hard. What's that like?
It's kind of torture. It really is inner torture. Sadly, I wish I was a different kind of person, that these things seemed easy for me. They're not. I question a lot, and I wonder, is this the right thing and all that, until finally I just get so exhausted from doing that I just trust. You know, trust doesn't come like so quickly. But when you just give in to trust, and look, I'm going to share something. I don't know if your listeners can see this or not, but this is a card that
A little bit closer and higher. There you go.
I have a card in front of me and my computer. It looks like a person is leaping off of somewhere, flying without a net. And it says underneath, trust. Because this is my daily reminder of just
Thank you,
trust.
Elise Hughes, for that gift. Thank you, Elise. For
Yes, Elise sent me that as a gift when I was doing Out of the Blue. And you know, I think that's just part of being human, you know, to questioning, you know. But it really is the beautiful part of, I think you were mentioning Brene Brown before when she talks about being in the arena. It's a lot easier to be a spectator on the outside. It's not scary. When you step into that arena and you're really out of your comfort zone, it can be really scary. But when you keep pushing through, and then at the other side of it, you see what you achieved, then it was all worth it. You know?
It can be transformational.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely transformation. For me personally, I just wish I could go through some of these things without so much angst. You know, I wish I could just have the confidence, and maybe the confidence comes after you do it a few times. But because I'm always looking for something new, everything seems new all the time.
Yeah.
Now that you'll have a TED Talk under your belt, maybe you can take that talk elsewhere as well.
Yeah.
So you can do it
Exactly.
again.
Yeah.
Well, the second time's easier, you know, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a conversation earlier with your dear friend and colleague Diana Varco, and she was talking about how, you know, she has performed Shattered since 2017, I think, and how that got pretty comfortable. And then she gave herself permission to start a whole new show, Rise, that she's bringing forth out into the world. And how those conversations about, oh, this is comfortable, I can just keep doing this if I wanted to, right? Because we do what's comfortable, right? Or moving into that place of discomfort and the unknown. And you're doing that tomorrow. So we're excited that you're here with us now, because I know
Me
you've got some work
too.
to do.
Because I just had the same thing happen to me. Like where someone called me up and said, "Can you do a talk in 2 weeks?" And I said yes. And then was a wreck.
And I know, because you texted me when you were on the taxi going over there, and you said, "I'm giving a talk and I'm not memorized yet."
I became memorized real fast.
Like, why do we do this to ourselves?
I don't know why we do it to ourselves. There is an adrenaline rush to it though, right?
Yeah,
And then on top of that, I was last. There
Oh,
was 10
wow.
of us and I was last. So I'm sitting backstage the whole entire time going, what did I do?
Yeah. You know what, though? I have to
It's so
say,
worth it.
as uncomfortable and as angst-ridden as it is, you know, what an incredible privilege it
Yeah.
is to have this opportunity to be able to say something you find meaningful that other people are going to listen to. And we're, you know, it's our little bit of, it's a contribution to try to make this world a little bit better.
Yeah.
And I think, like I said before, all of us, I think, kind of need to play a role like that in any way that we're comfortable or not comfortable in doing, because the world needs us right now. I mean, it's a mess out there.
And also too, I want just that you don't have to have gone through some major trauma or anything. Like my talk was about a house. It was just about how a house taught me life lessons, right? It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't a huge trauma that happened to me. And so because I want everyone to know that their story, no matter how simple they think it might be or irrelevant it might be, it matters because somebody out there has experienced what you've experienced.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's just about sharing, I mean, we're all going through this whole adventure together. And if we can, share our lessons, after all, Joseph Campbell's mythical
I
hero's
was
journey.
just thinking about that as you were talking.
Campbell.
I mean, it's all about the hero in all the stories we love is always reluctant to go on that journey, right? They're always like, what? Me? I have to do this? I don't want to do this. And then they go through all these challenges that they have to overcome. And then there's another challenge and another challenge. And finally, in the end of the story, they become victorious. And then, according to Joseph Campbell, they come back to their community and share, their success to make the path easier for them. So that's what we're all here to do, and maybe help each other get through this life of ours that has been very challenging in the last few years. I mean, we've been going through some rough stuff.
Yeah.
So anything anyone can do to make it a little bit easier for others, we need each other. I'm really, really clear about that. So it's easier to stay home. Yes, it's easier to watch Netflix, and I love Netflix, and it's easier to do that than going out and doing
Changing
stuff.
the world. Yeah.
But we don't have to go out and do big things. We don't have to go out there and change the world with a TED Talk. We can go and volunteer at an orphanage and teach art classes, or teach someone how to read. Anything we love that's natural to us, that's what we need to share. It doesn't have to be this big, huge, momentous thing.
And living in the realm of the hero's journey, Eli, what happens when we become reluctant, right? When we become hesitant, when things get hard, is I think that for some of us, the message is, this is unsafe. I need to turn back.
Yeah.
Right? And we do that, 97 times a day, if you're me, because things get uncomfortable, they get unclear, the path isn't always well lit, and it's not always sure footing. And part of the hero's journey, some of us might not know this, but that there becomes a time where you find a guide.
Yeah.
When the path is difficult or dark or unclear or scary or overwhelming, you invite in a guide. I always picture somebody going up the mountain and being a little bit further up than I am, and then they're extending their hand back to me and saying, "Come this way." You started to say, Eli.
Well, that's in Joseph Campbell's hero's journey, that's called the ally. And that is the role that both of you play and that coaches play in the lives of their clients. Just, using some of the tools that you guys have available to you and your life experience in extending that hand out to others that might need some support in figuring out how to get to their dream. That's the beauty of coaching. And you guys are both so good at it because I've heard both of you do it.
Thank you.
I've been coached by both of you.
Thank you. I just want to give a shout out to Patricia Ayers in Wilmington, Delaware. We have been friends for decades and decades and decades. Hello, Patricia. Thank you for your donation. And to Lori Marino, my new friend, also donated from Florida. Thank you for that. And I just want to make sure that I didn't miss it. We already mentioned Jessica Cirillo. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
And Travis Darcy. We already mentioned Jolene Ghost. So thank you for our recent donations.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And I also want to do a shout out. They left themselves anonymous, but earlier on today, they donated $100. So thank you for that.
Oh, That's
Whoever you
wonderful.
are, and if you're listening, thank you.
Well, you guys are major troopers. Seriously.
We've only been here for 5 hours, 46 minutes, and 57, 58, 59.
I woke up this morning and I said to my husband, I don't know what I'm getting myself into.
Has it been fun?
Oh
It's
my God,
amazing.
yes.
It's gone by so fast, right? I can't believe it's been 5 hours.
Almost six.
Yeah, it's almost 6 hours. We're almost
Almost
halfway
6.
through.
You only
Yeah.
have, well, you have 4 to go, right? It's 10 hours,
6.
right?
We have 6 hours to go.
6.
You don't have to say it like that.
Or until someone donates or until we reach 5,000.
Okay,
Right, which
people,
could be
this is
sooner.
what we need. Anybody listening out there, please just send a little message to your friends and say, listen, if you want to get inspired and entertained, this is really, really fun. Why don't you listen to that? And then if they like it, they'll make a donation, because we cannot let these people sit here for 6 more hours.
No, I should text my mom. I'm going to text her while I'm on the phone right now to get her butt on here too.
I just texted my mom, and you know what she said? I thought it was tomorrow. I was like, no, it's today.
Mom!
It's today, Mom.
Oh my
So
God.
you go ahead and take care of that, Meredith. I have some things I want to share with Eli.
Ooh, thank you.
Do I need to go away? Is it in private?
Yeah, why don't you go take a break?
No, I'm going to text her right here.
Oh, you're texting her right there. Oh, I
Yeah,
hope she gets it.
Yeah, he needs to tell me something in private and just
Yeah,
between
because I don't
us.
think anybody else is here. Meredith just told me that we are live on 9 channels, Eli.
Is anybody listening right now?
I
A few
think so.
people
If
are.
they're
If they
listening,
are,
I
if
want
you're
them to
listening right now,
communicate.
put something in the comments. Ask us a question. Tell us you're here. Where are you from? What are you wearing?
If
Joanne Morton
anybody's,
says that was so much fun, so I know she was here.
if anybody is listening at all right at this moment, would you please just say something on the chat, like, hi, you guys are, doing a good job, something, to get these guys, motivated to continue for the
So,
next 6
Eli,
hours.
a couple things you may have missed because I know you were rehearsing this morning. One is Franklin Taggart was here early this
Yeah.
morning, and he offered that if somebody wants to be a sponsor, their voiceover work for their ad, he would volunteer to do voiceover work for them. You know
Ooh.
his voice. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Ooh,
M
Lori
is here.
Marino. Oh,
And she
yay.
donated. Yay,
Still
Lori.
here.
Hi,
Thank
Lori. I'm
you,
so glad you're
Lori.
still there. Okay, let's say something really brilliant for Lori.
Okay, so I want to say this is not necessarily brilliant, but it is generous that Joanne Morton offered that if we do this again, she would want to be in the 3 a.m. time slot.
Yes.
Why?
Oh, she thinks it would be a blast, and
Why not?
she would bring a lot of light and levity to the 3 a.m. time slot.
Did you tell her there was no 3 a.m. time slot?
Well, who knows what's going to be happening next time? It could be a 24-hour Pod-a-thon, Eli. It could
So
be.
what did you want to tell me privately?
I didn't have anything. I just wanted Meredith to know that she could go and text her mom if she needed to, and that I would further the conversation. You see how brilliantly I'm doing that, right?
I'm listening.
Yeah.
I'm listening to every word, and
Yeah.
I just sent it to my mom.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's see if
Tell her
she-
that her donation will be public.
So what do you guys want to talk about? Because I have to leave in about 10 minutes to go
Oh,
to
okay.
I want to get
technical
into a
rehearsal.
deep philosophical conversation about existentialism.
Yeah.
In 10
Within
minutes.
10 minutes.
Well, being that I have an existential crisis just about every other day, I can totally, absolutely have that conversation.
Yeah.
Oh
So
my
Actually,
God.
that's
I
partly
wanna
what
know.
my TED Talk is about, is this existential crisis I often find myself in.
Well, I can't wait to see it.
So Meredith, you
too.
know, Eli and I live in a relatively small town, so a lot of people know each other.
Yes.
Some people know us, and the perception of us and Eli, since he's our guest right now, is that we get a lot done and we're uber creative, and maybe there's this perception that things just come easily to us. And what I'm learning as a listener here with Elijah Blue, Eli Hans, is that there's a lot that happens behind the scenes that's not always perfect. There's a lot of messy middles. Each day there's a messy middle. And for our listener, Eli, I'm asking you to share with them a bit of wisdom of how they can keep going when they enter into their messy middle, because we all have them. It's not flawless for any of us. There's not perfect flow for any of us. What can we do for the messy middle for our listeners? What would you share with
Well,
them?
I think the first thing that came to mind is to remind ourselves that it's temporary. It's part of the process. It's just part of the process, and remember why we started it in the first place. I think if we have a passion for that project or whatever we're trying to achieve, if we can kind of reconnect to our why is this important? Why did we set off on this path to begin with? And then understand that, yeah, the messy middle is part of it. If we're really stuck, take a break. Go to nature. Go walk in nature.
Call a coach.
Hug trees. Call a coach. Play with your dogs or cats. Just take a bath. Take a break. Sometimes I think we push too hard. And when I realized is when we do take a break and you come back and you're fresh, you know what I do? I'll tell you my secret. You want to know
Okay, tell us. We're excited.
You're not going to love it because it's not the best environmental thing in the world, but I get all my ideas when I'm taking a shower. So if I'm really feeling stuck, I go take a shower and man, all of a sudden, bam, it's like I've taken my cell phone in the shower because when I start getting ideas, I just start recording the stuff that's coming through. So if you know what that thing is for you that inspires you, don't keep pushing if you're feeling contracted. If you're feeling like you're stuck, listen to yourself and go take that break and then do something that's expansive, that makes you feel good. And then you can come back to it.
I also like the shower as well, Eli. I think we've had this conversation before.
Mhm.
Because that used to actually be my only alone time, would be the
Yeah.
shower.
Yeah.
Especially when my daughter was really young. I'd be like,
Yeah.
I'm taking a shower.
It's like, haven't you taken 5 showers today already, says Gary, right? Oh my God.
I have something to share that some people may have not seen yet, Meredith, and that is the comments that are happening outside of Restream, outside of the Pod-a-thon, but actually on the donation page, people are leaving comments over there. Is it okay if I read some of those?
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Please.
Please do.
Travis Darcy, thanks for helping girls' education. Jolene Goose, thank you, Joseph and Meredith, for all you do to inspire and help others. Anonymous said, thank you, Joseph, for continuing to be, capital B-E, your beautiful, infinitely unfolding, vulnerable self and transparently doing it in front of the world so I and many others can be blessed with courage and permission to do the same. Marion
Wow.
Kerr, always here to support your work. Fawn Kraut said, I'm so happy to have found you. Love your podcast. Love you both and loved our conversation. Cheers to your continuing to shine your light. Bonnie Burt says, Buena suerte, which means good luck in Spanish. Tina Larson, good luck and have fun. Anonymous, you two kids are 100% amazing. Thank you for the work you're doing. We love you. Jan Davidson, hello, my friends. Wishing you a fabulous Thanksgiving. Hugs and love. Jenny Dumai and her husband, Arik. Good luck on the fun project. Love you, Jenny and Arik. Susan Tam Cates said, XO. And Jody Lamb, wishing you success on your podcast and support of the Malala Fund. So that's some of the comments that we have received.
Really,
thus
really
far.
beautiful. See, you guys really, seriously, you are making an impact in the world. And that is just got to feel really fulfilling, right? Does it feel good to know you're contributing to make people's lives a little easier?
Yes.
Absolutely. It truly does. And, it's a hero's journey. I'll give it that. It's not always perfect. It's not always, inspired. Sometimes it's, texting late at night, like, did you do this? No, I didn't do it. Can you do it? Oh, I thought I did it already. So there was a moment just last week, Eli, and then I'm going to let you go. You only have a few minutes. Just last week where we were looking at what domain name. So listener domain name is the name of your website, right? So areyouwaitingforpermission.com. And Meredith doesn't even know this story because we didn't have a chance to talk about it. But we were looking at different domain names and she said, this one is this much and this is da-da-da. And I wrote back and I said, oh, we can get Are You Waiting for Permission really cheaply. That was it. That was the end of the conversation. then a week later, she says to our virtual assistant, she says, Joseph bought areyouwaitingforpermission.com. So go ahead and link that up to the website. And I'm like, I just researched it. I didn't actually buy it. So
I thought you bought it because you put a screenshot.
right, I just took the
One
screenshot.
penny. And I'm like,
This is
cool,
why I'm
awesome.
not a virtual assistant. This is why I'm not. So I had to go in and do it last minute. So there was some messy middle.
Speaking about that, I just want to say, in case, well, I'm hoping people are listening. But when you say, "Oh, we were trying to raise $5,000 for a pod-a-thon," and go, "God, why do they need $5,000?" You guys, you have no freaking idea what's involved in creating a podcast, right? Not only buying all the equipment they bought, but paying the editor and the virtual assistant and everything involved in live streaming, podcast. I mean, there are a lot of expenses, and these two beautiful people have been doing this for free for the last 2 years using their own money. So this money that they're raising is to kind of help for the next year or two, so that we can continue to have these beautiful souls continue to share. And also because they are donating nice percentage to the Malala Fund.
Yeah, Malala Fund. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you for that. Break legs and take wings at your tech rehearsal now. I was going to say tonight, but it's actually happening now.
Well, it's happening in an hour, but I have to memorize my talk a little bit more, and then in case they make me do it in front of all those people.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, we support you 117%. You are amazing. And we know tomorrow is going to go beautifully well. Where can people find you, regardless or irrespective of TEDx? And then where can they find TEDx?
Oh, well, that's nice. If you're interested in learning about our show, Out of the Blue, it's outoftheblueshow.com. By the way, I just wanted to say that sometime in the next 2 weeks, I'm going to offer a whole entire week of free viewing the show, because we've been nominated for 6 different categories by the Broadway World LA Regional Awards. So I want people to be able to watch the show, and then if you love it, vote for us, so that it'd be so great to land one of those awards. So just stay tuned. And if you go to outoftheblueshow.com, you will see notices coming up here in the next, probably next week, about when that viewing is possible. And then elihans.com is my website for my acting that I do in voiceover work and coaching. I'm going to be teaching a class to help people who want to create their solo show. It's called, gosh, I can't remember what it's called. No, it's called Your Story, Your Legacy, because it's so important that we are able to share our stories of our lives and leave that gift for people in our lives. And that's it. And then the TEDx, it's, if you're in San Miguel, it's tomorrow. My talk is around 3 p.m., but all the other speakers are amazing, and we're encouraging everyone to go for the day from 10:30 to 6 in San Miguel for the TEDx talk. And thank you all for listening and for supporting these two beautiful people.
Thank you. Thank
Great
you.
to have
Thank you for helping us get to the 6-hour mark.
Wow, we're halfway there. It's halftime. Oh my gosh, we should do a cheer, like a cheerleader.
Where are your pom-poms? Where are your pom-poms?
I will flock you.
I don't know what that means, but
I'll mirror you.
Oh, okay.
I'll do what you do.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Love you
Bye.
both. Thanks for having me. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Have a good talk.
Thank you.
Okay, Meredith, we're going to do Crazy Eights. Are you ready?
Okay. Well, hold on.
And listener, if you are just now joining us, this is the halfway mark. We are halfway through our Pod-a-thon, which is 12 hours of consistently podcasting, or stopping at the $5,000 mark, whichever happens first. We are currently at 6 hours, and we're going to do Crazy Eights to inspire us to keep going. And we already know this, and it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Legs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And go 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Run, 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 run.
Woo! You're going to read now?
I am.
Okay.
We have a guest, but I don't think it's time for her yet. I don't know what
No,
time it is.
I think we have an hour.
Okay, an hour or 2. No, an hour.
An hour.
I get screwed up with the Eastern Standard Time and things. My question to you is, do you want me to read from A or do you want me to read from B?
B.
Okay. Word After Word, poems by Joseph Bennett. Okay. This poem is called I Will Miss. So let me just say that all these poems were written during COVID. So a lot of them have themes of loss or longing or death, because that is what we were collectively experiencing. That's what I was experiencing. So when I read these poems, just know that I'm not always this sad and distressed, but it was COVID. I will miss the taste of coffee, how it warms my mouth early in the morning mixed with quiet and meditation. I will miss diving deeply into my dog's fur, their ears, kissing them over and over. Luna moaning, I suppose with love, but she's an odd duck, so who knows what she's saying. I will miss words, the ones printed and spoken and sung and sprayed across billboards and sent in texts and emails. I will miss Eli, of course, and how he is the very essence of me. Our bodies and worlds and words and food and sleep flow into one another, not knowing where one stops or begins. We are most days one. I will miss that. I will miss the afternoon sky, how it's mostly full of huge expanses of blue here in Mexico. I will miss my fantasies, the sexual ones and the fame ones, and the ones where I have glorious sabbaticals in distant cities and eat at delis and invite strangers to join me and strike up surprising conversations. I will miss surprising conversations. I will miss friendships, both the tried and true ones and the new, just out of the gate ones, where it feels like intimacy is free-flowing right there at the buffet table at the neighborhood potluck. The times when a stranger feels long lost. I could love you forever, I whisper under my breath. I will miss that. So I gave myself permission to write one poem a day during COVID. And then afterwards, I collected some of the ones that I liked, that I thought you, the reader, might like, and I published them in Word After Word. And it came out on my birthday, August 6th. It was just released 3 months ago.
It's amazing. Congratulations. I'm going to put that in the chat so people can find it.
Thanks. What are you working on these days, Meredith Grundy? I know you got some things going on.
I am working on, well, okay. I'm trying to find your book at the same time. I am working on several little things. I'm working on a few things for my business. One is coaching modules, which I are almost complete. And
Really?
I need to make the videos for that. And then I am working on a new AI offering for my one-on-one clients for speaking. And then I have got a lot of things that are kind of
afternoons. What's going on Wednesday afternoons, Grundy?
Well, the Confidently Speaking is my is my coaching program, my membership program, and that you're in, which is amazing. And I've got some new fun things that are going to happen in 2023 with that, and a little bit of reorganization. And so I will be opening membership up for January 1 for new members to come in.
Okay.
And closing the membership. I'm going to only open up the membership once a quarter. So every 3 months, I open up the membership for new members. And then people can get on a wait list for it, because I want to have really specific goals for the people that are in it so that they can attain those goals at the end of the quarter or monthly. And so I'm working on really refining some of the offerings that I have in it. I'm very excited about it.
And what do you love about being a presentation coach? Can you share that with us?
I just love getting people to a place where they can open up and tell their story.
Wow.
And it's really tough for people. You know, I work with a lot of people who come from very technical backgrounds as well. And it's really not encouraged culturally to be honorable, to share story. It's about getting to the point and relaying a lot of message, like relaying the details of whatever product they're rolling out. And so when I can get somebody to open up and tell a story that's relatable, it's beautiful. It's really cool for people to allow themselves to share in a different way, to inspire, in a different way.
I wonder where historically that happens, because the idea is that we started off as storytellers, right? When we were in the cave, when we were around the fire, we would tell stories about where we had been or what animals were free roaming around us, or about births and deaths. And then there came a point, and I don't know when it was, I know it didn't happen all in one moment, but then we got shy around telling our stories and about public speaking, right? That just used to be what we did. We would just stand up and share things, and then it became a thing. It became public speaking, and we seemingly collectively got scared of it, or if not scared, at least intimidated about it and by it. And now, fortunately, we have people like you who are teaching us how to be more confident speakers, because somewhere in the timeline of history, we got intimidated by it. And it was like, oh, I don't want to do that. It's the number one fear of all human beings. The number one thing is not death, or maybe it is death. You correct me if I'm wrong. Death and then public speaking, or public speaking and death. I think people get them confused a lot.
Well, I feel like it just evolved into how it's perceived now. The fear around it has evolved over time, because it's a fight or flight response that we're having. It's it's a prehistoric response that we're having to a present day situation. Because in the day you would have that fight or flight because you don't want to get eaten by an animal, or you know, and so during that time maybe we were telling a lot more stories, but that wasn't as scary as getting eaten by an animal. So maybe we've just evolved into this place now where we're not really scared of animals eating us anymore, right? Like that's not a fear. But we have this whole audience like staring at us. And so we go into this fight or flight mode, and like, no one's going to eat you. Like, you're going to survive. You're going to be okay. So I think it's really fascinating how we as humans evolve, and what may have culturally not been scary at one point now is. And and it's just so powerful when people can share their story. And I also feel too, like what Mitch Dickhoff earlier, who was a guest on this Pod-a-thon and a guest on our podcast, was saying, is that culturally in some of these organizations, we kind of get conditioned to just do what we've been seeing done again and again and again and again. And we're not really taking risk because there's a fear of being the person that's unique or that stands out or might be questioned. So it's just easier to kind of follow and stay in suit.
And where did your interest in public speaking come from? I've never asked you this before, but I know you started out as a dancer, as an actor. You studied, MFA in theater, and you've been an actor for years and years. And then where did the interest in public speaking come from? And more specifically, being a public speaking coach, because that's different. Not a lot of yous running around doing that.
No, it came from working at Second City and then getting asked to coach teams and organizations using improv as a communication skill. And then from there, I would be asked to go coach this C-suite over here or this exec over there. And because they had a pending presentation or they were attending a conference they needed to do a talk for. And I would just say yes. And I loved it. I loved doing that work and I was good at it. And it was like directing little solo shows with people who didn't have the training. And I kept doing that as supplemental income for a really long time as I was also working as a freelance actor and director. And then when the pandemic hit, I just decided to do that more full time. And I noticed the struggle with being a creative and also owning a business, trying to do both at the same time. It's really, really difficult. And I noticed even when I worked on my one woman show that my business suffered. So now I'm at that point where I love what I do so much that I actually am getting that creative outlet that I was getting as just a performer and not so much a business owner. And there's a business owner mindset to being a performer in the world, but it is different. There is differences, which I'm happy to speak into later. But I am noticing that because I've put all my attention into building my business, that there's true growth happening, which is really, really exciting for me.
And I assume that watching the growth of your students has to be so rewarding, because sometimes we show up to a public speaking course or a program just so shy and so scared and so shut down. And what's beautiful about the way that you work with us is that it's really poco a poco, right? Little by little. We just take baby steps. That has come up a couple of times today. It's just showing us the baby steps and making it really safe for us, because I think we have this idea that we might die if we don't do a good job on our speech or our presentation or talking about the widget thing, right?
Yeah,
It feels like a death.
I have provided a space for people to just show up. That's half of it. Like, if you just show up and you just do the work, you're gonna succeed. It's the people who are constantly questioning themselves. Like, I often get asked, what is the first thing I should do to be a more confident speaker? And I said, look at your own head trash. Like, what is it that you are saying to yourself on a daily basis? Are you saying, I can't do this, or I'm afraid, or I'm a horrible speaker, or I don't have a story to tell, or what are the things? What is your mind telling you on a daily basis? And that's the first thing you need to change. That's the first thing you need to start working on and acknowledging. And then it's about showing up and doing the work.
And oftentimes too, I love that phrase, head trash. Oftentimes we need some outside perspective with that, right? Because it's cyclical. We think A, B, C, D, E, F, A, B, C, D, E, F, and to be able to put some kind of interruption in that thought process, we need some outside perspective, I think.
100%.
I mean,
Yeah. Yeah. So that mindset is really important. And then I just love watching, oh my goodness, I've seen so much transformation in people that have been in that group, and transformation with my one-on-one clients. Like, it's really awesome. It's so much fun. It's so much fun.
Yeah. Thank you for doing it.
Thank you. Well, thanks for being there, and thanks for being a champion of it. I really appreciate that so much.
You're welcome. And I know how important the work is, because if we want to get our message out there, not everybody does, right? Some of us are okay without getting our message out there. But if there's any form of, I'm thinking of authors. I mean, at some point they need to get up and represent their book, or read from their book, or do a book signing. I mean, there's ample opportunities for us to be in front of others. And when we can do that in a place that's a little bit more comfortable, I won't say comfort or comfortable, because there's a spectrum, right? But when we can do that in a place that's a little bit more comfortable, then we're more apt to do it next time. We just had a guest on, my husband, Eli Hans, who's saying this TEDx is difficult, the next TEDx that he's doing might be less difficult, right? It's a muscle. And you're giving us that space to share that muscle.
Putting in the reps.
Putting in the reps. And I think too of our guests on the Pod-a-cast. Sometimes I confuse the two, Pod-a-thon, podcast. Our guests that are showing up on the podcast, they're not all like, oh, I can't wait to do this. This is so exciting. Some of them are a wee bit intimidated to be recorded and have their voice and their message and their story out there in the world. But they're doing it, and I applaud them for showing up to Are You Waiting for Permission and sharing their story. Because I don't know that it's easy, but I do know that it's worth it.
It is worth it. It isn't easy. I mean, I've been a trained actor my whole life, and I've been in front of audiences, and I still get I get scared, and I have the head trash, and I have doubt, and I know that when I don't memorize something for a long period of time, that when I'm called to memorize it or have something to do or need to write a talk, it takes time and effort, and it's hard. It's hard. It is a muscle. It's a practice. And I always say that people always ask, how can I be more confident? I'm like, how much are you practicing? Well, I like to be off the cuff. Well, that's awesome. But like, that's why you're not feeling so confident.
Oh, really? Is that true? You like to be off the cuff? I'm shocked at that revelation.
Oh, no, I was talking about some of my clients are like, this is not going very well because I really like to be off the cuff because I want to sound more natural. And I'm like, well, that's great. That's awesome. But are you like, if you're not trained in that, right? And if your message isn't clear, and if it's not well practiced, and you're not being intentional, then it's going to be really difficult to inspire and educate people. And yeah, I love being off the cuff. Bring it on. But I also, as an improviser, have learned that even if it's not fully memorized, I need to be incredibly clear about the structure. And being an improviser, and this is where I think people I think this is what gets missed, is that people don't understand that improv is structure. There's a structure that we go by. There's games that we play with a structure. There's long form improv. It has a structure. We know how we're going to get from A to B to C to D. We're not just up there talking and hoping and praying. Like, there's actually a foundation. And so I share to people, that's great. You want to be off the cuff, but what's your structure? What's your foundation? Like, do you have one? And oftentimes they're like, well, my slides. No, like, that's not enough. That's why you're not feeling very confident. Yeah.
I have some structure to share.
What did you say?
I have some structure to share.
Tell me.
So a few minutes ago, before Eli was on the show, we had Diana Barco on the show, and she shared, when the three of us were together on the High Line in New York, Joseph, you shared this poem that she brings to mind a lot because it changed her a lot. And so I said, I'm going to look that up, and I will share that on the Pod-a-thon. So I'm going to do that.
Share that right now?
Yes.
Share it.
Okay. It is called Autobiography in 5 Short Chapters by Portia Nelson. Chapter 1, I walk down the street. There's a deep hole in the sidewalk. I fall in. I am lost. I am helpless. It isn't my fault. It takes me forever to find a way out. Chapter 2, I walk down the same street. There's a deep hole in the sidewalk. I pretend I don't see it. I fall in again. I can't believe I am in the same place, but it isn't my fault. It still takes a long time to get out. Chapter 3, I walk down the same street. There's a deep hole in the sidewalk. I see it is there. I still fall in. It's a habit. My eyes are open. I know where I am. It is my fault. I get out immediately. Chapter 4, I walk down the same street. There is a deep hole in the sidewalk. I walk around it. Chapter 5, I walk down a different street. To me, that's such a beautiful piece of literature, because it just encapsulates the whole coaching process, right? That we can be a guide or a mentor or even just an ally, as Eli was saying in the hero's journey, can be an ally to somebody who keeps falling in the same hole.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know if you've ever done that, but
Never. No.
I'm yeah. Oh
No.
yeah.
Never.
New Yorkers are all alike. I, on the other hand, as a West Coaster, I have fallen in the same hole a lot, and I say to myself, "How did I end up here? Right? How did I do that?" So I love this piece of literature, and I also love what coaches and coachees can bring to the process. So that's amazing. Is your throat getting sore?
No. Is yours? It is? No.
It is, but we only have 6 hours left to go.
Are we doing?
Or
Are we going for a whole 6 hours?
unless somebody donates money, and then when we reach $5,000, we can finish early, and you can put your Christmas tree together.
So what? Tell me, where did $5,000 come from? Why do we need to raise $5,000?
I think it was your idea, but when we were looking at some of the expenses associated with this, and we look at what we've already spent, I think it was around 3,000 of what we've already spent on equipment, Simplecast that you talked about hours ago. It seems like hours ago you mentioned Simplecast.
It was
So that's
hours
our
ago. It was hours ago.
our distribution platform. And then we have some staff that we're paying. We're donating money to the Malala Fund. So the money is going to make this a sustainable endeavor. And I want to tell the truth. So here's my truth in this moment, Meredith, and that is that as artists, oftentimes we fund our own dreams, right? Nothing wrong with that. We have trouble asking people to help us with our dreams and help fund them. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm bringing it back to a question that I've asked over and over again, and that is, how sustainable is that? And how much permission do we need to give ourselves to say, this is an expensive endeavor? You say that you love this thing, whether it's a podcast or a dance or a visual or a piece of art, you say that you love it. Can you lend your support? And my tagline is, even $5 helps.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
even $1.
Even $1 helps. So that's where the 5,000 came from, is, can we raise this amount of money to make it sustainable, to pay some of the expenses that we've had, and to donate money and pay it forward for girls' education? That's what I got.
I love it. I love it.
Mm-hmm. May I ask you about something else?
Yeah, you can ask me anything. We've got all the time in the world, Joseph Bennett.
So there's this thing, this weird thing that has become part of the vernacular of a niche. So listener, if you don't know what that is, as coaches, we are encouraged over and over and over and over again to find our niche, to find that population or that subpopulation of people that we love to work with, that we want to work with, that they have a need, they have a pain point, they're willing to pay for a solution. So it's kind of drilled into us. And a lot of coaches, I know this because I see them in the Facebook groups and I have conversations with them. They have anxiety about finding their niche because they feel like they really have to nail it down and then put it in concrete, which is a totally different conversation. But who is your niche, Meredith? And if you don't have one, are you okay with that?
I have somewhat of a niche, and
okay.
And I understand the argument for needing to have a niche, and that it doesn't mean that you're beholden only to that niche. It means that you can still take clients outside of that niche. It just helps people find you faster. And so I understand that. And I have been one of those people that has kind of had an allergic reaction to the word niche. But with that said, I have noticed those that have been attracted to me have been predominantly entrepreneurs who are 6 to 7 figure earners who are looking for ways to expand their business by using their voice more. And that means being on stage, whether that be through book launches, whether that be through being on more podcasts, getting more speaking gigs, and so forth. I've also worked with a lot of individuals who work in organizations who are at executive level and they want to continue to grow in their business, and they're taking on more responsibilities and they're being asked to deliver more presentations. And those people have predominantly been in the tech and medical spaces. And so those are also the organizations I've been predominantly working with as well, have been in tech and medical, or healthcare, if you will, organizations. And so if I were to say that that's kind of a broad niche, even for me, like, but it's as narrowed down as I've been able to get. With that said, however, like, you know, I mean, I love working with creatives, but I also love working with technical people because I love taking those didactic talks and encouraging people to find more human ways to relay that kind of information.
Thank you for that.
Challenge. How about you?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about it. I first want to note that Tina Larson is back in the room, and she says, and I quote, "You're still here?"
Tina,
question mark, question mark.
Food.
Yes, Tina, we are still here. So yeah, I've had an allergic reaction to the word niche for a long time. And Paul Silva, who's a brilliant coach up in Canada, he, in some of his coaching, said, you know, it's okay to just be a generalist. Like, that's okay. You don't need to necessarily pick a niche. It's not going to reflect on who you are or how you serve. And what came up for me recently, I want to say in October, is I started looking at and reflecting on who is showing up in my coaching practice, and you know, who is responding to the books that I write and things like that, who's buying my books. And my niche actually is those who are tired. So those who are tired of their addiction, those who are tired of being exhausted, those who are tired of being scared, those who are tired of getting in their own way, those who are tired of not having clarity in their lives. So it sounds pretty broad, but when I look at who is showing up and who's supporting my work, it's those that are tired. And as a former workaholic, recovering workaholic, I get what it's like to be tired, proverbially and metaphorically and realistically. So that's the niche that I am most excited about. You know why? Because I get to be the person, among others, hopefully, that are giving them permission to take a break. And to rest and to reflect, you know. I don't know that we are necessarily giving ourselves a lot of time for reflection these days, and I know the value in it. So that's my niche, is those who are tired. And that's not all of us. Not all of us are feeling that way. Some of us are feeling really inspired. Mitch Dickoff was here early this morning talking about how he wakes up at 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning and he's already ready to go. He's so excited about his poetry and his work and Idea Champions that he's the president of. So not everybody's tired, but there's a lot of us that are, Meredith. And it's twofold. It's not only an exhausting place to be, it can also be a very scary place to be. Because when we're tired, there may not be a light at the end of the tunnel for us. Or it might be there, we might not be able to see it or something. So I like to be a guide for those that are in the struggle.
Well, I think it's I think people aren't good at recognizing the signs of burnout, or maybe they don't even realize quite that that maybe they're feeling depleted, but they don't really know why. So I think it's good to have a guide to kind of help you figure that out. And what I'm appreciating though is that I'm hearing, at least in the circles that I run in, there's a lot more conversation about that. That's why the whole people realized how hard they were running and how poorly they were being treated too in some of these organizations that they're working for, healthcare. And so there's a lot of conversations now about how to take care of yourself, how to have a wellness practice in your life. What does that mean? It's just like, it's hilarious looking back. I mean, even, oh my goodness, like 7 years ago, not even that long ago, maybe 5 years ago, I remember I introducing meditation as a practice to somebody in some of these organizations felt scary because there was still kind of like this, like spiritual, religious kind of, people kind of thought of it as like a practice, association. And so it's really kind of cool now to hear like there's more of an acceptance for that kind of a practice in one's life. Is pretty cool. It's cool to see us evolve in that way. Someone was saying the other day, who's a human resources professional, what did they say that I thought was really beautiful? That we had the Industrial Revolution, then we were in a technological revolution, now we're in a human revolution. So it's about the people.
Yeah. And I want to say yes and to that. When you look at the organizations and how some of us have been treated in organizations, and this is the and part of the conversation, how have we been treating ourselves?
Well, that's what I mean too. That's a part of it. It's like it goes back to that word choice, right? You're in this job, you chose to be in it, but you're not taking care of yourself in it, and then the people around you aren't taking care of yourself. Like it's just this,
yeah. We needed more Samana Jetties in our lives, right?
Right?
So if you weren't here earlier, Samana is a burnout coach. She helps us look at and manage what's going on with our lives, with our career, and how are we choosing to show up or not because of burnout.
And she also what she has done is and I've helped her co-create along with this fabulous group of humans, the Workplace Wellness Collective. And it's all about bringing in people who are experts in this area of wellness and data-driven wellness and how to utilize those resources to prevent burnout and to be happy. Just be happy in your work. Yeah, she's a force, that woman.
Yeah. My next question, Meredith Grundy. Imagine your younger self, preteen, teen, later, or earlier. If you could imagine some magical realism where you get to go back and have a conversation with her, what would you want her to know? What do you feel it's important to say?
What would I want her to know? I think I would say, I feel like I would have told her to really just hang in there in her 20s and 30s.
I feel like what that means?
Yeah, I feel like I often got to the edge. Like I never felt like I was quite where I needed to be. I always was looking, I was never very present. And so I would, for example, I'd have opportunities that a lot of people weren't having, but I would just be like, I would always downplay it. And then if I didn't get to where I needed to be with like one audition, then I would just like dismiss it. And it was mostly out of fear, I think, and looking back now. So if I were to tell my younger self that when you hit your 20s and I would say early 30s, to just like go for it and keep trying. Don't give up on the first try and appreciate where you're at. That's what I would have said. Yeah. That's what I would have said. But I'm at like, now that I'm in my 40s, I feel like, oh, okay. I got that down now. Like I know this is gonna be hard. Keep moving forward.
Yeah. That's part of why our podcast is here, right? Is reminding people it's going to be hard and that's okay.
Yeah. Just got to do the work.
Yeah. And simultaneously figure out how to rest as well, so that we're not burnout and not pushing ourselves too much.
But can't rest be a part of work?
Yep, it can, absolutely, and it can be scheduled in.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Mm-hmm. That's what I mean by do the work. I don't mean busy, productive work. I mean just do the work on yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a huge invitation, right?
Mm-hmm.
A couple things for me, just top of mind, if I were to tell my younger self, I would certainly want him to know sooner than later to quit smoking.
How
Right?
long did you smoke for?
Oh, only like for 57, 32-ish years or something, long time.
I didn't know it was that long. I don't think I've ever
Yeah.
asked that question.
Yes. And as a quitting smoking coach, part of what I do is I invite people, I say invite, but they're required to figure out how many cigarettes they have smoked in their lifetime. Like they have to do the math. I show them how to do the math. And then I ask them follow-up questions, how many more would be enough? When is enough? Kind of. The other thing I would tell my younger self is to get sober. I would like to have done that sooner than later, but I did it later, which was perfect. But if I had a conversation with my younger self, I would encourage him to do that. And the third thing, just for the practicality of it, would be to save some money. I was really good at earning some money and then just having it just filter right through my fingers. And all of a sudden, at the end of the day, it was gone. And then I would earn more money. As a gig worker, as a waiter, money's coming in, and then it was just going out right away. And I didn't
Right.
save any of it until now. I changed those habits a long time ago. I got out of debt like 25, 26 years ago and own my house outright and have zero debt in my life. And, it just would have been easier, I think, to go through like university and even graduate school with having some of those habits healed if I could have. But,
So do you feel like you would have learned the lessons that you know now though without having gone through some of that?
I think I would have learned some of the lessons without all of that angst and suffering. Like, yeah, I mean, things, Meredith, like I had so many unpaid parking tickets on my car that when it got impounded, I was just like, you have to keep the car. There's no way I can pay that debt. It was in the thousands. And did I need to learn that lesson? I don't think so. I think I still would have become the person I became without that kind of suffering shit show. But regardless, those are some of the things I would have told my younger self.
Yeah.
If I had that opportunity. And but one thing that I told my younger self, which was really a game changer, and you told yourself the same thing, and that was I gave myself permission to move to California and get out of the cold weather.
I also moved to California. Yeah.
I know you
I
did.
know.
San Francisco and San Diego. You had one part of the state taken care of, and I had the other part of the state taken care of. And,
I love
that was huge, and that was life-changing for you, and I know it was life-changing for me to be able to say, I'm out of here. Because it was comfortable. Where you were, it was probably pretty comfortable, right? You were with your parents.
I had the time of my life. I was living in the Bay Area. I was in my early 20s. I was having the time of my life.
Mm-hmm. And before that, when you were with your parents, it was probably pretty comfortable. You could have just stayed there, right?
I was actually, I moved out of my house when I was 18. The second I graduated from high school, I was out.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I was all about being uncomfortable. I love my parents, but I wanted to go exploring, and that's what I did. And so I had just finished college, and I was living above a bar in Old Town, Fort Collins with my boyfriend. And I was like, I don't want to live here. I want to live in a big city. And so I told my parents I was moving, and they freaked out. They're like, you're moving to the most expensive city in the whole entire country. How are you going to make money? And I said, I don't know. I'm just going to go. And that's
I
always
know. I went through the same thing when I said I wanted to move to San Diego. People told me how expensive it was and how hard it was to live there. And I was like, I will figure it out. I don't care. I have to get out of here.
You will figure it out. And you did. And look at where you are now.
Mm-hmm. And I'm grateful that I never, sorry, I have to put some light on me. I realize how much shadow I have going on.
Because it's getting darker, because we've been doing this for 6 hours, 41 minutes,
45 seconds.
And Christina Noel says, heart, heart, heart.
She does?
Yes.
Thank you, Christina Noel. That's awesome. We love that kind of love, right?
Now we do more love like that. Keep us awake. Oh, we've reached $1,070.
No.
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because I just looked at it.
What do you mean?
We just
gave us all that. Anonymous. It was
two anonymous people just donated $200 each.
Oh, that's amazing. Eli, we just reached more money, 2 $200 donations. Anonymous.
Or maybe it's 1. It looked like 2. I think it's 1, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to say it's 2 because someone's going to donate $200 here in like 5 seconds.
Wow. That's incredible.
Oh, that makes me feel really grateful.
1,070. So we are Barbara Ann Michaels, you are no longer with us, but you were inspiring us to reach at least 4 digits, and we did. So thank you for that.
You.
And Christina, we are happy that you're here in the show. We have talked about countless topics. You know what I need, Meredith? I need somebody to have kept track of all the different topics we talked about today.
Well, you know what? This is being streamed. There's going to be like a 12-hour YouTube video available for people.
Yeah, in case somebody gets really bored.
Yeah, if somebody watches the full 12-hour YouTube video, I will give you $5,000.
No, you won't. You're
No,
joking. Because you know somebody's out there on YouTube now, and they're like, "I'll do it. I'll do it.
I'll do it." Yeah, yeah. And we've only got 1 hacker today.
I know, somebody who wanted to have sex.
Yeah, 1 hacker, and I got them out of the room right away. I was like, "This is not a time or place for sex."
Yet. Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, you know, that's a funny thing. So just to go back to like all the people who said you can't afford that. Yeah, San Francisco's too expensive. San Diego's too expensive. I mean, even as a grown ass adult moving to New York City, I had people say that to me. Well, that's so expensive. How are you going to make that happen? And I just find that really curious. Like, I get it. But at the same time, I'm like, well, why wouldn't I try it? I've always been like, why wouldn't I?
I get the caretaking part of it.
Yeah.
Right? Like people want to make sure you're okay, that you're not going to end up on the street with your husband and daughter and dog and cat. Right? So I get that they're often, I can't speak for all of them, but I think they're just wanting to make sure that we're okay.
Yeah.
You know? And the other part of it is, we talked earlier about the shadow artist, is there's a number of people who would love to give themselves permission to do that daring, courageous thing, like move into a big city that may or may not be expensive. And then that's where the fear is coming from, is it's filtered through, oh, I wish I could do that. I would love to be able to do that. You know, I remember when I was moving to San Diego, I was leaving Wilmington, Delaware. It was the night before I left. And my sister, who has never moved more than a mile from where she was born, she said, I wish I could move to San Diego. And it was just one little sentence, and I didn't give it any weight because I was out the door, right? I was gone. But I'm like, yeah, how many of us are sitting there waiting around for somebody to say, you can do that. You can do that. And you know, and we have a lot of reasons why we don't. Some of them very valid. Family, friends, job, finances, right? And then we look at opportunities where we can.
Yeah. So. I feel like it's interesting. I always kind of did the opposite of how I was raised. And if my mom's listening, which I don't know, but she knows because I'm not, I speak my mind. She knows
Oh,
that.
you do? That's so surprising.
But I feel like what I did was my experiment in life was just kind of doing the opposite of what I think my parents would have done, right? Like
Oh,
my dad was so uncomfortable that I didn't move somewhere with a job. And there was something exciting about that. Like, well, then I'm going to prove to you that I can't move somewhere without a job. It was always that,
Mhm.
even into my adult years. I think that's hilarious. I just find that funny that even when we're full ass adults, we're still doing stuff the opposite of what our parents would tell us to do.
Uh-huh.
Or we do
I,
exactly the same. I don't know.
I will remind you that you're living with a pre-teen age daughter now.
Who does the opposite of what I say?
Who does the opposite of what you say.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Can I read some more?
No, yes.
No, yes. So, reader, listener, viewer, you may know that forthcoming at Easter 2023, I am releasing this big old beautiful book called When in Doubt. It is nearly 400 funny, insightful, irreverent ideas for what to do when you're in doubt. So the foreword is going to be written by Eli Hans shortly, as soon as he's finished his TEDx talk. But each page is just one idea, one sentence, one phrase of what to do when you're in doubt. So I just opened it up randomly and I'll read for a few minutes. Okay.
I love it. Before you start, I just want to say hi to Stephen Hansen, who just said
Oh,
that we are so fun. So let's keep
yeah, a previous guest, the Happiness Archive, Stephen Hansen, East Coaster,
Yes.
I believe. Thank you for
Beautiful.
being here. When in doubt, use the bathwater to flush. When in doubt, light a candle. When in doubt, save up for it and pay cash. When in doubt, say, I'm sorry. When in doubt, order it steamed, not fried. When in doubt, count to 10 or 100. When in doubt, install dimmer switches. When in doubt, enjoy the journey. When in doubt, listen to your intuition. When in doubt, heal the wound. When in doubt, be someone's hero. When in doubt, believe in angels. When in doubt, swing on the swings, go down the slide, join in the game. When in doubt, love yourself. When in doubt, ask, how can I help? When in doubt, order the salad. So that's just a few of the 400 that that I've written. And it looks like Deanna Shanti is in the house. Did you know that?
I just saw that. Hello, hello.
So, ladies and gentlemen of our listening audience, what you may not know is Deanna Shanti is a California artist with a business called Quirks and Strokes, and she's part of our Friday afternoon book club. So we would normally be with her now or earlier, I don't know what time it is, on Friday afternoons, and we said, yeah, we're not showing up today because we are showing up to our first ever inaugural Pod-a-thon, ladies and gentlemen, raising $5,000 today within 12 hours.
5,012 hours. We are ambitious people.
I think that's ambitious, right?
I think
The
it's
word that I
ambitious.
used on social media was lofty. We have a lofty
Lofty.
goal. Do you like that? Is that okay? It makes you
No, I
giggle.
thought you came up with the $5,000 goal, but you're saying it was me.
Oh, I
Maybe
just
you
like to
have a
blame
collective
things on you.
brain.
That's
You like to
all.
blame things on me?
Yeah.
So I believe that Stephen and myself and Christina, and I'm going to say also, I'm going to take the Deanna, all loved your reading. Thank you.
Oh, that feels like so long ago that I did that.
It was like 5 minutes, 2 minutes ago. How's the
She has a
Pod-a-thon
question.
going? How is the
How's our
Pod-a-thon
voices?
going? What?
She wanted to know about how are our voices.
Oh, I got a little, they're good. They're fine. I'm good. Oh, how are my throats? You have lozenges?
Don't you?
I just pronounced that really funny. It's like the opera. You know how they have them in the opera so you don't disrupt?
Okay.
Okay. Do I have some? No.
No. What do you have to keep your throat?
I
protected?
had whoops, I have a little bit of water left. I just have been drinking water. Hydration.
Okay. And what about your big water bottle? White.
It's pretty much it's empty.
Oh.
I'll go fill it. I'll fill it.
Do you want me to send a message to Gary that he needs to come in and hydrate you? Do you want me to do that?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you though. But how is the Pod-a-thon going? Is it going well?
I think it's better than we could have ever imagined.
Yeah,
We've
I
had
think
incredible guests. Like, oh my gosh, the guests that we had this morning, we could have scheduled more guests because there's so much brilliance happening in the room.
I mean, we could still bring on some surprise guests.
Oh yeah. And we still have one more schedule, which is Emily Scholes. I think she's supposed to be here soon.
In like 7 minutes.
Yeah.
We're gonna have
she is.
another guest in like 7 minutes. And my daughter never gets the iPad, and for some reason today she got the iPad, which means I won't be seeing her because she's just sucked into that thing.
Oh, how did she get that?
I have no idea. I don't ask. I'm doing a Pod-a-thon.
What's a pod-a-thon? People might just be joining us and they don't even know what a pod-a-thon
Well, a
is. What is it?
Pod-a-thon is like a Jerry Lewis telethon, and I forgot to wear my evening gown today for 12
Oh,
hours.
okay,
I could
great.
have, because I think those were pretty formal back in the day, right? The
I
telethon.
assume so. At least
Yeah.
in the beginning. It lasted 50 years.
So
yeah.
So we're doing a Pod-a-thon to raise money, and we don't have people on the phones right now taking your donations. But what we do have is a link on areyouwaitingforpermission.com.
Oh, that's great. Thank you for taking care of that. That's huge.
You're so welcome. You're welcome.
I know you were doing a lot of behind the scenes work for this pod-a-thon, and I appreciate you and all the ways that you show up to our podcast.
Well, I appreciate you and all of the correspondence that you did with our guests and all the correspondence you do to organize our guests on the podcast. Are You Waiting for Permission?
Oh, right. Because we have a podcast and we have a pod-a-thon. There's those two different things, or is that the same thing?
It's the same thing. It's just the Pod-a-thon is like the fundraiser branch of our podcast.
Oh, right.
Did you
And
like
the other
that? It
part
made
of
us
it-
sound really like a lot larger than we are. It's our fundraising branch.
I love that. I love that. When I teach improv, I'm like, we have, this is the class, right? This is the education part. But we also have the performative part where our troupe performs. And it sounds really important, but just a bunch
Yes.
of people jumping around,
Yes.
improvising.
Jumping around.
Yeah, that's what we do in improv. Didn't you know that?
Just so you can jump around.
So the other part that is different, the pod-a-thon from the podcast, I'm making this up, rough drafting it,
Oh,
as
good. I'm
you
so
like to
glad.
say,
Mhm.
is that during the pod-a-thon, we get to talk about all the things that we don't get to talk about during the podcast, because that's only 30 minutes. This is potentially 12 hours. So any topic is fair game today, right? There's a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to put something in the chat, what is a question that you have for myself and Joseph that's
Right.
related either to the podcast itself, Are You Waiting for Permission, or just like maybe a question that's random that has absolutely nothing to do with us or the podcast that you would like to ask, right?
I would say, as they're typing in, because I could just hear fingertips blazing right now.
I know. Me too.
I would say that pretty much between you and myself, any question is fair game.
Yeah, you're right. Any question is fair game. I will answer it honestly.
Right.
Right?
While they're doing that, I have a question for you, and that is, what's your favorite part of being married to a musician? And then you get to ask me the same question about being married to a life coach, because I have an answer that might work.
Well, I gotta say that okay, I have a couple. Is it okay if there's like more than one answer to that question?
Multiple answers are good. We have 7 hours left.
Oh, okay.
5 hours.
First of all, he's just like, he's got that sexy musician vibe, which is you're like yesterday had the 5 o'clock shadow and the disheveled hair, and he's wearing a gray t-shirt and a hoodie, and I was like, that's like, I was like, I did well. And then the other thing, we just lost three people because I was talking about my sexy musician husband.
Okay.
And then the other thing that I really like is he's just like a really beautifully present artist, and he really, really is committed to his craft, like in a way that I've not seen a lot of people, and he really cares about his students too. It's really beautiful, and he's incredibly talented. Like he's just an incredibly talented musician, and it's inspiring. And he's also a really good dad. He's like a very attentive, very good dad.
That's a lot. Well, thank you for sharing all of that.
You're welcome. Okay, your turn.
So for me, the best part about being married to a life coach, there's multiple facets of it. But one is that we kind of speak the same language, and we're both on a perpetual, which has maybe a negative connotation to it, but a perpetual self-improvement path, right? We're always trying to improve ourselves, whether it's what we read or what we watch or the conversations that we have. So that's part of it, that we have a similar vernacular and we can talk to each other on that level. Like if I was married to an accountant, I wouldn't be able to have these conversations. And the other thing that shows up is, even though, and this is not new information, I put this on my website, even though my coaching calls with my clients are confidential, that's a lot of C's, right? Coaching calls with my clients are confidential. I get to bounce ideas off of him, and I get to say, you know, oh, this is a bit of a struggle. I'm not sure how to address this, or how would you, you know, coach through this situation. So I put on my website that it's kind of like getting a 2-for-1, because you get to work with me, but you also get to tap into the brilliance of Eli Hans. So that happens.
Oh, that's cool. I love that. That's beautiful.
Yeah. And also the last part that I'll share is that anytime one of us wants to take a class or buy a book or sign up for a program, there's always this inherent permission in that. Like, oh, if that's going to help you be a better coach or be a better person or be more present, or however that's going to serve you, we don't have to justify it. You know, it's just like, this is something I think would help. So
yeah, Gary and I are similar in that way too. That gets, just the permission for growth.
Yeah. And I don't know that that shows up in a lot of marriages. It might not, and that would be difficult, right?
Yeah.
If one person like wants to go on a retreat, I went on retreat recently to Philadelphia, and that was my 3rd retreat that I've gone on, and there's never any pushback from my husband, because he's like, I get how valuable that is to you. So we talked early, way a long time ago when we first started, we talked about our favorite word. Is there a word in the English language, Meredith, that you wish had never been created or invented?
Oh my goodness, that's a really good question. And also, I just want to acknowledge that Emily is here.
Oh,
I'll answer the question, then I want you to answer it. And then we're going to bring Emily up so that she can be here. I got a thumbs up. I can see her.
Well, let's just hold the question and ask her, because she's brilliant. And
I
want to
love
ask her
that.
question.
Let's ask her instead. I love it. Okay, here we go. Emily! How are you?
How are you?
We are so good. We've been here 7 hours and 20 seconds.
I saw you guys are rock stars.
Can you imagine? Look at you. Oh, it's so great to see you again.
So
You've
good
had
to
a
see you
lot
guys
going on in your
again.
life.
Oh my goodness.
I'm
Thank
really
you.
excited about the sculpture that's behind you. What is that?
Oh, that right over there?
To keep going to your left. Yep, the box.
Oh, it's actually like a vintage cookie jar. And so it's just like kind of brown, and it's got like seashells around it. It's very beachy, but it's technically a cookie jar. But
To me,
I'm
it
gluten
looked
free,
like
so
a
I don't really
big.
eat all the cookies.
It
So
looked like a big wooden assemblage art
I
piece with
know.
a shadow box.
It's just a little mid-century modern like
Ah,
motif going.
where are you in the world?
I am in just outside of San Diego. So Encinitas, Carlsbad, right block from the water. It is ridiculously gorgeous. It's 71 outside today. So I am eternally grateful.
Amazing.
When
That's
we
Yeah.
last met, you were on an earlier podcast with us, and you were talking about the invitation that had just come up to start a retreat center in Southern California.
Yep.
Tell us about that.
So it is called the Julian Ranch. And so you can just look up thejulianranch.com. And Julian is this little town. It's about, you know it, it's about 90 minutes east of San Diego, but it's kind of like equidistant from San Diego, Orange County, and LA. And it's this town in the mountains. It's in the Cleveland National Forest. And it's this little like old mining town or something. I don't know, but they are famous for their pies. So there's a thing called the Julian Pie Company. And now, yeah, everyone, once I say pie, they're like, oh yeah, duh, I see that everywhere. Again, they don't have a gluten-free pie crust. So if anyone from Julian Pie Company is watching, please, please, please make a gluten-free pie crust because I really want to partake in the pies.
I love that she started the sentence with, again. This is not the first time she has had this conversation,
I
Meredith,
begged.
right?
I'm like, every time I go in there with people, I'm like, do you have gluten-free yet? And they're just like, no. You know, I get it. You know, it's fine. But they have, oh, where'd it go? Where'd Joseph
I don't know.
Come back, Joseph.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
Okay.
Let's just have some girl talk.
Yeah. So, so Julian, if you've ever been there, it's really sweet. It's very, very tiny, but it's beautiful. And, you know, especially in the fall, like the tourists come and because the leaves are changing and they're world famous for like apples and all of these things. And so the Julian Ranch is 166 acres on a mountain right outside Julian. And it is basically just, it used to be a private home, like a second home, and we're almost done renovating it. And it will hold wellness retreats there. So in the beginning, we're just going to have it be like a rental for people who are already doing their own retreats. But then mid to late next year, we will start hosting our own bespoke retreats, which of course I'm really excited about because that means I get to like, you know, teach and plan out all who's teaching and doing all the things. So we actually had our first retreat a couple of weeks ago. And it was wonderful. It was the Murphy's Law of retreats, like everything that went wrong did that could go wrong, like with the property. But the group that was with us were so wonderful and just accepting and very chill. They were a group of combat vets who basically came together. They've been working together on Zoom for over a year. And they all go down. It's a 2-part program. They first go down to Mexico and do plant medicine, psilocybin, to help with PTSD.
Yeah.
And then they came to our place to learn and practice meditation. And so they found that if they do both of those things, study shows that they have an 80% success rate. And if they only do one or the other, it's like 30%. And so to combine those is really powerful. And so for us, it was just like, we were so excited to give back to these men who, you know, obviously have given so much to our country. And also they were the perfect beta group because most of them were ex-SEALs. And so, I mean, literally, like when things would go wrong with the property, they were just like, we've slept in jungles. Like we know, like as long as like there's a bed and some food, we're good. And I'm like, oh, thank God. Cause all I could think of was this, if this is like a group of like LA ladies wanting to do yoga.
Yeah, your LA influencers.
Oh God, no. So we're still gonna keep renovating. The issue was it took us longer to renovate than we expected. just because we're on the top of a mountain out kind of in the middle of nowhere. So it was harder than we thought to find contractors and workers who are willing to come out there consistently. You know, it's like 1.5 miles on a dirt road up a mountain, like once you get off the main road. So it's just, it's out there. But we're at 5,000 foot elevation with 360-degree mountain views. So like once you get up there, it is just stunning. And this house was just built so beautifully. All the bathrooms are marble, all the wood, all the floors are red oak. I mean, it was really, really well built. We have a pool. Like who has a pool and a hot tub on the top of a mountain? But we do. So really excited to get that going in the new year and really have it be a place for people to, you know, we are all zoomed out. Like it's really nice to have people coming together to do the work together again and be able to hug and, you know, be with each other. I'm just really excited about it.
Oh, that sounds stunning. I wish I could see a photo of it.
Yeah.
Where do I go? Where do I go to see photos?
TheJulianRanch.com.
Okay.
And most of the photos are like of the land because, like I said, we're still renovating the property. But it's like the main house is a 7,000 square foot mansion. It's gorgeous. And then we've got 2 other little properties that we'll renovate next. And then our plan is to put like little tiny homes because we have 166 acres, you know, and so we'll end up eventually building another large building for like education and but then have, you know, a lot of people who can come. Right now we can comfortably host 20, but we'd like to get that up to 30 by, you know, the springtime and then 50 by the end of the year. So
well, Emily, what I'm noticing is that you are here with us today. We're not on Zoom, but we're on a lot of other platforms. And you said we're all zoomed out, but you are here today. So that is huge. Thank you. Thank you. And my question is, how are you retreating these days? And by that, I mean, how are you doing your self-care practices? What do they look like?
Great
Because I know organizing a retreat, that takes a minute. It really does.
It was, I mean, I lived up there on the property for 4 months. And this was like a straight up construction zone. I mean, like in the beginning, we did not have hot water or internet or, you know, I mean, it was not, it was not glamorous. And then we had workers constantly, you know, even on weekends towards the end. So it was a very stressful environment. And I'm used to, you know, working from home, very, you know, pretty introverted, able to kind of control my surroundings. And so there was a surrender that had to happen, but it definitely wore me out. So thankfully, the last 2 weeks I've had off just to chill. And my big thing is sleep. I mean, literally, especially as I work with women who have, in my coaching practice, I work with women who have invisible illness, so chronic pain, chronic disease. And so a big one for me is sleep that, you know, I will tell people, and especially during this past time with my vacation, I will be in bed for 12 hours and I don't care.
Yeah.
Like I used to judge myself and feel guilty. And if that's what it takes me to feel rested, that's what I'll do for myself now. Like I'm not asleep for 12 hours because it takes me a long time to fall asleep usually. And then I'm still kind of working out my sleep. And so I'll wake up in the middle of the night. And so, you know, people make fun of me of being like the early bird special. And I'm like, I shut off my phone by 8 o'clock every night. And I am in bed with the lights out by 9 every night. And that's just, and then I usually get up around 7, 7:30. But my big thing is free things. I want people to have self-care things that they don't feel like they have to go out and spend a lot of money on.
Yes. Tell us more about that.
Like those things are wonderful. But a lot of us, especially those people who are in pain and stuff, they're already maxed out. Financially, time-wise, all of the things. So I really try and give advice that and offer things that are free, like, you know, sleeping, going out and taking a walk around the block even if it's like, literally 5 minutes out of your day, doing that 3 or 4 times a day, just to get up so you're not sitting at a computer for 7 hours like you just did. You got up, you moved a little, and we forget, we're working, we're kind of locked in, and suddenly we look and 3 or 4 hours have gone by and our neck is like forward and, our posture's all messed up. So sleep, getting outside, getting any kind of sun on your body, that's a big one for me. I'm blessed to live in a place where I laid out in a bikini yesterday on Thanksgiving. And I know that that's not possible for everyone, but when it is, do it. And then the biggest thing for me has always been food, diet. And so, you've got to eat anyway. So you might as well clean up some things. And it's not saying you have to go, 100% paleo or vegan or whatever. You don't have to do like this big, huge thing. It's just little bitty shifts. I called my online course Shift Yourself, because like just one little shift in a direction over time will go really, really far. So if you have like wonderful recipe that you love, how can you switch up or upgrade the ingredients just so maybe it's organic, or maybe it's gluten-free, or maybe it's dairy-free, or something that you'll still get the enjoyment out of it, but it won't be such a burden to your body and be so inflammatory to your system.
So much brilliance in all of that. And before we dive into what word do you wish had never been created, I think that was the question. I want to do a shout out to Lauren Osorno, who just donated $25. Thank you, Lauren. I know you've been here for a large part of today, so thank you for that. What word do you wish had never been invented?
Oh, that one's rough, man. I think I would probably have to go with oh man, what do you think, Meredith? Have you thought of an answer? I'm trying to I don't know if it would be something that's just like a made up word, like just an annoying like screech or something like that. Because I try not, like the word that popped into my head was divisive. I feel like that's a big focus on a lot of people's minds right now, is the divisive nature. We feel very divided here in the US and around the world. But it's also, if you take the word out, how do you discuss it? How do you transcend it? You kind of have to start from somewhere. So I'm a big believer of like life is a buffet table, and if there's something you don't like on the table, just don't take it. Like you don't have to eradicate it from the planet. And doing so and focusing on getting rid of things that you don't like is like a one-way ticket to an unhappy life. Like focus on what you like, that you want to create or you want to grow. That's always been my philosophy.
Wow. That's huge. What about you, Meredith?
Well, I don't know if I can follow that now, because I
know. She really set us up for failure.
I was just going to say, the word moist has never really resonated with me.
Exactly. It just agreed.
That's the word. That's my word. How about you, Joseph?
Mouthful. So I expect a little bit of pushback from this, maybe from our listeners or from each of you. And I'm still rough drafting it, but I've spent more than a week tossing it around. And I believe that the word fear has been used as such a cop-out for most of us. I want to do that, but I'm afraid. I want to do that, but I'm fearful. And if it had never been invented, there's this line of thinking that if you never knew your age, how would you feel, right? If you were never able to identify fear, how fearless would you be? So for some of my clients, I look at how often because I'm in this as well, I'm a human being, I'm, as part of the process and part of the learning curve. If I didn't have the word fear, how often would I use it as a cop-out if it didn't exist? So that's what I'm looking at. I
No,
know
I
that
like
fear
that.
served us.
I'm sure there are some languages like where it doesn't. You know, there are so many different beautiful, especially like indigenous languages, and you look and they've got
Mhm.
like 100 different words for love, and they don't really have one for fear or
Right,
laugh
yeah.
or any of that. And I like those because our language, I mean, that's like the most important
The most
tool for
important,
consciousness that we have. You know, like how else do we communicate with ourselves and others? And just to be really conscious. Like I don't like being the word police. You know,
Oh my God! So you've read my blogs,
right? No, I
yeah.
love that. And so it's very. But on the other hand, it's also like our words speak our. We're literally speaking into the future. We're creating with our words, with our language, and so to be very cognizant of that without beating yourself up. You know, if you say something that's like not perfect, like you don't want to be like suck it back in. You know, like.
Mm-hmm.
I
Grace.
feel a little bit
Having
like the
grace
word
with yourself.
Grace.
You,
That's definitely a word to keep.
yes, grace is a good word to keep.
Yeah. The other word that I wish did not exist because it just creates our reality, creates our future, and that's the word busy. You know, I come from the US. I don't live there anymore, but when I lived there, it was a lot of, oh, I'm so busy. Oh, you think you're busy? Oh, I haven't slept since the Carter administration.
Oh
Like,
yeah, it's like the
oh,
busy competition Olympics or something.
exactly.
Agreed.
So I like to, in my own policing of my own language, Emily, is I just like to say that I'm active. You know,
Yes.
I've had an active day. I've had an active morning. You know, I've had an active pod-a-thon for 12 hours, right?
Right.
So,
Well, and also just to, I think we use that word as a cop out a lot instead of just saying that doesn't resonate with me. Like I have this much time, you know, like there's a finite amount of time in a day, and I have priorities. And if I get asked to something that like I'm just not I just don't resonate with, you know, I say thank you so much. You know, not for me this time. Let's catch up another time or something like that, without using the word busy as an excuse.
I like my dance card is full.
Yeah. Or it just doesn't, I'm like, and I remember the first time someone did that with me, and it was like, oh my God, like you're just not choosing not to be with me. And so like the first sting was almost insulted, but then I just thought, wow, that's awesome. That person really loves themselves and loves me enough to say the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something I want to emulate. I
Mm-hmm.
really want to say, yeah, not for me. I'm good. I'm having a cozy night in with myself, or you know, whatever it is. But really, I'm really focused right now on that first agreement from the 4 agreements, or I guess now there are 5 agreements. But that wonderful book, the first agreement is be impeccable with your word, and to really just say the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Say the thing. Like even if it's difficult, even if you're scared, even if, you know, like they say your voice is shaking, say the thing. Because then the person that you're communicating with actually is communicating with you, not a mask that you've put on. And then for better or for worse, it's an authentic exchange instead of a kind of fake polite exchange, which is what I feel like most of us are, you know, raised to do and encouraged to do. I read a great quote, and I can't remember who said it, but they said the quality of our relationships is directly correlated to our willingness to have difficult conversations.
100%.
I'm going to say that was Gay Hendricks, and if it wasn't, it's very similar to what he wrote.
Yes.
In his book.
It's just,
Yeah.
I mean, most of us, I was raised to not have difficult conversations. You avoid them at all costs. Because everything's fine, right? Like, even though you've got rage boiling it under and you're like, everything's fine. And I realized once I was unraveling that during any difficult conversation, I tend towards the anxious attachment style as opposed to avoidant attachment. And it was this feeling of, oh my God, if we are in a difficult conversation, I'm going to lose this person. I mean, it was that primal of this person is going to abandon me if we have a difficult conversation. And you know what? Some did. I'm not going to tell you that like it's all roses, but it's a great weeder out of people who are not doing their own work. Like, if you can't be in a difficult conversation with me, when I've prefaced it saying like, our relationship is more important to me than this argument. I want our relationship to carry on, but we got to deal with this right now. How do we do that in a loving and respectful way? If you're not down to do that with me, then you're not really someone I want to have a big part in my life.
Yeah.
But those few people who are willing to do that with me, oh my God, they are absolutely priceless in my world. They are, they are just absolute soul family. I would go to the ends of the earth for them because that is a true, authentic connection. And even if you only have one of those in your life, like that's enough to let your nervous system relax and tell your inner child, like, it's okay to be you. It's okay to have feelings, even if they're negative at times. It's okay. You're human.
And Emily, can I add to that if you don't have that one person in your life, then you yourself can be that one person for now, right?
Absolutely.
You can grow your community later, but if you just need to tell the truth to yourself, like, that is priceless.
Absolutely. And if not, then that's when, a great therapist or a coach comes in. That is, for me, that is something that I have spent money on, and absolutely best money I spent in order to learn how to communicate and protect my inner child. Has allowed me to actually really step into the woman that I am, instead of living from kind of almost like an emotional adolescence where you're kind of stuck in between the two. And it takes practice. It's not, it's not anything that you're going to do overnight. You're going to suck at it in the beginning. Like we all, it's a new skill to learn. And that's why, I always, if they are hesitant to kind of have a difficult conversation, I remind them this is a skill like anything else. Like, I want to practice with you. That is how much you mean to me. I would like to practice this with you. But again, like, if they're not willing, then God bless. Like, there's no judgment. There's no like you aren't as spiritual or as enlightened as me or whatever. It's just, we're not a match, because the people who I allow in my life, they are willing to do that work with me. That is now a standard that I have set. And the people who aren't willing, they just don't make the cut. I've started shying away from the word boundaries, and I've started using instead the word standards, because I feel like boundaries is defensive. It's kind of like I'm putting a wall up between us. And it's also kind of focused on that other person. Like, I have to have a boundary to keep you out. Whereas standards, that's just me. This is what I've set. It's a positive thing. This is what I've set to take care of myself. And if you rise to that, awesome, let's do it. And if you don't, no judgment, but God bless. Or as they used to say in the South, bless your heart.
I'm going to go back a little bit, because when you were talking about telling the truth in the moment and really expressing about why you didn't want to go to an event or whatever it is, it brings to mind a longtime friend. I will try to keep this anonymous and just call her Teresa. She's also a long-term listener of Are You Waiting for Permission? And in her spiritual practice, she needs to always tell the truth. Like, she doesn't give any gradations for white lies or being socially polite or, oh, I'm too busy. Like, she has to always tell the truth. And when she told me that, it was about 2 years ago, Emily, and I was like, bam. And I was like, I'm doing that too. I'm going to do that too. I am going to always tell the truth. And it's a little bit uncomfortable, I have to tell you. You like, when a client wants to work with you and you're like, I think you're a jerk or whatever. No. But, there are times when you really have to, when I get to tell the truth in as tactful and as gentle and compassionate way as I can, but I'm not going to skirt the issue based on Teresa's coaching of, she said, I'm never going to lie.
Well, I think what you said in there is really important, because you also said in a truthful, like gentle, compassionate way.
Tactful.
Because I think a lot of people say, well, I'm just telling you the truth, as to like kind of be a jerk to you or insult you, or say something that's not really in the spirit of collaboration and connection. It's just, I'm pissed, you're pressing my button, so I'm going to tell you the truth. Like that, I think we need to like step away from. But what you're saying, it goes back to that impeccability, like be impeccable with your word. And I think that's just, the older I get, the more important that is for me, because I realize I have, the other person might kind of think you're nuts, but you'll respect yourself. And at the end of the day, I want to be able to look in the mirror and be happy with the woman who's looking back at me. And as long as that's the case, then, I'm pretty good with anyone else.
I want to add one thing to this conversation around being impeccably truthful, where I hear that and agree wholeheartedly. I do feel, however, there's the question of, is me telling this person the truth right now going to serve this? Is it going to serve this particular situation? Because I do feel that there's some truths that could be shared that may not need to be spoken, if that's clear, right?
Absolutely.
Because it could actually harm another person. So I just want to be clear about that, like impeccable, being impeccable with your word versus what is necessary to share.
Yeah, I mean, being impeccable with your word is when to speak, and knowing when to speak and when not to speak.
And when not to speak, right? Because there are some people who are like, I'm just going to be truthful, and it could actually cause harm.
Yeah, it's painful. It could be really painful.
Yeah. So I just wanted to put it. I just wanted to.
No, I completely agree. Yeah. I completely agree. Timing is everything, and especially what I've noticed is, again, it goes back to myself. Timing for myself is everything. So if I know that I have been triggered, then I'm not saying shit right then. Sorry, excuse my French. Like, I'm not saying anything at that point, because I need to go get back in alignment before I can actually have a conversation about what just happened. Because if not, then I'm coming from fear, I'm coming from anger, I'm coming from fight or flight.
Defensive. Yeah.
And like literally no good is going to come from that. It's just going to be like a argument at that point. Whereas if I can take a step back, and even a half hour, like go take a walk and clear my head, I can come back, and first I can own my part of whatever just happened, because there's always a part that's yours. I don't care if it's even 5%. It's never one person's fault 100%. It just isn't. And that's where I think being, an adult steps in of like, no, I engaged in this. I helped create this. So maybe I don't think I was all to blame, but like, what part of this was already in me? Because I always say, like, it's not your fault, like, if you pushed my button,
right?
Because it's my job to uninstall that button.
It's my fault that the button is there to begin with.
Because if something isn't a button for you, It doesn't, like, people can say any, like, you don't get triggered. Like, someone could say to me, this was kind of my experience growing up. I was always the smart one. I was always, like, I wasn't the pretty one. I was friends with, I had friends who were beautiful, and all the boys would, ask them out, and I was kind of the smart one that, like, didn't get asked to dances and things like that. That was the story that was in my head, right?
Mhm.
And so if someone would come to me and say, "You're stupid," that wouldn't. I mean, I could brush that off like anything, because I know I'm intelligent. I know I'm educated. I know
Mm.
I'm well spoken. That's something I know about myself, and I'm proud of that. But if someone
Mm.
comes to me and says, "You're ugly,"
Different
that
button.
would trigger
Totally
me,
different
because
button.
it was already in me. That fear was already in me.
Mhm.
And so I have to take responsibility for the fact that that's in me, because if not, it wouldn't have triggered me.
Mhm.
So I can come back to a conversation if I've gotten back into alignment and say, "Look, what you said really hurt, but it's because I've always been afraid that I'm not beautiful enough,"
Mhm.
using that
Mhm.
example.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I just want you to know that, so that I'm going to work on that, on my trigger, but that's why that upset me so much, because this
Mhm.
goes back farther
Mm.
than you.
Mhm.
Oh, wow, wow, wow.
And
That
now when you say it like that, that opens up a conversation. That opens up vulnerability. That's an invitation to the other person to do the same, instead of just being.
Mhm. 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 100%.
there's
Hmm.
so much wisdom in that, Emily. Thank you. It happened to me just about a week ago that somebody came up and publicly kind of berated me and said, like, "You've been doing this and you've been lying about da 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 da." And I was so proud of myself because none of my buttons got pushed, because I'm like, nope, I've been telling the truth about that. And he's
Yep.
like, "No, this is you to lie, 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 lie." And I'm like, and I could have really freaked out and lost sleep over that and blamed and shamed and all of that. And I'm like,
Absolutely.
no, it's not pushing any buttons because I'm in integrity when I say that. So,
Yeah. And
yeah.
then, like, that's that person's stuff. That really doesn't have anything to do with you. That's something that person has been beating the drum up for a really long time. Like, people lie to me, and that's just the lens that they see everything through. And then again, what you said earlier, Meredith, that's when the grace comes in, of just
Mhm.
saying, "You know what? I have some topics like that in my life, so I'm not, God bless. I'm
Yeah.
not going to judge you, but also I'm good. I can walk away feeling good about myself." And
Mhm.
I mean, it is a practice, but my God, what else can we do, especially in this day and age when there is so much hate and so much divisiveness going on between us, of like, "Oh, if you vote this way, I hate you." It's like, what? Like, what? Come on. We gotta focus on, like, the gray, like, where can we come together, and where can we have common ground, or at least understanding. One of my favorite teachers is a Loke, and I can't remember their last name.
Okay. That's okay.
They're a very famous transgendered activist writer, beautiful, beautiful human being. And they will say that it's not a lack of understanding, it's a lack of compassion. Meaning, we're different from each other. I don't need you to understand me. Like, maybe you never will. Maybe, like, as if you were born cisgendered and you just don't understand transgendered, like, why someone would choose that route. You have no understanding of it. Guess what? You don't have to. But can you have compassion for it? Can you actually ask yourself and sit in that of, what if I honestly felt like I was born in the wrong body? That would suck. I would want to do something about that, and, like, how can you create just that much empathy to open the door, instead of, we're different, therefore, you're my enemy and I have to do something about it. It's just that's my big wish for the world in 2023, that we can Just open that door a little wider.
Yeah.
Out there in the field between right doing and wrong doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there.
Exactly. That's just one of the best quotes ever.
Compassion is so priceless and undervalued sometimes, and it can be life-changing. It truly
Absolutely.
can.
And it can't exist where defensiveness lives. If you are in defensive mode, if you know this about yourself, if you know that when you get in an argument, you fight back, you want to be right, that's your work. How can I be in a conversation with someone that I disagree with, and instead of wanting to be right and prove my point and beat the drum of this, how can I just for a second try and put myself in the other person's shoes and put the connection above the argument?
The judgment, yeah. And part of the way that we do that is Meredith's favorite word, is curiosity. How can we be curious with that person?
Exactly. But just like that, you guys watch Ted Lasso?
Yeah.
I freaking love that show. I love it so much. I want season 3 so bad. But he has this whole speech about curiosity instead of judgment. And it really, I mean, it was such a great scene in the show.
Yeah, it was.
It's like, how do you just become curious? Because we're not here to be the same. Like, how boring would it be if we all 8 billion of us incarnated to be all the same? Like, there's no sameness in all of nature.
So funny you said that. I was like, imagine the only thing that we could all eat was mashed potatoes and meatloaf. Forever. Yeah. Meatloaf and mashed potatoes forever.
And the only flowers were daffodils. No other flowers in the entire planet. You know, it's just like, it's not how, it's silliness to really, now it's like, I see someone and they're really different from me, and it's exciting for me because that's just newness that I can take in and appreciate and see if I like that. Do I want to incorporate any of that into my life or not? And it's just like, it's the buffet table. Like, if you don't like the mashed potatoes, that's fine. Just don't put them on your plate. But you don't have to like make so that no one else can have mashed potatoes.
Or shame the people that are enjoying the mashed potatoes.
Because mashed potatoes are awesome.
They're good.
Hey, Emily, if you could have anything in the world in infinitum be named after you, what would you want to have named after you, infinite?
Ooh, that's a question.
Could be a bridge, could be a practice, could be a space, could be an idea.
One of my ultimate goals or dreams in life is to one day open a school. My mom was an elementary school teacher her whole life, and she was a master in compassion. And a school that would teach young children the laws of the universe, laws of attraction, the hermetic principles, nature skills, like really set all the things that I think, God, I wish I would have learned that when I was 5. And my dream has always to name that school after my mom. But she and I have the same last name. So the Shaw School, that's like pretty much, that's my ultimate dream. That would be something, because that's just ripple, 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 you know, that would really affect people in an exponentially larger way each year with the number of people who actually really know their power. Like, I feel like as a society, we're either at that point or we're really darn close of that tipping point when enough of us are waking up to who we actually are and our own unique power, that, you know, that it's a happy ending for humankind instead of, you know, the alternative. So anything that can help people. I mean, everything that I've done in my career, from an energy bar to like coaching and stuff, I've always used the word shift and it's usually shift yourself, because it's, if you can just make one little change for the better, it over time makes a really big difference, as opposed to trying to like change everything all at once or go to 0 to 100 overnight.
Oh, I love it. Meredith, same question to you. And before you answer, I want to tell you that we've had a number of new donations come in. So I want to give a shout out to Glenn Rogers for her donation, to Rebecca Beaton for her donation, Deanna Shanti for her donation.
Thank you, Deanna.
Stephen Hansen for his donation, and Anonymous we've already talked about, and Lauren Osornio we've talked about. But those are the newest donations that have come in. So thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you could have anything named after you, Sister Sledge, what would it be?
Anything named after? You've asked me this question before, and I think I remember what my answer was last time. Do you want me to say the same thing?
I want you to say whatever is true for you in this moment.
I don't know what's true. Let's see. I think the last time I said a bridge, but I don't know if that's true now. I'm thinking, what do I want to have some named after me? Oh my goodness.
Listener, you can also
I
respond
know.
in the chat.
I know. Okay, I would love to have a mentorship program named after me. Because I do really value mentorship. I think it's a very important thing to have, is to have those people that have carved their path and can help lift others up. And you also learn so much from your mentee, and it's a beautiful partnership.
I like that.
For me, my answer would be, it's always the same. And I would love to have a self-healing modality named after me. So if somebody was experiencing trauma or just overwhelm or good old-fashioned stress, or they were having a difficult moment, they could do the Joseph Bennett technique. I don't know what it would look like. And they could help continue on the path of self-healing for themselves. So I want to do a self-healing technique.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Emily, where can people find and connect with you besides in the Julian Ranch.com?
My website's just emilyshawls.com. So it's my name, which is weird. It's SAULES. So Emily Shawls. There you go. Yeah. It's someone asked me my last name.
Weird. What's weird about that?
I think it's a great name.
It's a great name. It's just very uncommon. So if you ever meet another Shawls that's spelled like that, chances are I am related to them in some way.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a really, really small, like, I don't know why, but.
Love it. Well, it was really a joy to have you join us on our Pod-a-thon today.
It's always such a pleasure. You guys are amazing.
So
let me know next time you're in La Jolla.
Yes. I love that part of the world. And let me know next time you're in Mexico. How about that?
Yeah.
That's
Where
a
in
real
Mexico are
invitation.
you?
I'm in the heart of the country, so right smack dab in the middle. It's called San Miguel de Allende, and
I
it's about.
love San Miguel.
There you go. That's where Meredith and I met, and I've lived here full time for 13 years from San Diego.
Oh my gosh, I
to
will
here.
totally come visit you. I spent a month in Las Trancas, which is like 40 minutes away from you.
Okay.
It's a teeny bitty town, but there's this gorgeous hacienda that my friend had bought and renovated, and they do. It's just stunning. It's like a 500-year-old hacienda that she just. It's gorgeous. It's Hacienda de las Trancas. But I went into San Miguel because it's just such a beautiful, like, artistic, just lovely spot. So so much art and great spot. Yay.
Well, best of luck with the retreat. I'm so glad the beta with the combat veterans went well for you. It's under your belt.
Yeah, they're going to come back at like 3 times a year. That's their goal, which is wonderful. Like, that's what I want. I want people who can come regularly And so we can really create a strong community and family. So yeah, if anyone listening does retreats or is interested in learning how to do retreats, please contact me through either website and I would be happy, because that's basically all we want to do. We have this gorgeous spot and we want as many people coming in to and doing the work, whatever that means to them. We don't care if it's meditation or yoga or whatever, whatever you're doing, if you're putting good into the world, like we'd love to support you in that way.
Beautiful. Thank you. Well, I looked at pictures while we were on this call and it's gorgeous. So people should
It's
go
pretty
take a peek.
special. We have bobcats, we have mountain lions, we have snakes, we got all the critters, but eagles, and it's
amazing.
You need time in nature. Everyone needs some time in nature every once in a while.
Yeah. Thank you for the beautiful and important and restful work you are putting forth in the world. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Mwah.
Mwah. Bye.
Bye. Meredith, there was another donation that just came in. David Rodriguez, if you know him, for $100. He's out there supporting us with his funds. So thank you, David. And how are we doing on time? I think we're almost done.
I think so.
Look at that. I love the affirmative head shake. It says volumes. So, ladies and gentlemen, Meredith Grundy and I are here for our inaugural Pod-a-thon. We have been here for 7 hours, 47 minutes, and 28 seconds. And we are here with the lofty goal of raising $5,000 in 12 hours. We've been here for 7 hours and 47 minutes of those 12 hours. And we are raising funds to make our podcast sustainable. Are you waiting for permission? And to also donate funds to the Malala Fund. Malala has been and was initially an activist for girls' education in Pakistan. When it was learned that she was advocating for girls' education, a gunman entered this bus where she was riding and identified her and shot her in the head. She lived and continued her mission of advocating and being an activist for girls' education. So Malala Fund is alive and well. Malala is alive and well. And we are donating a portion of all monies raised today to that fund. And we are here still talking. And I have some bad news for you.
No, no.
Yeah.
I can't. You cannot give me bad news.
All of our guests are gone. We started very early this morning with Gary Grundy. We went to Franklin Taggart. We went to Mitch Dickoff, Eli Hans, Diana Barco. All of our guests are already gone. And now it's just you and me. We have 4 hours and 12 minutes.
What are we going to do
left.
for 4 hours?
Oh, you're asking me? I thought you were planning. I planned the first 8 and you planned the last 4.
The last 4 we're going to eat online.
Yeah, come and watch us eat. Are you waiting for permission.com?
We're going to have a very special something at 10.
Okay.
It's going to be a very special something at 10.
Are you going to tell me what it is?
Nope.
Do you know what it is?
Nope.
Okay.
I was trying to create suspense for our watchers.
My big event is that I'm taking my earbuds out.
Ooh,
and I'm just going to, I know. And I'm going to move my body because 8 hours is a long time to be here. And man, what about that Emily, huh?
Amazing.
She's incredible. And what she really did not say, but I know it's okay for me to say this because this is the work that she does, is she works with women who have invisible illnesses. And what I want to say about that is she's doing all of this work and she herself experiences pain or an invisible illness often. So I honor her for showing up and for all the work that she's doing in the world, creating retreats for combat vets. I mean, come on, that's good work, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's such important work. So much important work. Am I echoey? No. I don't know. Am I echoey? Am I echoing?
No.
Can you hear me echo? So Gary Grundy says that you should read from your book more.
He did? When did he say that?
Oh, I don't know. What's like a few minutes ago.
Oh, like in the chat he said that, or did he
Yeah,
slip a
in the
note
chat.
under the door?
In the chat. He didn't say it through the door. We don't communicate that way.
Oh, you do electronic chats.
We just
Okay.
do. Like, yeah, I'll text him in the house.
Yeah. What about, was it Franklin Taggart this morning who said that he likes working behind a door, but then it was Teresa Funk who said that her children didn't know that doors were two-way
Yeah,
operations.
because she had like a baby gate or something. It only went one direction. It's like,
something
brilliant.
effective.
Why didn't I think of that when I was?
Franklin's like, I like to be on the other side of the door, and Teresa's like, my children didn't know that a door opened both ways.
The door open both ways.
Do you need to do a bio break? Because I'm going to take Gary's advice.
I am going to take a little bio break.
Okay.
What are you going to read?
I'm reading from When in Doubt, nearly 400 funny, insightful, and irreverent ideas for what to do when you're in doubt. It will be released Easter 2023. The foreword is by Eli Hans. And I'm just opening the page randomly. Go ahead. When in doubt, offer a happiness guarantee. When in doubt, say yes. When in doubt, buy the good mattress. When in doubt, go on a retreat. When in doubt, say so. When in doubt, turn off the faucet. When in doubt, send flowers. When in doubt, learn first aid and CPR. When in doubt, tell the truth. We were just talking about that with Emily Schultz. When in doubt, choose in favor of having more time rather than having more money. When in doubt, vote. When in doubt, support your local library and community theater. When in doubt, read in good light. When in doubt, take the stairs. I wrote that one for Meredith Grundy because she's all about taking the stairs. When in doubt, cut them some slack. When in doubt, feel your feelings. When in doubt, tip generously. When in doubt, arrive early. When in doubt, say, I'm not sure. When in doubt, be 1% better than yesterday. When in doubt, say, can you repeat that? When in doubt, be present. When in doubt, wear sunscreen. When in doubt, say, I changed my mind. When in doubt, learn and practice at least one self-healing modality. We were just talking about that with Emily Schultz too. When in doubt, suspend judgment. Good luck with that. When in doubt, share. When in doubt, accept the invitation. When in doubt, try again. When in doubt, walk instead of drive. When in doubt, lead by example. When in doubt, stand when somebody enters the room. When in doubt, let others win. When in doubt, go skinny dipping. When in doubt, re-gift. When in doubt, stop blaming and shaming. When in doubt, create community. When in doubt, value your weirdness. When in doubt, open a window. When in doubt, gather together. A lot of times in this book, a lot of the recommendations have to do with getting together and sharing and connecting and getting to know people's names. So it's kind of a central theme. If I had to pick one, that would be it. When in doubt, gather together. When in doubt, open a window. When in doubt, look both ways. When in doubt, eat smaller portions. When in doubt, buy land. When in doubt, make art. When in doubt, turn over a new leaf. When in doubt, be patient. When in doubt, go to bed. Oh, I can't wait for that one. When in doubt, adopt, don't breed or buy. When in doubt, come out of the closet. When in doubt, lie down in the grass. When in doubt, measure twice, cut once. When in doubt, collect rainwater. When in doubt, be one of the good guys. And when in doubt, love like you've never been hurt before. With plenty more to read, and we have plenty more time to go. We have 4 hours and 4 minutes to go. So I'm happy to read that. I know. Anytime I tell you how much time we have left, you just laugh like you're
I
so
do. I
Uh,
do. So I have to do I have to email one client
when?
today.
Really?
Yeah,
No.
because I have to give him a link so he can show up tomorrow for his session with me. I know. I know.
Okay.
I
All
know.
right.
But
Well,
I'm not going to do it
I'm gonna
now.
keep reading then.
No. Isn't this is how, I mean, Deanna, she just said we're hilarious. Or maybe she said that, I don't know when she said that, but
Well, I'm sure that compliment does not expire. It doesn't matter if she said it a half hour ago.
okay, fine. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, you're like, oh, she said that a while ago. I can no longer
Said
shout
that a
it
while-
out.
Well, yeah, it's true. It was only like 10 minutes ago, maybe.
Okay.
It didn't expire. Does it expire ever?
I don't know. You'd have to ask her.
I mean, is
Ask
there going
her
to be a
private-
time we were not hilarious?
I'm not going to recollect. Do you want to go email your client? It sounds like that's important to you.
Well, I can stay right here. I'm just going to look like I'm emailing. So you do that while I email, and then everyone who's watching will see what my email face looks like.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, are you thrilled beyond thrilled that you showed up to areyouwaitingforpermission.com to our first ever inaugural Pod-a-thon so that you could see some of this that's happening? And here is my promise to you, okay? Are you listening? Come a little closer. You don't have to listen, Meredith. You already know this. Come a little closer. I want you to know that it only gets more ridiculous from here. Okay.
Yeah.
So any of the nonsense that you have seen or witnessed over the past 8 hours, right? It's only going to get more ridiculous. So that's my promise to you. And I am trying to keep my promise. Okay. While you're emailing, I'm going to read from some poetry.
Well, can I ask a favor of the people who are watching right now? Just like say hi, tell us where you're from, where are you listening from? I want to hear from you.
Okay.
And Lauren is thrilled for you to read more. I'm very excited. I am loving this. Lauren, you are getting a gold medal for hanging with us as long as you have.
Right. And I know that she is in San Miguel de Allende, Mexico. I happen to know that. And I happen to know that Diana Shanti is near the coast of California.
Yes.
That's not Bakersfield.
Okay.
She moved last year.
She did. Okay. You read,
go
I'm going to email. Do you want me to turn off my camera and leave it on and so you can see my email face?
Well, your email face is going to be priceless. Everybody knows that. How could we possibly not see what that looks like? And I bet I'm going to make another promise. This is my second promise in 2 minutes.
What?
There's going to be some squinting going on as your email.
There might be. There might be.
All right, I am reading from Word After Word, poems by Joseph Bennett. And I just opened the page randomly. This is page 50. Wrong. To be wrong, to say over and over again, I did that wrong, should have known better, acted differently, shined brighter. To feel that and allow, there's that word again, allow it to strangle me time and again. This trying to be human thing hurts, but only always and not forever. Change. The ability to change mind, direction, attitude, perception, heart, to allow again the possibility, potential. Dare I say, it is a gift, a blessing, a moment, a grace, a godsend. Next poem, Godsend. Sometimes I think, oh, the danger of it. Let's try life differently. Slow down, put pen to paper, practice generosity. Flow like a well-written verse, allow moments or years or a lifetime of grace, surrender to the fullness of it. to be in the ripeness. I haven't used that word before. The longing, I use that word too much. To relax in the gifts of life, a treasure, a godsend. There's that word again. Excuse. I didn't believe in love back then, Natalie wrote. I read her words 5 minutes ago, sitting at an outdoor cafe in the Jardín, San Miguel. And was that true for me too? I didn't believe in it back then. I don't know. I almost know nothing. The problem and the solution and the excuse. Longing. I have a deep longing, or perhaps a regular one, for love. I hate that it's out there and I have to choose to wait for it, like a girl by the phone in the hallway waiting for her betrothed to call. That's how it feels sometimes, that sense of desperation. The only thing missing is a fainting couch in the parlor for when love doesn't come. Instead, heartache. Instead, longing. Instead, loss and loneliness. Oh, is that the phone? Tuesday, I think. Cold, rainy day, a turtleneck in June. The sun forgot to come out again. I stay in, 3 dogs at my feet, reminding me why I love. Keeping company with books, mostly written by people I don't know. The phone unringing again today. No invitations. The uninvited. We both notice. I blame the weather and sit, longing. What some of our listeners that just came in might not know is that these poems were written during our collective quarantine. So themes of loss and longing and sadness and death show up a lot in this collection of poetry, word after word, because that was the truth in the moment. That's where I was when we were going through that quarantine. And I even say in the introduction, oh, and a word to the wise, since some of these works were written during our collective quarantine, themes of longing, sadness, and the like show up frequently. A part of me wanted to edit them out for fear that you might think I'm often in the depths of despair. I'm not, but it did show up on the page. So there's that. So that's the introduction.
That's beautiful.
Before coffee. I just walked outside before coffee and read 3 pages of Lauren Hilger's Lady Be Good. By page 2, I decided I wasn't a poet. Don't publish. For fuck's sake, don't share. Or was it page 1? She, the writer reel, shows us how, write of oaks and kisses and the morning sky before the gray has burned off. And especially this, write what you see, what you imagine, how friendship sometimes gets creaky, like the rusty hinges holding the doors in Grandma Acton's Philadelphia Pike House, where Aunt Chirp was born in the kitchen long before she became my godmother. On purpose, don't mention the dog shit on the terrace this morning. We don't want to offend anyone. Now, coffee. Cats. The part of me wishes I could just write and drink coffee. Decaf, please. Hold a pen in my hand, a fancy handmade, not by me journal, and go alone to a cafe. I'm here to write, I'd call out to no one in particular. Perhaps an imagined cat in the window. I'll write for you, I'd whisper. Cats love poetry. They invented it. And then these 2 are my favorites, and I'll finish with these 2. They, while staying in Philadelphia, they who came before did much of what you and I do. Stood at the kitchen sink, worried about the weather, complained of the neighbors and in-laws, raged against taxes, stole furtive glances at passers-by, moved the heavy table from here to the middle of the room, then back again. They, quite similar in mood and mannerism, now forgotten mostly by us, until a letter, museum tour, a photo, of course, the obligatory historical marker, then a pause, a quizzical. Who were they? They were you, us, we at the kitchen sink complaining of slow drains. Elegiac gesture at the museum. Your mine, our grief will arise now, before, after this moment. Let it sit in the corner or the middle of the room. Find space for it on the stained coffee table, wet with condensation from a stranger's glass, no doubt deep in his own mourning. So we won't bother him, shame him with, what the fuck did you do to the coffee table? You ruined it. No, that won't happen. Not in the vocabulary of the elegiac gesture. Collapsed hands, closed or sunken eyes, furrowed brow, and bowed heads. Writes someone unknown, unseen. She, no doubt, has sadness, yet walks erect down the domed museum hallway. Painful heels, pencil skirt, important papers under her left arm, crooked. Furrowed brow, masked, stained coffee table forgotten, until later a deep, strong gin and tonic at home, placed on a coaster, coffee table, a deep sigh, which is, after all, a gesture. Thank you for that opportunity. I have not read my poem publicly until last week, and now I'm reading it publicly this week. Wonder where I'm going to be reading it next week, Meredith Grundy. What you got? Where'd you go? What'd you do?
I'm right here. Well, thank you. That was absolutely beautiful.
Thank
I
you.
really appreciate you, and I love your words.
What about the email? How did it go?
I sent my calendar invite. It happened, and I took a picture of us, and I put it on TikTok.
You did all of that while I was just doing the elegiac gesture?
I'm efficient.
You are efficient. That's the thing.
Yeah, I'm efficient. I try. Yeah.
That's what happens with me as well. A lot of people, unfortunately, will say to me, oh my God, you are so busy. We just talked about that word with Emily Scholes. And I'm always like, please don't put that on me. Do not wish that for me at all. But I am incredibly efficient, like you. I'm not as efficient as you, but it's not a competition, so I'm not competing with you. But I do get a lot of stuff done. I'm productive. And, I'm not busy.
Not busy, productive.
Yeah. So I often will correct somebody because I don't want that energy of busyness. Like, I just don't want it. So
I wonder too I find the older I get, the less people are doing the busy comparison. But I could be wrong.
I don't know. It's different for me because I live in Mexico, so we're not doing it much over here. It hasn't invaded over here yet.
Or maybe it's like because the pandemic kind of, I don't know. It's so funny because I remember I used to be that person that would say, someone would come in and be like, I'm so busy. And then I would be like, I'd get that feeling in my chest. Well, I'm busy too. Like, you know what I mean? It was just this weird, but I haven't felt that in a really long time because I feel also that what I'm choosing to spend my time on is a lot more, and here's that word intentional again, but intentional. And I'm also really excited about the work that I'm doing, where when I felt like I was in that weird, well, I'm really busy. It was like I was trying to prove my worth in this weird way. And so now if I say I'm busy, it's just like I'm just genuinely got stuff on my plate. But I loved my friend Catherine who said, my dance card is too full. I said, great. I like that. I'm going to use that moving forward. My dance card's just full. I can't be there. I love you though. I can't take that on. Or the ability to say no.
I use the dance card a lot. Like, oh, thanks, my dance card's full. Or, do you have time on your dance card for this? Or something like that. But I want to give us a lot of grace, our listeners and our viewers and each other. I want to give us a lot of grace to say no to things. things. Donald Miller, I think you have followed him a little bit, right? This is his sticker, Live a Great Story.
Yes.
He says, and I wrote about this in my book, Rest, and it is, that the single most common word that all successful people use is
what? Rest? What? I don't know. I'm on the spot. What?
no.
Oh, no.
That's the single most common word among people who are successful is no. When he asked the question in a video training, I shouted to the video screen, yes, right? I've been an improviser for more than 10 years, or who knows how long in my life, really. But, I thought it was going to be yes. I was 100% wrong. He's like, it's no. Like being able to say, no, I don't want to write the foreword to your book. No, I don't want to go to your art whatever it is, right? We get to say no because when we say no to one thing, that likely means that we're saying yes to something else.
Yeah, you leave space. Mm-hmm.
Conversely, when we say yes to something, we're saying no to a whole lot of other things, right? Because we can only do so much. So
I totally froze. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. I see that you froze, but
in this very funny way. My computer's doing something funny.
Okay, do you want to log off and come back in, and I will.
I cannot do that because I think I will drop you if I log off. So let me just figure out what's going on.
Okay. Great. Well, while you do that, I want to tell people who might just be joining us that Meredith Grundy and I have been here only for 8 hours, 12 minutes, and 51 seconds. We are here for our inaugural, which means the first, Pod-a-thon. And a Pod-a-thon is inspired by the work of Jerry Lewis, who for only 50 years was doing a telethon during Labor Day to raise funds for muscular dystrophy. And we took a portion of his work and used that to inspire what we wanted to do. And our goal is to be here for 12 hours or to raise $5,000, whichever comes first. A portion of that money goes to keeping this podcast alive and well and funded so that we can move forward in a sustainable way. And then there's also a portion of the money raised today will go to the Malala Fund. I've talked about this earlier, and I'm happy to repeat myself because Malala, as a young girl, was an activist for girls' education in Pakistan. And when she was riding the bus one day, somebody came into the bus and asked for Malala. She identified herself, and that person was a gunman who shot her in the head. She lived and continued her mission of raising funds and awareness and advocacy for girls' education. So Malala Fund is alive and well because of her work and her bravery and her courageousness. So that is what we are working on, is raising funds for the Malala Fund and raising funds for our own podcast, Are You Waiting for Permission? We just released, I believe, our 90th episode. It is mostly a guest-based podcast where we interview people from all over the world who are showing up, trying. I say that word intentionally because it's a process of how people show up, to trying to live a braver and bolder life and giving themselves permission to how they want to show up in the world. And none of us are doing that perfectly. Certainly Meredith Grundy and I, your co-hosts, are not doing that perfectly, and none of our guests so far. But we are doing it in a way that feels genuine and authentic to us. And we are creating a space on all the platforms, wherever you can find podcasts. We are creating a space where people get to share their stories of what their life looks like in this moment, a snapshot of where they are now. And throughout the morning today, we have had, I believe there were 10 guests that were here. One of them wasn't able to show up. We had a lot of guests that were showing up today that have been a guest earlier on our podcast, and just helping us to fill the time and get the mission out there and spread the word. And we are still here after how many hours? 8 hours and 16 minutes. We have been here with you all day long. We are streaming live on LinkedIn and Facebook and YouTube and TikTok, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what channels Meredith connected to her end of the Restream. Restream is the platform that we're working with. And what? Oh, where is she? I don't know. She was here and then she froze and then she went away, as we say in Espanol, se fue. And she did send a message on WhatsApp, I think. No, she didn't. But she'll be back, because she's not just going to abandon me here for the next 4 hours that we have for this Pod-a-thon. And what I really, really love about working with Meredith Grundy is that she has yes and practically tattooed on her forehead. So yes and, you may know, this is one of the main modalities or one of the main practices that comes with being an improviser. An improviser is somebody who works in theater and does plays or shows, but without any script at all. Nothing has been pre-planned. It's all made up in the moment. And one of the guidelines is yes and. So Meredith shows up and she says, and I tell her, she says, "Can you let me in?" And I will say no, because I don't have that capability. I don't know how to do that. Give me a minute. But no, I don't know how to do that. I'm not sure. But she lives, breathes, and eats yes and. So when I show up and I say things like, "Hey, Meredith Grundy, you want to start a podcast with me?" And she says, yes. And then I say, "Hey, Meredith Grundy, we need to raise some funds to keep our podcast sustainable and keep it healthy, fiscally healthy. What if we did something like a Pod-a-thon?" And she says, yes. So we have spent months and months looking at ways to organize today. How do we show up? How do we restream? How do we connect all of our different social media channels? And how are we going to fill the time with guests or reading from books or having conversations? And that's what we've been working on. And here we are. We are most of the way through our 12 hours of raising $5,000. We've been here for 8 hours and 18 minutes. And I will tell you that as of this particular moment, how much we have raised is $1,340. That is how much we have raised. And our goal is to raise $5,000. We have a ways to go. 4 hours to do it. And I'm here alone. Meredith Grundy has just gone a little bit MIA. Not a big deal. I'm sure she's figuring it out. She's a smart cookie. You might know that. And some of our listeners and our viewers have been here for hours with us. And that's like huge. I didn't expect that at all. I thought people would like pop in for 3 or 5 minutes and then they would go eat some leftover turkey or scrape the cranberry sauce off of, their grandma's linen. I did not expect you to be here with us for so long, but I deeply appreciate it. And I know Meredith does as well. I can speak for her. But we're still here. And we are still doing our Pod-a-thon. There's a lot more time to go. There's a lot more money to be raised. And I will tell you that I would love to be able to rest my head on the pillow tonight with a huge sense of accomplishment, knowing that we raised funds for the Malala Fund and that we have some money in the kitty, if you know that expression. We have some money in the bank moving forward to pay a virtual assistant, to pay for equipment, to pay for Simplecast, which is a platform we use for podcasting, to pray for our editor in Pakistan. Hello, shout out to you, Tarazi. You are amazing and so gifted. Catherine, our virtual assistant. Shout out to you and all the beautiful work that you do to help keep us out there alive and healthy in the world. We appreciate you. And I'm just going to wait for Meredith to come back in. She asked me to help let her in the room, and I don't know how to do that. So I am going to go back to reading a few poems and then reading from my book, When in Doubt, nearly 400 funny, insightful, and irreverent ideas for what to do when you're in doubt. And then if anybody wants to hear me read from Rest, The Art of Doing Less, just put that in the chat and I will reach behind me and look for a copy of Rest. There's probably one there. Pretty sure there is one there. Meredith says in the chat, oh, I will be there in a minute, I hope. Which would be awesome if she was, because I can't imagine A, doing a pod-a-thon without her, and B, doing a pod-a-thon without her, and C, doing a pod-a-thon without her. But here she is. She just showed up. She's back in her room, so things must have gone well. Meredith Grundy, we missed you. Are you here?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Tell us what happened.
My computer just crashed. It just crashed.
Just like that?
Yeah, it just crashed.
Where did it go? Where is it now?
I'm on my computer.
Oh.
I was able to reboot it and get it back up, but I was trying to get on here from my husband's computer, but I didn't know my login. See, I should have had my plan B.
Well, you know what? That's amazing. Your computer obviously needed a rest, right? Because before this pod-a-thon, you were telling me that you had some clients this morning. So this is not your first rodeo this morning. You've been at it for a while.
I've been in front of a screen since 8 a.m. this morning.
Oh, okay. So you've had your own little marathon going on. Right?
And then tomorrow morning I get right back on, but just for half the day.
Tomorrow's Saturday. So yeah. Forgot to block off time tomorrow, huh?
Yeah. But then, do you know what? No, the nice thing though is that because I get to travel on Sunday and because my job is in person, I will not be on a screen at all. I will be coaching people in the flesh and blood.
Oh, what's that going to be like?
Amazing.
Didn't you tell us that you'll be coaching like every 30 minutes you have a new coaching client?
Every hour.
Every hour.
Yeah. So I will be coaching from 8 a.m. in the morning until 5 o'clock at night.
Do you get a break?
1 hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe by the end of the week, you might be pretty good at what you're doing because all that practice, it's almost like a boot camp, right?
It's like a boot camp, and I'll be doing that for 4 days in a row. And I just got done doing 2 weeks of that exact schedule on Zoom in a row.
Okay. Will it be the same people that you coached on Zoom that are showing up in vivo and live? No. Will each person be coming to you with a different, I'm assuming this, but I just want to be clear for our listeners. They'll be coming to you with a different need or a pain point or a different story that they want to work on?
Yeah.
Wow. And I'm diving into this because it's so fascinating. Do you know what they are going to present in front of you? What are they bringing to the table? Do you have any time to prep what that is?
No.
So you're basically improvising for 4 days all day long.
Yeah. What I do know is it's going to be tech related.
Oh.
And then what I do
You're so
know.
good at tech. Look at you. You're great at tech.
I think that you're being sarcastic.
No, you're here after a computer crash and a microphone fail. You are here.
I'm still here. I am still here. No, but I do know that there's like different talks. So I at least know what the structure of the talk is. I know if it's going to be a workshop or if it's going to be a breakout or if it's going to be a chalk talk. Like, so I kind of know how to coach them according to that.
What's a chalk talk?
Oh, thank you. You want to say hi?
Hi, everybody.
Harper, we're still here.
We're
Can you
still
believe it?
here.
We are still here doing our Pod-a-thon.
How much money do you guys have?
How much money have we
47
raised?
hours.
How much?
We have 47 hours left.
And how much money have we raised?
1,300 and change.
Amazing.
Mhm.
That is amazing. And how much more money do we have left to raise before we get off?
3,700.
I think somebody's just going to donate all that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right, Harper?
No.
What did Harper bring you? Oh, that's great. What did she bring you?
She brought me a burrito. And my
Oh,
husband brought me a cocktail.
oh, you're kidding. You are set. Oh my God, we could just start fresh and do 12 more hours. You're completely set with a burrito and what's the cocktail? Bourbon?
It's a Manhattan. You know, that's my fave.
I didn't know that. What's in a Manhattan?
Sweet vermouth and whiskey and some bitters.
Oh my gosh, let the holiday season begin. Look at you. I have tea with honey.
Oh.
And I have tangerines. And we already talked about lozenges.
Oh, and you have lozenges. And I have water. And I have an apple.
Oh, little green apples.
A little green apple. Do you know
two
what
nuts.
Can I tell you about last night? Or my things. I made a Thanksgiving dinner. I made the best turkey ever. I brined it, the whole thing. And I made this really lovely apple tartlet. It turned out really good. And I made homemade cinnamon rolls.
Wow, that's a lot. And you went upstairs to the neighbor's house?
Yeah. Can I take a bite of a burrito? Is that rude?
No. So you went upstairs to the neighbor's house because she's allergic to your dog. You have a dog named Millie.
Mm-hmm.
Adorable. She looks like a German Shepherd mix to my eye, but
yeah,
I know.
She's a rescue.
She's a rescue Millie. And are we allowed to talk about Charlie on this podcast, or is there a chance that his parents might be listening?
Who?
Charlie.
Your dog?
No, the dog that you dog sat this week.
Oh, Charlie. Charlie. Oh my God. You're not Charlie, you're Chester.
Yeah, Charlie and Chester. So you've had your share of dogs this week.
Yeah, I was house sitting. I mean, I keep saying that. I was house sitting a dog. I was dog sitting. My goodness, I am. Yeah. I did. Charlie was a Cocker Spaniel and a protective Cocker Spaniel who liked to bark.
Oh, and Charlie and Millie, did they connect at all? Were they like friendly to each other?
Yeah, they're friendly, but Millie is 14 and she's lost her sight and she's lost her hearing. And so she just sleeps a lot and she's not as active as she used to be. Okay. But she does like Charlie and they do get along, but she's pretty docile. It's kind of sad to watch. Oh, bye, Lauren. Lauren left.
Bye, Lauren. Thank you for being here for hours and hours. Some questions for you, Meredith. One is, what ability, when I have Thanksgiving, instead of saying, what are you grateful for? Because we often say, my family, my health, I ask, what ability do you have that you're grateful for? And while you're chewing, I'm going to answer that question for myself. And I'm not unique in my answer because every year I answer the same way. And I answer the same way because it's so important to me. And speaking of girls' education, I am grateful for my ability to read. I can't imagine what it would be like to go through life illiterate. I just can't imagine because all of the information that we receive, or the majority of information that we receive, is through written word. It's through a text or a billboard or an email or a memo. Or I can't imagine the shame and the difficulty that goes with being illiterate. So I'm immensely grateful for my ability to read.
I love
What about
that.
you?
I'm really grateful for my ability to move through the world and my petite frame. I love being able to fit into small spaces and move between crowds of people. And I have found it to be a superpower.
Wow.
I love it. I love that. I feel like I have this like inherent kinesthetic like response to the world. That makes sense.
It does. Yeah, I've never thought about it because I'm just kind of average as far as that goes. Height and weight and all that. What ability would you love to have by next Thanksgiving? So we're just at the end of the Thanksgiving season. We have a full year in front of us before next Thanksgiving. What ability would you love to have by then?
Ability. I don't know. I feel like well, it's so interesting. You know, I did that passion test with you and Eli really early on in the pandemic. And I still have the same one, even though you're supposed to kind of switch it out every once in a while. And I'm really happy to say that I've accomplished a lot of those goals that are in front of me. But one of the goals that I've somewhat accomplished, because I love to give and to nonprofits and stuff like that if I have the funds to do so, and one causes that I believe in. But one is to be like a philanthropist, to be able to give.
I remember. Yes.
Yeah. So if I had the ability to truly give to I would say underserved organizations that deserve a philanthropist, you know what I mean? Like that would be the ability that I would want, if that makes sense. Is the ability, because I feel like there's a lot of organizations that are given to, but there's so many organizations out there that not a lot of people know about. So I think it would be great to find some of those up and coming grassroots types of organizations,
right,
to give to freely, and not to just have that ability feels really good. Like financially have that ability feels really good.
Sweet. I love it.
How about you?
What comes top of mind is I would love to have the ability to deal with disappointment. Because I am, in my business and the work that I do and the books that I write and the classes that I teach, I put myself out there a little bit, you know, some would say a lot. I put myself out there in the world and show up at different offers. And sometimes things go great. And sometimes things don't go so great. And I want to be the type of person, Meredith, by next Thanksgiving or before, that regardless of external actions or external activity or happenings, that I am going to remain as stable and as kind and compassionate and loving as I am now, regardless of if nobody shows up, regardless of if nobody likes my post, regardless of if that thing didn't happen, regardless of whether we raise $5,000 in a 12-hour period or not, that I can learn how to effectively deal with disappointment.
I love that. I think that's a really beautiful goal. How can I help support you in that goal?
I don't know, because I just came up with it right now. But I think A different question is, why would I have that goal? Because I don't have the
Well,
answer for
that
you
was
right
my follow-up question.
Okay, I don't have the answer to the first question for you right now. I don't know,
Okay.
but thank you for asking it. I love that. Just being my friend is my top of mind answer. The other part is, why would I have that goal? And that is because I'm not so good at dealing with disappointment. I have gone really, really low and really, really dark in the past when I've gotten disappointment with A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, or K. You know, and I'm immature enough. I will admit this freely because it's what I'm working on. I'm immature enough that I still have some of my value tied up in my ego, right? And our dear friend George Fleming says, you know, when we look at life transactionally, when A, B, C, or D happens, that's good. That must mean I have value. Now I feel good about myself. And, you know, I want to look at how I, as a coach, as a human being, and as an author, as a teacher, how can I show up in my life? And it's not conditional on being transactional,
Yeah.
if that's clear as mud. So that's what I would like to create. And then, of course, I would love to create by next Thanksgiving, how can we have a hugely successful inaugural Pod-a-thon
Oh my
where
God.
we get to show up for 12 hours with a burrito and a Manhattan in hand and continuously talk and interview and connect and create a space where people can join in the conversation, either in the chat or like some of our guests showed up to that. So I want to create that as well.
I think that's all really beautiful. I'm curious too about this question about disappointment.
Mm-hmm.
About where do you feel like that comes from? The reaction to disappointment.
I don't know. I think just rough drafting it, you know, we are conditioned. I'll speak for myself. I am conditioned that our value comes from what we do, and related to that is our value comes from how well we show up in the world, how, you know, much money we have in our bank account, how full our classes are. Listener, you might not know this, but when leading or facilitating a workshop or a class or pulling together a talk, part of it is, and unfortunately this is a huge part of it, is called butts in seats. So sometimes the speaker is also the producer, sometimes the workshop leader is also the producer, and it's how can you get people in the seats, you know, paying people or people who are coming, pay what you can, whatever it is, how can you get them in seats? And sometimes we work for days or weeks or months or longer. You know, Glenn Rogers was here this morning. She just put on an event and she worked on it for over a year. And that's a huge amount of time. And we, as the producers or the facilitators, want people to show up. We want our things to be successful. We don't do things in order to fail often. Sometimes we do things kind of as a dress rehearsal to see how it goes and to test it out and do beta. But often we want to be successful. And when it's not, a very common human reaction is, oh, that was disappointing. Right? So there's that level of it. And then we can go even further and even darker and deeper. And that's what I'm trying to heal, is that part of it. Of just being able to see a disappointment and be like, oh, okay, I noticed that. I see it. I recognize it for what it is. And it's not related to my worth as a human being. So take that, LinkedIn, if you're still watching.
If you're still watching.
I don't know who would be on LinkedIn on a Friday night. Do you?
Oh, you'd be surprised. People on
Holiday
LinkedIn are
weekend?
serious, okay?
I'm going to ask the question again because I didn't hear the answer and I want to give you a chance to chew your burrito.
What?
Who is on LinkedIn on a Friday night on a holiday weekend? And you said, oh, you would be surprised. And then you said something after that.
Oh, people on LinkedIn are serious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Serious business. I've met tremendous people on LinkedIn, just FYI. Some really phenomenal human beings on LinkedIn. But God, LinkedIn is a whole job in itself, honestly. I mean, we could just talk about LinkedIn strategy for the next 4 hours, and I still wouldn't understand.
I was in Confidently Speaking this week or the week before, and Tina Larson, who was in that class with me, talked about her LinkedIn schedule. I was going to say strategy, but I think she used the word schedule, and it is every day for the past, I don't know, 2 years or something. She has posted and or interacted on LinkedIn. So yeah, it's kind of like a job for her.
It is a job.
Driving sounded exhausting.
It is exhausting because I post 5 times a week, and the only way that it makes sense to be on there is if you take time to actually interact in communities, you notice new people that like your stuff, and then you comment, and then but I have met tremendous people. I've gotten clients off LinkedIn. I built community on LinkedIn. I now like going to Tina's book launch.
Right.
I saw people that I've only met on LinkedIn in the flesh for the first time. And it was really kind of lovely to walk into a room and be like, oh my God, I actually know you, it was really, so it has been time well spent, but it's one of those things too, where you need to reflect back and go, I am active and my dance card is full. Is this something that needs to be a priority right now? And I will say I have had to do that a lot in the last few weeks, and it's cool because I've let some stuff go, and I've also noticed that it's still moving and grooving forward, and I haven't had to put as much effort into it. But there's a thing with LinkedIn too about there's communities that form, and so there's about equanimity of holding each other up, right? There's like I truly want to like lift up my community by posting on their like comments on their pages and giving them some LinkedIn love, and they do the same for me. And then there's those times where I don't have the capacity because I have stuff on my plate, and then I don't want to let people down because they've been lifting me up. I don't want to let them down.
I know.
So that's hard, right? That's the hard part, because I want to be there for people all the time, if I can.
If you can.
And then
giving yourself some grace if it's not something you can sustain forever.
But there's some there's some hardcore people on there that's not okay.
And then you're also pretty active on the old TikTok, aren't you?
I am.
Viral over there. You've done really well.
Yeah, and I'm now at that point too where like people are reaching out to me to create content for their stuff, which is, and I've actually only said yes to one out of several. It was because I was like, oh, I like what these people are doing. But like even today I got an email saying, can you make this slight adjusted edit? And I'm like, oh, that feels like a lot, right? And then I go, do I want to do this again? So, but the TikTok's been great for me.
I know you have gotten a lot of clients through there.
I've gotten a lot of clients through there, and I still continue to grow. And I didn't spend a lot of time on TikTok this week at all. And I've gotten a lot of new followers this week for some reason without doing anything. Yeah.
Let that be a lesson to your listener. Don't do anything and you'll get new followers.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to take another bite of my burrito now.
Okay. So you've heard it here first. You don't need to do anything on social media, or at least on TikTok. And who knows? Your following could grow. Pan comido, as we say in Spanish, which means kind of like how you and I would say in English, oh, it's like a piece of cake. Pan comido, it's like eating bread. It's a piece of cake. I love it. Anytime I worked with my trainer and I would say, like, you want me to do 12 of those? And he'd be like, it's pan comido. So thank you, Luis.
What?
Thank you, Luis. Shout out to Luis.
I will say, however, though, if people want to get on TikTok, It's worth it, I feel. But
Mhm.
it's like anything else though, it's time and you have to be committed to it, and things will grow eventually, but you have to stay consistent. I think
Mm.
with social media, that's the hard part, is that you do have to stay consistent. You can't just dip in and out. And the only reason why I was able to pull out of TikTok for a couple of days, and I'm only talking like not posting for a couple of days, is because I've put in the time and effort to be consistent and build a following.
Mm.
But it's like everything, it nothing's overnight. Like there's always a lot of
Nothing's overnight.
nothing's overnight. You have to put
Can
the
I tell
time.
you what I have been committed to for the last 2 years that has only benefited me, I think.
Mhm.
I haven't thought about what impact it has made except for perhaps some of my clients. But that is, I am following the program of hashtag 52 books in 52 weeks.
And you did that last year.
I did that last year and I was able to accomplish it and did a video. People were really complimentary about achieving that goal because it was huge for me. I spent years reading a few books a year,
Yeah.
half-heartedly, remembering some of them half-heartedly, and always walked around with the story of I'm a slow reader. And so I would just pick up a book on my nightstand. I would read a page or two. I'd close the book. I'd go to bed. That was my reading habit. Until I was introduced to the delightful and ever life-changing Jim Quick, Kwik. If he sounds familiar to you, listener, it's because he wrote the bestseller of Limitless.
Yeah.
And he put together a program for speed reading. And I know that speed reading might not have the best reputation in the world, but the way that he taught it was so intentional. There's that word again. And through him, I discovered that there's a whole movement of 52 books in 52 weeks. So I am at book number 47, I think, this year.
What?
And I have 5 weeks left. Those weeks are going to be pretty full because of some of the things we've talked about already with Eli's TEDx and things like that. But I think I'm going to achieve it. That's my goal, is to finish 52 books in 52 weeks. And this year is a little bit special. I'm going to tap myself on the shoulder for this, ring my bell, is I read 50 books. 2 of them that I read are books that I wrote myself. So not only did I read books, but I also wrote 3 books, 2 of them that are published. And so I'm counting those as books that I've read, because I did. After they were published, I sat down and read them cover to cover to see if I liked them. So that's what I'm committed to. When you look at, social media and personal growth impact, that is what I'm doing. And I'm committed to it next year as well. I was hesitant to do that and make that announcement for a while. But when I look at, there's so much about it, Meredith. Keeping my word, being committed to a huge goal that feels outlandish to me and a lot of other people. And showing up to that just feels really powerful. So I'm going to accomplish it this year, pinky swear, and then I'm going to do it again next year as well.
I think that's really cool. Well, it's very admirable, and I applaud you, my friend.
Thank you. I'm plugging in my earbuds because Eli just walked into the room, and I want to give him some space and some silence around for him. Okay, I am back. So, listener, if you are and you're just tuning in, Eli Hans just walked in from a tech rehearsal. Tech is short for technical rehearsal that he was doing for his first TEDx talk that's happening tomorrow afternoon. So he was here as a guest earlier, I think, right? Does that sound familiar, Meredith? I think he was here.
He was here, I think. I mean, I think that was your husband.
There were a lot of people that were here earlier, but I lose a little bit of track only because we have been here for 8 hours, 50 minutes, 38, 39, 40 seconds, 41 seconds. We've been here for a while.
We've been here for a while. I'm now doing things I would never do on a Zoom call.
Oh.
Which is like eat a burrito.
Drinking Manhattan.
And drinking a Manhattan.
Okay. Well, you know what? We are committed. Oh, so speaking of commitment.
What?
Pod-a-thon. That's a commitment.
That is a commitment. So if people want to donate money, they totally can.
They totally can. So we are raising funds for two reasons. One is for the Malala Fund. So if you're just joining in, the Malala Fund is this huge organization with a very heart-centered and, in my opinion, important mission. And Malala, as a young woman, was shot in the head when it was learned that she was doing advocacy for girls' education. And she survived that attack and has gone on to further her life, further her mission and dedication to advocating and being an activist for girls' education. And then the second reason that we're raising funds is to sustain and keep our podcast, Are You Waiting for Permission, fiscally healthy so that we can continue to bring you bold and brave content into the future. So if you're not familiar, Are You Waiting for Permission is in its second season. We're just about ready to release, I think, our 90th episode. It's mostly a guest-based podcast that we interview people on all spectrums of giving themselves permission, whatever that might look like to them. And some of them aren't. Some of them are waiting, and that's perfectly okay. We don't need them to show up and be completely fulfilled or completely self-actualized. They're just in process, and they're willing to share their story with us. And more importantly, they're willing to share their story with you on our podcast, Are You Waiting for Permission? And to keep us physically healthy, we had the idea of having a pod-a-thon. A pod-a-thon is inspired by Jerry Lewis's tel-a-thons, where he would only for 50 years show up and take an entire weekend to raise millions of dollars for muscular dystrophy. For Jerry's Kids is what it was called. And we're similar in our mission of trying to raise a significant amount of money in a limited amount of time. So we are committed to being here for 12 hours or until we raise $5,000, whichever comes first. And so we're reaching out to you, our listener. We have listeners and viewers on YouTube and on LinkedIn and on Facebook and a few other places. I don't know where else you've linked. And if you're watching us, please pull out your credit card and make a donation. Even $5 helps. My name is Joseph Bennett. I'm done speaking.
That's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, we are paired to Facebook and LinkedIn, and Franklin has it tagged to his as well, which is fantastic. Yeah, this has been quite the journey, hasn't it?
It has. And Sumana Jetty is back in our chat, and she's letting us know, she's asking the question, did you make it? ? LinkedIn only allows 4 hours of streaming. So we don't know that. Sumana, if you have a moment to go over to LinkedIn and see if Meredith Grandi Coaching or Joseph Bennett is showing up in LinkedIn.
And Sumana, can you come join us here on our pod-a-thon?
She would need a link.
She needs a link. So let us know if you can come pop in here with us. And did it stop streaming on LinkedIn?
You know what? Even if it did, we're still here.
We're still here. We're still here. And that's all that matters.
Yeah, because we're committed. So listeners, if you're just joining us, we're having a conversation about the power of commitments. So Meredith started by talking about the power of being committed to showing up to posting on social media. She's done really well on her social media with both LinkedIn and TikTok. And she shows up there often with a lot of value and a lot of connection with other people. that she's reaching out to and lifting them up. And then we talked about my New Year's resolution for last year, and then it became this year as well. Hashtag 52 books in 52 weeks. So I am committed to reading at least 25 minutes a night, except for tonight. I won't be doing that because I'm here with you, listener, instead asking you to open up your wallet or your checkbook and making a donation.
So I looked on LinkedIn. It did. It ended at 4 hours and 24 seconds.
Oh, okay. So do we want to relink again or we're done?
I don't know if we can relink.
Okay.
I can see if we can relink, but I don't think we can.
Okay.
We're on YouTube right now and Facebook.
Oh, awesome.
So
And then
And
the
what?
link that we sent out to people directly saying you could find us here, because they could just find us at areyouwaitingforpermission.com. And the link that we sent out to people direct.
And we are still on our LinkedIn. I mean, YouTube's still going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh,
So
hi.
there's that.
Deanna's still with us on YouTube. Yeah.
She is?
She is.
Oh
She's
my God,
been watching
that
the
woman
burrito
has a
this whole
lot of free
time.
time.
What?
Deanna must have a lot of time on her hands if she is still hanging out with us, because she's been here for a while.
I love it. Deanna, if there's going to be a way to spend Black Friday, it's with us, right? Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm waving back.
She's waving. I'm waving back. Deanna is in the house. Deanna is from California. She has the business Corks and Strokes. So you may be familiar with her painting parties, especially this time of year, are incredibly popular, that people are hiring her to entertain their businesses and their families and other groups of people to come in and do painting parties with them. So Corks and
she's
Strokes is where you
amazing.
can find her. Mm-hmm.
Sumana's just checking in and sending us good vibes. I think she's occupied today. But Sumana has a great story because she came on here to Are You Waiting for Permission? She heard it, and then that email she had in her inbox for 2 years where she wanted to quit, she sent it after listening to our podcast. And now she's blowing up all over the wellness community, making shit happen.
She could be like a poster child for us for Are You Waiting for Permission? Because she had been, like you said, she had been for 2 years. That's a long time to have an email sitting in your drafts folder. Because I don't know about you, Meredith, but I often will go to my drafts folder and see what's in there, what needs to be addressed, what needs to be taken care of. She probably did that as well. So she was pretty aware that letter was sitting there, right? That email was sitting there.
Yeah.
And then, lo and behold, she listened to this podcast called Are You Waiting for Permission?
Mm-hmm.
And she said, hell no, I'm not waiting any longer. I'm sending this. And,
she says, I wish I could join your podcast. Your, in all caps, podcast helped me.
Beautiful.
And she said it happened almost instantly. I was 100% aware. Thanks, Joseph.
Yeah. Yeah. So I have a guest host coming in to give me a break, and he's going to take over for a little bit. Are you okay with that?
Oh my God, yes.
All right. You can ask him all about what's it like to tech rehearsal at TEDx Talk.
Hi, Eli.
Hello.
Did they make you do your talk, or did you just have to get up there and stand?
No, there was no time to do the talk. You know, they're a little bit behind. So it was mainly about getting up there and just making sure you knew how to turn on your slides and how to move them forward and backward, and that's it.
Are you so excited?
A little bit.
Are you getting there?
Yeah, I'm getting excited about it. It's been a lot, you know. We've only had 2 weeks to prepare, and so it's a lot. But I think it's going to be fun. It's going to be really good.
It's going to be really fun. It's going to be really, so Deanna is really excited to see you. She says it's great to see your face. And we have our
Deanna,
friend
which
Sumana.
Deanna? Deanna. Hi, sweetheart. It says Joseph Bennett. Wow, it's so great to be able to be in the seat of Joseph Bennett.
Isn't it? I mean, what does that feel like?
Well, he's got big shoes, and so do
He does have
you.
big shoes. He does
So
have
do
big shoes.
you. You know, I stepped in for you a couple times, and
I
I said
know.
she might be a tiny lady, but she's got some big shoes to fill.
Well, thank you for stepping in for me. I really appreciate it. You've
You're
got pretty
welcome.
big shoes yourself, my friend.
Thank
And
you.
Sumana Jetty is a friend of mine who you haven't met yet, but we're hoping to come to your back to you again to stay with you for a
Oh,
little
that would
retreat.
be awesome. Yeah.
So we
So
will.
what do you want to talk about? And has anybody replaced you for a while?
Well, I had some technical difficulties while you were gone.
Oh no.
So my computer like crashed
Uh-oh.
for a good like 5 or 10 minutes where your lovely husband just talked.
Wow, that's
So
amazing.
I feel like I'm just gonna, and I have my burrito and I have,
Well, if you need a little break, I'm very happy to be here for you. So when Joseph comes back, you can leave and Joseph and I can talk. Just have to go.
I am good. I'm fine.
Okay,
I'm happy. I
great.
mean, we're here for only 3 more hours.
How are the numbers doing? Is
Well,
anybody who's listening
so
right now
here's what I'm going
downloaded?
to ask. So those of you who are watching, if you can send this out to at least 3 people that you know, if you haven't already, that would be such a tremendous help. And tell them how much you love this podcast.
Yeah. And say
And
if you're sitting at home with nothing to do, instead of watching Netflix, you can just relax and watch or listen to this. Because as you know, this podcast is inspiring and entertaining. And these two are just unbelievable how they're able to share such beautiful insights in such a loving and easy way to digest, right?
yes, thank you. Thank
It's
you.
true. It's absolutely true. Tangerine, anyone?
Half-eaten burrito, anyone?
So this is, see, okay, for those of you who are not in the artist world, this is what artists do. This is what we need to do sometimes. It's just so we can keep doing what we love, right? We do these crazy things like, oh, I know, let's just talk continually for 12 hours. So whose idea was this?
Oh my goodness, this was your husband's idea. Did you put this little bug in his ear?
Which one?
The Pod-a-thon idea?
Oh, hell no. I said, are you sure?
Are you sure?
And he said, oh yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be fun, which it is.
It is fun. It is
I've
fun.
been listening to you guys, and it definitely has been really fun. And, you know, when it really comes down to, as we said earlier when we talked, this world has gone through a lot of challenges lately. And this is the time for people to kind of step up and show up and just be the greatest person they can be so that we can start healing the world a little bit, right? So anything that anyone does to inspire the rest of us, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. It's part of my talk tomorrow. It's like, we can't keep waiting for them to fix things because there is no them. The them is us. So we need to start kind of stepping up and the beautiful part is we don't have to do anything major. We just need to express who we are, what are our natural gifts, and do the stuff we love, but just do it as fully as we can.
And not feel guilty about it or apologetic about it.
Totally. And we're all imperfect. So some of that expression might be imperfect, and that's okay. I just always go back to Brene Brown when she says, when you step into the arena, things really rev up and it's scary and it's uncomfortable. But at the same time, it's thrilling because, you're being kind of part of the solution. And at least it's a fulfilling thing to do, If anybody out there listening is looking for some meaning and some fulfillment in your life, I suggest you volunteer and help somebody less privileged than you,
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a beautiful thing. I'm very idealistic and I just still have hope for our humanity. And I just think this is a great opportunity for people to go, okay, what do I want to bring to the table?
I think it's good to have to be idealistic. I'm right there with you too. I've always had an idealistic, curious heart where I have
Because
hope.
otherwise, what's the other option?
Yeah, I don't want to live in a life of doom and gloom and bitching and moaning and complaining about the I granted there are things in this world that are not okay and people who are being treated in a way that's not okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I will always be an ally. And at the same time, in order to survive in this world, and to keep a good mental attitude towards things and mental health, I feel it's about seeing the light and seeing the hope and keeping that idealistic heart. I've always had it, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think that sometimes with all the challenges in the world, it's easy to feel discouraged and say, well, what can I do? I mean, the problems are so big. What can I possibly do? And I really think that what we can do, we can't do things about over there. We can just do things about in here. We can heal our own stuff. We can heal our own life. And through that process of healing our own stuff, I think that's how we start healing the world. You know what I mean? It's the only manageable way to do it.
Well, because it's systemic.
Yeah. But if we can heal,
because if
Go
you're
ahead.
not health, because if you don't take your actions affect somebody else that you don't even know.
right. And actions are actions. We don't know how they'll affect people, but there's always a ripple effect, right? If you just know that what you're doing is good and it's going out into the world, it does.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, I want to tell you this story. One time I went to a book reading. Yeah, it was a book reading. And I happened to bump into someone I hadn't seen for a while. And she told me that she had just finished writing her book, finished her book. And I said, oh, do you know about this contest? There's a contest, and whoever wins is going to get agent representation and get, their book published or whatever.
Uh-huh.
And that was it. We said bye. And I didn't see her like for a year. And then I bumped into her. To me, it was just a comment. I bumped into her a year later. She goes, oh my God, Eli, you told me about that thing and I won. And I got agent representation and book got published. And, she was so happy and so grateful that I had just mentioned that. So you never know how something kind that you do is going to affect other people.
100%. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. So I have a question since we're coming up towards the end of a year. What are some of your big goals for next year?
I'm laughing because this year was, I think, one of my biggest years.
It was pretty monumental.
I just can't even imagine what would come next year. I don't know. I'm still processing all the things that happened this year. Health is always my priority, always, 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 because without that, there's no enjoyment of all the other things. So that's kind of like my laser beam.
Mm-hmm.
And I do everything that I can, not obsessively, but really keeping that as my top priority. Because since I've had, me, the latest thing is I had cancer 8 years ago, and it was very scary. I became very close to saying ciao to this world. So recovering from something like that really, really puts your priorities in another place.
Yeah.
Very clear. And my priority is to stay as healthy as I can so that I don't have to ever go through that again. How about you?
My goals are, to keep a great, to keep staying healthy and in a strong mental state, and to, I feel like, take more time, like intentional time with my daughter would be really lovely, and with Gary, like to find more intentional time there.
Yeah.
And then to continue growing my business. I'm really having a fun time doing that.
Oh, you're doing so great with all that.
Yeah,
Those lucky people that get to work with you one-on-one or in groups. That's incredible.
yeah, it's been a really fun journey. And
Yeah.
then to revisit my show, but I'm not feeling stressed about it. I'm not feeling like I have to revisit it or it's going to die. Like I have this very, I'm just trusting that I will find the right partnership with a theater company to continue producing it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you never know when those things happen.
Yeah.
You know, I was just minding my business a couple weeks ago when somebody called me and said, "Hey, do you want to do a TED Talk?" I mean,
Right.
you just don't know.
You don't.
When,
That's what happened with this Speak event too. That was totally random. And that the Speak thing is they want to be a competitor to the TEDs.
oh, really? What's the difference?
It's stories and ideas rather than just ideas to try to get more. It's like a combination of the Moth and the TED. And it was a really beautiful experience. It was really, so some people who have ideas that are not necessarily steeped in facts and stats, but have a little bit more of a whimsical, or some people like to say woo-woo kind of approach to things, that those
Oh,
people.
well, that's kind of what my talk is. So maybe I should have done it for Speak and not for TED. You know, I can be pretty woo-woo. I really try to land this talk and not have it be too woo-woo. I did do the statistics and some of that stuff that Ted likes. But yeah.
But we could talk about doing it. Speak is already starting to expand, so we could do a Speak San Miguel.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah. Let's do
Yeah.
that.
So that was exciting to just be at the first inaugural Speak
Oh, it was
event.
the first? Wow. That's awesome. I didn't realize that was the first.
Yeah, it was the first. Yep. And it was a pretty cool lineup of people. So I felt really good about that. So we'll see what happens.
Well, if you were there, you were definitely cool. What, are
Oh.
you back? Yeah. He's back. That was a quick break.
That was so quick. You're not leaving me, are you?
Well, he's here like saying, "Get off my chair." Okay. Love you. Everyone
love
out
you.
there listening, thank you for listening. And as Meredith said, hey, if you want to send a little quick message on Messenger or WhatsApp to someone, say, hey, tune in and listen to these guys. Help them to their next threshold so that they can. Yes. Are you waiting for permission.com is what you want to have people click to. That's how they can tune in. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone listening. And thanks, Meredith. I love you. You're wonderful.
I love you.
Thanks. Talk
and
soon.
I can't wait to see your TED Talk.
Thanks. Ciao.
Amazing. Bye.
What did I miss? Tell me everything.
Well, we talked about you the whole time.
Of course. Hey, I did get a message from Davina, and she was looking for a link to log in, and she said she donated. All this was a couple hours ago, so I did invite her to still show up tonight. Say, we need you. Where are you?
Okay.
So if you see her in the waiting room, please let her in, as I know you would.
I will totally let her in. Are you kidding me?
How did Eli's tech rehearsal go? Did he say?
Yeah, it was fine. He said that they had a lot going on, so he just stood up there and did his clicker for his slides and got into his light, and that was it.
A clicker? That sounds professional. I want a clicker.
Don't we all?
Yeah, yeah. No, I haven't had a chance to connect with him because I've been doing this thing.
What have you been doing?
I don't know if you heard of it. It's called a Pod-a-thon. It's like a new thing.
Did you make up a Pod-a-thon, or did you research fundraiser ideas and then Pod-a-thon was one of them?
I thought that I made it up. So I had never heard of it. I did not research it. I came up with this idea like, oh, let's do a telethon. But instead of doing a telethon, let's podcast for the entire time. And then as I was researching after the fact, I saw that other people had done it as well. So it was a unique idea to me until it was no longer a unique idea to me.
Isn't that funny how like we can have an idea and think it's like original and then we figured out that like other people have done it, which I think is actually really beautiful.
Big magic.
Big magic.
Elizabeth Gilbert talks about that in her Big Magic.
She sure does. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the way that she presents it is so beautiful and much more eloquent than I'm going to recap right now, because I've been podcasting for 9 hours, 16 minutes, and 12, 13, 14, 15 seconds.
Where's that big donor of ours?
Yeah, big donor, Big T. Where's the
our
Big T?
Donor who's like, I want you to be your sponsor.
I want you guys to be successful. Yeah, where's our sponsor?
I can't even find the words anymore.
So Elizabeth Gilbert says that her belief, and actually what she has noticed, it's more than a belief, it's what's actually shown up in her life, is that ideas that want to be birthed are actually floating around in the air looking for a host, looking for somebody to say, yes, I will take this on. And she tells some beautiful stories that just sound unbelievable, but it's Elizabeth Gilbert, so you have to believe her, right? Elizabeth Gilbert, Big Magic. Ideas are floating around in the atmosphere, waiting to find the perfect host. And so more than one person said, oh, what about a pod-a-thon? There was somebody before us who grabbed that idea, and then it was still floating around, and I grabbed it. Not the first, but that's okay. I don't need to be the first at everything I do.
Not everything, but here we are.
I know, here we are. And how does it feel to have been doing this for 9 hours?
Good.
Yeah, you okay?
It feels good. I get to spend 9 hours with you.
Yeah.
I mean, do you know how many times we've done a podcast and I'm like, oh, I just want to talk more with Joseph, and then you're gone, and I'm like, oh, I guess
I know. You'll be like mid-sentence, and I'll be like,
and now
okay,
you're fucking trapped with me for like 12 hours, so I can talk as much as I want.
Yeah, I feel badly when I leave the room quickly, but I have been trying to say goodbye often for a while, and you're like, oh, just one more thing, and I'm like, I'm out of here. And then she's like, you left me. You left me hanging.
You just left me. You abandoned me. And I don't take it personally.
You deal with your disappointment. That's what
I'm not actually that very disappointed. I'm just like, I giggle. I'm like, I could have condensed that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to catch up on the chat because Sumana and Deanna have been active in the chat. So thank you for that.
Sumana, bowed out. I think Deanna's still here with us. I think.
So what are we doing here? Why are we here, and where are the funds going, Meredith?
Why are we here? Well, we are here right now raising money for Are You Waiting for Permission, which is our podcast.
I've heard of that.
90 guests. We've had over 11,000 downloads. We've shown up every Tuesday and interviewed people. We have released every Thursday except for Thanksgiving to all of because we decided we were going to give ourselves a little bit of a respite, which I think is fine. And we've been producing content and stories and introducing new voices to the community at large. And I think that's really beautiful. And so we're raising money so that we can keep moving and grooving forward. And it costs a lot of money, a lot of the behind the scenes stuff, as we've been talking about, like editing and design and social media and hosting and all the stuff.
Yeah.
Website. And we're also going to dedicate and donate 12% to the Malala Fund, which Harper knew a lot about the Malala Fund when I brought that up, which I thought was really cool. She learned about it in her school, which was beautiful. and she knew the story. And so we just really want to pay it forward as well as pay the podcast.
Yeah, be fiscally healthy with
Be
Are You
fiscally
Waiting for
healthy.
Permission?
Yeah, and I will say this, which I don't think has been mentioned yet, but we both are
Really? There's something that hasn't been
Yeah,
mentioned
yeah,
yet?
yeah,
I'm glad
yeah.
we have 3 hours to talk about it.
Oh
Great
my
job. Go ahead.
So we're both coaches, and we have not used Are You Waiting for Permission really to leverage our businesses, right? We haven't used it
Right.
as right. We genuinely just came at it as a service, and we weren't looking for anything in return, right? And
That's
so
true. I am shaking my head. You might not see it because I'm asleep, but I'm shaking my head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of people start podcasts because they have a business and they want to use that as a way to draw in new clients. And I get that. We purely just started this podcast because we wanted to. Well, I know Joseph first had the seed of an idea to do a podcast with me, which was such an honor. And I said yes. And so here we are. But we've just used this as a platform to encourage people to step out there and take a leap of faith and live the lives that they want, or do the project that they've always been thinking about doing, but never had the courage to do so, and to learn from other people.
Thank you for that. And I just want to recap. Sometimes when we're interviewing people on our podcast, you will so eloquently ask them about their origin story, where they came from and how they arrived at this part in their journey. How did they get here? And what I'm really aware of is that January 15th of some year, I'm going to say 2 years ago, I had an idea while I was falling asleep. I was going to take a nap in the afternoon, and this idea came to me. Elizabeth Gilbert would be proud. And it was, you could start a podcast with Meredith Grundy. Start a podcast with Meredith Grundy. And instead of dismissing it or saying, I don't know what that is, or rolling over and going to sleep, I came upstairs, found my phone, and sent you a text and said, hey, can we chat? I have an idea. And immediately later that night when we spoke, you were like, hell yeah, I'll do that. And I'm like, I don't know how to spell podcast. Like, I'm not bringing any expertise to the room, okay? I want you to know I got nothing. I know nothing about this. And then you said something really brilliant pretty early on in the conversations that followed to the subsequent weeks. And it was like, I think we could take a course about this. So we looked at Pat Flynn and what he was offering. We love Pat Flynn. He's got a lot of really beautiful, valuable content out there. He's a San Diegan, like I am. And then we settled on Akimbo with Seth Godin, which is a great decision.
Yeah, it really was. It's a great community of people. Yeah. Yeah.
And
so
we took
learned
that
a lot.
course together. And that was pretty funny because I think, am I going to remember this correctly? I think we had one password and one ID between the two of us. So sometimes we were like, you were answering some things and I was answering others, and you were doing some homework and I was doing homework. And I'm like, oh, this is probably pretty telling of how our podcast is going to be. And it was.
And it has been. It's totally been that way.
You're like, you're doing some and I'm doing some. We're doing some double work. Some other things don't get done at all. We'll be texting late at night. Like, did you do that thing? Did you schedule that person? Yeah. Lot
Or
of
like this last one where we were trying to figure out our domain name. And I tried every domain name. Like, Are You Waiting for Permission is a really long domain name. So it was like, I looked up all these other domain names, and then I'm like texting all of these different scenarios to Joseph. And then he's like, and then because Joseph, what's so beautiful about you is you can be very like, you know what? I'm going to make the deciding, like, this is the decision. I'm going to make it right now because we got to move on, which I love. And you're like, Are you waiting for permission? And then there was like a screenshot of how much it would cost, the domain name. And I just assumed that that's what was going on. And then a week later, I'm sending messages on Asana like to connect the domain account. And you're like, wait a minute, what domain account? We don't have a domain name.
I'm
So I'm
like,
really glad.
oh, I
I'm
hope it's
really
not
glad
gone
no one took that domain name in
in
that
that
1
week.
week. That
I
could have screwed us.
I know, and it would have been my fault.
We would have
I
been
would have
sitting here right
owned
now
that.
with no website.
Right, or no listeners, which could also be true. We might not have any listeners right now. I think Deanna Shanti is the only one hanging on, which is great. One person, if you can impact one person,
Oh no,
that's
we've got
beautiful.
2 right now, and I hope that they'll put something in the chat so that, like a question or who you are, or why you're here, or
So one thing we opened up earlier, which was pretty interesting, was you can ask us anything. You can ask
anything.
Meredith anything. You can ask me anything. We will not shy away from any
We will
questions.
not.
So that
Test me.
we have that going. What did you say? I missed it.
I said, test me.
Test me. Yeah. Here's my question to you. Have you ever been arrested? And if so, why?
No, but I was close to being arrested once.
What happened?
It was more like I was going to be in trouble with immigration, because it's a whole story, and I don't know how much of it is like made up in my head and how much is reality. But I was a
That's
college
true for
student.
every minute of my life.
But okay, good. So I was a college student living in Durango, Colorado, and I was 19, and I was working at a coffee shop called the Steaming Bean, and I had a roommate named Miles. And there was this exchange student from Bosnia, and his name was Besmir, and he was gay, and he was out, and he was with a host family who, according to Miles and my boss at the Steaming Bean, was discriminating against him, and they were not giving him a very warm welcome as a host family, and it was a bad situation. And so Carla, my manager, and my roommate, who also worked at the Steaming Bean, where I also worked, came up to me and said, we hear that you're going to go back to Denver for spring break, and Besmir here is being really highly discriminated against and needs to get out of this situation. We don't know what else to do. Can you take him with you to Denver? So Denver to Durango is like a 7.5-hour drive. Can you take him to Denver and get him enrolled in school so he's in a safe space? And of course, I'm like, fuck yeah, I will. Like, no one deserves to be discriminated against.
Right.
Yes, I'll take Besmir. So Besmir gets in my Nissan hatchback that I had at 19, along with my friend Laura and my friend Mariah and my friend Artist. And we all drive to Denver. The whole thing was we were just going to go to Elitch Gardens, which is this big like amusement park. And all we had to do was pick up. Oh no, Besmir wasn't in the car. We had to intercept him at the airport. That's what happened. So then we drive to the airport at DIA to pick him up, and we get to the gate. This is when you could walk to the gate, and there was a man standing there with Besmir's name on a sign. And Besmir reads the sign, and he sees his name. He dodges it. He sees me. He goes to me. We run down to the baggage claim. But he was supposed to go off to Frankfurt, so his luggage wasn't there. So we're trying to get his luggage back, and then there's this man that had his sign that's coming down, in baggage claim. We see him, and he's walking towards us. So we dart for the door. And my friend Laura was driving the car. It picks us up. We get in the car. We drive away from the airport, and we're in Denver. And I'm trying to get this high school kid, enrolled in into high school, into a charter school, whatever. He's been discriminated against. I call PFLAG. Like, I'm having meetings with PFLAG. I'm having this whole thing. So the story is a very, very long story, but at the end of the story, what ended up happening was I'm standing in a Perkins on a payphone with
That's a
immigration.
restaurant, listener. That's a
Yeah,
restaurant.
it's a restaurant. So I'm standing in a Perkins on a payphone with immigration. Besmir and my friend Artist are sitting in a booth. And this immigration person essentially says, I see what you're trying to do. You're going to be in a lot of trouble. and so is he. If you don't tell him, he needs to go back to the airport and get on a plane back to Bosnia. And if he doesn't, he's never going to be able to sign for political asylum again. And you're going to be in trouble, blah, 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 for trying to keep him in the country. So I tell Besmir so as much, and he ends up spending one last night, because this was in the evening, and then the next morning drove him back to the airport, and had to be on a pay phone with immigration and do a play-by-play of he's sitting at the gate, he just gave him his ticket, he just went into, yeah. And that was my story about.
Oh, and we have no idea whatever happened to him, right?
No, I do. So then what happened was he got back on the plane. He went back to Bosnia. He worked for our government as a translator during the Bosnian War, because that's what he was afraid of. He was afraid of going back to Bosnia, not being recruited into the Bosnian War. So, and then I found out Miles, my roommate, had a huge crush on him, and it was this whole thing. And then I guess the reason why the host family was so upset was not because he was gay, but because he was making long distance phone calls and had racked up a tremendous bill. There were all these, like, it was a
other
whole thing.
details that you didn't know about.
All these details I didn't know about. I'm sure there was some discrimination in there given the time period, but it was just, it was a big, but my I was still on a mission. It didn't matter. So that was a 4-day mission. I just told you that story. So that was the only time that I was almost in trouble.
Oh, wow. Wow. Well, thank you for your advocacy and trying to help him to stay in the country. That's huge. You know, fucking immigration.
Oh, it's ridiculous. The
And
immigration.
it was much better back then, I would assume, than it is now. What's going on with borders and building walls? I wonder if that's still a thing. Are we still building a wall?
I don't know what's going on with that. They took us off. That they've moved our attention elsewhere. Right? I think they're so good at moving our attention to where they need us to be looking, so that they can do something else over here. That's what I think.
Okay.
But the sad thing is, like, my really close friend who I just spent Thanksgiving with, she's been trying to get citizenship for 22 years. She's been in this country for 22 years, and she just got denied again.
Why?
Oh, because of some weird discrepancy that was, like, something was written, not, like, I don't know, just
22 years, that's a long time.
22 years to be paying taxes in this country and getting an education and feeding into our economy. That's a long time. Yeah.
Meredith Grundy, favorite guest so far?
Oh my
We've
goodness.
had nearly 90.
There's
I think I know your answer, but you're welcome to change.
A lot of them I love. Honestly, like, it's really difficult for me to answer that question, but I would say Andrew Simonet I really loved quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I have to get some sexy sex person out of our chat here.
So while she's doing that, ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Simonet is a choreographer and dancer and dance company founder in Philadelphia. And he wrote the magnificent book called Making Your Life as an Artist. It's a very thin, beautiful book that looks at our values, that looks at our money, that looks at giving ourselves permission to really own our artistry. And opening night of Out of the Blue, Meredith and myself and Eli were in the green room. So that's the dressing room where the actors get prepared. And she's like, I have a gift for you, because I got to tell the backstory for this. She said, oh, there's this great book by Andrew Simonet. It's a PDF. I can send it to you for free. And I said, no, I want the book. I don't know why we're still friends. I'm such a jerk sometimes. I'm like, thanks, but I don't want a PDF. Can I have the book? So she hands me the book. It's opening night. I read the book. It's beautiful. And I reached out to him and I said, "Do you want to be a guest on our podcast?" And he would have been here for the Pod-a-thon today. We did reach out to him, but he had family plans because it's Black Friday, Thanksgiving holiday.
Yeah.
But I interrupted you. You started to say other favorites that you've had.
Well, and just Barbara Dilley, because she's a mentor of mine and she's a beautiful human being and she's aging and she's in her 80s now. And I just think she has a really beautiful, really realistic view of coming to end of life. And I don't think that's something that we talk about often. And I really respect her for that. And you know, especially in a world like I'm at that age right now where I'm getting marketed every single day for aging creams and anti-aging this and that and this and the next thing. And you can't help but like it kind of consumes you. And then I'm having conversations with my younger friends who are like in their early 30s and you can barely see a line on their face and they're talking about preventative Botox and I just feel like life is too fucking short to be worrying about that kind of shit.
Yeah. And Barbara Dilley, during her interview, I remember first you reached out to her and she said, "I'm not," these are my words, not hers, "I'm not producing anything anymore. I'm not creating anything anymore. I don't think I'm the right guest for you. I'm looking more at what it's like to give myself permission to die." Because she's in her 80s, not that she's dying right in this moment, but some people would say we're all dying in this moment, right? And we said, "Oh no, that's a perfect conversation that we want to have." And that's one thing about Are You Waiting for Permission is that you and I can collectively or independently come up with a topic that we want to explore, that we want to delve into, that we want to have a conversation about, and bam, we have the conversation because we invite guests in to talk about that. And so we get to curate our podcast in really creative and life-affirming ways.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say that my favorite guest, I've had many. You know, I've been brought to tears a couple of times during Are You Waiting for Permission? The one that comes top of mind is Jape, Jape.
Yeah. Yep.
So he was invited on I don't know exactly what you call it, but it's a vacation, but you're also doing service work during that vacation. He did not want to go, and his friend said, "Look, there's one more space on the bus. Come with us." And he ended up going to work with immigrants or refugees that were stuck in a refugee camp. And the story goes that he went up to somebody, I believe it was a man, and he said, as most of us would, you know, "So what's your story? How did you get here?" And the guy got pretty hostile and said, "I can't believe that all you people are coming here and you just want to hear our story and you're not doing anything." So that kind of takes Jape aback a little bit, right? He's just there as a volunteer trying to create a connection to this man. He says, "Okay, well, what do you need?" The first thing the guy says was, "I need a pair of shoes." So Jape was able to maneuver his way through and find a pair of shoes for this man. And then either with a conversation with that same guy or a different person, he came to realize and understand that one of the things that the refugees needed was phone credit.
Mm-hmm.
So the refugees needed phone credit for a variety of reasons. I didn't understand why. So during his interview on our podcast, I asked him why that was important. And he said, "Imagine leaving your house immediately, not being able to take much with you because you're not coming back." He said, "What are you going to grab?" Well, one of the first things we're going to grab is our phone, right? And he says, you know, in not so many words, he said, "Well, our phone, you know, when we look at the internet capability, it's only as powerful as if we have credit. We can only sign up for services. We can only contact our family. We can find out location and GPS stuff if we have credit in the phone, if we have money in the phone." So he realized that that's what was needed. And he, talk about the reluctant hero, he decided to take that on as a project. And Phone Credit for Refugees is still alive and well. Still alive and well. And I think they have surpassed more than 100,000 people that they have given phone credit to. And they do something called a conga every Friday on Facebook, Phone Credit for Refugees, that they ask you to share their post because, you know, the algorithms of Facebook is the more something is shared, the more that it's out there, the more it's commented on, the more it gets seen. And he asked for people to make a donation because, you know, this last week he was just sharing that. He's like, can you please dive into your seat cushions on your sofa, any change you can, because we have more people asking for phone credit that particular week than they've ever had in the history. And it just makes me appreciate the crosses that some people have to bear, Meredith.
Yeah. Yeah.
And with our podcast, we're able to give voice to the people that are showing up and saying, I will take this on as a project. I will help people stay connected to their family. I will help people stay connected to services. I will help people find a GPS because they're in a land where they don't know, in a land that they don't speak the language. And we got him on the podcast. And I remember that took a little bit of effort. We talked earlier about organizing our guests and getting things scheduled and some of the behind the scenes stuff that happens with a podcast. And getting him on was a little bit of effort because he's a busy guy and he gets requested for a lot of different things, right? Because he's doing pretty powerful work out there. He and his team, all volunteers, each one of them. So we got him on. And it became one of my all-time favorite episodes, talking to Jabe about phone credit for refugees and how even to this day, he's like, I don't know if I want to do this. I don't know, but there's more people that are needing phone credit. I don't know if I can do this. Because he has a full-time job. He's a caregiver full-time, if I'm remembering that correctly.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
He works like in a nursing home or something like that. And he's like, and then I come home, I have 72,000 things to do. And then I turn around and do the same thing next day. And he's been doing this for a while. I want to say like 5 years. He's been consistently showing up to.
It's so impressive.
Project.
Yeah, it's really, well, I feel like that's the thing, is that we as human beings have more capacity than I feel we give ourselves credit for having. And it doesn't mean that you're making yourself busier. It just means that you're, that word busy, it just means we have much more capacity to give than we think we do.
And giving of our time, of our energy, our enthusiasm, our funds, whatever it is.
Yeah, whatever that is. And yeah, I did. I really liked Jape too. Is there anybody else that you've really enjoyed having on our podcast?
Yes, but you have to help me remember his name because it came through his assistant. But the young man who is doing the food for concerts. Yes. So I'll tell the story and then you can tell the name. So he goes to a concert and he realizes, what if, he asks himself the question, what if each of the, this is the days where concerts used to be packed pre-COVID, what if each of these people brought one non-perishable item of food and we were able to donate that? What if that was a thing?
Right? Oh, Justin Levy. Yeah, Justin
Levy.
Yeah.
And thank you for that. And then it has grown to this huge nonprofit where they are feeding hundreds of thousands of people a year, or maybe just thousands of people. I don't want to exaggerate their accomplishments because whatever it is, it's still incredibly, incredibly commendable. But Justin Levy and his team, he brought into reality. So he is blending concert goers and arts organizations, arts events with raising awareness for hunger and raising food, actual food, and then trucking it around different parts of the state. So that was also a tearjerker because what I came to realize, Meredith, is that a lot of us have that, what if? You know, what if we did this? What if we could generate this? What if we could create this? And then it stops. Right? We stopped there.
So true. I love that Franklin is asking, how are we doing? Hi, Franklin. We're hanging in there.
Oh,
You want to come back? You want to come say hi?
yeah. It's like the party that keeps going on and the guests have already left. And then they drive by down the street, Sycamore Avenue, and we're
Oh my
like,
God.
come back. Come back to the party. There's
Come
still
back.
more beer in the keg.
You've got the link, Franklin. You just pop in here if you're feeling up to it.
We have such high standards.
Coaching. Yes.
Sure, he says.
So I wanted to speak into that. You just said something.
What if we get
Oh,
these
so
hits about
Dan
what
and
if?
Annabelle. Dan, I've been thinking about this question of what if, the phrase what if you will. Hold on.
So
Oh,
Dan,
Franklin's gonna come join us in a second. So
Okay.
Annabelle and Dan, who had the shoe school in
Yep.
Colorado.
Colorado Shoe School.
I remember that during our podcast we had the conversation about what if, and I've been thinking about it a lot because my senior quote was a Shel Silverstein quote, which was everything seems swell until there's a what if. And I always think of it as that what I loved was they reframed it as what if being birthed out of curiosity. What if we could do this? Or what if we could do that? Or what if we put this fabric with this over here? Or what if we moved this drawing or this picture on the wall over here? Or what if we moved so I loved that they used what if for possibility versus what if as a fear-based.
What if we could take a train caboose and turn it into an apartment on our land? Remember they did that?
Yeah. I feel like I got really excited about that because what if I feel like we're so conditioned to hear that as, well, what if I make a mistake or what if I make the wrong investment or what if I marry the wrong person?
Say the wrong thing, right? What if my podcast fails? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what if I can't find a bathroom when I go to Times Square on New Year's Eve? You know, like.
She's referencing that because that was part of an earlier podcast.
It was.
If you're
I was
wondering the value that we bring to the airwaves.
It's
it
a
was
callback.
about wearing a diaper on New Year's Eve in Times Square.
So I want to reframe those two words, what if,
into something positive.
Something positive.
Yeah.
I think there's so much power in that.
Yeah. So what's possible?
Everything with a what if.
Everything.
Everything. What if I go up to that person and ask them if they need shoes? What if I give people phone credits? What if I feed the hungry? What if I adopt that dog? What if I stop using plastic? What if
I turn to a stranger and say, will you marry me?
Yes, because you did that.
Because I did that.
Yeah.
So as Franklin's coming into the room, I will tell a story that many people find entertaining. And that is 22 years ago, I was heading into Gay Pride in San Diego. It's a crowd of 100,000 people. And as part of one of the events that was happening, it was a mass commitment ceremony. So it was already planned. It was not improvised. The minister was there. The musician was there. The news was there. And there were maybe about a dozen couples or so, I'm not sure, I didn't count them, that knew about this mass commitment ceremony. So they showed up specifically for that. They wanted to commit to each other and exchange vows and have wedding cake, a whole bit. And I went to witness it because I had never been to anything like this before. And the Gay Pride Festival was directly in front of my house in San Diego. So I walked across the street, went to the festival, and the minister said, turn to your partner and repeat these vows. And I jokingly turned to the person standing next to me and I went like this, tapped him on the shoulder, and I said very eloquently, because I have a gift for language, I said, hey, you want to do this? and he said, yes. So we exchanged vows. We had to say why we loved each other, and we were making things up like, oh, you're very spontaneous, you're open to new experiences. But we were pretty shy in our vows. until the minister introduced the last vow, which was, I promise to support you to your highest potential. And I said to this man, whose name I still did not know, I said, make sure you say that one out loud. Because I thought, it's so beautiful. I don't want that to just be mumbled or swept under the carpet, as they say. And in that instant, he thought, oh my God, I'm getting married for real. Like, this is a real, like this is happening. In that instant. Before, we were just kind of joking around. And then so we said, I promise to support you to your highest potential. The minister says, now that you're married, you can kiss each other, you're committed life partners. And we gave each other a shy little kiss. And this man says to me, now that we're married, what's your name? And I told him my name. He told me his name, Eli. And we have been together ever since that moment. And we
Such a
have
good story.
told stories. And the Storytelling Festival, the name of our story was Thank God for Cake, because afterward I started to leave because I'm like, hey, let me go check out who else is around here, right? I didn't get the magic yet. I was a little dense. And he said, you know, there's cake. And I'm like, oh, I'll stay for cake. It's my favorite 4-letter word. So we went and had cake and spent the rest of the day together. He says, come with me to my brother's birthday party. And on, the magic continues. And there's much more to the story, but I think Franklin Taggart might be here.
He's right here.
That is the coolest. That's
Right.
the coolest story I've ever heard.
You're still here, Franklin.
Moving us around.
Well, I've left and come back a couple of times, but
Where
here
did
I
you
am
go?
again.
What did you do? Tell us what's going on in the world.
Well, it was kind of weird. While I was on with y'all this morning, my wife got a call that her dad was taken into surgery.
No.
So by the time that I got off the call, we were on for a half an hour, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
By the time I got off the call, she had booked a ticket, and I made a real quick trip to the Denver airport and back. So
wow.
yeah,
So
it's been a
she
wild
left.
day. Yeah, she had to get out there. So it was just one of those examples of, drop everything and go kind of a thing.
Where did she go?
Fort Lauderdale.
And what's her father's first name?
His name is John.
John. Okay. Well, we are sending good, positive, beautiful thoughts to John.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
So you came back. You were here this morning. Do you know that? Do you remember that? You were here?
I do remember, but it feels like I've had a couple of lifetimes since then. But
You have, and you changed your glasses since then.
No, they're the same ones I
Oh,
have.
are they the same?
Just the light is
my eyes
different.
are foggy.
They looked more red
The light
this
is way
morning, but
different.
now they're looking more orange. But
Yeah, I don't have direct sunlight coming in my face right now. But I was struck by Joseph's story. It's like, this is the only person that I've ever met, or these two are the only two that I've ever met who actually got married before their first date.
Yeah. We consider it a prearranged marriage because there's two parts of the story that I think are really significant and symbolic. And one is that morning, Eli knew about gay pride. He knew about the mass commitment ceremony. He decided not to go. And he heard a voice that said, you got to go.
Oh, wow.
And he argued with the voice and he said, I don't want to go. I'm going to stay home and do laundry or house cleaning, whatever it was. And the voice got louder and said, get on your bike and go now. And he listened to that very clear voice of what he calls intuition. So that was part of it. And then the second part of the story that often doesn't get told is that on June 23rd, exactly 30 days before we met, he got really clear about the kind of relationship he wanted to have. He'd been single for 5 years. His previous partner had committed suicide. This is not confidential information. He talks about it in his show, Out of the Blue.
Yeah.
And he wanted another relationship. And he got very clear through meditation. He sat down and wrote the type of relationship that he wanted to have. What would it feel like? How would he be in the relationship? And then a few other things about what the person would look like physically and characteristics. He wrote it all down. He dated it. He forgot about it. He released it. And months later, after we were already together and deeply in love, he cleaned out his office and he said, oh my God, look at this piece of paper. look at this. And it was a beautiful description of who we are together and who we are individually.
Yeah.
And so he listened to his intuition, and he got really clear through meditation what he wanted to create. So if you're listening and you're single, that's a process that you can connect with Eli about and ask him what he did.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah.
So how's it going for you all? You're
We're
a couple
still
hours
here.
still away
Yeah.
I
from.
know. I'm
We are
tired.
5 minutes away from 10 hours.
Dang.
5 minutes
Well,
away from 10 hours, and we just need we need about $3,000 some more.
Yeah.
all right. That's easy for somebody out there. I
That's
know it
easy
is.
It's easy for somebody.
It's easy for a lot of people out there,
Yeah.
actually.
It's just a matter of getting this out to those people. Where are they?
Well, and tell them, not to forget that there's a voiceover from all of us
I know.
attached to the deal,
I
right?
know.
Yeah.
So, well, I want to know how you're feeling now, that you're more than halfway home, and
Way more than halfway home.
yeah, tell me about how does this line up with what you came in with your expectations?
Meredith?
Well, here's the deal. When it comes to stuff like this, I don't have expectations because I set goals and I then go, okay, and then it's going to be what it's going to be. And I don't because then I don't get disappointed.
Yeah.
I just
that's a
go,
good thing.
oh my God, wow, we had $1,300 more than we had before. That's a fucking win.
That's
Yeah,
sweet.
yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
That's how I like to look at it.
Oh, that's great. I want to take some of that wisdom and put it in my back pocket. So I am feeling great, especially since you came back. You are our first ever repeat guest on our
On the
Pod-a-thon.
Pod-a-thon. Well, how cool is that?
You are.
Really
You're our very
repeated.
first repeat guest. I think these are crooked.
So
Yeah.
tell me about some of the other guest highlights that you've had today.
Oh, nobody did or said anything interesting except for you. I mean, nothing
Sorry,
I
against
have
them.
a hard time believing that.
But I'll answer your first question. So it is going great. I was incredibly excited about the possibility of doing this Pod-a-thon because I've never done anything even remotely that looks like this. So to be able to show up and say, I am committed to being here with the delightful Meredith Grundy and our guests, such as yourself and the other people. I will tell you, because I do have a list. I'll tell you about some of them. And it's been amazing. We've had beautiful conversations. We've had some things happening in the chat. We've had donations that come in. And I feel like I am finally almost close to getting my daily allowance of Meredith, because every day it's like never quite enough. It's like, oh, I could have texted her one more time, or
Never
that
enough.
podcast could have gone 5 more minutes, so I would have felt that I was satiated with my MG effects, my Meredith Grundy. But today, I think I'm actually going to be satiated by the end of this. And I bet, this is the promise, I bet that there's probably even going to be a text after this 12 hours, because we won't have said everything that we needed to say.
Well, okay, let me ask you this question. Have you learned anything new about me?
Oh, yes.
What?
Well, I mean, you just told that beautiful story about almost getting arrested at immigration. I didn't
missed
know
that one.
Oh, it's a long
And then I asked a
story.
question about, what's the best part about being married to a musician? And you told me 3 things about being married to Gary. I didn't know any of those things. I didn't know that a Manhattan was your favorite drink. And I didn't know what was in a Manhattan. So, yeah, I got all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Franklin,
I
what
got
was
to
your-
hear a bunch of and I got to hear the book that you haven't released yet.
Oh, when in doubt.
When in doubt. I got to hear a bunch of that, which was beautiful.
There's going to be
Can't
more of
wait to
that
hear
because we
more
still
about
have
that.
2 more hours and 1 minute and 15 seconds to go.
But who's counting?
Yeah. Now, Joseph,
Now, Franklin,
did you release 2 books this year, or is it 3?
I released 2 and I wrote 2 others. One of them is nearly finished and one of them is completely finished. But it's super short. It's just 1 phrase per page.
Yeah.
So it's nearly 400 pages long, but it's 1 sentence per day or 1 sentence per page.
Is
And
that
I
the when
wrote
in
that
doubt?
one- When in doubt, that was a beautiful process of, I had the idea. Here we go with inspiration again, right, Meredith? I had the, what if I wrote a book that was just when in doubt? And within days, Franklin, I had pages and pages and pages of things that I had downloaded from source that just like streamlined through me. They just came through me. And I was keeping a notebook and scraps of paper on the nightstand, because throughout the night, for 4 nights, all these ideas would just keep coming to me and coming to me and coming to me. And I would write them down quite illegibly. If you've ever tried to write in the dark, half asleep, you know what handwriting can sometimes show up on the page. But
I write like
able to
that in the
decipher-
daytime.
I was able to decipher most of them, and I turned them into this book, When in Doubt. So this is the galley copy, which just is a glorious way of saying the artist copy or artist proof. And it's already written. I'm waiting for the foreword by Eli Hans. And I was going to release it in December. And then I thought, got a few things going on in October, November, and December already. So I'm going to wait until April.
Next year, the When in Doubt calendar.
Yes. Yes. Because
And then the year after that, it'll be the When in Doubt card deck.
The When in Doubt
You know what also you have is the When in Doubt t-shirt collection.
Mhm.
There's a lot of t-shirts there.
Oh, so many merch possibilities here, Joseph. So
So
many.
many merch possibilities.
I have one possibility that I want to pursue, that I've been thinking about it this week. So the book that's half written, that I have put on the shelf a little bit because I needed to and I wanted to, and it's called Trust with a capital T. So it's a book about how we can, if we choose to, exercise our trust muscle, and we can show up in a more trusting way to our lives. And
Trust muscle. I love that
trust
concept.
muscle. So I want to do a t-shirt that simply says trust. And that might be able to start some conversations about, the wearer and the person who sees it. How much do we trust and why? How little do we trust and why? And it's a little bit of a workbook, because I encourage the reader to gather some evidence, about where they have trusted and it didn't work, because that has happened, right?
Yeah.
And where they have trusted and it has worked, because that has happened. And then I have some processes in the book about how they can deal with each of those things. So that's what I've been writing. When in Doubt and Trust with a capital T. This year I released Rest, The Art of Doing Less. And I also released poetry, word after word.
Yeah. Well, your art book too, wasn't it?
Oh, that was 2 years ago.
Was it? Oh my gosh, I can't believe that.
Mm.
Because I think you were on my podcast, I guess, about halfway in between the art book and Rest. Because I remember talking about both in the podcast, but and I have both. I've
Oh, really?
Yeah, I do.
You needed some Kindle for your house in Colorado?
I actually got Kindle. That's the
Oh,
thing.
good
It's
for you.
like I'm
Yeah.
such a weird guy as far as books are concerned. I'm trying to thin out my book collection just because they take up a lot of space.
They do.
So I switched over to almost all ebooks a bunch of years ago. And it's interesting taking in your art book on Kindle, because first of all, it doesn't work on the regular Kindle Paperwhite. I had to download the app and actually put it on my computer in order to read your art book.
Oh, sorry about that.
Oh, don't be sorry, because it really pops on the computer screen and it's just beautiful. Yeah, it's a beautiful book, and it's got some inspired images in it, and just really touched me. But I'm actually kind of glad that it didn't work on Paperwhite, because that would not have been the same level of experience that I get on the computer screen.
Okay. Well, thank you for your support, and I'm glad you're enjoying the art book.
And Rest is wonderful too.
Thanks.
Rest is wonderful too. Rest has a lot of really good affirmations and encouragements in it. Anybody who's feeling stretched thin, that's the book they need to get. It's really wonderful.
There's one sentence in there that I really like, and I loved writing this sentence. So I have a pretty long list of acknowledgments at the back of the book of people who have inspired me or who have given me a platform, who have, supported me along the way. And I list all of them for their various reasons. And then I just end with, and to Meredith Grundy for everything else. Anything else I may have forgotten to mention, I thank Meredith Grundy for it.
Yeah, and to Meredith Grundy, TTYL.
TTYL. I'll be texting you after our 12-hour pod-a-thon. I'll text you later.
Because I still had something else to say.
I'm like, I wanted to mention this thing. I forgot.
I forgot after 12 hours that I didn't mention this one thing.
I'll tell you, Franklin, that we are so lucky because what our listeners mostly comment on consistently over and over is, oh, I love the synergy between you and Meredith when you're doing a podcast.
Yeah, it works.
I love that synergy. And I don't know how you recreate that if people wanted to for their own podcast or what elements or what ingredients, but I bet we could dissect it about how to create that kind of synergy. And the first thing that comes to mind is trust.
Yeah.
If you're going to have a co-host, you need to trust them or build trust. It doesn't have to happen automatically or overnight, but allow yourself to trust.
Agreed.
So I have
pulling my hair down now.
Oh, there you go, Meredith.
Great look. It's keep it like that, Rosanna. What did you start to say, Franklin?
Well, I think one of the things that I'm really curious about is that I know that the two of you hit the ground running with this podcast. It's like you met in the Godin classes or the what was it?
We took Seth Godin's
the Akimbo podcasting class, right?
We knew each other before that, and then we took the class. Yeah.
So you had some connection before that, but then in the midst of it, you realized that you wanted to do it, and it would be more fun to do it together. And then the thing that I'm really curious about is, have there been moments where you were second guessing each other? Not at all. See, now that's the magic right there. And that's the thing that I don't think can be replicated.
Actually, for me, the opposite is true. And I tell this kind of tongue in cheek when I talk to people about the podcast, but it's so true. I say the opposite. I say, Meredith makes me sound really smart on the podcast, and
I feel the same way about you. You make me sound smart.
They say hire people that are smarter than you. Not that we hired each other, but I invited in a co-host that is much smarter, much more involved than I am. And I'm like, I'm just here for a free ride, right? So, but I never doubted like, oh, I wish I had a different co-host or why did I start this thing? No, but it has, it has opened up a can of worms as far as I didn't know it was going to be this expensive. And I didn't know if it's going to be sustainable into 2023 because as much as I love my art, and podcasting is one of my art forms, I don't want to go into debt over it.
No.
So I had this idea, let's do a pod-a-thon. And we've made $1,300 and we've been here for 10 hours and 9 minutes.
That's incredible. That really is just incredible.
And we haven't used this. We were talking, Franklin, too, that we haven't used this as a lead gen for our businesses. Like a lot of people, like it's been purely out of the joy of wanting to just bring people's stories and what they love to do and the permission they've given themselves forward. And I think that's something that we'll have to look at moving forward. And we've talked about that a little bit.
That's one of the things that I've always gotten a kick out of on listening to your podcast is that it's like if somebody is talking about your business, you bring it or they bring it up, not you.
Right. It's true.
It's like it's not you talking about it. It's them. That's a cool thing. I think that works really well.
I think so too. Maybe we can just pay people to come on now and say, make sure you mention our business.
Do we whisper in their ear like that too?
Yeah, we'll be like this on the podcast. I'll whisper, Mention my business.
Not a paid sponsorship, right?
Yeah.
Put the disclaimer in there. Well, you know what's really interesting on my podcast? I don't talk about my business very much. I don't use it to generate leads. I've gotten a few really nice contacts out of it. And what's really been interesting is that there have been a few guests that I have ended up hiring, and there have been a few guests that have ended up hiring me, which has been kind of cool. But I think the thing that I always get a kick out of is that the podcast is fun to do just for its own sake. And that is the reward, you know. If I tried to put it in a funnel or make it into something businessy and markety,
Right. Yep.
I think it would lose something.
Yeah.
You're reminding me when you talk about being on other people's podcasts, you're reminding me that I'm on a podcast tomorrow. No,
Oh, wow.
Sunday. And the guy, we scheduled it and he said, okay, and it's going to be an hour long. And I went like, oh, that feels like a long time, because that will be 13 hours of podcasting this weekend. But anyway, I'm excited to support his work. Tony in New Jersey. How can you go wrong with that, right? Tony in New
can't.
Jersey
Tony
is
from
inviting me
Jersey.
on his radio show.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Probably related to my wife.
yeah, could be.
Could be. Well, I have an 8 a.m. client tomorrow.
Of
On
course you
purpose
do.
or by accident?
Both.
And it's Saturday. You know,
I
you
gave it
worked,
as an option.
Meredith, you worked on Thanksgiving Day. You worked
I
on
worked
the
on
day after
Thanksgiving and I'm
Thanksgiving.
working on Saturday.
Doggone it, girl.
Oh,
Listen
God.
to you go.
It's a half day, she said. It's just a half day.
I'll put my tree up tomorrow afternoon in my 2-hour time slot before I have to take my child to a birthday party.
Oh, sweet.
Do you have to stay at the birthday party?
I'm gonna leave. She's old
So-
enough now.
Yeah, that's great.
I want you to tell Harper that her additions on your TikTok channel are my favorites.
Aren't they awesome?
She's the greatest.
She really is.
I think she's the coolest kid ever.
Do you know she was one of our guests on Are You Waiting for Permission? Did you know about
I
that?
remember I heard that episode. It's one of my favorite episodes of yours when
And
she
you
was
know,
talking about her entrepreneurship experience.
And she just got a gig for $1,100 because of that episode.
Seriously. Go Harper. Dang.
Because
She's
we
I need a
invited
gig for
her
$1,100
on the
bucks.
show, and we invited the COO.
Yeah,
her
the COO
business?
of Mighty Business. And so the COO recommended her to this. So basically the Coca-Cola and Vice Media was hired to do an internal documentary about Generation Alpha
Yeah.
for Coca-Cola. And because Harper's Generation Alpha and she's an entrepreneur with Mighty Business, they recommended her.
That is just
So
the coolest thing.
Vice Media was in our house a couple weeks ago and did a shoot and asked her a bunch of questions about her online business, and she got paid $1,100 to do it.
That is awesome.
Isn't
Oh
that
my gosh.
awesome?
Go Harper, go.
I know.
Well, I wanted to mention before it's all said and done that Meredith has been my inspiration to get involved on TikTok.
Oh,
And if they tell you that TikTok isn't for old people, just put me in front of them. I have a series on TikTok called Waiting in the Car, and
This
it's
is awesome.
hashtag Waiting in the Car. And it's usually my son just got his driver's license, so I'll probably have to find other excuses to wait in the car. But whenever I would go pick him up at school, I'd have a few minutes between getting there and when he would get there. So I would always just fire off a TikTok. But Meredith was my prime inspiration for that.
Oh, wow. You
And
never know how you're
is-
impacting, huh,
oh,
Meredith?
she's rocking it.
Hmm.
I mean, Meredith, the thing that's really cool is like, you've got like Public Speaking University going on your TikTok channel. And it's like the only reason that people would want to hire you is because they would get all of the goodness sooner if they just get it in one fell swoop than have to wait for all of your TikToks. But if they have patience and if they're cheap like
Mm.
me, they'll just wait for all your TikToks.
Right. And then
Well, it's been phenomenal. Like I booked Jean, who you know, Joseph off TikTok. Catherine's off TikTok. A physician just hired me to help him with his grand rounds off TikTok.
That's awesome.
The Department of Health in Iowa hired me off of TikTok. Like it's amazing.
You are rocking.
I love it. And I love all of these people. They're just and what's so beautiful about it is that they get to see you and your personality. So they're either attracted to you or they're not. And so when you get them on a Zoom call, they already know who you are. They've already made a decision that they like you. And then I already like them. Right?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's like a win-win. Like it's really quite brilliant.
I'm enjoying it a lot more than I thought I would.
On waiting in the car, because what's Franklin going to do now that his son, got his license? Where are we going to find you now? Are you going to be waiting
in his parking lot in the car?
Well, yeah, I might just have to go out in the garage. I don't know.
Because you know he's going to be using the car, so now you won't have a car.
He's making good on his driver's license, I have to say.
He should be in the driveway.
He just started his first non-family job too. So he's working at the sporting goods store out at Santerra here in Loveland, and so he did his first Black Friday today.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh! So we're anxiously awaiting word on how that was for him, and then he's working again a full shift tomorrow. So
what's his name?
His name is Bodie.
Bodie
Jack, and he's the light of my life. He's the coolest thing I've ever known.
I know a Bodie that was born on August 6th, my birthday. He was just
what a great
born
day.
this year. He's just a little tyke, and he just came to Mexico for his first visit during Dia de los Muertos.
Very cool. What a great day to be born, huh?
That's what I'm thinking. Same day as Andy Warhol and Lucille Ball, August 6th.
Potent.
And the bombing of Hiroshima, but we don't really talk about that part at all. No. But we could talk about anything else because we have almost 2 hours left.
Oh, speaking of the bombing of Hiroshima.
Yes, can we talk about that for 2 hours, please? That would be very uplifting conversation.
Well, I just have a really interesting coincidence aside. Monica and I the other night were just kind of looking for something to watch. And we found this show with Judi Dench on Netflix, and it's called Red Joan. And it's kind of a sad story, but bombing of Hiroshima has a cameo in it. But Judi Dench, God, I just want to line up her movies and watch them all one right after the other.
Which will you do first? Will you watch her movies first, or will you watch Meredith Grundy's TikToks first? Because you wanted to line up both. You said you wanted to line up both and watch them all. I'm just wondering what comes first.
I've watched more of Meredith's TikToks than I've watched of Judi Dench's movies, but the investment is different.
It is different. It's a
And
scroll.
the payoff is definitely different.
But
Have
Judi Dench,
you done
just
public
crazy cool.
speaking? I know you've done music. I know you've done your podcast, but being on stage speaking, have you done that?
I have. I have a weird history, and it's part of it. When I was in high school, I wasn't on the debate team, but I was in the debate class. And one of the things that I excelled in that class was extemporaneous speech. I could talk about anything for 10 minutes off the top of my head, and I could make up a pretty good yarn if I needed to. But most of the time, I actually knew something about the topic. And so the debate coach was just on my case for decades, saying, you need to be on the debate team. You need to be on the debate team.
For decades.
And
how long were you in high school, Franklin?
it felt like decades.
It's like I was in high
in
school
Iowa.
for 33 years.
I
You
still
just got
feel
out
like
of high
I'm in high
school.
school.
You just got out.
But I loved that part of the class, and I loved that part of speaking. I'm when I took the Myers-Briggs, I was 100% introvert. And this morning I said, you can't use the
You can't use
Myers-Briggs as an
Myers-Briggs
excuse, right?
You can't.
And that comes from my own experience, because as an introvert, I'm supposed to not look for those kinds of, opportunities for myself. But the truth is that I can remember back all the way when I was a kid. I grew up in the Mormon church, and in the Mormon church, they have this thing where everybody in the family does a talk.
Oh.
And I loved doing talks at church. And it's like everybody else that was my age just thought it was the stupidest thing. But I loved getting up there and talking, because I could make jokes and I could make people laugh and I could tell funny stories and stuff like that. So I loved giving talks. And I don't know, public speaking has always been fun for me and not very intimidating. There have been a few times that I phoned it in and really regretted it. But by and large, I feel very comfortable and confident on a stage.
What a gift that is. Wow.
Yeah. Not
Part
many
of it
people
has
have
to have
that.
come from music,
Yeah.
just being comfortable on a stage in front of people. When I first started performing, the most intimidated that I have ever felt is when I first started performing my own songs and singing them, because I wasn't a very confident singer.
Okay.
I didn't start actually performing my own songs until I was 33. And but I was intimidated by that, and I was more anxious about singing on stage than I ever was about speaking on stage.
I can relate to that.
The
That's a couple
acting
times I've had
or
to sing
singing.
on stage.
Oh my God, it feels, have you heard the saying about Saint Cecilia? She who sings prays twice. That was a saying that's attributed to her. And it's just like, yeah. It's like, you're in front of people and you're singing, and that's one of the most vulnerable feelings that I've ever had.
And then you spent your life doing it.
I spent
more
25
decades singing than you spent
Yeah.
in high school.
I spent about 25 solid years doing that, with a couple of interruptions for sickness. But I was always the guitar player in the band. I loved playing the guitar, and that was my first instrument. And I loved playing the guitar, but singing was always an intimidating experience, until I just started doing it, and I gave myself permission. And in fact, I forced myself.
And how are you spending your time now? So this morning when you were here as one of our guests on our Pod-a-thon, one of the things you talked about was giving yourself permission to retire from music, from your music career. And I'm wondering, in addition to what you're doing on social media and the podcast, how are you spending your time?
Well, I mentioned this morning that I feel a spark now again for songwriting and recording that I haven't felt for a very long time. I've only released one CD over the course of my career that's my own. I've been on a couple of other band CDs and stuff like that, but I've got probably at least 40 songs that I've never recorded. And so a couple of weeks ago, I just rearranged my room so that it's actually usable for recording again. And my guitar is out behind me now, and it's easy to access, and I just plug it in and go.
That's great.
So that's going to be, every year I set a creative goal for myself, and that'll be my creative goal for 2023, is to finish another album.
What was it for the year that we're finishing up, 2022?
A new video every day on YouTube. And that turned into a YouTube video, a podcast, and a blog every day, because I could just reuse it all.
Wow.
Yeah, so smart.
So does that mean that you recorded something and then you transcribed it into a blog?
I didn't really transcribe it. I just the descriptions. I went into a little bit more detail in my descriptions than most people do. So I just used the description as a blog post, and then have the video and the audio embedded in my blog. So it's really cool. It's easy.
Well, that's a huge amount of commitment to show up to that every day. And I know a lot of times people who are producing content, what comes up for them is, how do I create content? Where does the content come from? What about if I run out of ideas? What if nobody likes this? Whatever. What was that process like for you of coming up with over 300 pieces of content this year?
Well, I don't run out of ideas very easily, and like I said, most of I have 6 times a week where it's just a solo show for about 10 minutes, and I just go on and I talk about it. But all of those have been inspired, for the most part, by conversations that I've had that day with clients, family members, friends, or anywhere else. I'm pretty sure that some of them have come out of Zoom meetings that I've been in with Meredith.
Well, there's a lot of inspiration there. I know how
Yeah.
that works.
And
Well, it's something I always say to people too, which is use what's there. Like, use what's in
Yeah.
front of you. Like in improv, right? Sometimes we're trying so hard to, like, we try too hard, but sometimes the answer
Yeah.
is just right there in front of you if you're just listening. I get a lot of my content from my clients.
Absolutely. The other thing that's always good is, like, if I don't have an idea of my own, there are days that I don't have any original thoughts, that's okay. But the thing is that I can always promote something that a friend is doing. I can always, some of my best received solo shows this year have been recommendation shows where I've recommended a book or a podcast.
Oh.
It reminds me I need to put I did one for the Pod-a-thon the other day.
You did?
Thank
on,
you. Yeah, I mean, you're amazing at lifting people up. Meredith and I talk about that a lot, but you are such a beautiful example of all the ways you show up and lift people up.
Mm-hmm.
Always comes back to me, man. It
Yeah.
always comes back.
Yeah, that's sweet.
It's a wonderful thing.
Meredith, what are you curious about? We're in our home stretch now. Is there anything that we haven't talked about that you would love to talk about? It's been 10 hours, 27 minutes, and 11, 12, 13 seconds.
Well, I'm curious if we can get to $1,500 by the end of the night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, let's think. Let's think public radio or PBS. Our goal for this hour is
our goal
for
$200.
this hour is to get to 1,500. 1,500. So how do we do that? I just posted it again on Facebook. Can we repost the link to our other socials? Send out some messages. Let's get to, by the end of this hour, we've got 30 minutes. Let's get to 1,500.
That would feel good.
Great.
Right? That would feel, that's a nice number.
Yeah, I love it.
That's a nice number. That's a successful number. So that's what I'm curious about. And I don't know if there's anything I'm curious about. I don't know what I'm curious about right now.
Has Eli gotten back from his TED Talk yet?
He did.
And it went well?
It was his tech rehearsal.
Oh, okay. So the actual talk is later. It'll be like tomorrow or something.
It's tomorrow. So Franklin, I have never asked you this question before. I've asked a few other of our guests, but I haven't gotten to you until now. And that is, if there's anything that you could have named after you that could be part of your legacy. It could be anything, a building, a bridge, an idea, a concept. What would you love to have named Franklin Taggart? Like, this is the Franklin Taggart blank. What would you love to have named after you?
I don't know. Gosh, that's a great question. It's like
Joseph Bennett original.
It's and it's kind of a stumper because I don't even know where to start. It's like first thing that popped into my head was like a nuclear power plant. So, I don't know.
First thought, best thought. This is what happens after you've been podcasting all these 10.5 hours. Meredith, why don't you start us off?
Do you want me to just say the same thing I said?
I don't know.
I said a mentorship program.
Oh, cool.
I said a self-healing practice that somebody could do, the Joseph Bennett, and heal themselves that way.
The Bennett.
Oh, I love it. You guys are good.
Well, we've been at this for a while. We've been at this for 10 hours, 29 minutes, 54, 55, 56 seconds.
I've
Now, have
just
you had
learned to listen to Joseph's answer first, and then I
okay,
answer, and then I
Oh,
like,
why do you
there you
think I
go.
always
yeah.
say ladies first? Because I'm like, you give the example of what you want, and then I'll
Well, I
segue
do,
after
and
that.
then I go, oh, I want to change my mind now because
Yeah.
yours is just so good.
Well, there are a couple of college dormitories that have probably still some of my DNA in them. We could name those.
Yeah, we could name the dormitories after you. Yeah,
Oh my God,
yeah.
that's fucking hilarious.
Franklin Hall. That
Yeah,
has a
Franklin
good ring to
Hall.
it,
there you
right?
go, Franklin
Franklin
Hall. I'm all
Hall.
there. Yeah,
Yeah, they have no
Taggart
idea
Hall.
how I got that. Yeah.
yeah. The other thing that comes to mind, it might be something along the lines of like a high school performing arts wing or something like that would be a good thing for me. I was
There you
really
go.
encouraged by one of my high school teachers, and I don't think I would have probably survived my 20s had that teacher not grabbed a hold of me in my last 2 years of high school and gave me some really clear direction and toward music.
Oh,
Um,
really? What
and
did she say or he say?
he his name was Joe Ruley, and Joe was just an amazing teacher. And um, I was in the concert band, but I sucked in concert band. It was like I played the baritone. I was in marching band, I was in the pep band, and I was also high most of the time.
What's a
But
pep band? PET?
PEP, like Vim and
Oh,
Vigor
pep
and
band.
Pep.
Okay, like pep
Yeah.
rallies. Okay.
Yeah, pep rallies and basketball games and stuff like that. But he heard me playing the guitar and he said, we need to have a good guitar player in the jazz combo. And he took me under his wing and he gave me opportunities to play there. And he also encouraged me to write and arrange instrumental music for the jazz combo. And I would have never, ever, ever suspected. I knew that I loved making up songs and tunes and stuff like that when I was younger. But I never, ever thought that that could be a direction for me until he came along and he just gave me a venue to write and arrange music for jazz bands and combos. And so that was kind of, had he not come along when he did, I probably would have done a lot of drugs and construction and died young.
Yeah.
So I tried to die young anyway, but I made it past that.
Wow.
But he was a
Thank you, Joe
stopgap guy.
Ruley. Thank
Oh
you.
yeah, man. I'm grateful every day for him. Every day.
Is he still alive?
No, he died several years ago. I'm still good friends with his son. We were best friends our senior year in high school, and played a lot of music together. His son is he's a world-class trumpet player, Richard, and just a fantastic musician. But I would rather have the performing arts wing named after Joe because he's the one that really deserves the credit.
That reminds me of, I asked this question last year to Deborah Poneman, who was a guest on our podcast. And she does a lot of outreach work and in-person work in Haiti. She's taken that under her wing with some of her colleagues. And she said, I love Haiti so much. If I could, before I die, have a school named after me in Haiti, I could die a happy person.
Wow.
And so yeah, same kind of idea for a performing arts wing for Joe Ruley.
It would be cool, and it would be well deserved.
Hmm.
The only regret would be that he didn't see it in his own lifetime.
I had a moment that was not a performing arts wing, but it was nearly as gratifying. So Peter Rosacker was my theater arts teacher in high school. I went to a vocational high school, which means that you get to study a trade for 3 hours a day in high school. And there were about 40 different trades that were available. And I studied theater arts. Peter Rosacker was the teacher. He was like 4.5 minutes older than the rest of us because he had just finished college when he got this job. So he was very close in age, and he was remarkable, just in every way. And we just tortured that poor young man. And then during COVID, I was able to connect with, a lot of people on Facebook that I was already connected with, but I reached out to them and I said, we're going to have a reunion and Peter Rosacker is going to be there on Zoom and we're going to be able to finally thank him 30 years later.
Yeah.
And they showed up, and Peter showed up, and there were a few tears shed because more than one of us said, I wouldn't be alive without your theater program.
Wow.
I believe it, right?
Not be here without you.
Is he
Yeah,
still
isn't
teach
that something?
theater?
No, he's retired, and he had an antique store with his husband for a couple of years, like a shop as part of an antique mall, and now he's fully retired.
Wow.
But thankful to Zoom and platforms like that we can still connect with each other and have a group of people come together for a sole purpose of saying, you changed my life. Right?
Yeah.
What a gift that is. So that happened during COVID at some point. Almost time for another one.
Wow. So, did you guys take any lessons from Jerry Lewis for this event today?
Well, he had some dancing dogs and some elephants and tutus that would come out and entertain the crowds and keep the show going, move the show forward a little bit. But I wish I had taken more lessons from him.
Well, I wish we did call NBC Studios to see if they would broadcast this as well, and they said no.
Next time.
We also called WBSX. Is that what it was?
Yeah, we were going to be broadcast on a radio station, but the technology doesn't link up.
Yeah, the technology for Restream, which was already set, didn't link up with radio.co, so we couldn't do it. But can we give a shout out to Joe anyway?
Oh my God, yes, Joe is amazing. Yeah.
He was going to be so generous with his time and with his space, and he might even be here. He said he was going to be here. I don't know if he is.
I don't know. Nobody. Can I don't mean to burst your bubble. Oh yeah, I don't know. Maybe he is here.
I don't know. What can I burst your bubble? What? Oh, maybe he is. Yeah. So Franklin, have you ever done any improv?
Yeah, a little bit.
You have? You want to play an improv game with us?
Sure, I'll play with you.
Okay, so I'm going to say yes and to playing an improv game. And if the people who are watching right now want to participate in our improv game by giving us a suggestion, so just one word, the first thing that pops into your head, and put it in the comments, we'll get started. And why don't you tell what's the improv game we're playing, Joseph?
So it's one of my favorites. People find it to be relatively challenging, but that's okay. Lots of things in life are challenging, so don't shy away from that. And it's called 3-word improv. Franklin, I'm going to put you on the spot. How many words do you think are in 3-word improv?
I'm hoping 3.
Are you? There is 3. So, Meredith, do I give an order of who goes first, second, and third?
If you want to, sure.
Okay. So you're first, and then Franklin, and then me. And we're going to do a scene, hopefully based on an audience suggestion. If we have an audience, we've been here for 10 hours, 38 minutes, 48 seconds. I don't know.
I think we have an audience. Yeah, we have an audience.
Okay. So we're going to do a scene based on an audience suggestion. And Meredith is going to say her 3 words. And then Franklin, you say your 3 words, and I'll say mine. And we'll just go until the scene finishes.
I just noticed that I have a Grundy Coaching LLC logo on my forehead.
On your forehead. Yeah, that was the tattoo that we gave you early this morning. You probably didn't notice it when you were driving to the Denver airport with Monica. We gave you a tattoo.
How cool is that? That's like
So
presents.
cool.
This is
Cool.
awesome.
Grundy Coaching on your forehead.
Yeah, I wish I had that. Yeah.
Well, if I switch places with you, can I switch places? There we go. Now you do.
Now Joseph has it.
You have to move over to the corner. Yeah!
There you
I
go.
have been tattooed. Anything to move over. There, I'm just gonna say
That's
that.
pretty cool that I can switch places. Am I still first?
There you are. Now you have it. Now sit up in your chair a little bit and then go over to the other side.
There
There
you
you go.
Talk
Yeah.
about branding. That's incredible branding. I'm going to take a
I am
screenshot of
Grandi
that.
coaching.
So just stay there because I'm taking a screenshot of that. 10 and a half hours later, we are into it. Okay, so we don't have any suggestions. So I'm going to give a suggestion of book. B-O-O-K, book. Meredith goes and then Franklin and then me. And we just keep going until the scene is finished. 3-word improv.
No more pages.
The end sucks.
I wrote it.
Oh, do we keep going?
Yeah.
Oh, in my underwear.
Sitting on the patio. Oh, dang it. That was more than 3 words. On the patio.
It was phenomenal.
I ate lunch.
It was raisins.
Mom came by.
She was happy.
I'm not sure why. I'm like, dang it. Can we have 4 words? Shoot, man.
Not sure why.
Not sure why. Okay.
Probably my fault.
I am smarter.
Than a monkey.
Says my mother.
So I sighed.
What a day.
Called my therapist.
And gave her pay. Oops.
Franklin?
Gave her pay.
She. Okay. She laughed hard.
Not very helpful.
I left crying.
I want money.
Want a refund.
Yeah, there you go.
Fuck my book.
Oh, wait, look.
Mom's apology here.
Okay, I said.
It's on Amazon.
I got blocked.
Fuck you, Amazon.
No. Fuck you.
What did you notice during that improv exercise? And listener, if you're just tuning in, the reason we were speaking in 3 words is we were doing an improv game. If you're wondering why we were so ineloquent. Franklin, what did you notice about 3-word improv?
It's like my first inclination was usually more than 3 words. And I wanted to say more. But...
Meredith?
I just had fun.
Says the woman with Grundy Coaching LLC tattooed across her forehead.
Now that she knows that she can, she will.
Yeah.
My greasy forehead.
So can we do this one more time with the different prompts?
Sure.
Franklin, can you give us a prompt? Same order. Meredith and then Franklin and then myself.
Coffee loves me.
Coffee loves me. Okay.
It was morning.
Drip, drip, drip.
Waiting for coffee.
I yawned. Sleepily.
And then coffee.
And inspiration struck.
I will dance.
In the kitchen.
Tango or rumba?
Rumba, I said.
In my underwear.
Which is perfect.
I turned on.
Can I go? The neighbor, the next door neighbor.
They haven't left.
I called cops.
Oh. In my underwear.
Neighbor's still here.
I love them.
Oh, urban life.
We're a thing.
I forgot that.
I'm feeling embarrassed.
Because of coffee.
I forgot it.
And my pants.
Nylon stocking filters.
We're in face.
When cops arrived.
I was arrested.
Gleefully dancing high.
And indecent exposure.
Matched the description.
Of my thigh.
No more coffee.
Mole will be removing mole tomorrow.
Sorry, next door neighbor. Oh my God. Oh my God. Have we raised $1,500 yet with that fucking brilliance?
Hey,
No.
we won't stop until $1,500 is
We
in
won't
there.
stop
So,
doing
yeah.
improv until $1,500 has been raised.
And we've just locked the restream, so you're not going to be able to click off of this screen.
What?
So
What
now-
happened? What did I lock?
Oh no,
No, he was
I'm just telling them that we locked the restream so that they
Oh.
would not be able to leave until
can't leave.
$1,500 is reached.
Yeah, you can't
Yeah.
leave until we raise $1,500.
I'm holding Joseph and Meredith for ransom.
Yes.
When I was a little tyke, I want to say preteen, I went to a family wedding. I'd never seen anything like this before, but I think it's actually kind of a thing that the bride was taken pretend kidnapped from the reception and would not be released until a certain amount of money was raised for her ransom. Have you heard of this?
Yeah.
Is this a Jersey thing? And so it's a
I've
way
heard
to
about it.
collect money for the bride and groom
Yeah.
at the reception.
For the honeymoon. Yeah.
For the honeymoon. Yeah. Have you heard of that,
Kidnap the bride.
Grande? Okay.
It's a Wyoming thing as far as I know.
Yeah,
It's
they have it
pretty
in
popular in
Delaware, too.
Wyoming.
What I love about teaching three-word improv when I teach three-word improv when I teach improv classes is because oftentimes, especially when we're first starting out, when we're most nervous, it's very easy to use a lot of words.
Yes.
A lot, and just keep going and going and going. And to be encouraged or invited to just show up to the scene with 3 words, it's pretty priceless. And when I look at applied improv, how can we use that in our day-to-day when we're not just in class or performing on stage? Or, who is it? Meredith Austin Cleon? Am I saying
Yeah.
his last name?
Mhm.
Yeah, you got it.
the beautiful work that he has done, and one of the acronyms that he uses in his own personal growth, I would say, even outside of his books and outside of his art, is the acronym WAIT. Why am I talking?
Yeah.
Why am I talking? Which I could be asking myself that now that we've been here for 10 hours, 15 minutes, and 7 seconds, right? Why am I talking?
Well, have you guys taken any breaks, individually throughout the day, or have you just stayed
Yeah,
in
little
there?
tiny breaks. I got a
Yeah.
She took a
bigger
break
break.
when her computer crashed. She
My
took a
computer
break.
crashed.
No
When
way.
her microphone crashed, she did not take a break.
I
No, my
remember when your
computer crashed,
microphone
and
went out.
I thought I was going to lose Joseph too, because it's my restream, and so it crashed, and I tried to get on it on Gary's computer. We were able to pull it up,
Yeah.
but I couldn't remember my password to get onto my restream. So then, luckily, I was able to get back on here. But I've had a little weird. I think it's because like right now I can hear it thinking. Yeah, I can hear
It's
it
busy.
processing. Yeah.
And I took a 20-minute break when Eli came home from the tech rehearsal, and I went and got something to eat. I didn't do any screens. I went out and looked at the night sky and played with my dogs a little bit, and then came back in because I didn't want to leave Meredith alone,
With Eli, I mean, Jesus.
I mean, how much trouble could they get in? That was my question.
Oh, and
that
then I
was
did
the
take
thing.
a little break because I got to email a client.
Oh, right. So I think I was reading from my book or something.
And then I had
Yeah.
email face.
The tense moment for me was when Meredith crashed, her computer crashed. I did not know if she was coming back on. She texted and said, "Will you let me in the room?" And I said, "No, I didn't have that capability because it's not my program." So I'm looking at the time and I'm like, I could be here for another 4 hours alone.
See that? Yeah, that's the thing. It's like Jerry Lewis had it right. He always had those performers lined up. And now David Soul is going to sing "Don't Give Up on Us, Baby." And then Jerry would go off. He'd have a cocktail and maybe an hors d'oeuvre or two. But even still, man, remember how exhausted he was at the end of it every year? He was
like
just fried.
buckets of exhaustion. I remember looking at him and being like, "Oh my God."
I'm going to share something with you. Are you ready?
Okay.
I'm ready.
Is it David Soul singing?
No, it's you'll just wait. Just wait for it.
Are you waiting for permission? I am.
No, just wait for it. I am waiting for permission.
Yeah.
Okay, where did it go? Okay, here we go. Are you ready?
Yes.
Right here.
Can't
That's
hear
us.
you.
Do you see it?
Was that this morning?
Uh-huh.
That's what we looked like this morning.
You guys were so fresh.
Wow. You were so much younger, Meredith.
I do. I look 10 years younger.
Okay, what
look,
about all
all
those
those
hearts
hearts
that
going
just
on.
came up? Where did those
Those
come
are
from?
people that are giving us some love.
I didn't see that in real life.
No, because it's only on LinkedIn. Could we see that? Because we're streaming on multiple platforms.
Oh.
Yeah, you have to watch it on the platform.
Yeah, but do you see how young we look?
Okay, can you pull up a video of Jerry Lewis at the end of the telethon?
Yes. Let me is it Jerry Lewis?
There it is.
Let's do it.
See if there's any. There looks like trailers and clips over there.
Like this one? Is that him at the end?
No, that's more probably toward the beginning. At the end, he always had his collar undone and his tie was untied, and
Oh, here.
he looked like he was about ready to vomit on himself. That's pretty close.
Wow, they raised $58,000. That's hilarious. Wow, look how young.
You got a picture of him with his tie undone and his collar loosened, and he's talking to Ed McMahon. Good bet it's toward the end.
I'm not finding it.
Too funny.
Wow. Look at that. See, where's those people? We didn't hire them.
Charo, she's still around. Coochie coochie.
Kochi, Kochi. All right. I'm going to stop my share. There you are. How is that? I can't hear you now, Joseph.
Yeah, what happened now?
How did you find the image of the video of us from the morning?
On LinkedIn.
On LinkedIn. So are we there for a while?
Yeah, it'll be on there for a while, but it recorded 4 hours, the first 4 hours of our telethon, pod-a-thon.
Elizabeth Matthews, thank you so much for being here. The donation link is at areyouwaitingforpermission.com. We are trying in this hour, and we have, I don't know what time, we have 4 minutes left. We are trying to reach $1,500 in this hour, Elizabeth.
And each one of the three of us will do your voiceover for you.
Yeah, we'll do a voiceover for you.
Together, all three of us simultaneously.
I'll tell you what, if somebody gets us to $1,500 in the next 4 minutes, I will record a meditation recording or a bedtime story for them, their choice.
What? I love that. See?
Okay.
We needed you here all along.
I'm going to say if somebody gets us to $1,500 in the next 3 minutes, because I don't know what time it is, I'm going to call them up and I am going to read them a poem live on the phone that I wrote.
Will you do it? You're going to do it live?
Yes, on the phone.
In 3 minutes. So they're going to make a donation and they're going to leave their number for you to call them.
Yes. Or if they don't want to leave their number publicly, they can reach out to me, DM, and I will call them tomorrow.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Do you guys want me to sing a song so you can go to the restroom?
Yes.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Franklin Taggart. I'm a friend of Meredith and Joseph. And I just popped in late in the day to see how they were holding up, and they both look exhausted. And I'm sure that they're both questioning their life choices right now. So I'm going to play you a song that I wrote. This is called Little Acts of Love. 5 o'clock news didn't offer any hope today. There were incidents, accidents, and talking heads with nothing to say. In times like these, it's easy to feel kind of small. We pray for a miracle and miss the greatest miracle of all. Little acts of love change the world. Little acts of love change the world. From hand to hand and heart to heart, give my best and do my part. The little acts of love will change the world. Doesn't take much to put a smile on the face of a child. An hour of my time can keep a young one from going wild. Oh, there are mouths to feed, Lonely people looking for a friend. If you don't know where to start, home is the place to begin. Little acts of love change the world. Little acts of love change the world. From hand to hand and heart to heart, give your best and do your part. Little acts of love will change the world. 20 years from now, what kind of world will we see? Will we learn to live together, create a lasting peace? Or do we think that the way it is the way it has to stay? Or will we look for every miracle in every little act we do today? Little acts of love change the world. Little acts of love change the world. From hand to hand and heart to heart, let's give our best and do our part. Little acts of love will change the world. Little acts of love will change the world. Little acts of love will change the world. There you go.
Wow, did you write that?
Yeah, that one's one of mine.
Ah, that's magnificent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all.
Your voice is really beautiful, and then the lyrics in combination with your voice just make for such a complete, lovely package.
Well, thank you so much.
2 shout outs of donations that came in while you were singing, Franklin. Elizabeth
Yeah.
Matthews, thank you for your donation of $100.
Wonderful.
And Karen Doherty, my sister, thank you for your donation of $25.
Thank you.
Excellent.
So
That's
we are
beautiful.
getting closer, and we have exactly, Meredith Grundy, we are in the home stretch. We have 58 minutes left. And we will have successfully completed our inaugural Pod-a-thon.
Our Pod-a-thon.
Why do you laugh when I say it?
I don't know. I'm just laughing at me.
Oh,
I'm not laughing at
okay.
you.
What if that we had a musical guest? That wasn't planned, huh?
That wasn't planned. That was so Jerry Lewis like telethon.
That was so Jerry
planning.
Lewis like telethon. Yeah.
See, that's what I think you guys ought to do for next year.
Right.
We're
is-
doing this
Have
again.
musical guests?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
You all are surrounded with talent, so
We are.
you know,
We should have
let's,
had musical guests. My
let's put it to
husband is
work.
like in the other room.
Yeah.
So, FYI, a little trivia happening. It is hugely storming right now where I live. So
Which
if you say
means-
something brilliant and I miss it and I'm just looking at you deafly, it's because I can't hear that well.
Because of the rain.
I have like 6 skylights right over there,
Oh, yeah.
and it rains on the skylights.
You can kind of barely hear it in the background there, even through your little microphone.
So Meredith, any last minute intentions before we round out our last hour? What is it that you would love to create or experience or let go of on your first Pod-a-thon of your life? While you sit there and giggle, I want to say, I want to thank the people who showed up today.
Yes.
To listen to us, to be here live in the chat, to Franklin Taggart, who showed up not once, but twice, to talk and sing songs, play music. And I want to thank the people who donated. It's a whole list of people. And you are still welcome to donate at areyouwaitingforpermission.com.
Well, I'm going to step out of here so that you all can have your limelight back.
Oh, you have been the highlight of this evening for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for that song.
Wonderful.
It was so beautiful, and we're gonna do. That's an inspiration for what to do next year.
Yeah.
Where can people find your CD? You said you released one. Where can people find it?
It's on all of the streaming services, and if you want to buy a downloadable copy, it's on Bandcamp under Franklin Taggart. And I have a music website, FranklinTaggartMusic.com, and there's a link. All the links are there, I think, for the CD. But that CD's it's old. It's an oldie.
It's a classic. It's a classic CD.
It is a classic, but it's like I don't sing those songs anymore. It's like I was going through a pretty horrible time, so I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
They're about unrequited love and all that stuff.
Those make the best songs.
They were before I wrote my list out like Eli did.
Yeah. Before you met Monica.
Yeah, that's a whole story in itself. We don't have time for that.
We only have an hour.
Only an hour.
But
okay, thank you for being here. It's been amazing that you showed up. Truly.
So wonderful to see you again. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Franklin.
Thanks for coming twice. Once wasn't enough.
We'll see you next time.
Okay, bye.
Wow, how generous was that, right, Meredith? He came back to the party, right? Entertained us for an hour, played improv, 3-word improv. How many words are in 3-word improv?
4.
Oh, close. You're super close. It's 5. And then he played an original song for us, sang an original song for us. Wow. That really kind of stepped up the whole, okay, guests, you got to step up next time. Bring your original music.
I know, right? I'm gonna do a couple things really quick.
Okay,
to
I'll
step
keep
it up.
talking.
No, I'm gonna say, can you send our
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are here with us, we wanted to let you know that we are finishing up our inaugural Pod-a-thon. We have been podcasting consistently for 11 hours and 7 minutes and 31 seconds in our attempt to raise money for ourselves, for our own Pod-a-thon, and also to donate part of our funds that we raised today to the Malala Fund. And for those of you, Pod-a-thon, for those of you who are like, you know what, I'm just going to wait till their last bit, the last hour, and see how they're doing, and I'm going to help take them to their goal, right? Because that could happen. We could actually still reach our goal. This could be your shining moment, your crowning achievement of helping us do that. If you were waiting for permission to come on the Pod-a-thon and show up in the chat and show up in our donation link, this is the perfect time for you, because we are here for you, and we have been here for you for 2 years with all the episodes that have been released each Thursday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the thing that you might not know is that we want to continue showing up. And as artists, our art needs to be funded. It just does. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's a sad reality of, in the art world, so many times we are asked to give up our art for free. I can't tell you how many times I've been asked to donate to a silent auction, just give us your art, or will you donate your time for this? And I get it, and I do it. And then there comes a time, Meredith, where we get to say, okay, we've been doing this, and you say you love our podcast. Can you give us $25? And many of you have. And we are only about $3,000 short of our goal. And I love that you giggle when I say these things. You just giggle and snort. That's your approach. That could be the name of our next podcast, Giggle and Snort.
I don't know. I think I giggle because I don't know why. I just do. When you
That's
say
okay.
we're only $3,000 away from reaching our goal, and I giggle at that, but
Yeah.
also simultaneously, I'm not giggling because I'm upset. I'm giggling just because it just sounds funny. But I'm
Yeah.
so grateful that we've raised almost $1,500,
$1,465.
which is so beautiful. It's just really beautiful, and that we get to use that money to fund this podcast and to give 12% to the Malala Foundation, and that just is really cool because that's close to $1,500 that we didn't have before.
Right. Right. We
And
started the day with about 500, I think.
we
When I
did.
logged on this morning, I think there was about 500 in donations because what we told people is you don't have to wait till Friday. You don't have to wait till the last hour after we've been here for 11 hours, 10 minutes, 37 seconds. You don't have to wait for that. You could donate early.
And what we could do is just tell people that the Pod-a-thon was actually not today, but it's tomorrow, and then we can just play the replay of this for 12 hours.
But you have to take out this, what you just said. You have to edit that out because
And I have
by
to edit
then
this
they'll know.
part out
Right.
in case
Okay.
somebody watches it for 11 hours, 11 minutes, and 2 seconds.
Yeah. Just don't watch the section that just happened. That's all. If you already watched it, pretend like you didn't. Fast forward. Just fast forward now to the end.
So I think that we should keep this going until
We
Monday,
reach our goal.
until we
Yeah.
reach our goal.
All you do
It
is
doesn't
put
have to end
rewind.
here. Nothing has to end unless we say it's going to end. Like, rules are meant to be broken. If we don't
Yeah.
raise the $5,000 by the end of this Pod-a-thon, it is not a failure. It's an opportunity.
Right. It is called Groundhog Day, the Pod-a-thon version.
Yes,
Right?
I
It's like
will.
it
You
just
will. If
keeps
you
going
don't donate money now, this will be in your inbox for the next
forever.
365 days.
Forever. You will consistently and constantly be seeing us Facebook feed and your LinkedIn feed and your
We might
YouTube feed.
lose friends, Joseph.
Is that true?
We might.
I know. Every time I send an email out, I get an unsubscribe. So I'm kind of used to it. I'm just used to it. But, here's the good news. You want to hear good news?
I always.
If they're watching us on LinkedIn, they will only be subjected to 4 hours and 4 minutes.
Oh, that's true. So I guess it pays off to be a LinkedIn person.
Right. And we could just keep pushing. And by we, I mean you keep pushing replay on LinkedIn so that the 4 hours keeps rewinding.
But how cool is it that we can stream on Restream and through Facebook and YouTube for 12 hours straight?
Yeah. Does that say anything about us, or does it say anything about the standards that YouTube has for what they're allowing to show up on their platform?
I don't know. I mean, what are people streaming for 12 plus hours? I mean, we're not the first people to do a 12-hour
something.
Marathon. But there's been a 24-hour film festival or theater festival or something,
Yeah. My friends were in that. I'm thinking specifically of Len Irving. I have another friend, Len Gregory. Len Irving was in a 24-hour film festival. So how that works, listener, is you show up to the meeting with your actors, with whoever's on your team, and you get a genre and you get an idea. This is what I'm remembering. It's been a few years. And then you have 24 hours to present a finished film. So you have to write it, you have to script it, you have to cast it, you have to produce it, you have to post-edit it, and then show it up in 24 hours. And then you have an audience that's seeing it. And I assume a theater festival is similar to that?
Yeah, I've done a couple of 24-hour theater festivals.
Oh, you have? Tell us about them.
Well, from what I remember, because it was a while ago, but you have your playwright and your director and your actors, and the playwright writes the play, and then you have to direct it and then perform it all within 24 hours.
Would it be memorized?
Yeah, the actors are predominantly memorized, I would say. They're pretty short, but it's like all of that happens in 24 hours. And then you have a stage manager or production manager who will run out and get all of the props and costumes and stuff like that. But you have 24 hours, and then all the pieces, all the little one act plays are done for an evening of performance, all within 24 hours.
All within 24 hours. So you show up to the performance exhausted because you haven't slept,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then
Mhm.
you probably have a cast party afterwards. That's the
It
part
was
that
fun.
we
I did
didn't
that in
do,
Chicago.
Meredith, is we didn't schedule a cast party for ourselves
We didn't.
after today.
We should have scheduled a cast party
Except
for
we're in
after
two
our
different
Pod-a-thon.
countries.
What?
We're in two different countries. That's the thing.
Right. And then after being on the screen for so long, would we want to like get on a Zoom party? Have you ever? Oh,
Mhm.
Gary just said this is the cast party.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, wait, let me have a lozenge and a tangerine. These are my
You know how to party,
party
Joseph
favors.
Bennett, with your.
Yeah, 12 years of sobriety later, this is what I'm bringing to
Let's
the
ask
party.
Gary what he wants to see right now for the last remaining 45 minutes and of our Pod-a-thon.
It's
Let's do it.
amazing that he showed up, right? He was our first guest this morning, and he was our first guest on the podcast ever that was released in April of something.
He wants to see us dancing, and he told you to slow down. Slow down, JB.
I can slow down. Sure. Sure.
He wants to see dancing.
You do the dancing, I'll do the slowing down. The only reason I'm speaking quickly is to stay awake. Gigi, Gary Grundy.
It's only 8 o'clock there. No, 7 o'clock.
That's not
It's
true.
only 7 o'clock. No, it's 8 o'clock.
8:15.
Okay.
But remember, I also started, it was 9 a.m. when I started.
Whatever.
Okay? So there's that.
All right. I don't know what else to do, Gary.
Okay, well, I have ideas. What's your favorite color?
Red.
Really? You don't wear a lot of red except for on your photos. When you have
Yeah.
photo shoots, you do red.
I'm attracted to the color red, but I would say my favorite color is like, blue. And I really love gold, velvet gold.
Oh, really? Have you ever put that on your bed, like as a bedspread?
I have in the past, yeah. And I want to buy, that's what I'm purchasing is a gold velvet couch.
Oh, really? Is that where your Pod-a-thon money's going?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you about what is one important thing, or even if it's a casual thing, that you have learned this year? Could be about yourself, or it could be about your business, it could be about somebody else. What's one thing you have learned this year?
That I am able to grow a business.
Did you know that before?
I knew it, but I didn't believe it. I think that's different. Like, I didn't believe in myself in the same way.
If you needed to replicate this belief in yourself, this growing your business, what's the most important ingredient that you could replicate so that you could help somebody else, or you could do it for yourself in the coming years?
Leading with intention and speaking with confidence.
Leading with intention, speaking with confidence. Oh, it's beautiful. Thank you. The most important thing I've learned this year and the previous year, because it's a COVID learning experience, and that is, I've talked about this on the podcast a lot, and in some of my videos, and I talk about it in my books, and that is that we're only here for a second. We are here for a split second. So listener, if there's something that you are craving to do, you want to create, that you want to let go of, a person you want to have coffee with or invite onto your podcast, or if you want to start a creative thingamajiggy, only here for a second. And the second part of that, Meredith, is that a lot of times we don't do that thing because we're worried about what other people are going to say or how they're going to judge us. They're not paying attention.
No.
They're not paying. They're wrapped up in their own. They're trying to figure out their own thing. They're trying to give themselves permission. So if it's other judgment that you are worried about or concerned about, I encourage you to let that go, because you're here for a second. And Eli Hans, my husband, he's giving a talk tomorrow about how can we show up, especially post-COVID, now that we've all been given a second chance. How can we live up more fully, live out our lives more fully, and be more expressed that way? So that's what I've learned, really. And started this morning, I think when we were with Barbara Ann Michaels, 27 hours ago, when, oh no, it wasn't. It was with Emily Schultz, and it was, what word I wish had never been invented?
And I said moist.
And I said fear. And, I'm not asking our listeners to completely eradicate fear from the vocabulary, because I know it can be habituated at this point in our vocabulary. But I am asking them, instead of being fearless, which I think is a big ask, maybe we could hyphenate that word and fear less. Like, can you fear less by 1% tomorrow than you did today? 1% less fearful tomorrow than you were today. Yeah, because we're here for a second, truly. And I know we've shared this statistic previously on our episodes, Meredith, but of all the people that have ever lived in the history of life on Earth, 93% of them have already died. This is the sign for die. They've already died.
Mm-hmm.
And they're gone. So there's 7% of us that are still here. And at any given second, we can become part of the other statistic. We can become part of the 93%. Okay. But you're not. If you're here on this Pod-a-thon, that means that you are either with us live, or you're part of the replay on Saturday, or part of the replay on Sunday. Kidding. We're not going to do it on Monday, just Saturday and Sunday. I
want to say really quickly, Elizabeth, thank you so much for your donation, and it's so good to see you here. And we appreciate you listening to Are You Waiting for Permission? Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you, Elizabeth Matthews. And little trivia that you might not know about Elizabeth Matthews is that she and her husband Dave used to be neighbors with Meredith Grundy in Colorado. Now she's neighbors with me in San Miguel de Allende, Mexico. What are the odds of that happening?
Weird.
Yeah. So if you are still here and you're part of the Pod-a-thon, that means that you are part of the 7% that are still alive.
Yeah.
And what I'm learning, and what I sometimes remember and often forget, because I'm human, and that is that I have gifts to share, and you have gifts to share. And if you're afraid of sharing them, fear less. Fear less. Because any of us can be part of the other 93% that have already passed any second now. And, I hate to be, I don't know what the word is to describe this, but really calling it out in the face. But are you waiting for permission? To share your gifts, to show up more fully, to write that book or produce that play or write that song with Golden Lotus Studio? What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for to make a donation to our Pod-a-thon? Because we only have 36 minutes left, and then we'll be successful. We can leave in 36 minutes.
Do you think this 36 minutes is going to feel longer than the last 11 and a half hours?
No, I don't feel that way. Do you?
Yeah.
Are you dragging?
No, I was just a philosophical question.
Oh, that was philosophical.
Sure.
We were playing an improv game the other day in Confidently Speaking, and my word that I had to play with was philosophy. And I remember I said, philosophy is a class I never took in college because I made a vow to never study anything I couldn't spell. Because, you know, there's a whole lot of things I can't spell, like Pod-a-thon.
Yeah, I thought you did a good job of spelling it.
Yeah, did I spell it?
I think so.
Okay, I'm sure at some point I have spelled it because I've been on social media a lot this week and sending out emails and posting graphics and things for the Pod-a-thon. And so it was out there. It was definitely out there. I showed up.
You did show up. We show up every week, and we do these interviews with these amazing human beings.
Oh, you want to know who was here today?
Tell me.
Okay, I'm going to tell you. So our day started with, believe it or not, Franklin Taggart, who we also ended our day with Franklin Taggart. So he was, and will forever be known as the bookend.
Oh, no, Gary Grundy.
Oh, Gary. Oh, he's not on my list. Okay, yeah, Gary Grundy, then Franklin Taggart. Sorry, Gary, you're still here. And then we moved on to Mitch Dickoff, where he shared some of his poetry with us. And then Teresa Funk. Oh, I'm so glad she showed up because that was a minute trying to get her in the room, right? Remember, like we couldn't hear her, she couldn't hear us, we couldn't find her. She had to leave and come back. And
but we worked it out. We improvised.
Burst of Brilliance. If you want to find her book, Burst of Brilliance, she has many others, including her blog. And then we moved on to Angela
Boloyan,
and her husband, Jim Walker. They were both, we got 2 for the price of 1 in that interview this morning. They were vacationing in California and they showed up. And then Barbara Ann Michaels showed up in her car. She pulled off the side of the road and she gave us an interview, right? And thank you, Barbara Ann Michaels. We did get from 3 digits to 4 digits on our donation.
But we never saw Joseph juggle lemons.
No,
No,
because it was time sensitive.
It was a time sensitive offering, and that only happened a couple of times.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know who was after her? Glenn Rogers.
What?
Glenn Rogers.
Glenn Rogers was after her.
Yeah. So she showed up with this
cool.
huge, gorgeous 7-foot wide charcoal painting that she created during COVID. She's done a number of charcoal drawings. And in March, she's going to have a show here in San Miguel de Allende at Casa Europa. So that'll be happening for her. Hope that's super successful. And then we moved on to an early guest that showed up. Yeah, great memory. Diana Barco came in early because somebody didn't show up. So we had a nice long conversation with Diana and what she is bringing forth with Rise and, you know, letting go of some shows with Shattered because she's moving on to her
She's a
next
solo
one-woman
performer.
Yeah, she was in Virginia taking care of her mom. She just got back from Iceland where she was performing her show and at the theater festival in Edinburgh. She was there too. And then, an oldie but a goodie, Joanne Morton was here in the house with us with her positive love energy. Right?
Oh, and she got us up out of our chairs and moving.
Yeah, she did an affirmation with an activity. And we did some coaching with her, spur of the moment, as we are apt to do.
Yeah.
Joanne Morton was here, always loving her energy and creativity.
Yeah. And none of us were wearing bras.
Yeah, I wasn't. I know that. And then Eli Hans snuck in. He came in for a bit and we interviewed him, talked to him about Out of the Blue and about his TEDx coming up and about what to do when we're wanting to quit, when we're not really enjoying the hero's journey. And then Emily Schultz was here.
We had a lot of people over 12 hours.
Wow. And then we rounded out the night with Franklin Taggart came back to the party because there was still a little bit of beer flat in the keg. And he came back and he sang us a song that he wrote.
Which was really beautiful. Yeah. And then it's been the 2 of us all that other time.
all that other time.
And my computer crashed at one point. My mic went out at another point.
Completely gone. And I didn't know if you were coming back because you were texting me and you say, "Can you let me in the room?" I'm like, I don't know. I don't know nothing. Right. So I
So
couldn't.
here we are. We survived.
Oh, wow.
We made it.
We did. And I wonder if there's
almost. We
anybody
still have a
out
half
there.
an hour left. People
Okay.
can still give us money.
Okay, yeah. I wonder if there are people out there that are like, you know what? I just want to wait till the end to see how much money is missing, because people do that.
Yeah.
So like, how much money is missing? I mean, this happened to us before. Eli and I had a fundraiser in March. No, what comes before March? February.
Yeah.
We had a fundraiser in February. We were trying to raise $20,000 and we didn't. Instead, we raised $38,000. So that was a huge accomplishment. And that was over 30 days.
This is over 12 hours.
Yeah. So a little bit of pressure, right? A little timestamp going on, right? I just need to check the chat. Do you know what that means? Elizabeth Matthews?
I believe, yeah, we acknowledge that. I believe that was from earlier.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I just don't want anybody to feel ignored, right? Because I want everybody to know that how appreciative we are that they've been here. We had some guests that were here for a while. Larno Sornio was here for a while. Diana Shanti was here for a while. Gary Grundy was here.
I just learned that you can show the comments.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Look at that. We've been here how long? And I just figured this out in the last 12 hours.
Okay.
I mean, the last hour.
Last half hour. We've been here for 11 hours and 30 minutes. But who's counting?
Nobody.
The other thing that happened is I read from Word After Word, and I read
book?
from my forthcoming book, When in Doubt.
And I did an interpretive dance.
Yes, you did an interpretive dance without a bra. And then we played some improv games, 3-word improv. How many words are in 3-word improv?
4.
Yep, could be 5. Yeah, one of my favorite games because, like me, sometimes we use too many words when fewer words are better.
So true.
Thank you, Meredith.
You are welcome.
It's almost time
to say goodbye.
I'll miss you.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will.
I will text.
I can't wait.
Yes, you can.
I could text now.
Go for it.
Too much distraction.
I would agree.
Yeah. And our guests.
They are amazing.
There's more coming.
When is that?
Our podcast episodes.
Oh, our podcast.
More guests scheduled.
Lots of guests.
Yeah. All of them brilliant.
All of them unique.
We ask questions.
Lots of questions.
And they answer.
With answers.
Sometimes personal questions.
That keep them alert.
Yeah. On our toes.
Definitely would agree.
Not always easy.
I would agree.
Are you stumped?
No, just tired.
No, during the episodes.
Oh, no. Nah.
Sometimes I am.
That's why we
are working together.
Yay!
If you only get 3 words and I get 3 words, together we can make one complete sentence.
Yes, sometimes that happens.
Yeah. So, you know who was not really a guest, but only kind of a little bit of a a cameo was your daughter.
Oh, she only got a little bit of cameo. Here, look, we got a compliment.
You
Thank
guys crushed this
you.
challenge.
You're
Thank
in.
you. Thank you. We only have 26 minutes to go. We only have $3,500 to go. And I don't know. I can't foretell the future, but I'm going to say that I might have, Meredith, an opportunity to look at dealing with disappointment. Do you remember this morning when I
Yeah.
said, oh, what I'm wanting to create by this time next year, by next Thanksgiving, I want to learn how to cultivate a personality, period. I want to learn how to cultivate a personality that where I can deal with disappointment. Because my ego gets affected when I set out for a goal, whether that's a business goal or a financial goal, or even hosting a party, and I have expectations around that. Sometimes my disappointment until now has really gotten in the way. So that's what I'm looking at cultivating in this coming year of how can I manage that? I don't know that I can eradicate it or heal it completely, but I certainly would like to manage it because, as I said earlier, I'm willing to be fully transparent. Is when things don't go as I wanted them to, I can go dark and sad, and that's a waste of my energy because I got too much I want to show up to the world with.
Do you think some of that is also there's a level of attachment to outcome?
Only all the time.
So what if instead of looking at it as disappointment, you looked at the attachment piece?
Okay. Yeah. So if I could heal that part, then there would be no disappointment, right? Because then it's just, as Byron Katie teaches us, it's just loving what is. Right? Yeah. That's the real invitation. How to let go of the attachment. That's what the Buddhists have been asking us for centuries. How to let go of that and love what is.
The thing that has really helped me as someone who's a facilitator and holds space for my membership community, Confidently Speaking, is I do have a goal. I have expectations. I have all the things. But every time the faces show up every week, sometimes I wish all the members would show up at the same time.
Yeah. Yep.
Right? Because there's magic in that. I have learned over time that the right people show up in the right time.
Okay.
And so the perfect group showed up on the day that they showed up. That was the perfect group. If anyone else had been there or not been there, it wouldn't have been the perfect group.
I know. That happens to me. Yeah. People cancel the class or they cancel the event or they cancel the workshop. And the people who showed up, always 107% are always the perfect people that needed to be there that day, for all of us to co-create the experience or the class.
Yeah.
It's a huge lesson, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes, this is going back to my earlier comment about how my ego gets involved in that attachment, is I worry about being judged when I'm like, oh, we did all of this work and all this promotion, all this marketing, and there's only 3 people here. What might they think about, oh, why did I show up to this thing? Or, nobody else came. It must not be that good. So there's that. And then, after 4 minutes, I let that go and just try to show up authentically to the class or the workshop. And then other times the opposite happens. I'm teaching 2 sold out improv classes right now.
It's amazing.
That happens.
It's amazing. Yeah. And the other thing I feel is important too is the comparison trap by looking at other people and they'll post like the perfect Zoom shot of like their full course.
97 people in the room.
Right? Look, I got 100 people. And then sometimes when you talk to people, it's actually not as rosy as they're making it appear. It's that we can't get trapped in what people want us to see versus what the reality is. Of course, I'm going to put my Zoom shot of like a full class up on social media, even though maybe not every class I have is full.
So here's an invitation. You want a little challenge?
Sure.
So in Confidently Speaking that happens on Wednesdays, 4 p.m. Eastern time, I get to invite guests.
Yeah.
Right? I get to
Yeah.
have a guest come and join me. So for anybody out there that is still listening to this Pod-a-thon, I invite you to come the last Wednesday of December. So it's between Christmas and New Year's. And I am going to be giving a talk just for a few minutes, maybe 6 to 8 minutes at most. And I invite you to be my guest for free. There'll be no sales pitch on Meredith's part, I expect, because there never has been. And you get to come and you will be the very first people to hear me talk about this subject that is near and dear to me, that I have been working on, but only for about 9 years have I been working on this theme that I have. Well, you want me to tell you about it? I won't give it
do.
away.
I do.
Okay.
And also Elizabeth has asked this question too.
Joseph, when do you start your next improv class? It's a level 2 class and it's the first week of January. I don't have any plans to teach beginner, but if you have some improv experience, even if you've just done like 10 minutes with Meredith, you can come
And
in
she
for
has.
level 2. Okay,
She
you come
has
in
done
level
10
2.
minutes with me in San Miguel.
Find us at theimprovpeople.com. It's limited to 8 people, and so far you can still sign up. So about 8 or 9 years ago, I made a New Year's resolution. So what you may not know about me, listener, is that I love making New Year's resolutions. And more than that, I love keeping New Year's resolutions. Like I'm that guy in the room that actually enjoys them and I keep them. For example, one year I decided I was never again going to drink out of a plastic water bottle because I didn't like how it was affecting Mother Earth. So I stopped doing that. One year I took out some words from my vocabulary, such as crazy, hate, busy, and should. I just stopped using those as part of my vocabulary. One year I resolved to be more loving and loved. That was my New Year's resolution. Last year I resolved to read hashtag 52 books in 52 weeks. But what I'm going to be talking about in your class the last Wednesday of December, I don't know the date, it's around the 27th.
28th, I think.
Okay, 27th or 28th on Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern time. I'm going to be talking about how I decided one year to trust with a capital T. Like that was going to be something that I wanted to bring into the new year. I don't remember what year it was, 8 or 9 years ago. And I was going to see as an experiment what it would be like to just show up only with trust. So if I was faced with a decision or a worry or a question or a what if, I was going to respond with trust. And I never let that go. That resolution has stayed with me most of the time. I haven't done it perfectly. I don't do anything perfectly in my life, and I'm totally okay with that.
Nobody does.
Nobody does. But I show up mostly with trust, and it has been a freaking game changer, Meredith. Because there's a lot of times when we're faced with, do I worry about this or do I worry? How do I respond to this? What should I think? I'm like, trust. It's right there in front of me. It has served me for years. I'll just go back to that, right? It's like when I teach improv and I say, when in doubt, just go to the relationship. Just go to, trust me, it's going to work. Just go to the relationship. And when I'm outside of improv and I'm living my life improvising, like just go to trust. Just go to the trust with a capital T.
100%.
That's what my talk is going to be.
I cannot wait. I cannot wait. We have Lori is back. She says, I'm back. We're still here. We are
It's
still
late for
here.
her. It's like 10 o'clock for her almost. And she's came back. She's in Florida, so she's same time zone as you, Meredith.
I know. We're badass East Coasters.
Yeah. So thank you, Lori, for coming back. It's amazing. We have been here only for 11 hours, 44 minutes, and 12, 13, 14 seconds. And we have a special guest.
You guys are incredible. You are so close. You're almost
Lori
there.
Marino just came back.
Lori, you get the prize, Lori Marino, for #1 fan. Absolutely. And what gift are we going to give her?
Well, I think that we could give her a day out in the Campo with us where we have a lunch if she comes back before March.
She's in Florida again?
She's in Florida. She
Yes.
just left November 4th.
Oh, we miss you. We love you, Lori. When you come back, we will definitely spend some time together at our Campo house. That's going to be your present for showing up for these guys.
Yeah, Lori came out to the Campo house earlier when she was here. We did a wellness day out there, and she was an integral part of that day. And are you watching the comments, Meredith? Because I can't see them from where I am.
Yeah. So how much have we raised? And that's it. And Eli.
How much have you raised, Eli? That's the question.
I don't know.
So that's just this browser over here, and I will just push refresh in case anybody has brought in any new donations. But at this moment, where we are is $1,465.
Okay, so my request is this for whoever's listening out there. Can we help them hit the $1,500 mark? That's about $100 an hour. Just a little.
Because we had $500 this morning when we started.
Well, still.
Yeah, that's great.
Right? So, yeah. So anybody out there willing to give them a little push to get them over the $1,500 mark would be awesome. And please do it. I need my husband. I haven't been able to talk to him all day.
Except for here, we've only been able to talk on this platform. That was it.
So
right?
It's time, people. Just let these people go to sleep.
Oh, we have our nice porn people
Spammer.
back in here.
Yes, right. You're right. Talk while she takes care of that spammer. So why are you wearing a jacket? What's going on?
I'm wearing a jacket because it started raining and I had to go outside and cover all of our.
Poor.
Oh, we just lost all our comments.
I could barely. No, we didn't.
We still have them.
We
Oh,
could
good.
barely hear on this platform because it was raining so hard in November. Which
I
never
know,
happens.
it's very strange. The rain usually ends in September, but anyway.
Thank God for rain.
Thank God for rain, right? There's so much drought all over the world that it is good to have rain. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
How did your day go today? You had a big day.
My day was good. I am giving my TEDx talk tomorrow, and I'm as ready as I'm going to be because it's tomorrow. So
You're gonna kill it. You're gonna be amazing.
thank you.
Are you memorized?
Yes, I am memorized.
Really?
I am memorized, and I'm also using little notes. You know, that's the beauty of these slide things.
Oh, tell us about that. I've never done it.
You don't know that?
No.
So when you do a slide presentation, even though I only have 3 slides for my whole thing, but you can do the speaker notes. So you just do a black slide with your speaker notes, and then I'm going to have a clicker. So when I click, it tells me like what the next part is I'm supposed to be talking about in case, you know, I get all verklempt.
Have you done this, Meredith? Have you had this clicker thing?
Yes,
Did we
it's
talk
called
about
a confidence monitor. And I'm not going to tell you my opinion about them until after your TEDx talk.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, and I'm planning on not really using it
Good.
unless I freak. So, and I don't have the whole script. I only have points of ideas so that it doesn't look like I'm reading anything. Because, you know, sometimes when you're stressed and all that stuff, you can just go, what's the next thing?
Yep.
So I don't want that to happen. If that happens, I'll look at the monitor. Otherwise, I'm not really planning on looking at it very long.
This is why I love improv, ladies and gentlemen, is because I don't have to memorize anything. I just have to show up and
well, the thing is, if you just show up and you're not keeping track of time, then you really go over your allotted time.
oh yeah, for this you can't improvise. But I'm saying this is why I like improvising.
Well, why don't you improvise in the last 10 minutes?
Okay.
Is anybody out there listening, ladies and gentlemen?
I think we got some people watching.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, say hi. You're watching.
Say hi.
Yeah.
Give us that last little push just so that these people can finish. Can we?
Lori wants to know if you can watch Lori wants to know if you can watch the TED Talk online.
Lori, thank you for that. It's not going to be streamed because they just didn't have enough internet bandwidth at this location. However, it'll be
Thank
video.
you, Elizabeth.
The video will be put up afterwards. So thank you for asking.
And that'll go out. Lori happens to be on our email list. So that will go out in an email and saying, if you want to watch Eli's talk, it's over here, click here kind of thing. But that probably won't be into December, I'm sure.
How great is that Lori is back? Really?
You know who came back
Who?
as a guest and sang a song that he wrote? Franklin Taggart. So he was our second guest this morning, and then he came back and he was like, oh my God, are you guys still here? And we're like, come back into the room, come back, the party's still going.
Yes, but I was just saying, Lori, thank you. I know I thanked you before, but really, that's great. You've shown up a lot during this last 12 hours.
Wow, yes.
And we appreciate you.
Yeah, and thank you, Elizabeth, and sweet dreams to you too. And
And
I know
Deanna was
Elizabeth
here
came
for
in
a long
early.
time. Lauren Osorio was here for a long
really?
time.
Oh, that's
hours. I think Lauren was here longer than anybody.
Gary's been in and out.
Yeah.
Is your daughter asleep?
She's asleep.
So would you ever do this again, Meredith Grandi? Like if I call you up and I'm like, hey, Black Friday's coming around. You want to do a pod-a-thon? I wouldn't say it like that, of course.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say.
Just say, never in my life will I do this again. That's what I would say.
I feel like this was really fun.
Okay.
And
I feel like I really enjoyed Franklin's idea of like having musical guests and having speakers and then we be the Jerry Lewis and we go hang out in the green room and then come back and
we would need a tech person to handle like those people coming in and out and any tech challenges.
You know Harv Eker teaches a training on for
presentation coaches
and all that stuff. He says you got to have all this stuff for your people to do on their own so you can then just go sip some tea.
Yeah. And he even actually puts in his training. He's like, do this, do this, do this, drink tea.
Drink tea.
Do this, do this.
So Joseph and I, when we've done a lot of workshops, we feel so proud of ourselves when we have everybody really engaged doing dyads or triads or whatever. And then we're like, we're sipping tea. It's like,
hilarious.
Make our trainer proud.
So next time you do this, yes, you'll have musical artists or poets or whatever. So you guys can go sip your tea for a while.
And
we can. And I know people who can run the tech for us.
Right.
Instead of just me.
I would like to acknowledge both of you for just throwing yourselves into this without ever doing anything like this
Never before have we done anything like this.
And you know what? You're still up. So the tech worked because, it could have been worse.
Yeah. Her computer crashed.
Yeah,
and
she told me.
her microphone died.
Oh.
But it's all good. It's all
raised
good.
$1,500. That's awesome. Beautiful. So next time.
We'll see. Yeah, like next time.
This was just like a dress rehearsal, really.
This was a dress rehearsal. And so we just need to remember everything from this year for next year.
Okay. What's your takeaway from this year? You just said Franklin Taggart recommended that we have guests like that are doing, music and things like that. Do you have any?
Well, I think for me, I feel it's that going back to that word intention again. I feel that if I'm going to say yes to this, I need to intentionally create space around it so that I actually have more time to promote it and create a buzz around it. And I feel like I didn't really have that time. I didn't have that time. And
well, you have been doing a lot of other things these last 3 weeks plus. And then you have the other things scheduled for tomorrow, and then you're leaving on a trip to go teach for Amazon. So yeah, it's a little crunchy for you.
You're leaving again to do Amazon?
Yeah, I did two weeks in a row of coaching on virtually, and then I got this week off, these 4 days, where I was playing catch up on the work that I was behind on, and then today, and then tomorrow I have a half day of work, and then I leave at 5 a.m. on Sunday.
Wow, to work with the Amazon people?
In person in Vegas. Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Mhm.
That's
Mhm.
awesome. I
Yeah,
think
I'm
she should
excited.
walk in with huge shoes like this. And if they say, lady, why are you walking in with the shoes? You said, I have very big shoes to fill, you know. But
Oh, I just thought you meant because I was going to be in Vegas and they got some big heels there.
Right. I was thinking also of the showgirl, so you could do the fan of feathers above
That's
your
really
head with a push-up and all of that, and they'll be like, "Why are you wearing that for our in-service?" And you'd be like, "Well, it's Vegas."